In that distant and unreachable end of the Shang dynasty, the world was like a pot of boiling water, chaotic and unbearable. King Zhou was foolish and tyrannical, causing the common people to live in deep suffering. Yet, amidst this turbulent era, Chentang Pass stood like a brilliant gem embedded in the frontier, unwaveringly guarding the peace of the local populace. The commander of Chentang Pass, Li Jing, was a brave and fearless general, known for his exceptional military achievements and outstanding leadership, earning the heartfelt love and admiration of the people. Li Jing's wife, the Yin family, came from a prestigious family, possessing a gentle and virtuous character, well-educated and sensible. She and Li Jing had been companions for many years, respecting each other, and their feelings were as deep as glue. However, fate was like a mischievous child, inadvertently playing a colossal joke on them. Since Yin became pregnant, the entire family was immersed in the anticipation of new life. Yin took great care to nurture the fetus, eating vegetarian meals and chanting scriptures daily, sincerely praying for the safety of her child's birth. However, as time slowly passed, Yin's belly grew larger and larger, yet there were no signs of labor. This pregnancy lasted for 3 years and 6 months. Such a lengthy term without delivery was unprecedented in the area. Initially, Li Jing and his wife did not take this matter to heart, merely thinking the fetus was somewhat different. But as the days went by, Yin's pregnancy far exceeded that of an ordinary person, and various unusual glances and rumors began to quietly spread in Chentang Pass. The common people whispered among themselves, speculating that the child Yin carried was certainly not an ordinary fetus, perhaps a demon that would bring catastrophic disaster to Chentang Pass. These rumors were like sharp daggers, deeply piercing the hearts of Li Jing and his wife. As the commander, Li Jing bore the significant responsibility of defending Chentang Pass, and naturally could not ignore this matter. On one hand, he had to do his utmost to soothe the emotions of the people and maintain order at the pass. On the other hand, he was also deeply worried about his wife and the child in her womb. Although he understood that his wife was kind and virtuous and could never bear a demon, he could not help but feel a trace of doubt and concern in the face of this bizarre situation. Yin endured immense psychological pressure. She could feel the strange looks and whispers from those around her every day, her heart filled with grievance and helplessness. She could not understand what wrong she had committed, and why heaven had to torment her and her unborn child in such a way. She often hid alone in her room, silently weeping, gently stroking her prominently rounded belly, quietly confiding her pain and anticipation to the fetus within. Days flowed by like water, and Yin's belly had grown to an unbelievable size. She found it extremely difficult to move and could only lie in bed resting all day. Li Jing resolutely set aside his military duties to take care of his wife, staying by her side every day. Seeing his wife's increasingly haggard appearance filled Li Jing with guilt and heartache. However, even worse things were yet to come. As Yin's pregnancy continued to extend, the weather around Chentang Pass began to turn unusually strange. The originally clear sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds, thunder and lightning roared, and fierce winds blew. The bolts of lightning flashed like sharp swords, tearing through the sky as if to rip the heavens apart. The thunder sounded like the roar of a thunder god, deafening, as if the deities were angrily unleashing their fury. The howling winds swept through Chentang Pass, toppling houses and uprooting trees, plunging the people into deep fear. People believed that all these disasters were caused by the fetus in Yin's womb. Some timid citizens even began to flee from Chentang Pass, fearing that they would be caught up in this calamity. Li Jing looked at the chaotic situation before him, feeling extremely anxious. He knew that if this continued, Chentang Pass would surely fall into a desperate situation. To stabilize the people's hearts, Li Jing decided to personally go to the Taoist temple to seek divine protection. He took a large offering to an ancient Taoist temple near Chentang Pass. The Taoist priest in the temple understood Li Jing's intention as soon as he saw him. The priest told Li Jing that the fetus in Yin's womb was destined by heaven, and its birth would inevitably trigger a great change. However, whether this change would bring fortune or disaster was unpredictable. After hearing the priest's words, Li Jing felt even more uneasy. He did not know what fate the child's birth would bring to Chentang Pass, nor how he should respond to all of this. But he clearly understood that as a husband and father, he must shoulder his responsibilities and protect his wife and child. Upon returning home, Li Jing truthfully conveyed the priest's words to Yin. After hearing this, Yin silently shed tears. She knew that her fate and that of her child were now closely tied to the entire Chentang Pass. No matter what would happen in the future, she had to face it with strength and never back down. On this stormy night, Yin suddenly felt a sharp pain in her abdomen. She understood that the child was about to be born. Li Jing hurriedly summoned the midwife and maidservants, who busily worked in a tense yet orderly manner in the room. The entire Li residence was enveloped in an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. With a loud cry, a new life finally entered this world. However, at the moment the baby was born, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky, resembling a brilliant galaxy that illuminated the entire Chentang Pass. Within that light seemed to contain endless mysterious power. Soon after, the dark clouds in the sky quickly dissipated, and the thunder and winds came to an abrupt halt, restoring everything to its previous calm. Li Jing and Yi looked at the baby in their arms, filled with joy and emotion. This child, after a long wait of 3 years and 6 months, finally came to their side. Despite his birth being accompanied by numerous strange phenomena, in the eyes of Li Jing and his wife, he was just an ordinary child, the fruit of their love, the continuation of their lives. However, they did not know that this child's fate had long been predetermined in the darkness. He would face countless challenges and trials, and his path in life was destined to be anything but ordinary. On this day, sunlight streamed through the window like fine threads, gently bathing Yin's room in a warm glow. Yin was quietly resting when suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, as if thousands of sharp arrows had pierced her heart, with beads of sweat rolling down her forehead like loose pearls. Immediately, a brilliant light burst forth from her belly, resembling a scorching sun that illuminated the entire room as bright as day. The light grew ever stronger, even piercing through the window and shooting straight up to the high sky, making it appear as if day had suddenly arrived. Li Jing and the servants in the house heard the unusual commotion from the room and rushed over, their hearts filled with anxiety. They saw that there seemed to be a tremendous force wildly thrashing within Yin's belly, which appeared like a volcano on the verge of eruption, ready to explode at any moment. Li Jing was taken aback, his face turning pale as paper, his eyes filled with fear and concern. But he quickly composed himself, tightly gripping the sharp sword in his hand, positioning himself protectively behind Yin as if to build an impregnable defense for his wife and their unborn child. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, not knowing what to do, a massive flesh ball suddenly shot out from Yin's belly at an incredible speed, as swift as lightning, heading straight for the ceiling. As the flesh ball flew, it stirred a fierce wind that sent objects in the room tumbling in all directions. Seeing this, Li Jing did not hesitate to swing his sword at the flesh ball. The sword sliced through the air with a cold gleam, striking the flesh ball with a thunderous crash, as if the entire world trembled from the impact. The flesh ball was cleaved in two, and from within jumped out a baby. This baby was strikingly handsome, with skin as pure as snow and large eyes resembling clear lake water, sparkling with vibrant and intelligent light. His nose was straight like a peak, and his lips slightly curved upwards, exuding an innate heroic demeanor. However, there was a peculiar mark on his forehead, resembling some mysterious symbol that gave off an air of both mystery and majesty. As soon as he was born, he let out a loud cry that resonated powerfully, like a bell ringing, as if he could shatter the heavens. Simultaneously, the sky suddenly changed. The originally clear blue sky was enveloped in dark clouds that were thick like ink, pressing down in layers as if to swallow the entire world. Thunder roared, and bolts of lightning danced across the sky like silver snakes. The thunderclap seemed to shake the very ground. The howling wind swept in like a fierce beast, making it nearly impossible for people to keep their eyes open. Trees were uprooted by the gale, and tiles from houses flew in all directions. The common people, filled with terror, hid in their homes, tightly shutting their doors and windows, their hearts brimming with fear and unease. In the midst of this chaos, a Taoist priest, appearing as if descending from the heavens, arrived. Clad in a long robe as white as snow, holding a whisk in his hand, and standing on a cloud of 5 colors, he radiated a gentle and mysterious light, resembling a celestial being. This was the Great Master Tai from the Golden Light Cave of Chenyuan Mountain. The Great Master looked kind and approachable, with deep and wise eyes. He slowly descended in front of Li Jing, gazing at the baby in his arms, and smiled, his eyes sparkling with surprise and satisfaction. This child is the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl, destined with the great mission of saving all living beings, the Great Master Tai proclaimed in a loud and firm voice, as if announcing this crucial news to the entire world. Hearing this, Li Jing and Yin were filled with overwhelming joy, tears of excitement streaming down their faces as they hurriedly knelt before the Great Master to express their gratitude. They understood that the reincarnation of the Spirit Pearl meant that this child would possess extraordinary powers and a divine mission. He would become a hero destined to save all of humanity. Neza, under the meticulous care of Li Jing and Lady Yin, gradually grew up. Like a young sprout striving to grow in the spring, he was brimming with vitality and vigor every day. As he grew older, Neza displayed astonishing strength and destructiveness. His body seemed to harbor endless energy, and every gesture he made could cause a great disturbance. He was naturally lively, seemingly never able to stay still, and he had a deep interest and curiosity about everything around him. The colorful and splendid world was like a huge treasure trove filled with endless mysteries, constantly exuding an enticing charm, which made him intoxicated and eager to explore its wonders. Thus, he often took advantage of unguarded moments, like a clever little monkey, to quietly slip out of the mansion and play outside to his heart's content. However, every time he stepped out of the house, the entire Chintang Pass would immediately be stirred into a tremendous upheaval. The common people, upon seeing him, would react as if they had seen a terrifying demon, each of them terrified, fleeing in panic with faces pale, their eyes filled with fear and loathing. They were extremely afraid that Neza would harm them, and they worried that he would bring unpredictable disasters to the peaceful Chintang Pass. Li Jing, in order to protect the safety of the people and for Neza to grow up healthily, had no choice but to keep him confined at home. Neza felt dissatisfied and wronged by this. He could not understand why the people did not like him, why he could not play freely outside like other children. He felt confined, like a bird trapped in a cage, deprived of the freedom of the sky. He began to rebel, often clashing fiercely with Li Jing. Despite being confined at home, Neza did not give up his longing and exploration of the outside world. Relying on his intelligence and tenacity, he began to learn martial arts and magical arts from Master Tai. Master Tai was very fond of this clever and agile child, and he gave Neza his magical weapons, the Universe Ring and the Hun Tian Ling, and patiently taught him some basic magical incantations. Neza, gifted and highly perceptive, quickly mastered the essentials of these magical arts. He discovered that when he used the magical arts, a mysterious and powerful force seemed to be hidden inside him, which made him stronger, but also left him confused and uneasy. Time flies, and Neza's curiosity about his origins grew stronger. Unable to suppress the urge inside, he frequently sought out Master Tai and Li Jing, eagerly asking about the events of his birth. However, disappointingly, whenever this topic was brought up, both of them were evasive and vague, as if there was some unspeakable secret they were reluctant to discuss further. Thus, the clouds of doubt in Neza's heart grew heavier, like a thick fog enveloping his spirit. In the quiet of the night, Neza would often sit alone by the window, looking up at the dazzling stars in the vast night sky, his thoughts running wild like untamed horses, deeply immersed in endless contemplation. At this moment, his eyes, originally lively and bright, were full of confusion and yearning. He was desperate to understand the truth, eager to unveil the mysterious veil behind his own origins. This intense desire, like a blazing flame, grew stronger and more intense in his heart, driving him to continuously seek answers. After that, Neza devoted himself even more diligently to his cultivation. Every morning, he would rise early and set off alone to the back mountain, focusing intently on practicing martial arts and magical arts. He continually strove to control the mysterious power within his body, harboring a strong desire to tame it. After numerous hardships and challenges, Neza finally did not let his efforts go in vain and achieved certain results. By then, he could somewhat control the surging and hard-to-manage power within himself, and through relentless research and rigorous cultivation, he mastered even more formidable magical arts and extremely rare celestial treasures. One particular day, Neza happened to hear some news. Outside Chintang Pass, demonic traces had appeared. These demons often launched fierce attacks on innocent civilians passing by, causing the local people to live in constant fear and unrest. Upon hearing this news, a strong impulse surged in Neza's heart. He secretly resolved to deceive his family, go alone to set an ambush outside Chintang Pass, eliminate these demons, and use this opportunity to demonstrate his true strength to everyone, thereby affirming his own worth and reason for existence. Neza, agile like a swift monkey, stealthily slipped out of Chintang Pass without a sound. He sped like lightning and quickly arrived at the place rumored to be frequented by the monster. Upon reaching his destination, Neza did not dare to relax or be careless. He quickly found a very hidden spot, concealed his small body there, and fixed his bright eyes intently on the monster not far ahead. From a distance, the monster's size was unimaginably huge, standing like a towering small hill. Its face was ferociously twisted, sending shivers down one's spine. When its gaping mouth opened, it seemed capable of swallowing everything in the world. Even more terrifying, the monster occasionally spewed out blazing flames from its mouth, the scorching fire reaching up to the sky, forming a dazzling sea of fire that deterred anyone from approaching. However, facing such a powerful and fierce enemy, Neza showed no sign of fear. He calmly observed every move and subtle detail of the monster, focusing intently on finding the best moment to attack. Finally, when the monster slightly lowered its guard, Neza, like an arrow released from a bow, suddenly rushed out from his hiding place and pounced towards the monster with the speed of lightning. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically, and thunder and lightning roared, marking the beginning of a thrilling battle. Neza's eyes shone with determination, his body radiating dazzling light. He displayed the extraordinary magical powers he had mastered. The skies and earth were shaken by his presence. The universe ring in his hand shimmered with dazzling light, like a meteor streaking across the sky towards the monster. The wind fire wheels under his feet ignited fierce flames, charging with endless might towards the monster. The monster, startled by Neza's attack, quickly regained its composure. After all, being experienced in countless battles, it was not easily frightened by a young boy. The monster roared angrily, fully activating its demonic power in an attempt to withstand Neza's fierce attack. The two fought back and forth, neither yielding, and for a time, the battle was evenly matched. The monster secretly marveled, this young boy, though young, possesses such astonishing strength, truly not to be underestimated. Meanwhile, Neza fought more vigorously, giving the monster no chance to catch its breath. As time passed, the monster gradually felt overwhelmed. It knew that if the battle continued like this, it might not survive the day. Thus, it decided to make a desperate move, trying to use every trick in its book to break free from Neza's hold. Suddenly, the monster's body swelled enormously, transforming into a gigantic beast, lunging at Neza with claws and teeth bared. Unfazed, Neza skillfully maneuvered the universe ring and wind fire wheels, cleverly dodging the monster's attack and launching a fierce counterattack. At that moment, a sharp glint flashed in Neza's agile eyes. He keenly spotted a brief vulnerability in the monster after its recent attack. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Neza acted without hesitation. He gripped the universe ring tightly, his arm muscles taut and veins bulging. Taking a deep breath, he gathered all his strength into his arm and then violently threw the universe ring at the monster. The universe ring spun rapidly in the air, creating a strong airflow and making a whistling sound. It streaked through the air like lightning, speeding towards the monster at an astonishing rate. Neza's gaze was fixed on the universe ring, silently praying that it would strike the monster's vital spot. As the universe ring flew, it sparkled with dazzling light, as if endowed with life. It flew accurately towards the monster's critical area, precisely where its heart was located. The monster, sensing the impending danger, tried to dodge, but its movements were slow and clumsy due to the exhaustion from the previous attacks. With a muffled thud, the universe ring fiercely struck the monster's vital area. The powerful impact made the monster's body shake violently. It opened its huge mouth and let out a piercing scream. This scream echoed through the skies, as if to tear them apart. The monster's huge body began to sway. It tried to struggle to stand, but to no avail. As the monster's screams gradually weakened, its body also slowly lost strength. Eventually, the monster's massive body collapsed with a crash, raising a cloud of dust. It lay on the ground, motionless, unable to move again. Neza, looking at the fallen monster, felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Neza returned to Chentang Pass with the monster's corpse. The people, seeing that Neza had successfully subdued the monster, praised him endlessly. They gathered around him, expressing their gratitude. For the first time, Neza felt the joy of being recognized by others, and his heart swelled with pride. The heroic feats of Neza's fierce battle with the monster spread quickly through every corner of Chentang Pass like a brisk wind in spring. In the streets and alleys, people enthusiastically discussed the extraordinary exploits of this young hero. Children idolized Neza, imitating his actions and words. Adults praised him endlessly, feeling fortunate that Chentang Pass had such a brave young man, truly a blessing for the people. Upon hearing of this, Li Jing and his wife experienced a mix of complex emotions. On one hand, they felt immensely relieved and proud of Neza's growth and the bravery he had shown. Watching the once mischievous child who used to be a headache, now capable of standing on his own and bravely protecting the people, their eyes brimmed with excited tears. Lady Yin held Neza tightly in her arms, her eyes filled with tenderness, murmuring nonstop, "My child, you have truly grown up, and I am proud of you." Li Jing stood quietly by the side, watching the mother and son with a smile. Though he spoke little, his slightly trembling hands and the unmistakable sentiment of relief in his eyes clearly revealed his deep joy and pride. However, on the other hand, they could not help but worry. They knew well that pride and complacency are great obstacles in one's path of growth, especially for a child like Neza who possessed great power. Once caught in the emotions of pride, it could potentially lead to uncontrollable disasters. Li Jing's brow furrowed deeply in thought, aware that as a father, it was his responsibility to guide Neza onto the right path in life. Thus, Li Jing decisively decided to train Neza more rigorously. At dawn, before the first rays of sunlight had touched Chentang Pass, Li Jing took Neza to the open training ground. He personally demonstrated each movement, insisting that Neza practice them meticulously. Although Neza was somewhat reluctant, he understood his father's good intentions and thus gritted his teeth and persevered. Sweat soaked through his clothes, yet he uttered no complaints. In addition to strengthening his martial arts, Li Jing also paid special attention to enhancing Neza's magical abilities. He imparted his years of accumulated combat experience and sophisticated magical techniques to Neza without reservation. Under Li Jing's careful instruction, Neza's level of magical skills developed rapidly. He not only learned more profound divine abilities, such as invisibility and cloning techniques, but also mastered some military tactics and strategic knowledge. He began to understand that power was not just a tool to defeat enemies, but also an important weapon to protect the weak and uphold justice. As time gradually passed, Neza's strength became increasingly formidable. His eyes conveyed firm confidence, and his every move emanated a powerful aura that was hard to ignore. He was no longer the mischievous child who caused trouble. Instead, he became a true young hero with both strength and responsibility. However, Neza did not develop a sense of pride or complacency from this. He knew well that every achievement he had made was inseparable from his parents' earnest teachings and Master Tai's careful assistance. He also understood that there were many beings stronger than him in the world, that he had a long way to go, and much more knowledge and skills to learn and master. Therefore, he studied and trained even harder, continually enhancing his strength to face various future challenges. Neza began to actively help the people solve various difficult problems. Whenever monsters appeared in Chen Tang Pass, he always rushed forward without hesitation, engaging in fierce battles with them. His figure, like lightning, darted through the streets and alleys, bringing peace and hope to the people. He often generously helped those affected by disasters, providing them with food and clothing, and assisting them in rebuilding their homes. Neza's kindness and enthusiasm won him deep respect and affection from the people. They frequently visited Li's residence to express their gratitude to Li Jing and his wife, praising Neza as a true hero. As Neza's fame grew, he inevitably caught the attention of some individuals, including a mysterious figure. This person always wore a black robe and a hat, hiding his face deep in the shadows. He silently observed Neza's every move, seemingly knowing his origins well. Neza also keenly sensed the presence of this mysterious person, but he did not pay too much attention to it. He believed that as long as he acted uprightly and maintained a good heart, he need not fear anyone's surveillance. One day, as usual, Neza was helping people in the streets. Suddenly, he felt a mysterious aura lingering nearby. He cautiously looked around and spotted the mysterious person standing in a dark corner, quietly watching him. Neza frowned, feeling an inexplicable unease. He decided to confront him and ask for clarity. "Who are you, exactly? Why are you always following me?" Neza asked loudly. The mysterious person did not immediately respond, only giving a slight smile before turning and disappearing like a ghost among the crowd. Neza's doubts deepened, and he resolved to thoroughly investigate the true identity and purpose of this mysterious person. From then on, Neza became even more vigilant about every movement around him. He discovered that the mysterious person was not just simply monitoring him, but was also secretly investigating matters related to his origins. Neza's unease grew stronger, and he began to suspect that his own origins might hold some secrets unknown to others. Despite being filled with doubts and unease, Neza did not retreat. He knew he must bravely face all difficulties and challenges. He firmly believed that as long as he adhered to his beliefs in justice, no force could stop his progress. He would continue to strive, constantly improving his strength, to become an even more outstanding and powerful hero, bringing more welfare and peace to the people of Chen Tang Pass. As Neza continued his journey of subduing demons, his brave deeds spread like a spring breeze through Chen Tang Pass and the surrounding regions, earning him a widespread reputation. The people praised him unanimously, regarding him as a guardian deity, revered as divine. However, Neza gradually noticed that he seemed to be closely watched by an elusive pair of eyes. This mysterious person always hid silently in the shadows, quietly observing Neza's every move. Whenever Neza became alert and suddenly looked around, the mysterious figure would vanish like a ghost, as if he had never been there. Neza's heart was filled with confusion and unease. He racked his brains but could not figure out who this mysterious person was and why he was being followed so persistently. To track down this mysterious person, Neza began paying extra attention to everything around him. Even during his demon-slaying breaks, he maintained high alertness, closely observing the surroundings. Day after day, as time quietly passed, Neza still could not find any trace of the mysterious person, which only intensified the wild growth of doubts in his heart. One day, Neza was wandering through the bustling marketplace as usual. The market was crowded and bustling, with a symphony of loud hawking and bargaining sounds intermingling. Neza moved freely through the crowd, fully enjoying the lively human scene filled with the smoke and scent of everyday life. Suddenly, he felt a familiar sensation surge within him, the strange feeling of being secretly watched returned like a tide. Without a second thought, Neza stopped in his tracks, his eyes sharpening instantly. He looked in the direction of the faint presence he sensed, and saw a figure flash through the crowd. Although it was just a brief moment, Neza clearly caught the outline of the figure. It was a person in a black robe, tall and burly, wearing a large hat that completely obscured his face, making it impossible to see his true features. Without any hesitation, Neza immediately chased after the figure like an arrow released from a bow. He moved swiftly through the crowd, like lightning cutting through the sky, causing the surrounding people to exclaim in surprise and make way. However, the mysterious person seemed to know the layout of the market very well, skillfully weaving through the crowd and quickly disappearing into a narrow and deep alley. Neza chased to the entrance of the alley and stopped abruptly, cautiously scanning his surroundings. The alley was filled with a damp and chilly air, and the walls were covered with green moss, as if narrating the vicissitudes of time. Neza cautiously entered the alley, his footsteps echoing in the silent alley, as if striking at people's heartstrings. Suddenly, he felt a powerful and oppressive presence attack from above. Startled, Neza didn't hesitate and immediately leaped upwards. A dark shadow swept past where he had just stood, and a strong gust of wind followed, as if trying to knock him to the ground. Neza flipped agilely in midair and landed steadily on the ground. He looked up to see the mysterious person standing on a rooftop, staring down at him with cold eyes. "Who are you? Why have you been following me?" Neza asked loudly. The mysterious person did not respond to Neza's question, but instead let out a sinister, cold laugh. His laughter echoed through the narrow alley, sounding like it came from hell, chilling to the bone. Suddenly, the mysterious person leaped from the rooftop, pouncing toward Neza like a fierce beast. Neza quickly dodged to the side, skillfully avoiding the mysterious person's attack, which swept past him with a sharp gust of wind. Seeing that his first strike had missed, the mysterious person immediately changed his tactics. His hands moved like specters, and dark, ink-like rays of light shot out from his hands like black lightning, rapidly attacking Neza. Neza didn't dare to be careless. He quickly summoned his magical weapon, the universe ring, and held it in front of him. The universe ring instantly emitted a dazzling light, reflecting all the black rays back, creating a series of crisp clashing sounds. Seeing this, the mysterious person's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not expected Neza's strength to be so formidable, far beyond his imagination. He laughed coldly and launched another fierce attack. This time, his attack was even more ferocious and violent, with black rays pouring down like a torrential rain, as if to completely engulf Neza. Neza wielded the universe ring, blocking and dodging, struggling to keep up with the mysterious person's attacks, appearing somewhat flustered. Just then, Neza felt a surging power erupt from within him. Realizing that his hidden strength had been awakened at this critical moment, he shouted loudly and threw the universe ring into the air. The ring spun rapidly in the air, emitting a brilliant light that seemed to illuminate the entire alley. The black rays paled in comparison to the light of the universe ring, which devoured them entirely. Seeing that the situation was turning against him, the mysterious person suddenly felt a strong desire to flee. He tried to turn and run, but found Neza standing before him like an immovable mountain, blocking his escape. "Thinking of leaving? It won't be that easy," Neza said coldly, his eyes gleaming with determination. Seeing no hope for escape, the mysterious person suddenly removed the hat covering his head, revealing his true face. Neza looked closely and was stunned. It turned out that this mysterious person was actually. Here, you can continue the story or specify the identity of the mysterious person based on your further needs. Seeing that escape was impossible, the mysterious figure suddenly removed his hat, revealing his true face. Neza's eyes widened in shock and disbelief as he recognized the face of Shingongbao, whom he hadn't encountered for a long time. "Shingongbao? How could it be you? Why have you been relentlessly pursuing me?" Neza's voice trembled slightly with surprise. Shingongbao snorted disdainfully, a smirk appearing on his face. "Humph, Neza, with your demonic origin, today is the day you meet your fate." With swift movements of his hands and chanting under his breath, the scenery around them suddenly changed, and a dark aura burst forth from his body, quickly spreading around. Neza's heart tightened, fully aware of Shingongbao's formidable power. Without any hesitation, he summoned his universe ring and wind fire wheels, readying himself for battle. Shin Gongbao moved like a phantom, rushing toward Neza with lightning speed. In an instant, he was in front of Neza, his claws shining with a chilling light, slashing fiercely at him. Neza agilely dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding Shin Gongbao's attack, and simultaneously swung his universe ring, aiming it powerfully at Shin Gongbao's back. Feeling the attack from behind, Shin Gongbao quickly turned to block. The universe ring collided with his claws, creating a deafening noise and sparking flames. The powerful impact forced both of them to step back several times. Neza, do you think you can escape the shackles of fate? You are ultimately a demon pearl, destined to bring disaster to the world. Shin Gongbao spat out bitterly, his eyes filled with hatred and jealousy. Neza furrowed his brows and retorted loudly, Shin Gongbao, stop spouting nonsense. My fate is mine to control, not dictated by the heavens. I refuse to be controlled by fate. With that, he charged again at Shin Gongbao, the wind fire wheels in his hands swirling like a vibrant dragon, fiercely attacking. Shin Gongbao, seeing Neza's relentless assault, quickly employed his magic, casting beams of dark light from his hands that tangled with the wind fire wheels. The battle intensified, with nearby houses and trees collapsing under the force of their fight, dust and debris filling the air. As the battle raged, Neza's strength seemed inexhaustible. He unleashed various mystical powers, and with his command over the universe ring and wind fire wheels, he increasingly forced Shin Gongbao on the defensive. Shin Gongbao inwardly cursed, astonished by Neza's overwhelming strength. He had thought his magic would easily subdue Neza, but Neza's continuous self-improvement during the fight made him stronger with every moment. This can't go on, I will surely be defeated. Shin Gongbao thought desperately, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. In a sudden move, he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood, his hands quickly forming seals. As he did so, the dark aura around him thickened, and a massive energy began to gather in his palms. Neza, taste my ultimate technique, Dark Soul Devouring Spell. Shin Gongbao roared, hurling a ball of energy towards Neza. The energy ball, carrying a destructive force, seemed to warp space itself as it moved. Feeling the immense threat of the energy ball, Neza's expression turned grave. He took a deep breath, rallying all his internal strength, focusing it into the universe ring and wind fire wheels. Universe in heaven, protect me completely! Neza shouted. The universe ring and wind fire wheels shone brightly, forming an impregnable shield around him. The energy ball collided with the shield, creating a thunderous explosion. The impact was so great that it pulverized everything around them, forming a deep crater in the ground. Protected by the shield, Neza was unharmed but shaken, blood spilling from his mouth as he was blown back like a kite with its string cut. Shin Gongbao fared no better, the backlash had him reeling, his face as pale as paper. Knowing this was his last chance to defeat Neza, he gathered his remaining strength and flew towards Neza. His claws, once again gleaming coldly, aimed directly at Neza's heart. At this critical moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly descended from the sky, forming a barrier in front of Neza. As the light dissipated, a figure appeared. It was Master Tai. Shin Gongbao, how dare you harm my disciple? Today will be your end. Master Tai glared furiously, waving his dust brush, sending a powerful force toward Shin Gongbao like a tidal wave. Shin Gongbao, seeing Master Tai, was terrified. Knowing he was no match, he turned to flee. Thinking of escaping? It won't be that easy. Master Tai sneered, pointing a finger, and a beam of golden light instantly enveloped Shin Gongbao. Trapped within the golden light, Shin Gongbao could only scream miserably. Neza, are you alright? Master Tai turned to check on his disciple. Neza shook his head, wiping the blood from his lips. Master, I'm fine. Thank you for saving me. Master Tai nodded. This Shin Gongbao harbored evil intentions against you. I will take him back to Mount Kunlun and hand him over to the Heavenly Lord for punishment. With that, Master Tai, carrying Shin Gongbao, transformed into a beam of golden light and disappeared into the sky. Watching Master Tai's departure, Neza felt a deep unrest in his heart. He knew his fate was filled with hardships and challenges, but he was determined not to give up. He would continue to strive, using his own power to break the chains of fate and protect everything he cherished. A mysterious voice, as if emerging from the depths of a profound vortex, whispered eerily, Neza, Aobing, your fates were sealed at the dawn of chaos, and changing them would be harder than reaching the heavens. This voice, deep enough to seep into the marrow and hoarse as if it had traversed endless time tunnels, echoed long in their ears. Neza and Aobing exchanged glances, a surge of intense confusion and unease welling up inside them. In Nez's eyes shone an unshakable determination and defiance. He gripped his gleaming universe ring as if it could firmly grasp fate itself. Ao Bing, however, appeared solemn, his brow furrowed with worry, his gaze flickering with hesitation and confusion, pondering the secrets behind this sudden pronouncement of fate. Who are you? Why do you interfere with our fates without reason? Neza suddenly looked up and shouted into the vortex, his voice filled with endless anger and defiance, as if trying to vent all his dissatisfaction with being bound by fate. The voice from the vortex seemed to pause for a moment before slowly responding, I am the god of fate, controller of the destinies of all things in the world. Your fates, from the moment of your birth, have been pulled by the mysterious threads of destiny. No matter how hard you struggle, you cannot escape the iron clutches of fate. God of fate? Humph, I don't believe in fate. I control my own destiny. Neza scoffed, a look of disdain on his face, his body trembling slightly, clearly infuriated by the words of the god of fate. Neza, don't be impulsive, Ao Bing quickly intervened, placing a hand on Neza to calm him, speaking softly, let's first listen to what he has to say. The god of fate, sensing Ao Bing's thoughts, continued slowly, Ao Bing, as a descendant of the dragon clan, you bear the heavy responsibility of revitalizing your family. Yet, your destiny is closely linked with Neza's. You two, one born from a demon pearl and the other from a spirit bead, were meant to counterbalance each other, yet you have become close friends. This act against the arrangements of fate will bring an unprecedented catastrophe to the world. A catastrophe? All we have done is to protect the innocent. How could that bring disaster? Ao Bing asked, full of confusion, unable to comprehend the words of the god of fate. Your powers are too strong. If they go out of control, they will trigger a cataclysm between heaven and earth. Moreover, your existence has already drawn the attention of the heavenly court, which will not allow such anomalies to persist. They will surely do everything in their power to eliminate you, the god of fate said with a hint of helplessness and regret in his voice. Hearing this, Neza and Ao Bing felt a heavy sense of dread. They had never imagined their fates would be so fraught with difficulty, not only bound by inescapable destiny but also under constant threat from the heavenly court. Are we to just sit and wait for doom, to be manipulated by fate? Neza clenched his fists, his eyes burning with a firm and fiery resolve, I refuse to be led by the nose by fate. No, there is still a chance, Ao Bing suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope in his eyes, God of fate, since you can foresee our destinies, you must also know how to change them. Please tell us, what should we do? The god of fate was silent for a long time, as if pondering, before finally speaking slowly, to change your fate, you must find the legendary power of chaos. This is the most primal and powerful force in the universe, capable of breaking the chains of destiny. However, it is sealed in an extremely dangerous place, filled with powerful monsters and deadly traps. You must be very careful and cautious. The power of chaos? Alright, we will find it. Neza said without hesitation, his eyes shining with determination. Neza, wait. Ao Bing wanted to say more, but Neza had already turned and sped off like a shooting star towards the horizon. Ao Bing, we can't give up so easily, Neza's voice came from afar. Even if it costs us our lives, I will change my fate. Watching Neza's retreating figure, Ao Bing was filled with conflict and struggle. He knew that seeking the power of chaos was extremely dangerous, potentially life-threatening, but he did not want to let down Neza's trust. Finally, he gritted his teeth and resolutely followed in Neza's footsteps, flying towards the unknown. Will they succeed in finding the power of chaos? What dramatic twists will their fates take? The answers seem hidden in the endless mist, waiting for them to uncover. The mysterious figure slowly turned around, revealing a face familiar to Neza and Ao Bing, yet marked with an eerie smirk that seemed to belong to a demon from the depths of hell. Neza gripped his universe ring tighter, and Ao Bing steadied his spear, both prepared for whatever this enigmatic presence might bring. You are, how could it be you? Neza's voice trembled with a mix of anger and disbelief as he recognized the person before him. The figure stood tall, their eyes gleaming with an unsettling light, as if they held secrets too dark for the world to know. I am indeed the one you know, but not as you remember, the figure spoke with a chilling calmness that contrasted sharply with the turbulent energy swirling around them. I have transcended beyond the mere mortal coil you knew me by, embracing the chaos you so fearfully tried to contain. Ao Bing, his expression a mix of shock and confusion, finally found his voice, but why? Why lead us through such trials, to gather a power that could destroy worlds? The figure's smirk widened, because, my dear warriors, true strength is not given, it is forged in the fires of adversity. You needed to be tested, to see if you truly had the mettle to wield the chaos without succumbing to it. Neza, still skeptical and defensive, tightened his hold on the universe ring. And what if we had failed? What then? Were we to become pawns in your twisted game? The figure stepped closer, the air around them crackling with dark energy. Then you would have been casualties in the eternal battle for balance. But you succeeded, and now you stand before me not as pawns, but as potentates of chaos, capable of shaping realities. Ao Bing, understanding dawning on him, lowered his spear slightly but remained on guard. So this was all a test? A trial to prove our worthiness? Exactly, the figure nodded. And now, with the power of chaos at your command, you must decide. Will you be its master, or its servant? The path you choose will define not just your fates, but the fate of all existence. Neza, his resolve hardening, stepped forward, his voice resolute. We will master this chaos. We will use it not for destruction, but to protect those who cannot protect themselves. We will be the shield against the darkness, not its harbinger. The mysterious figure observed them for a moment, then slowly clapped, a sound that echoed oddly in the air. Very well, Neza, Ao Bing. You have truly risen beyond my expectations. But be warned, the power you now wield is unlike any other. It will test you in ways you cannot imagine. With those final words, the figure began to fade, dissolving into the shadows from which they had emerged. Remember, the balance of chaos is not maintained by strength alone, but by the wisdom to know when to wield it, and when to withhold. As the figure disappeared completely, leaving Neza and Ao Bing alone in the clearing outside the cave, the weight of their new responsibilities settled upon their shoulders. They looked at each other, allies forged in the fires of trials, now guardians of a power so vast and volatile, yet under their command. Let's go, Ao Bing, Neza said, determination lighting his features. We have a new path to forge, one of balance and protection. This power, it will not control us. We will define its use, for the good of all. With that, Neza and Ao Bing set out, stepping into the unknown future with the confidence of those who had faced the depths of chaos and emerged not just unscathed, but empowered. The world awaited their protection, and they would not fail it. Is it really you? Neza's eyes, already wide as brass bells, grew even larger, as if sparks were about to fly from them. He shouted in disbelief. Beside him, Ao Bing's mouth fell open slightly, and a deep exclamation of surprise escaped his throat. Really, it's you. Their voices were full of astonishment and shock, and the two stood there, momentarily at a loss, staring at the person who had suddenly appeared before them. The god of destiny stood quietly, his face expressionless as if everything in the world was under his control. His deep eyes emitted an unfathomable mysterious light, sharp as a sword, invoking a sense of awe. After a while, Neza gradually regained his composure. He frowned deeply, his face full of confusion, and asked, God of Destiny, why are you here? Was all this arranged by you beforehand? The god of destiny nodded slightly, his tone serene. Yes, everything is the arrangement of destiny. That you could find the power of chaos was also within my expectations. Ao Bing stepped forward, a hint of wariness flashing in his eyes. He asked, what is your purpose? Why guide us to seek the power of chaos? The god of destiny sighed lightly and explained slowly, you must understand, the power of chaos is one of the most powerful forces between heaven and earth. It has the magical power to change the world, but it is also a double-edged sword. If used properly, it can save all beings and restore peace to the world, but if it falls into the hands of evil, it will bring endless disaster and plunge the world into darkness. Neza and Ao Bing exchanged a glance, a foreboding feeling rising in their hearts. Neza quickly asked, are there others who have their eyes on the power of chaos? The god of destiny nodded, his expression turning grave. Yes, a dark force has been covertly coveting the power of chaos. They plot to use it to disrupt the balance between heaven and earth and to rule the entire world. You are the only ones who can stop them. Ao Bing gripped his long spear tightly, determination shining in his eyes. We will not let them succeed. Neza also stood tall, his face set with resolve. Right. Whoever wants to seize the power of chaos will have to get past us first. The god of destiny looked at them, a hint of relief in his eyes. Good, I have not misjudged you. However, you should know that this dark force is extremely powerful, and your current strength is not yet sufficient. Neza frowned slightly, his face filled with concern. What should we do then? The god of destiny spoke slowly. You need to perfectly integrate the power of chaos with your own strength. Only then can you unleash the true power of chaos. However, this process is extremely dangerous. Any carelessness can lead to being devoured by the power of chaos, leading to your destruction. Neza and Ao Bing tightened their jaws, a look of resolve in their eyes. Neza declared, "We are not afraid of danger. If it can save the people and change fate, even at the cost of our lives, we are willing to pay it." Ao Bing nodded firmly in agreement. The god of destiny looked at them appreciatively. "Well, since you have made your decision, let's begin. I will protect the law for you here. Good luck." Neza and Ao Bing took a deep breath, then sat down cross-legged, closing their eyes and concentrating on guiding the power of chaos to flow slowly within them. However, the power of chaos was too strong and began to rampage through their bodies like a wild beast, causing immense pain as if their bodies were being torn apart. Despite the pain, they persevered, continuing to absorb the power of chaos. As time passed, the power of chaos gradually came under their control and began to slowly merge with their own power. Their bodies underwent magical changes, exuding an unprecedented powerful aura. Just as they were about to succeed, a dark force like lightning struck from afar, heading straight for them. The god of destiny exclaimed, "Be careful." Neza and Ao Bing opened their eyes in shock to see a bolt of black light streaking towards them, filled with endless evil energy. They quickly stood up to face the enemy. The dark force reached them in an instant, forming a huge shadow that let out a sinister laugh. "Ha, the power of chaos is mine." With that, the shadow, like a fierce beast, pounced towards Neza and Ao Bing. Unafraid, they used all their skills to engage in a fierce and thrilling battle with the shadow. The shadow's power was immense, and gradually Neza and Ao Bing began to falter, sustaining injuries as blood flowed from them. But they knew they could not back down. To do so would mean all their efforts were in vain. At their moment of greatest peril, Neza felt a surge of powerful energy from the power of chaos within him. He shouted, "Ao Bing, let's release the power of chaos together." Without hesitation, Ao Bing nodded, and they combined their powers, then unleashed it like thunder towards the shadow. There was a massive explosion as the power of chaos collided with the shadow, sending out a powerful wave of energy that surged like a tsunami, collapsing nearby mountains and cracking the ground. The shadow screamed in pain and gradually dissipated under the impact of the power of chaos. Neza and Ao Bing were also thrown back by the powerful energy wave, crashing heavily to the ground. They struggled to their feet, finding themselves severely injured but with the power of chaos fully integrated with their own power. The god of destiny walked towards them with a stable and majestic stride, his deep gaze shining like stars as he looked at the two young warriors. His lips curled into an indescribable smile of relief, as if seeing a ray of hope piercing through the dense fog to illuminate the earth. "You have succeeded," the god of destiny's voice boomed, echoing in the air, each word filled with endless authority and solemnity that inspired awe. "From now on, you are the masters of the power of chaos, bearing the sacred mission to save the world." Neza and Ao Bing exchanged a look, their eyes shining with determination. They knew this moment marked a significant turning point in their lives. The confusion, struggles, and challenges of the past seemed to dissipate, replaced by a boundless vision for the future and a sense of mission. They smiled at each other, a smile that contained trust and understanding forged through shared trials and a deep commitment to justice and goodness. Now, as masters of the power of chaos, they possessed the power to change the world, but they were not arrogant. Instead, they understood that with great power comes great responsibility. Yet, it was this heavy responsibility that spurred them to move forward courageously, unafraid of hardships. However, not long into their journey to save the world, they unexpectedly discovered a shocking secret. The power of chaos was not as simple as they had thought, it seemed to harbor some unknown dangers. During an accidental exploration, they found an ancient scroll that recorded the truth about the power of chaos. It turned out that this power was not inherently meant to guard peace but was an evil force that had been sealed for a long time. Once released, it could bring unimaginable disasters and doom the world. Faced with this sudden revelation, they fell into deep confusion and fear. Should they continue to use this power, or seek other ways to defend peace? Doubts began to shake their hearts, and disagreements arose between them. At this critical moment, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared before them. He seemed to understand the power of chaos thoroughly and proposed an unexpected solution. However, who was this mysterious person, and what were his true intentions? All these questions became mysteries in their hearts, waiting to be unraveled. Faced with this sudden and significant revelation, they felt as if they had been engulfed in a dense fog, sinking into deep confusion and fear. Neza furrowed his brow tightly, the turmoil in his expression resembling a tangled mass of threads, his eyes revealing profound bewilderment and struggle. Thoughts swirled in his mind like a chaotic knot. The chaotic power was overwhelmingly strong, if they continued to harness it, perhaps they could indeed protect peace in a very short time.
But what if this power suddenly spiraled out of control? The consequences would be unimaginable, akin to a nightmare.
Ao Bing, on the other hand, wore a grave expression, his gaze flitting nervously like a startled deer, as if he were searching for a glimmer of an answer in this dark world. His heart was also in turmoil, wrestling with the danger posed by the chaotic power. Surely, there must be safer, more reliable methods to pursue.
But in this vast expanse, where should they begin their search? Should they continue to unhesitatingly wield this powerful chaotic force, or exhaust every effort to find alternative ways to safeguard the hard-won peace?
Their hearts began to waver violently, and their differences became increasingly apparent. Neza firmly insisted on continuing to use the chaotic power. He believed that in this critical moment, there was no time to search for other avenues. Only by relying on this unparalleled strength could they quickly and effectively resolve the pressing issues and restore peace and tranquility to the world. Ao Bing, however, staunchly opposed this idea, holding on to deep concerns about the uncontrollable disasters that might arise from the chaotic power. He maintained that they must seek other, safer, and more reliable methods and could not naively place the fate of the entire world in the hands of such an uncertain force. The two stood as if on the edge of a cliff, each holding their ground, their atmosphere growing increasingly tense, as if a fierce conflict could erupt at any moment. Just as they argued fervently, each refusing to yield, a mysterious figure appeared before them like a ghost. Clad in a long robe as dark as ink, it seemed woven from shadows, and his features were completely shrouded in heavy darkness, making it impossible to discern his true appearance, as if he had emerged from a dark abyss. This enigmatic person exuded a unique and eerie aura, seemingly connected to the chaotic power, as if he were a messenger of chaos or a guardian of the chaotic realm. The mysterious figure stood silently, like a silent observer, watching Nezet and Ao Bing's heated argument with a glint of slyness in his eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke, "There is no need for you to argue endlessly. The chaotic power is not solely meant for brutal combat, it actually has more wondrous and miraculous applications." Upon hearing this, Nezet and Ao Bing paused their fierce dispute as if enchanted, turning their curious gazes toward the mysterious figure, their eyes filled with anticipation. The mysterious figure slightly squinted, a glimmer of light passing through his eyes, and continued, "The chaotic power is the primordial force from the time when heaven and earth were first created.
It contains boundless creativity and possibilities.
You can harness this powerful force to create an entirely new world, one without the smoke of war, free from the torments of pain, a world filled with peace and beauty, a world where all can live happily." Nez's eyes widened, sparkling with astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, as if he could hardly believe his ears.
Create an entirely new world? Is that really possible? This is simply unbelievable.
The mysterious figure smiled faintly, a hint of mystery in his eyes as he said, "As long as you believe in your own power and in the wondrousness of the chaotic force, nothing is impossible.
The strength of the chaotic power far exceeds your imagination.
If you can truly grasp its essence and understand its true meaning, you will surely achieve this seemingly unattainable goal." Ao Bing's heart stirred, he found a semblance of truth in the mysterious figure's words, yet his worries lingered. He cautiously asked, "So, what exactly should we do? Where should we begin?" The mysterious figure pulled out an ancient and weathered book from his robe. The cover was somewhat damaged, and the edges were stained with the marks of time, as if it were a treasure passed down from ancient times. He handed the book to Neza and Ao Bing, saying, "This book contains all the secrets of the chaotic power and the specific methods for creating a world.
If you follow the guidance within, you will surely succeed."
Neza took the book, his heart filled with anticipation. He eagerly flipped it open, but what met his eyes were those ancient, obscure characters, filled with mysterious symbols and patterns, resembling an old code that left him utterly confused.
He couldn't help but feel disheartened, exclaiming, "What is all this?
I can't understand it at all, it's like reading a celestial script." The mysterious figure sighed softly, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, and said, "This book requires you to comprehend with your heart and feel with your soul. It's okay if you can't understand it right now, as long as you continuously explore and experiment during practice, you will gradually uncover its mysteries." With that, the mysterious figure turned to leave, his silhouette fading into the darkness, as if about to vanish into the endless shadows.
Neza, feeling anxious, called out, "Wait. Who are you? Why do you want to help us?
What is your true purpose?" The mysterious figure paused, slightly turning his head, his shadowy face becoming even more enigmatic. He replied, "Who I am is not important.
What matters is that you believe in your choices and bravely face the challenges of the future. Remember, your destiny is always in your own hands. With that, the mysterious figure vanished like a ghost into the darkness, leaving Neza and Ao Bing standing there, filled with confusion and reflection. They knew they were about to embark on a path filled with the unknown and challenges, and whether the appearance of this mysterious figure brought them blessings or concealed some ulterior motives, they could not tell. But at that moment, they had no way out. They could only tightly grasp the book in their hands, filled with hope and fear for the future, and resolutely continue forward, seeking the hidden mysteries behind the chaotic power, striving to realize the dream of creating a new world that seemed impossible. Li Jing sensed that Neza had made contact with the mysterious figure, and an indescribable wave of worry surged within him. The sudden appearance of this enigmatic person was too suspicious. His true identity and ulterior motives loomed like a thick fog, causing Li Jing to feel deeply unsettled. He feared that the innocent and naive Neza might be cleverly swayed and exploited by this mysterious man, leading to a series of uncontrollable disasters that could bring irreparable harm to their family and Chuntang Pass. Thus, Li Jing's expression grew increasingly grave as he solemnly called Neza into the austere study. Inside, the atmosphere was so quiet it felt almost frozen. Li Jing paced slowly around the room, hands clasped behind his back, and after a long while, he began to speak. In a low and serious voice, he meticulously explained the mission and responsibilities that their family bore. Neza, do you know that our family has been guarding Chuntang Pass for generations? This is not merely a position of great honor, it is a heavy responsibility, like a massive mountain pressing down on our shoulders. Li Jing's gaze was sharp and focused, his eyes sparkling with hope while exuding an undeniable authority. Countless ancestors sacrificed their lives to protect this land and its people. They forged our family's illustrious name with their blood and sweat, allowing us to stand firm in this world. Neza stood quietly, listening to his father's teachings, feeling as if a stone had been thrown into his heart, creating ripples of reflection. Li Jing continued, as a descendant of the Li family, you carry an extremely significant responsibility. Every action you take, every decision you make, concerns not only your own fate but also the honor of our family and the safety of the people. You can no longer act recklessly, allowing your emotions to dictate your actions. You must learn to control your feelings and approach challenges with calm and rational thinking. Neza listened intently to his father's words, lost in deep thought. He slowly raised his head, his eyes shining with determination, like two brilliant stars shining in the darkness. Father, I understand. I will strive to become more mature and responsible. I will take on my share of the responsibility and become a true hero, never disappointing the expectations of our family. Seeing Neza's resolute expression, Li Jing felt a surge of comfort. However, just then, urgent and frantic footsteps echoed from outside the door. A soldier rushed into the study, breathless and panicked, exclaiming, "Report! General, something terrible has happened. A group of unknown monsters has suddenly appeared outside the city, charging fiercely toward Chuntang Pass." Upon hearing this, both Li Jing and Neza's expressions changed dramatically, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the study. These monsters arrived so suddenly, could it be related to that mysterious man? Li Jing pondered quietly, his brows furrowing deeply. Neza gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly, fury blazing in his eyes as if the flames were ready to ignite the entire study. Humph! Regardless of whether these monsters are linked to the mysterious man, I will never allow them to harm the people of Chuntang Pass. They will pay for their actions. With that, Neza turned resolutely and strode toward the door, his footsteps firm and powerful, as if declaring his determination to the world. Li Jing watched Neza's departing figure, feeling both proud and secretly anxious. He knew Neza had grown up, showing responsibility and courage, but he also understood that this sudden crisis might conceal a much larger and more dangerous conspiracy. Would Neza be able to successfully drive away those vile monsters? This question weighed heavily like a stone on everyone's hearts, bringing a sense of oppression and anxiety. Meanwhile, the identity and purpose of the sudden mysterious figure remained shrouded in an unshakable fog, leaving everyone in endless doubt and speculation. People began to speculate about the connection between this mysterious figure and the gripping crisis at hand. Some believed he might be a messenger sent by heaven to save the people, endowed with miraculous powers and wisdom. Others thought he could be the mastermind behind this disaster, having meticulously orchestrated the chaos, while some considered him merely an innocent passerby caught up in the turmoil, irrelevant to the crisis. Yet, regardless of how people debated and speculated, one thing was undeniable: the mysterious man was intricately linked to this sudden crisis. Their relationship resembled a complex spider web,
seemingly chaotic but subtly revealing some elusive pattern. At this moment, time felt as if it had frozen. Chentang Pass was enveloped in an invisible tension, descending into a suffocating atmosphere of unease and strangeness. The streets were crowded with anxious faces, eyes wide open, fixated on the distance as if trying to peer through the endless void to see what was coming. A heavy weight seemed to press down on their chests, filling them with worry and anticipation for Neza. Everyone silently prayed, hoping that Neza, the brave young hero, could rely on his strength and wisdom to overcome the terrifying monsters. However, facing such a powerful enemy, a flicker of doubt arose in their hearts. Did Neza truly possess enough strength and chances of success? Meanwhile, the identity of the mysterious man became the focal point of everyone's attention. Who was he? Why had he suddenly appeared here? How would he influence this heart-pounding battle? Countless questions tangled in their minds like a chaotic knot, impossible to unravel, plunging them into deep confusion and uncertainty. These unknown factors intertwined and collided, forming a vast net that tightly bound everyone, leaving them unable to escape. Together, they constituted a monumental suspense, like a dark cloud hanging heavily over this weathered ancient town, refusing to disperse, as if heralding an impending storm. Neza dashed out of the study without hesitation, like a streak of lightning racing straight toward the city gate. Li Jing followed closely behind, his brow furrowed in deep concern. The weight of his worries felt like a heavy stone pressing against his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. Outside the city gate, a horde of ferocious and terrifying monsters advanced menacingly toward them. These creatures varied in form, some loomed like towering mountains, shaking the ground with each step they took, others had sharp, knife-like fangs glinting with a chilling light, as if a single bite could easily tear everything apart, and some were surrounded by raging flames, leaving a trail of charred earth that emitted a nauseating stench. Neza stood atop the high city wall, overlooking the surging army of monsters below. There was not a trace of fear in his eyes, instead, they burned with a fierce fighting spirit. He gripped the Rui Jingu Bang tightly, feeling the mysterious glow of chaotic power emanating from it, as if proclaiming to the world that its master possessed unprecedented strength capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Monsters! Today is your doom! Neza roared, his voice booming like a great bell, echoing through the sky. With that, he leaped off the wall like a shooting star, charging swiftly into the throng of monsters. As Neza plunged into the crowd of monsters, he was like a fierce tiger among a flock of helpless sheep. He swung the Rui Jingu Bang with tremendous force, creating a powerful gust of wind. With every swing, the chaotic energy surged forth like a tidal wave, sending the surrounding monsters flying. They let out piercing cries under the relentless impact of the chaotic force, some even disintegrating into fine ash and dissipating into the air. However, the number of monsters was overwhelming, like an endless ocean, relentless in their advance. Despite Neza's extraordinary strength, he gradually began to feel the strain under the relentless barrage of attacks. Wounds started to appear on his body, blood gushing from them and staining his once immaculate clothes, yet he gritted his teeth and fought on fiercely, refusing to back down. Humph! These monsters are truly troublesome. Neza thought to himself, realizing that continuing like this was not a viable option. He needed to quickly find the monsters' weaknesses and defeat them all in one blow, otherwise, if the battle dragged on, he feared he wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. At that moment, a massive monster, so large it was almost unimaginable, lunged at Neza. It was like a moving mountain, its razor-sharp claws glinting with a metallic sheen, ready to shred Neza to pieces with a single swipe. The monster swung its claws, creating a whirlwind that tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Neza's heart raced at the sight, but he remained calm, deftly sidestepping the monster's claws. The claws grazed past him, producing a chilling sound that sent a shiver down his spine. Seizing the opportunity, Neza leaped onto the monster's back. He raised the Rui Jingu Bang and brought it down forcefully onto the creature's head. The chaotic power erupted from the Rui Jingu Bang, exploding like a powerful bomb, creating a deafening sound. The monster let out a horrific shriek, thrashing its massive body in an attempt to dislodge Neza. With a firm grip on the monster's fur, Neza continued to strike its head with the Rui Jingu Bang. The chaotic force surged like a powerful torrent, relentlessly pounding the monster's skull. Under the continuous onslaught of chaotic energy, the monster finally collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, Li Jing was leading the soldiers in a fierce battle against the monsters. Although the soldiers fought bravely, they gradually fell into a dire situation in the face of the monster's overwhelming strength. The monster's attacks were relentless, causing many soldiers to be injured and fall to the ground, staining the earth with their blood. This can't go on, we need to find a way. Li Jing thought anxiously, swinging his sword to fend off the monsters while keenly observing the battlefield, searching for a strategy to turn the tide.
Suddenly, Li Jing's gaze fell upon several cannons within the city. An idea sparked in his mind, and he quickly ordered the soldiers to bring the cannons out. Aim at the monsters and fire.
Li Jing shouted, his voice filled with determination and decisiveness.
The soldiers sprang into action, swiftly adjusting the cannon angles and lighting the fuses.
With thunderous booms, cannonballs soared through the air toward the monstrous horde.
Explosions erupted among the monsters, sending flames and smoke into the sky, as countless monsters were blown to pieces, their cries echoing in the aftermath.
Seizing the moment, Neza unleashed a more aggressive attack, pushing the power of the Rui Jingu Bang to its limits. The chaotic energy perfectly merged with the Rui Jingu Bang, transforming into golden beams that pierced through the monsters' bodies, inflicting severe damage. Under Neza's fierce assault, the monsters began to fall, their casualties mounting, and the tide of battle gradually shifted in their favor.
Under Neza and Li Jing's leadership, the soldiers' morale soared.
It was as if they had been infused with a powerful force, courageously battling the monsters in a life-or-death struggle.
After an intense and thrilling battle, the monsters finally began to retreat, scattering toward the distance. Seeing the monsters attempt to flee, Neza would not let them escape.
He soared into the air, chasing after them like an arrow released from a bow. Just as Neza was about to catch up to the monsters, a shadow suddenly flashed across the sky.
Its speed was lightning fast, instantly appearing before Neza.
Neza focused, and before him stood the mysterious figure in a black robe. The figure wore a strange mask, covered in bizarre runes, obscuring his true face. He exuded a powerful and sinister aura, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell.
Again, you. Who are you? Neza glared at the mysterious figure, his eyes ablaze with fury.
He tightened his grip on the Rui Jingu Bang, his knuckles turning white from the pressure, as the chaotic energy surged around him, ready to explode. The mysterious figure did not answer Neza's question, he merely stared coldly at him, his eyes glinting with an eerie light that seemed capable of piercing the soul, sending chills down Neza's spine.
Humph. No matter who you are, you won't escape today. Neza declared, swinging the Rui Jingu Bang toward the mysterious figure.
The chaotic energy transformed into a massive golden dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it lunged at the mysterious figure with the intent to devour him. With a cold laugh, the mysterious figure dodged Neza's attack effortlessly, moving like a ghost, his form elusive and difficult to grasp. Neza was taken aback, he had not expected the mysterious figure to possess such formidable strength, able to evade his attacks so easily. He couldn't afford to be careless and launched another assault, the Rui Jingu Bang striking toward the mysterious figure like a fierce storm, the chaotic force crashing against the figure's presence. Yet, the mysterious figure always managed to evade at the crucial moment, as if he could foresee Neza's every move.
Ha 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 ha.
Neza, you are no match for me, the mysterious figure laughed mockingly, his tone dripping with disdain, as if ridiculing Neza's naivety.
Filled with anger, Neza refused to be humiliated.
He decided to unleash his ultimate move and confront the mysterious figure head-on. Neza retracted the Rui Jingu Bang, forming a seal with both hands and chanting incantations. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful aura radiated from him, causing the surrounding air to feel thick and oppressive. The chaotic energy on the Rui Jingu Bang also became increasingly violent, as if it sought to break free and annihilate everything.
Chaos uncertain. Chaos, return to one.
Neza shouted, throwing the Rui Jingu Bang toward the mysterious figure. In the air, the Rui Jingu Bang rapidly expanded, transforming into a massive golden vortex, the chaotic energy surging within it, as if ready to swallow everything. The mysterious figure's expression changed slightly at the sight. He felt the immense power of Neza's move and a strong sense of crisis surged within him. He swiftly formed seals with his hands, chanting words as a surge of black energy erupted from him, meeting Neza's Rui Jingu Bang. The two formidable forces collided fiercely in the air, creating a deafening explosion that seemed to shatter the very heavens. The world changed color as the wind and clouds roiled, mountains crumbled under the intensity of the impact, and deep cracks appeared on the ground, as if the end of the world was imminent. Both Neza and the mysterious figure were thrown back by the force of the collision, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. Neza struggled to rise but found his body gravely injured, unable to move for a while. The mysterious figure lay at a distance, his black robe tattered, the mask cracked, slowly rising to his feet, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes glinting with unwillingness and rage.
Humph, I didn't expect you to merge with the chaotic power, I underestimated you, the mysterious figure gasped. Neza glared at him, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you against me?" With a cold smirk, the mysterious figure replied, "Who I am is unimportant, what matters is that you must die today." With that, the mysterious figure lunged at Neza once more. Just then, Li Jing arrived, positioning himself in front of Neza. "You will not harm my son!" Li Jing shouted, his voice filled with unwavering determination. The mysterious figure regarded Li Jing with a hint of disdain. "You think you can stop me?" he scoffed. Li Jing said nothing, gripping his sword tightly and remaining on guard. He knew his power paled in comparison to the mysterious figures, but he would do anything to protect Neza, even at the cost of his own life. Ignoring Li Jing, the mysterious figure dashed toward Neza. Li Jing quickly swung his sword to defend, but the mysterious figure's speed was far too great. He couldn't keep up with the figure's rhythm, each of his attacks proving futile. As the mysterious figure's strike was about to hit Neza, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky once more. This light was even more dazzling and mysterious than before, seemingly containing an unimaginable power that evoked a sense of reverence. Upon seeing the light, the mysterious figure's expression changed dramatically. He halted his attack and looked up at the light in fear and trepidation. How is this possible? The function list has appeared at this moment, he murmured. Neza and Li Jing were also drawn to the radiant light, their expressions filled with confusion and shock. The function list? What is that? Neza asked. Li Jing took a deep breath and replied slowly, "The function list is an ancient artifact said to possess mysterious power, capable of determining the fate of deities. In times of turmoil, the function list appears to select a group of heroes and bestow upon them divine status to uphold the order of heaven and earth." Hearing this, Neza felt a surge of curiosity, gazing at the light in the sky, filled with anticipation. Could it be that we are about to usher in a new era? Neza muttered to himself. Li Jing nodded, his eyes also reflecting excitement, but he knew that the emergence of the function list meant that greater crises and challenges were on the horizon. They had to prepare for everything that was about to come. The mysterious figure gazed at the radiant function list in the sky, his fear intensifying as waves of unease surged within him. He understood all too well that the emergence of the function list would undoubtedly become a massive obstacle in the path of his meticulously plotted plans. Moreover, Neza, now infused with chaotic power, felt like a sharp thorn embedded deep in his heart, a threat he must eliminate quickly to prevent future troubles. Humph! What does the function list matter? I will not allow you fools to ruin my plans. The mysterious figure gritted his teeth, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he spoke. In an instant, he transformed into a shadow, darting like black lightning toward Neza, determined to resolve this troublesome issue before the mysterious powers of the function list fully awakened. Li Jing, witnessing this, was struck with alarm. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward, attempting to intercept the mysterious figure's reckless advance. However, the mysterious figure's strength was overwhelming. With a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed a force that struck Li Jing like a heavy mountain, sending him flying through the air. Li Jing's body arced like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out blood, the severity of his injuries evident. "Father!" Neza's eyes ignited with anger and concern. He forced himself to endure the pain coursing through his body, struggling to stand as the Rui Jindu bang in his hand glowed with the unique mystical light of chaotic power, seemingly ready to illuminate the very heavens. The mysterious figure coldly regarded Neza, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. "Neza, do you think you can contend with me using that evil power? Today is your death day." With that, the mysterious figure swiftly moved his hands, black energy swirling like ink to form a massive scythe, flickering with a sinister light that seemed capable of devouring all life. He swung the scythe mercilessly toward Neza, aiming to cleave him in two. Neza showed no fear in his eyes. He poured all of his chaotic power into the Rui Jindu bang, which instantaneously expanded into a colossal golden shield, firmly blocking his front. The mysterious figure's scythe struck the Rui Jindu bang with a thunderous crash, sending shockwaves that rippled out like wild ocean waves, sparks flying as if the entire world would ignite. The tremendous force pushed Neza back a few steps, his feet leaving deep gouges in the hard ground as if carved by a sword. Yet he held tightly to the Rui Jindu bang, determination shining in his eyes as he faced the mysterious figure without retreating. What does evil power matter? I, Neza, will never be controlled by it. I will defeat you. Neza shouted fiercely, his voice brimming with indomitable fighting spirit. Hearing Neza's words, the mysterious figure laughed heartily, filled with derision and disdain. How naive! The chaotic power is one of the most malevolent forces in existence.
Once fused with you, it will erode your mind like a malignant tumor, driving you to madness and brutality.
You think you can remain clear-headed? Neza's heart jolted.
He had to admit there was some truth in the mysterious figure's words. Since merging with the chaotic power, he often felt an uncontrollable impulse within him, a desire to destroy everything. Yet he had always relied on his tenacious will to fiercely resist this evil urge.
No! I will not be controlled by chaotic power. I will find a way to break free. Neza gritted his teeth, determination flashing in his eyes.
He silently vowed never to let chaotic power dictate his fate. The mysterious figure sneered, no longer wanting to waste words on Neza. He swung the scythe again, launching a more intense and frenzied assault. As the scythe sliced through the air, it seemed to tear it apart, producing sharp whistling sounds. Neza knew he could no longer remain passively defensive. He had to take the initiative and seek out the mysterious figure's weaknesses. Thus, he unleashed various miraculous techniques of the Rui Jingu Bang, darting like lightning between the figure's attacks, engaging in a breathtaking and fierce battle. The battlefield erupted with blinding lights and explosions, resembling the end of the world. Neza and the mysterious figure danced through the light, their speeds dazzling to behold, like two sprites flitting through the air. Each collision triggered massive energy waves, causing mountains to collapse and trees to shatter, creating a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse. However, despite Neza's full effort and the utilization of all his skills, the evil nature of the chaotic power continued to erode his body and mind, causing his movements to slow and his reactions to dull. Gradually, he found himself at a disadvantage. The mysterious figure keenly noticed Neza's change, a trace of triumph flashing in his eyes as he intensified his attacks. The black scythe swept toward Neza like a torrential storm, the overwhelming force nearly impossible to withstand. Neza suffered several more deep wounds, blood flowing freely.
Ha ha, Neza, accept your fate.
You are doomed to become a slave of the chaotic power, never able to escape its grasp. The mysterious figure crowed triumphantly, his eyes filled with contempt and pity for Neza. Neza's heart swelled with unwillingness and anger, he refused to succumb so easily. Just as he found himself at his lowest point, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Perhaps he could use the mysterious power of the function list to suppress the chaotic power and break free from its control. With that resolve, Neza summoned all his remaining strength, darting toward the function list in the sky like an arrow released from a bow. The mysterious figure's expression changed in an instant, realizing Neza's intent, a wave of intense unease washing over him as he rushed to intercept. But at that moment, Neza had thrown caution to the wind. All that filled his mind was the belief that he could harness the power of the function list to break free from the chaotic power's hold and regain his freedom. Just as the mysterious figure was about to close in on Neza, he reached the base of the function list. He stretched out his hand, attempting to touch the list. As his fingertips were about to make contact, a powerful and warm force surged from the list, enveloping Neza entirely. In that instant, Neza felt a pure and potent energy flooding through him, the evil aura of chaotic power seeming to encounter its nemesis, gradually dissipating without a trace. His heart filled with joy and gratitude, he knew he had made the right gamble. The power of the function list could indeed help him escape the clutches of chaotic power. The mysterious figure, witnessing this scene, was engulfed by a strong sense of despair and fury. He gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with madness. Unwilling to let his efforts go to waste, he charged at Neza, intent on severing his connection to the function list and preventing him from breaking free. However, just as he was about to reach Neza, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst forth from the function list, striking the mysterious figure like a sharp sword. With a piercing scream, he was sent flying like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground and repeatedly spitting blood. Struggling to rise, he found his body bound by the mysterious power of the function list, unable to move a single inch, as if trapped by a binding spell.
No!
This is impossible, the mysterious figure screamed in despair, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness toward his fate. Neza slowly descended from the air, the wounds on his body healing at an astonishing speed under the nurturing power of the function list. His gaze was clear and resolute, the evil influence of chaotic power had vanished completely, restoring him to the righteous and brave Neza. He approached the mysterious figure, looking down at this once mighty adversary, feeling no pity, only a steadfast commitment to justice and a deep loathing for evil.
You have done too many bad deeds, today is your retribution. Neza declared coldly, his voice imbued with authority and strength.
The mysterious figure glared at Neza, hatred flickering in his eyes as he spat, "Don't be too smug, my master will not let you go."
Your master? Who is he?
Neza asked, confusion flashing in his eyes. The mysterious figure opened his mouth to respond, but suddenly black blood spewed from his lips, his body gradually becoming ethereal, as if he were about to vanish from this world.
Ha ha ha, you will never know, the mysterious figure uttered his final words before completely dissipating into thin air, leaving behind only void and silence.
Neza stared at the spot where the mysterious figure had vanished, filled with questions and confusion.
Who was the master of that mysterious figure? Why had he sent him to confront Neza? What kind of conspiracy and secrets lay behind all this? Countless questions swirled in his mind, tangled like a knotted mess.
Just as Neza was lost in thought, Li Jing approached him slowly, his eyes filled with pride and relief.
Neza, I'm so glad you're okay. Neza turned to look at his injured father, a wave of guilt washing over him.
Father, I'm sorry. It's my fault that you got hurt, Neza said, tears glistening in his eyes. Li Jing shook his head, gently patting Neza's shoulder. Silly boy, this is not your fault. You managed to overcome the chaotic power at a critical moment and saved Chentang Pass. You are our hero, and we are proud of you. Hearing his father's words, warmth spread through Neza's heart, and the guilt gradually faded. He understood that he bore the heavy responsibility of protecting his family and the people, he could not let them down. He must become stronger to face the challenges that lay ahead. At that moment, the light of the function list in the sky began to dim, ultimately disappearing behind the clouds as if it had never existed. Neza looked up at the sky, a strong sense of duty welling up within him. He knew that the emergence of the function list would undoubtedly lead to a bloody storm, they had to prepare for the immense challenges ahead. Li Jing nodded, understanding Neza's thoughts. He was aware that a greater crisis was approaching, but he believed that as long as they worked together as father and son, they could overcome any difficulties and protect Chentang Pass and their family. Just then, Neza suddenly sensed a mysterious force lurking in the shadows, filled with hostility and threat, as if it could strike at any moment. Startled, he quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to locate the source of the mysterious power.
What's wrong, Neza? Li Jing noticed Neza's unusual demeanor and asked with concern.
I sense a mysterious force monitoring us, and it doesn't seem to harbor good intentions, Neza replied, wariness flickering in his eyes. Li Jing frowned, feeling a hint of unease. The mysterious force weighed heavily on him. He looked around but found nothing amiss, yet his apprehension only grew stronger.
Perhaps you're just too tense.
Don't overthink it, Li Jing comforted, though concern lingered in his eyes.
Neza shook his head, certain that his instincts were correct.
The mysterious force was immensely powerful and filled with hostility, and it undoubtedly had ulterior motives.
We must remain vigilant and be prepared for any potential dangers, Neza insisted, determination shining in his eyes.
Li Jing nodded, knowing Neza's character. Once he set his mind on something, he would see it through to the end. Trusting Neza's intuition, he began to stay alert, closely monitoring their surroundings. Upon returning to Chentang Pass, Neza immediately entered seclusion to cultivate his strength. He knew that although he had temporarily escaped the control of chaotic power with the help of the function list, it still resided within him like a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. He must quickly find a way to master the chaotic power, taming it to become his own strength rather than being controlled by it. Only by doing so could he truly become a powerful hero, protecting Chentang Pass and his family. Since the moment Neza learned that the heavenly tribulation was imminent, a fierce and unyielding flame ignited within him. This flame was not merely fear or concern for the impending disaster, it represented his deep-seated challenge to fate and his resolute struggle against the injustices of the world. He silently vowed to break through this predetermined catastrophe, to write his own glorious legend through action, and to show the world that he, Neza, was not a pawn of fate but a true hero capable of controlling his own destiny. In Neza's heart, the heavenly tribulation was not merely a brutal test of life and death, it was also an excellent opportunity to prove his worth to the entire world. He wanted everyone to see that he possessed extraordinary courage and strength, able to rise in the face of adversity, to stand firm during crises, and to swim against the current of fate. To find an effective way to confront the heavenly tribulation, Neza resolutely decided to embark on this perilous journey with the great Master Tai.
Their first destination was a mysterious and ancient fairy mountain.
According to legend, this mountain concealed countless precious ancient texts about the mysteries of heaven and earth, perhaps containing the key clues to unravel the enigma of the heavenly tribulation. The fairy mountain soared into the clouds, resembling a magical staircase connecting heaven and earth, shrouded in mist like a dream. The trees on the mountain were lush and vibrant, each leaf shimmering with an unusual light, as if recounting ancient and mysterious stories. Occasionally, the roars of strange beasts echoed through the mountain, their sounds reminiscent of hellish howls that sent chills down one's spine. Neza and the great master Tai cautiously traversed the mountain, their eyes sharp as eagles, constantly searching every possible hidden corner for clues. Suddenly, a massive bird swooped overhead, creating a gust of wind.
Its feathers were iridescent, resembling a vibrant rainbow, dazzling in the sunlight.
However, its eyes were filled with ferocity and vigilance, as if wary of any potential threat. Undaunted, Neza looked up at the bird, determination shining in his eyes.
He understood that in this unknown fairy mountain, he could not be deterred by any potential danger. He tightly grasped the Rui Jingu Bang, feeling as if it had a life of its own, ready to respond to any possible attack. The bird, sensing Neza's defiance, circled in the air before suddenly diving down toward him. Its speed was lightning fast, reaching Neza in the blink of an eye.
Neza shouted and unleashed his signature technique, transformation of shadows. In an instant, his figure vanished from its original spot, causing the bird to miss its target and screech angrily as it flew back up, searching for Neza's whereabouts. At that moment, the great master Tai suddenly spotted a hidden cave in the mountainside. The entrance was enveloped in a layer of mysterious light, obscuring the interior.
"Neza, there may be clues we need inside," the great master Tai exclaimed excitedly.
Neza nodded and, evading the bird's attack once more, moved with the great master toward the cave.
As they approached the entrance, the mysterious light intensified, seemingly preventing them from entering.
Furrowing his brows, Neza sensed that this light contained a powerful force, guarding the secrets within the cave. Drawing a deep breath, he concentrated his power into the Rui Jingu Bang and swung it forward with force. The Rui Jingu Bang struck the light with a resounding crash. The light flickered a few times, appearing to waver. Seeing this, Neza's heart leaped with joy as he increased his strength.
After several relentless efforts, the light was finally shattered, revealing the cave's entrance.
Inside the cave, an ancient scent wafted through the air, and weak lights flickered on the walls, illuminating the path ahead. Neza and the great master Tai carefully stepped into the cave, their hearts filled with anticipation to find the answers they sought within this mysterious space. After walking through the cave for a while, they arrived in a spacious hall.
Surrounding them were numerous ancient bookshelves filled with all kinds of ancient texts. The tomes emanated an ancient aura, as if they were witnesses to time itself.
Neza and the great master Tai excitedly approached and began to browse through the books, hoping to find methods to confront the heavenly tribulation and key information that could help them survive. However, the texts were written in a very ancient script, mostly comprising profound spells and records of the mysteries of heaven and earth, making it challenging to locate useful information. Each character seemed like an insurmountable barrier, requiring their wisdom and patience to decode. Neza and the great master Tai patiently combed through each book, leaving no possible clue overlooked. They meticulously studied each character and illustration, trying to uncover information related to the heavenly tribulation. After a long period of effort, they finally found references to the tribulation in a tome titled Records of Heavenly Calamities. According to the ancient text, the heavenly tribulation was one of the most powerful forces in the universe, capable of destroying everything. However, every arrival of the tribulation was accompanied by a glimmer of life, like a ray of light in darkness, offering hope. If they could find this glimmer of life and integrate it into their own power, they would have a chance to survive the tribulation and might even elevate their own realm through its force. Upon reading this, Neza and the great master Tai felt a flicker of hope ignite in their hearts. They realized they had finally found a potential path, a way to survive the heavenly tribulation. They resolved to continue searching for more information about this glimmer of life, to uncover the mystery hidden between heaven and earth. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into the ancient texts, the cave suddenly trembled violently. Moments later, a colossal beast burst forth from the depths of the cave. The beast towered like a mountain, its body covered in hard scales that gleamed like metal. Its eyes glowed like two massive lanterns, radiating red light, and the flames it spewed could instantly reduce anything to ashes. Neza and the great master Tai's expressions changed dramatically, and they immediately prepared for battle. Neza brandished the Rui Jingu Bang and the Linglong Silk, leaping toward the beast. He invoked the 3 heads and 6 arms technique, instantly manifesting 3 heads and 6 arms, each wielding a powerful magical artifact. The Rui Jingu Bang danced through the air, striking at the beast's head with beams of light. The Linglong Silk coiled around the beast like a nimble dragon, attempting to restrain its movements. The beast roared angrily, swinging its massive claws toward Neza. Each strike carried immense power, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Neza nimbly dodged the beast's attacks, constantly searching for openings to deliver a fatal blow. The great Master Tai was also not idle, he unleashed various spells to support Neza. Beams of light shot from his hands, transforming into magical attacks against the beast. Under their combined assault, the beast gradually fell into a passive state, sustaining numerous wounds as blood flowed from its body. Yet, rather than retreating, the beast became even more frenzied. It opened its enormous maw, letting out a thunderous roar before unleashing a torrent of flame toward Neza. The flames surged like a flood, instantly engulfing Neza. He felt an overwhelming heat wave crashing against him, as if his body were about to melt. But he did not give up. Gritting his teeth, he summoned all his inner power to its peak. A layer of black light enveloped him, flickering with purple arcs. His demon pill power was in full eruption. Protected by the demon pill power, Neza successfully resisted the flames. He burst free from the inferno, wielding the Rui Jingu Bang with tremendous force, striking down toward the beast's head. With a deafening crash, the beast's skull shattered under the blow. Its massive body trembled for a moment before crashing down, defeated. Having dealt with the beast, Neza and the great Master Tai continued their search for the glimmer of life within the chaotic source. They navigated through the swirling chaos, carefully sensing everything around them. Finally, in the center of the chaotic source, they discovered a shimmering orb of light. The orb contained a mysterious and powerful force. It was the glimmer of life they had been seeking. Neza and the great Master Tai approached it with excitement. As they drew near, the orb suddenly emitted a bright light, enveloping them. Neza felt a warm and gentle power surging into his body, merging with his being and soul. Under the nurturing of this power, his strength surged to unprecedented levels, as if he had been reborn. However, just as they were immersed in joy, an exceptionally powerful wave of energy suddenly surged within the chaotic source. This energy was filled with evil and destructive intent, instilling profound fear in them. Neza and the great Master Tai's expressions changed as they cautiously scanned their surroundings. A massive black vortex began to form within the chaotic source, radiating a powerful suction force that seemed intent on swallowing everything. "This is bad, it's the backlash of the chaotic source," the great Master Tai exclaimed, his voice filled with concern. Neza's heart sank. He realized that they had triggered the power of the chaotic source, causing this backlash. If they didn't leave promptly, they could be trapped in the chaotic source forever, unable to return to the real world. "We must leave quickly," Neza shouted, his tone resolute. The great Master Tai nodded and invoked his spells, attempting to open a passage to the outside. However, the backlash was too powerful, rendering his spells ineffective. In their moment of despair, Neza suddenly remembered the glimmer of life within him. A spark of inspiration ignited, and he decided to try using this power to open a path. Focusing deeply, Neza gathered the glimmer of life into his hands. He thrust forward, unleashing a beam of green light that shot toward the black vortex. The green light collided with the black vortex, creating a brilliant explosion of illumination. As the light shone, the suction of the vortex began to weaken. Seeing this, Neza's heart soared. He intensified his power, and the green light grew even stronger. Finally, the black vortex was completely dispersed, revealing a passage to the outside. Without hesitation, Neza and the great Master Tai soared through the opening. As they escaped the chaotic source, a tremendous explosion resounded behind them. Neza glanced back to see the chaotic source collapsing under a powerful force, transforming into a void. With a sigh of relief, Neza and the great Master Tai knew they had successfully found a method to confront the heavenly tribulation and uncovered the glimmer of life. However, they also understood that their struggle against fate was just beginning. The heavenly tribulation was imminent, and they needed to prepare thoroughly for the life and death test ahead. Just as they were about to return to Chentang Pass, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. Within the light seemed to hide a mysterious figure, silently observing them. Neza and the great Master Tai successfully returned from the source of chaos with the glimmer of life, yet the looming shadow of the heavenly tribulation continued to weigh heavily on their hearts, like a mountain pressing down on them, making it hard to breathe. Neza understood deeply that this life and death struggle against fate was not just about his own survival, it was intricately linked to the safety of all the people in Chentang Pass. Upon returning to Chentang Pass, Neza immersed himself in closed-door cultivation, like a tireless warrior striving to perfectly merge the mysterious glimmer of life with his demon pill power, aiming to significantly enhance his strength in preparation for the impending battle against the heavenly tribulation. His close friends Ao Bing, Little Pig Xiong, and others watched this all unfold, their hearts full of concern. They knew the immense pressure and responsibility resting on Nez's shoulders, and the only thing they could do was quietly stand by him, offering unwavering support as they faced the terrifying tribulation together. One day, Ao Bing gently pushed open Nez's door and cautiously entered. He saw Neza deeply focused on his cultivation, surrounded by a dazzling and strange light. The struggle between the demon pill power and the glimmer of life seemed to ignite a fierce battle, intertwining and colliding, as if threatening to set the entire room ablaze. Ao Bing stood quietly to the side, patiently waiting for Neza to finish his training. Minutes turned into hours, and finally, Neza slowly opened his eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue, but they still sparkled with unyielding determination. Neza, don't push yourself too hard. Your body and mind have already borne too much pressure, Ao Bing said softly, concern etched on his face. Neza shook his head slightly, a stubborn glint in his eyes. I can't give up. I must endure this heavenly tribulation, it is my duty as the guardian of Chuntang Pass. Seeing Neza's resolute gaze, Ao Bing felt a surge of genuine admiration. Neza, you're not fighting alone. We are friends, and we will stand by you and face all difficulties together. Neza smiled gently, gratitude sparkling in his eyes. Thank you, Ao Bing. With you all by my side, I feel like I have boundless strength. Just then, little pig Xiong rushed in, his round figure bustling with excitement. Neza. I've thought of a brilliant way to help you enhance your strength. Neza and Ao Bing turned their heads in curiosity, eager to hear. What is it? Hurry and tell us. Neza urged. Little pig Xiong grinned mischievously, his eyes gleaming with cunning. Follow me, and you'll find out. With that, little pig Xiong led Neza and Ao Bing to a dense grove outside the city. The atmosphere in the grove was thick with an ancient and mysterious aura. Towering trees stood like guardians of the land, and sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating patches of light on the ground that resembled a dreamlike scene. Little pig Xiong, why did you bring us here? Ao Bing asked, scratching his head in confusion. Without answering, little pig Xiong walked straight to a sturdy tree, gently caressing its trunk with his chubby hands. Suddenly, a glowing, mysterious rune appeared on the tree, pulsing with strange light as if it were summoning someone or something. Turning back to Neza and Ao Bing, little pig Xiong beamed with pride. This is a mysterious place I discovered by chance. It's said to hide a powerful force. If we can find and harness this power, it might help Neza conquer the heavenly tribulation. Upon hearing this, Neza and Ao Bing felt a glimmer of hope. They exchanged glances and unanimously decided to follow little pig Xiong to explore this enigmatic location. Little pig Xiong led them carefully into the glowing rune on the tree. In a flash of light, they seemed to transcend time and space, entering a brand new world. The atmosphere here was rich with spiritual energy, almost overwhelming, and the surroundings appeared dreamlike, as if they had stepped into another dimension. Wow, this place is truly beautiful! Neza exclaimed, excitement shining in his eyes. We need to find that mysterious power quickly, we can't waste time. Ao Bing urged, his expression filled with urgency. They walked along a tranquil path, marveling at countless unfamiliar exotic plants and rare creatures. Each flower and beast radiated a powerful and mysterious energy, seemingly the guardians of this world, showcasing its wonders and allure. After a while, they reached a peaceful lakeside. The water was crystal clear, revealing a shimmering bottom that sparkled with rainbow-colored light, as if hiding numerous treasures and secrets. Little pig Xiong pointed excitedly at the lake's surface, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I sense that powerful mysterious force is at the bottom of the lake. Without hesitation, Neza and Ao Bing exchanged determined looks and dove into the lake. The water was icy cold, threatening to freeze them, but their resolve was unwavering. They swam deep, searching for the source of the mystical power, and eventually discovered a sparkling, mysterious cave. The cave was filled with a powerful and sinister aura, sending shivers down their spines. Cautiously, they entered and found a massive crystal orb pulsating with radiant light at the center. The light emanated an alluring call, containing the very power they had been seeking to enhance Neza's strength. As Neza stepped forward and reached out to touch the orb, a powerful force surged into his body, threatening to tear apart his very soul. He felt as though he might explode from the sheer strength, sweat pouring down his forehead. Neza, are you okay? Ao Bing asked urgently, concern etched across his face. Gritting his teeth, Neza endured the pain. I'm fine, this power is overwhelming. I need time to integrate it. With that, Neza sat down cross-legged, focusing on merging the orb's mysterious power with his body and soul. Ao Bing and little pig Xiong stood guard nearby,
attentively scanning their surroundings for potential threats. As time passed, the light surrounding Neza intensified, resembling a rising sun radiating boundless warmth and energy. His body underwent remarkable changes, with the demon pill power and glimmer of life gradually merging under the orb's influence, as if two different elements were undergoing a miraculous chemical reaction. His hair turned golden, his eyes sparkled with golden light, and his aura became incredibly powerful, resembling a god awakening. Success! Little Pig Xiong cheered, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes. Ao Bing smiled with relief. Neza, how do you feel? Do you feel stronger? Rising to his feet, Neza felt the strong and mysterious power coursing through him, confidence and determination filling his heart. I feel more powerful than ever. This time, I will definitely conquer the heavenly tribulation and protect Chentang Pass. Just as they prepared to leave the mysterious cave, a powerful torrent of water surged from the depths. The water carried a chilling, malevolent aura, sending a wave of dread through them, as if demons from hell were roaring. This is bad. There's danger. Ao Bing shouted, alertness flashing in his eyes. Before he could finish, a gigantic water monster erupted from the flow. The creature towered over them, covered in sharp spikes like natural armor, and it spewed black venom, seemingly intent on corroding everything in its path. Neza and Ao Bing's expressions shifted dramatically, and they readied themselves for battle, determination gleaming in their eyes. Neza wielded the fire spear, soaring toward the water monster like a bolt of lightning. He unleashed his unique technique, Linglong Silk, tidal waves, transforming the silk into a massive water dragon that charged at the monster. The water monster roared in fury, swinging its colossal claws to meet Neza's attack. The collision produced an earth-shattering sound, sending waves crashing everywhere, as if a battle between heaven and earth was underway. Ao Bing, not to be outdone, swung his ice hammer, invoking the icebreaker technique. A chilling aura erupted from the hammer, freezing the surrounding lake water into a crystalline wall. Ice spikes shot toward the water monster, piercing its body. Struck by the ice spikes, the monster let out a pained roar and began to stiffen, but it refused to relent. It opened its massive maw and spewed black venom at Neza and Ao Bing. The two quickly dodged, the venom hitting the ground and hissing, corroding the earth and leaving a gaping pit behind as if scorched by hellfire. This monster is formidable, we must find its weakness to defeat it. Neza said calmly, intelligence flashing in his eyes. Ao Bing nodded, carefully observing the monster for vulnerabilities. Suddenly, he noticed that the monster's eyes appeared abnormal. Each time they attacked its eyes, the creature reacted more violently, suggesting its eyes were its most vulnerable spots. Neza, aim for its eyes. Ao Bing shouted, determination shining in his gaze. Understanding the strategy, Neza invoked the fire spear, flame-piercing technique, transforming the spear into a searing flame aimed directly at the monster's eyes. The water monster sensed Neza's intent and quickly closed its eyes, but it was too late, the spear's speed was too quick, piercing its eyelid. The monster let out a haunting scream, its body trembling violently as if struck by lightning. Seizing the opportunity, Ao Bing unleashed the ice hammer, frozen vastness technique, releasing a frigid wave that completely encased the monster in ice. Seeing this, Neza soared into the air, driving the fire spear down toward the monster's head. The spear penetrated the ice layer and struck directly into the monster's skull. The creature thrashed helplessly before falling silent, its life force extinguished as it dissipated into chaotic energy. With the monster defeated, Neza and Ao Bing breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging victorious glances filled with joy. They left the mysterious cave with Little Pig Xiong and returned to Chentang Pass. Through this harrowing experience, Neza's strength had further intensified. His resolve to defy fate grew stronger, and he deeply felt the power of friendship, which emboldened them to face any challenge and danger with unwavering courage. Unbeknownst to them, a greater crisis was quietly approaching. Before the terrifying heavenly tribulation arrived, dark forces had begun to stir, like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to utilize the power of the tribulation to destroy Chentang Pass and dominate the world, casting darkness over the land and causing suffering to all living beings. Would Neza and his friends be able to uphold their beliefs, defend Chentang Pass, and save the world in the face of the dual threats of the heavenly tribulation and dark forces? The answers remained shrouded in mystery, waiting for them to unveil the truth hidden beneath the veil. In a dark corner of Chentang Pass, the mysterious figure was quietly holding a secret meeting with representatives of an evil force. The figure seemed like a ghost, shrouded in a black robe, and a chilling, ominous aura slowly permeated the air around them.
Everyone, that little brat Neza dares to try to resist the terrifying heavenly tribulation, attempting to disrupt our meticulously crafted plans. We cannot allow his schemes to succeed." The mysterious figure's voice was low and hoarse, resembling a devil's whisper emerging from the depths of hell, filled with endless intimidation.
"Humph. Just a kid who hasn't even grown up yet.
How much trouble can he really cause?" sneered a large, brutish monster, a contemptuous glint flashing in its eyes.
"Do not underestimate him.
The power of the demon pill within him is not to be trifled with, and coupled with the mysterious force he has recently acquired, he may become our greatest threat in the future," the mysterious figure replied coldly, a sinister glint flickering in his eyes. "So what should we do?" asked another creature with a sharp face, confusion etched on its features. The mysterious figure's eyes glimmered with cunning.
"The heavenly tribulation is approaching.
We must act before he fully grasps that mysterious power. We will eliminate him completely to eradicate any future threats." "All right, we will follow your lead." The representatives of the evil forces nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with greedy and cruel intentions. The mysterious figure began to methodically lay out their sinister plot, deciding to set multiple traps around Chentang Pass like an invisible net, waiting for Neza to unwittingly fall into it. Meanwhile, Neza and his like-minded friends sensed the tense and oppressive atmosphere that hung in the air. Neza understood that the mysterious figure would not back down easily. A thrilling battle was about to unfold like a storm.
"Everyone, remain vigilant.
That mysterious figure may launch a surprise attack at any moment," Neza warned his friends with a serious expression. Ao Bing, Little Pig Xiong, and the others nodded in agreement, acutely feeling the impending crisis and a peculiar tension rising within them.
To prepare for the impending fierce battle, Neza and his friends devoted themselves to intensive training.
Neza tirelessly honed his control over the demon pill power and the glimmer of life, each training session becoming a fierce contest against his limits.
Ao Bing diligently practiced his water-based spells, wielding his ice hammer as if it were alive, constantly transforming it into various miraculous techniques.
Little Pig Xiong busily offered ideas and assistance, providing all the help he could to Neza and Ao Bing. However, the mysterious figure's scheme was far more complex and insidious than they imagined. Around Chentang Pass, the figure had laid down an extremely powerful curse, like an invisible shackle that suppressed Neza's strength, preventing him from fully unleashing his power, as if imprisoned in an unbreakable cage. One day, Neza and his friends were training in an open area outside the city as usual. Suddenly, dark clouds rolled in, and a massive black cloud descended upon them like the wings of a demon, threatening to engulf the world in darkness.
"This is bad. Something's happening." Neza's keen intuition alerted him.
He tightly grasped his fire spear, his eyes glinting with caution. No sooner had he spoken than a swarm of monsters surged forth from the clouds, howling like demons from hell, their grotesque faces and sharp claws sending chills down their spines.
Neza and his friends immediately entered battle mode, ready to confront the oncoming enemies.
Neza wielded his fire spear, unleashing his renowned technique Linglong Silk, thousands of troops, which transformed into countless red ribbons, surging towards the monsters like a tide. Wherever they passed, the sound of wind filled the air, as though the ribbons would sweep the monsters away. The monsters brandished their weapons, desperately trying to fend off the fierce assault of the Linglong Silk. The sound of metal clashing rang out, echoing like a symphony of death. Ao Bing refused to lag behind. He swung his ice hammer and invoked the ice spike technique, which caused sharp ice spikes to shoot up from the ground like bamboo shoots toward the frenzied monsters, glimmering with a cold light that seemed capable of freezing souls. Little Pig Xiong joined the fray, employing its unique spells, spewing flames and lightning like two ferocious weapons, attacking the enemies and causing them to wail amidst the conflagration. However, the sheer number of monsters was overwhelming. They surged forth like an endless ocean. Neza and his friends gradually felt the strain, their energies depleting, their exhausted figures appearing particularly ragged under the sunlight. At that moment, the mysterious figure emerged like a shadow from the darkness, hovering above the battlefield. Observing Neza and his friends in distress, a triumphant smile spread across his face, his eyes gleaming with cruelty.
"Neza, today is your end.
You can no longer escape my grasp," the mysterious figure scoffed, his voice dripping with endless mockery. With that, a black staff appeared in the mysterious figure's hand, glowing with an eerie light, seemingly drawing upon evil power from the depths of hell.
He waved the staff, chanting incantations, and instantly, a powerful wave of dark energy surged forth from the staff, rushing toward Neza and his friends like a tidal wave. Everywhere the dark energy passed, it seemed to swallow the light, instilling fear in their hearts. Neza sensed the formidable and malevolent force of the dark energy,
a strong sense of crisis welling up within him. He knew that if they didn't devise a plan quickly, they might truly perish today. In that critical moment, he recalled the magical crystal ball power he had obtained in that mysterious world, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his mind. Focusing his energy, Neza summoned the power of the crystal ball, its light rapidly circulating within him like a burning star. A golden glow enveloped his body, growing brighter and illuminating the sky, as if a divine force was awakening within him. The mysterious figure, startled by the sudden emergence of light from Neza, felt a jolt of alarm. He sensed that Neza's power was escalating at an astonishing rate, carrying an irresistible momentum that filled him with dread. How is this possible? How can he become so powerful? The mysterious figure murmured, a hint of panic showing in his eyes. Neza ignored the figure's astonishment, continually channeling the crystal ball's power into his fire spear. The flames on the spear transformed into an even more intense blaze, as if they were about to ignite the entire world. He unleashed his strongest strike, Shin Kuan, Spear of Annihilation. The flames on the spear morphed into a gigantic fire dragon, roaring and clawing at the air as it surged toward the mysterious figure and the monsters. The terrifying aura made all the enemies feel the imminent approach of death. The mysterious figure hurriedly cast his most powerful defensive spell, forming a solid barrier around himself in a desperate attempt to withstand Neza's assault. Yet, the force behind Neza's strike was far too great. The powerful energy seemed capable of obliterating everything, shattering the figure's defenses in an instant. He was struck by the fire dragon, spitting out blood that arced through the air in a crimson trail. Seeing the mysterious figure injured, the monsters panicked and scattered, creating a chaotic scene that resembled a nightmare. Seizing the opportunity, Neza and his friends launched a fierce counterattack, like a pride of enraged lions, pursuing the fleeing monsters and driving them out of Chentang Pass, granting the pass a brief respite. After the battle, Neza and his friends wearily sat on the ground, their bodies covered in wounds, their exhausted faces reflecting fatigue and hardship. Though they had achieved victory, it came at a heavy price, earned through blood and sweat. The mysterious figure indeed possesses great strength. We nearly fell into his hands, Ao Bing panted, a hint of fear in his eyes. Thanks to Neza's crystal ball power, we wouldn't have known what to do otherwise, Little Pig Shung said, still shaken but grateful. Neza gazed at the fire spear in his hand, lost in thought. He understood that the mysterious figure would not rest easily, and they needed to devise a strategy quickly, otherwise, they might not be so fortunate next time. Just as they pondered their next move, a blinding flash of lightning suddenly split the sky, illuminating it as if the wrath of the gods had descended. A fierce wind rushed past them, howling like a ferocious beast, nearly blinding them. Neza looked up to see a massive vortex forming in the sky. It resembled an entrance to hell, pulsating with purple lightning that seemed like the flames of the underworld, emanating an overwhelming pressure that instilled fear in their hearts. This is the heavenly tribulation? Neza exclaimed, a hint of confusion in his eyes. How can it come so quickly? We aren't ready yet. Ao Bing's expression turned grave, sensing the impending disaster. Little Pig Shung jumped in alarm, this is bad. What should we do? Neza looked at the vortex of heavenly tribulation, a strong sense of duty flooding his heart. He knew he could not flee, he must face this challenge bravely, as it was his responsibility as a hero. Everyone, stay calm. We still have time. Let's return to Chentang Pass and inform the citizens to prepare, Neza said, his eyes gleaming with determination. With that, Neza and his friends rose and flew toward Chentang Pass, their silhouettes appearing resolute in the glow of the setting sun. In the oppressive sky above Chentang Pass, dark clouds churned violently like the raging waves of a stormy sea, while purple lightning flashed through the clouds like a furious dragon, accompanied by thunderous roars that seemed ready to tear the sky apart and unleash a torrential downpour. Neza hovered majestically in the air, holding his fire spear that radiated a searing light. Draped in the colorful linglong silk and standing on the whirling wind and fire wheels, he resembled a war god descending from above, exuding an imposing presence. His eyes burned with unwavering determination, fixed intently on the mysterious figure and the group of evil minions behind him, revealing his fearless resolve. The mysterious figure stood among the evil forces, his black robe billowing in the wind as if alive, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. A sinister smile crept across his face, filled with the confidence of assured victory, as if he already knew he would emerge as the victor of this battle. Neza, today is your end, the mysterious figure cackled, his laughter echoing in the air like a demon's voice from hell. Neza snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Then let me show you just how powerful I am. With that, Neza wasted no time and launched his attack. The wind and fire wheels beneath him spun rapidly as he shot forward like an arrow, charging at the mysterious figure with unyielding momentum. He thrust his fire spear forward, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged towards the mysterious figure with ferocity. The mysterious figure remained unfazed. He waved his black staff, summoning a dark shield that appeared before him, solid as a rock, effortlessly blocking Neza's fiery assault as if the flames were mere flickers. "Humph, is that all you've got?" the mysterious figure mocked, a sneer crossing his face. Neza was not angered by the figure's taunts. He understood the mysterious figure's strength was formidable, and he needed to remain calm and cautious. At that moment, the mysterious figure's minions surged forward, a horde of grotesque monsters wielding bizarre weapons, charging at Neza like wild beasts, intent on overwhelming him. Neza swiftly dodged, becoming a fleeting shadow as he executed the Linglong Silk, thousands of troops technique. The Linglong Silk transformed into countless red ribbons that danced through the air, swiftly wrapping around the monsters. Caught by the ribbons, the monsters found themselves immobilized, as if frozen in place. Seizing the opportunity, Neza wielded his fire spear, its tip glowing fiercely as he stabbed at the monsters, sending them screaming into the air as they dissipated into wisps of black smoke. However, the number of monsters was overwhelming, like an endless tide continuously crashing upon them. Neza gradually began to feel the strain, his stamina was waning, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. "This won't do, I need to break this stalemate," Neza thought resolutely, a determined light flickering in his eyes. He glanced at Ao Bing and Little Pig Xiong, signaling them with his gaze. Ao Bing and Little Pig Xiong immediately understood Neza's intent, nodding in agreement, their eyes gleaming with determination, ready to cooperate with Neza for a counterattack. Neza took a deep breath, channeling the power of the demon pill and the glimmer of life within him. His body glowed with a mix of red and blue light, becoming increasingly radiant, as if he possessed boundless strength. "Xian Kuan, chaotic power!" Neza shouted, his voice thundering through the sky. He thrust his fire spear forward, unleashing a massive wave of energy that surged forth toward the mysterious figure and his minions. This wave of energy contained an overwhelming power that seemed to obliterate everything in its path, rendering the world fragile before it. The mysterious figure felt the immense force of the energy wave, and his expression turned grave, surprise flashing in his eyes. He hurriedly cast his strongest defensive spell, forming a sturdy barrier around himself in an attempt to withstand Neza's attack. Yet, the power behind Neza's strike was simply too great, the mysterious figure's defenses shattered like fragile glass. He was struck by the energy wave, sent flying like a broken kite, crashing to the ground and spitting blood. "Boss!" The minions gasped in horror, rushing toward their injured leader in a panic. Seizing the opportunity, Neza, Ao Bing, and Little Pig Xiong launched a fierce counteroffensive. Ao Bing unleashed his ice spike technique, sharp ice spikes erupting from the ground like arrows, piercing the advancing monsters and leaving them bloodied and howling. Little Pig Xiong was relentless, casting various spells where flames roared like a fierce dragon, and lightning struck like deadly swords, overwhelming the enemies and causing them to cry out in agony. Under their coordinated efforts, the mysterious figure's minions were driven back, suffering heavy casualties, as if they were a disorganized mob scattered in chaos. The mysterious figure struggled to rise from the ground, blood trickling from his mouth, his eyes filled with rage and resentment. He glared at Neza and his friends, a frenzied light shining in his eyes. "I didn't expect you to become this strong." Neza coolly met the figure's gaze, devoid of any pity. "I told you, today is your end." Suddenly, the mysterious figure erupted in a mad laugh, filled with insanity and despair. "Ah, Neza, don't be too smug. Even if you defeat me, you cannot change your fate." With that, the mysterious figure's black staff suddenly shone with a blinding light. From the light emerged a massive shadow, gradually taking shape. As it became clearer, it revealed a gigantic beast with 3 terrifying heads, each exuding an aura that instilled dread, spewing flames that threatened to consume the world. "This is..." Neza's face darkened, sensing the overwhelming power radiating from the beast, which was far stronger than the mysterious figure, as if it were a demon from the depths of hell. "Neza, this is my trump card. This beast is forged from countless evil souls, its power enough to destroy the entire world. Today, you shall all perish here," the mysterious figure screamed, his eyes gleaming with malevolence. The beast roared ferociously, its roar shaking the heavens as it charged toward Neza and his friends. With incredible speed, it was upon them in an instant, its 3 heads opening wide, unleashing flames, frost, and poison toward Neza and his friends, a barrage of attacks that seemed poised to swallow them whole. Neza quickly executed the Linglong Silk bind, trying to ensnare the beast. However, the creature's power was overwhelming. The moment the silk touched its body, it was effortlessly torn apart, as if it were a mere ordinary rope. The beast's jaws snapped down toward Neza. He sidestepped just in time, thrusting the fire spear toward the beast's heads. The beast tilted its head, easily avoiding the attack. Its tail swept around with immense force, aiming to strike Neza. Neza's wind and fire wheels spun rapidly, allowing him to evade the beast's strike like a nimble leopard. He silently lamented the beast's overwhelming strength. He and his friends were no match for it and needed to find a way out. At that moment, Ao Bing dashed forward. He swung his ice hammer, invoking the frozen vastness technique. A wave of frigid air surged from the hammer, instantly freezing the beast's body, encasing it in a layer of ice. Good opportunity! Neza exclaimed, excitement flickering in his eyes. He quickly unleashed the Chen Kuan annihilation spear, transforming the fire spear into a massive ray of light, charging toward the beast's head with unparalleled force. However, just as the fire spear was about to strike the beast's head, it suddenly broke free from the ice's grasp. The beast swung its head, knocking Neza's spear aside with such force that it felt as if his arm might break. Neza staggered back, blood spilling from his mouth. Neza! Ao Bing and Little Pig Xiong shouted in alarm, rushing to his side to help him up. I'm fine, Neza wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes still glinting with determination. We can't give up, we must defeat this beast. Just then, the heavenly tribulation in the sky shifted again. The once purple lightning thickened, illuminating the sky as if igniting it, and the power grew even more formidable, as if the heavens were roaring in fury. A bolt of lightning descended upon Neza and his friends, aiming to obliterate them. Neza's heart raced, and he quickly invoked the Linglong silk shield, enveloping himself and his friends within its protective embrace. The lightning struck the Linglong silk with a deafening crash, the sound echoing like thunder, threatening to shatter their eardrums. The silk flickered under the immense pressure but ultimately absorbed the electric attack, dissipating the terrifying force into nothingness. Why has the power of this heavenly tribulation suddenly increased so much? Little Pig Xiong exclaimed, panic evident in his eyes. Neza gazed at the sky, an ominous premonition washing over him. He felt that the heavenly tribulation was somehow linked to the beast summoned by the mysterious figure, as if this tribulation were meant to punish them or prevent them from defeating the creature. Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through Neza's mind, realizing that an even greater conspiracy might be lurking behind this battle. Before he could ponder further, the beast lunged at them once more. Its three heads unleashed flames, frost, and poison, attacking Neza and his friends in a wide arc, leaving them nowhere to escape. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them, wielding a sword that shimmered with mysterious light. With a swift motion, the figure blocked the beast's attacks effortlessly, as though the monster's onslaught was nothing but child's play. Neza squinted, recognizing the newcomer as the great Master Tai. Master! Neza exclaimed joyfully, exhilaration lighting up his eyes. The great Master Tai looked at Neza with a gentle smile, a hint of pride in his gaze. Disciple, do not fear. I am here. With that, the great Master Tai swung his sword, invoking the Taiji diagram, Chen Kuan seal. A massive Taiji diagram flew from the sword, enveloping the beast in a mysterious barrier. Feeling the overwhelming power of the Taiji diagram, the beast struggled fiercely, trying to break free, but the sealing force was too strong. It could not escape, its three heads thrashing in a futile last stand. Seeing the beast trapped, the mysterious figure's face turned pale, despair flooding his eyes. He realized he had failed completely, it was all over. No! This can't be, the mysterious figure screamed, madness flashing in his eyes. Unwilling to accept defeat, he decided to go all out. Suddenly, the mysterious figure bit into his finger, allowing blood to drip onto the black staff. The staff emitted a brilliant light, and the mysterious figure's body began to transform. He swelled with muscle, his skin darkening as if consumed by shadows. Horns sprouted from his head, his eyes turned red, and sharp fangs emerged, transforming him into a terrifying demon. Neza, today I will take you down with me, the mysterious figure roared, charging at Neza with madness and hatred in his eyes. Neza looked at the transformed figure, devoid of fear, his gaze filled with unwavering conviction. He knew this was the final battle, and he had to give it everything he had. Gathering all his strength, Neza focused on the fire spear, its flames blazing hotter than ever, as if ready to ignite the entire world. Come on! Neza shouted, determination lighting up his eyes as he charged at the mysterious figure. The two collided in the air, the fire spear clashing against the mysterious figure's fist.
For a moment, it felt as if the world had been reduced to the sound of their clash, echoing like thunder in the sky, as if the very fabric of reality was being torn apart. A powerful shockwave erupted from their clash, radiating outward like a fearsome storm. The citizens of Chuntang Pass watched the battle unfold in terror, filled with anxiety and dread, as if the apocalypse were upon them. The energy waves pummeled everything around them, mountains crumbled, rivers diverted, and the earth shook violently, as if suffering immense agony. Both Neza and the mysterious figure struggled to hold their ground, knowing that whoever faltered first would lose the battle. Their eyes gleamed with determination, as if they aimed to shatter each other's will. At that moment, the heavenly tribulation in the sky shifted once again. A massive purple lightning bolt descended from above, illuminating the sky as if it could burn it, its power growing to a staggering magnitude, as if the heavens were furious. This bolt of lightning struck down toward Neza and the mysterious figure, intent on annihilating them. Neither Neza nor the mysterious figure evaded, they both resolved to endure the lightning's assault with their bodies. Their eyes shone with fierce determination, as if willing to perish together with the lightning. The lightning struck them, enveloping both in a purple glow. Within that light, Neza and the mysterious figure's forms gradually blurred, as if they had merged with the universe, becoming part of this epic battle. In this breathtaking showdown, who would emerge victorious? What fate awaited Neza and the mysterious figure? All remained uncertain, shrouded in a veil of mystery, obscuring the path to the future. Under the dazzling glow, Neza and the mysterious figure were both bearing the violent and powerful impact of the heavenly tribulation. The purple lightning raged like an angry dragon, mercilessly tearing at their bodies, each flash seemingly capable of shattering their very souls. Neza felt as if countless heavy hammers were striking him, waves of pain crashing over him, almost unbearable. Yet, in his resolute gaze, there was no sign of retreat. The mysterious figure, under the relentless torment of the tribulation, had a face twisted into a grotesque mask, and though pain racked his body, he continued to struggle fiercely, harboring thoughts of taking Neza down with him. Everything around them was being ravaged by the heavenly tribulation, quickly reduced to dust as if enchanted. Mountains crumbled in an instant, the earth split open mercilessly, and the entire world seemed to descend into an apocalyptic panic, as if the end of days had arrived. Ao Bing and Little Pig Xiong watched from a distance, their hearts racing with anxiety. They looked at the terrifying heavenly tribulation and Neza caught in its fury, filled with worry and urgency. They wanted to rush in to help Neza, but the raging remnants of the tribulation kept them at bay, forcing them to pace anxiously at a distance. "Neza, you must hold on." Ao Bing shouted at the top of his lungs, tears of anxiety glistening in his eyes, as if those tears were the physical manifestation of his worries. Little Pig Xiong was stomping its feet in distress, its little legs flailing. "What are we going to do? Neza brother cannot be harmed." At that moment, Neza, amidst the endless pain and immense pressure, felt his consciousness begin to blur. Memories of his lonely childhood flooded back, those times when he was misunderstood and ostracized by others, filled with endless grievances and frustrations, all the pain surged to the forefront of his mind. "What have I done wrong? Why must fate treat me this way?" Neza internally shouted, his cries reflecting the despair deep within him. However, just as he felt himself on the brink of despair, the figures of his friends suddenly appeared like phantoms in his mind. He recalled the joyous days spent kicking a shuttlecock with Ao Bing on the vast beach, their carefree laughter still echoing in his ears. He remembered the warmth of Little Pig Xiong's companionship, a ray of sunshine in his dark world. And the deep, genuine love from his parents, coupled with his master's earnest teachings, seemed to empower him at that moment. "No, I cannot give up like this. I have friends, I have family, I must fight for them." A surge of conviction, strong enough to ignite his very soul, ignited within Neza. This conviction burned like a raging flame in his heart. At that moment, Neza suddenly sensed a mysterious power stirring within him. This power was unlike the demon pill or the glimmer of life, it felt softer, like a gentle breeze, yet it contained boundless vitality, as if the essence of life itself surged through him. Neza's heart raced as he realized this might be the key to overcoming the heavenly tribulation. He concentrated, attempting to harness this mysterious power for himself. However, this power was playful, like a cunning little fox, always slipping away just when he was close to grasping it, leaving him just short of mastery. Knowing he shouldn't rush, Neza forced himself to calm down. Taking a deep breath, he sought to quiet his heart, like a peaceful lake with no ripples. He began to recall every detail of his training, trying to find a way to communicate with this mysterious power. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration lit up Neza's mind,
like a lightning bolt in the darkness illuminating his thoughts. He remembered his master's words, yin and yang give rise to each other, all things possess spirit.
Could this mysterious power be the power of yin and yang?
Neza realized, as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. He recalled that the demon pill power represented yin while the glimmer of life represented yang, and the heavenly tribulation energy itself was a mix of both. If he could blend his internal yin and yang powers with the external force of the heavenly tribulation, perhaps he could discover a method to counter it and unlock the key to overcoming this predicament. With that thought, excitement surged within Neza, the exhilarating feeling flowing like a clear spring in his heart. He began to guide his yin and yang powers to interact with the heavenly tribulation energy, as if two different worlds were tentatively testing one another. At first, the heavenly tribulation energy fiercely rejected the yin and yang powers, clashing violently like incompatible elements, causing Neza immense agony, as if his body were being sliced by 1,000 razor-sharp blades. Yet, Neza was undaunted by this difficult situation. He gritted his teeth, focused solely on one belief: he must conquer this heavenly tribulation. He continuously adjusted the operation of his yin and yang powers, trying to harmonize them with the heavenly tribulation energy, like two interlocking gears slowly finding their rhythm.
After countless attempts, Neza finally discovered a delicate balance.
The yin and yang forces began to merge slowly with the heavenly tribulation energy, like two different liquids gradually blending, forming a new power that contained both the fury of the tribulation and the gentleness of the yin and yang forces. Neza felt as if his body had been reinvigorated with a powerful vitality, flowing like a clear spring, enhancing his strength continuously, and the pains he had endured began to fade, as if they were nothing in the face of this newfound power.
I did it!
Neza's heart surged with joy, like a blooming flower in his spirit. He opened his eyes wide, glowing with dazzling light, reminiscent of two brilliant stars shining in the dark. At that moment, he radiated a mysterious and formidable aura, as if he had transcended the realm of mortals, becoming a being with extraordinary power. The mysterious figure noticed Neza's transformation, staring in horror. His eyes were filled with disbelief, as if he were witnessing a stranger emerge from a familiar world.
How is this possible?
How can you possess such immense power? The mysterious figure exclaimed, his voice laced with fear and despair. Neza coolly regarded the figure, with no hint of pity in his gaze, only unwavering conviction and endless authority.
I told you, my fate is determined by me, not by heaven. Today is your end. With that, Neza charged toward the mysterious figure, wielding the fire spear that radiated mysterious light. The spear, infused with the power of yin and yang, shone even brighter, as if it were a potent charm granting it immense power, magnitudes greater than before.
Seeing this, the mysterious figure panicked and quickly cast his most potent spells, attempting to fend off Neza's assault. Yet, against Neza, who had merged with the power of yin and yang, his spells appeared helpless, like fragile paper torn apart by a fierce wind. Neza's fire spear easily pierced through the figure's defenses, striking directly at his heart like a sharp sword. The mysterious figure let out a chilling scream, a sound reminiscent of tormented souls in hell, as his body turned to ash, consumed entirely by the mysterious power in an instant. After defeating the mysterious figure, Neza did not relax. He knew the real challenge lay ahead: how to confront the heavenly tribulation, protect his friends and family, and prove his worth. He looked up at the still rampaging heavenly tribulation in the sky, his eyes filled with resolute light, shining like a sharp sword ready to cut through all obstacles and challenges. He summoned all of his yin and yang powers, poised like a warrior ready to engage in the final duel against the heavenly tribulation, fighting for his destiny and for the beliefs in his heart. At that moment, Ao Bing suddenly rushed in like a whirlwind. Neza, I'm here to help, he shouted, his voice filled with determination and courage.
Neza looked at Ao Bing, warmth flooding his heart.
That feeling was like a warm current flowing through him. He knew Ao Bing had run over, disregarding the dangers for his sake. They were true friends, brothers who would support each other in life and death situations.
All right, let's face the heavenly tribulation together,
Neza declared, his voice brimming with strength and resolve.
Ao Bing nodded, unleashing his powerful ice abilities.
The cold energy radiated like a vast ocean, merging with Neza's yin and yang powers, creating a stronger energy shield that enveloped them tightly. The heavenly tribulation seemed to sense this formidable threat, becoming more frenzied, like an enraged beast. Waves of purple lightning rained down upon Neza and Ao Bing like a torrential storm, the force strong enough to annihilate everything. Yet, within the protective energy shield, Neza and Ao Bing remained unharmed, like two warriors standing firm amidst the storm, resolutely guarding one another. They held each other's hands tightly, the connection between them reinforcing their spirits, allowing them to feel each other's presence and strength even in this dire moment.
Little Pig Xiong watched from the side, filled with admiration and emotion. That admiration felt like a flame burning in its eyes.
It wanted to do something to help Neza and Ao Bing, so it unleashed its unique spells, casting colorful bursts of light that cheered them on, reminding them that they were not alone in this battle. They had the support and companionship of friends. Under the combined efforts of the three, the once ferocious and beast-like power of the heavenly tribulation began to wane. The purple lightning, previously surging like a torrential flood, gradually became sparse, and the heavy clouds in the sky seemed to be driven away by a mysterious force, slowly dispersing. Finally, after what felt like an endless and long struggle, the heavenly tribulation began to calm down. The sky returned to its former tranquility, and warm sunlight streamed through the dissipating clouds like golden threads, casting light upon the earth as if the intense battle had never occurred. Everything seemed to revert to its initial peace and beauty. Neza and Ao Bing collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted, their chests heaving as they gasped for breath, trying to regain all the strength they had expended during the fight. Their bodies were covered in various wounds, some from the lightning of the tribulation, others from battling enemies, but their faces still shone with victorious smiles filled with pride and satisfaction.
"We did it, we really did it," Neza murmured, excitement sparkling in his eyes.
Little Pig Xiong excitedly hopped over, its round body bouncing on the ground.
"That's great, Neza brother. You guys are amazing. You really did it."
Just then, a brilliant and colorful light suddenly appeared in the sky. The light unfurled like a giant scroll, and a celestial being in flowing robes, exuding an extraordinary aura, slowly descended from the radiant glow. The celestial being quietly observed Neza and Ao Bing, a glimmer of appreciation flashing in their eyes.
With a smile, he nodded, "You have done well, successfully overcoming this calamity. Your courage and perseverance are truly admirable."
Neza and Ao Bing quickly stood up, bowing respectfully to the celestial being.
"Thank you for your assistance, celestial being. Without your help, we might not have been able to survive this trial." The celestial being shook his head. "This is all your own effort.
The courage and wisdom you displayed in the face of adversity have revealed your potential. Neza, your ability to comprehend the power of yin and yang in such dire circumstances, and your collaboration with Ao Bing to confront the heavenly tribulation is commendable." Neza smiled slightly. "You flatter me, celestial being. If it weren't for the support and help of my friends, I couldn't have achieved any of this.
We are partners in battle, each other's strongest backing."
The celestial being nodded. "Indeed, the power of friendship is boundless. Cherish this bond, it will become the driving force on your path forward." With that, the celestial being turned to leave. "Celestial being, please wait a moment," Neza suddenly called out, a hint of hesitation and anticipation flashing in his eyes. The celestial being halted and turned back to look at Neza.
"Is there something else you wish to ask?" After a moment of hesitation, Neza replied, "Celestial being, I want to ask if my fate has truly changed? Can I really break free from the influence of the demon pill and become a true hero?"
The celestial being smiled gently, his eyes revealing profound wisdom. "Fate is not immutable, it is in your hands.
Your choices and efforts today have changed your destiny. From now on, you will no longer be influenced by the demon pill, you will be able to forge your own future through your strength and wisdom, becoming a true hero."
Upon hearing the celestial being's words, Neza's heart filled with joy and emotion, realizing he had finally broken free from the shackles of fate, becoming the master of his own destiny. He bowed deeply to the celestial being, saying, "Thank you for your guidance, celestial being.
I will remember your teachings and strive to become a better person."
The celestial being nodded, then transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the sky, leaving only a faint glow behind. Neza, Ao Bing, and Little Pig Xiong stood still, gazing in the direction the celestial being had departed, overwhelmed with emotion. They had experienced this life and death battle, not only defeating a powerful enemy but also overcoming their own fate. Their hearts were filled with expectations and confidence for the future. However, just as they were preparing to return to Chentang Pass, Neza suddenly felt a mysterious power calling to him from afar. This power possessed a magical allure, drawing him in, compelling him to explore its secrets. A strong curiosity surged within Neza, and he decided to follow this force to uncover the truth. He turned to Ao Bing and Little Pig Xiong, saying, "Ao Bing, Little Pig Xiong, you should head back to Chentang Pass first. I have something to take care of, but I'll be back soon." Ao Bing and Little Pig Xiong exchanged worried glances, concern evident in their eyes.
Neza, be careful.
This mysterious power might contain danger, you must be cautious, Aobing advised, his eyes reflecting his concern.
Neza nodded. Don't worry, I'll be fine.
I'll handle this quickly and reunite with you at Chuntang Pass.
With that, Neza spread his arms and flew towards the mysterious power, his figure gradually disappearing into the distant sky, leaving Aobing and Little Pig Shone behind, silently praying for his safe return. What would Neza encounter? Where did this mysterious power come from? All remained unknown, like a giant riddle awaiting his revelation.
Neza surged forward like a bolt of lightning, racing at breakneck speed into the depths of the spirit realm. All around him, the clouds billowed like tumultuous waves, swirling violently at his sides, their chaotic motion seeming to foreshadow the impending storms he would face, hinting at the challenges and dangers that lay ahead. Deep within the spirit realm, darkness enveloped everything like a thick, inky liquid, seeping into every corner without a gap. The sinister atmosphere felt like a cold wind, brushing against him, as if countless icy eyes were lurking in the shadows, watching his every move, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, despite the chilling sensation, his gaze remained resolute as ever, gripping his fire spear tightly, which seemed to come alive in his hands, glowing fiercely as if determined to pierce through the endless darkness. Suddenly, an eerie laughter echoed through the dark space, chilling and haunting, like the cry of a night owl. Neza, you've finally arrived, a deep, hoarse voice resonated, as if it came from the very depths of hell, sending a wave of fear coursing through him. Neza remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings but finding no trace of anyone. Humph, cowardly scoundrels hiding in the shadows. If you have the guts, come out and fight me face to face. Neza shouted, his voice reverberating through the darkness, as if intending to shatter it.
Ha 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 ha. The laughter echoed throughout the space. Do you think you can easily find us? This is the realm of darkness, and we are its masters.
You will never escape our control. As the voice faded, the already ominous darkness seemed to awaken, and countless shadows began to surge forth, drifting like phantoms, rapidly charging toward Neza, resembling demons eager to devour him. Unfazed, Neza brandished his fire spear, its flames igniting like a furious dragon, determined to burn these shadows to ashes. He fought back fiercely, pushing the shadows away one by one, but they kept coming, an endless tide of darkness. Neza thought to himself, I can't keep this up, I must find the source of these shadows to truly resolve this crisis. He concentrated all his energy and activated the third eye on his forehead, its light shining like a beacon in the darkness, trying to penetrate the murky shadows and reveal the secrets hidden within. The light from the third eye pierced through the layers of darkness, sharp and illuminating. Eventually, Neza discovered that these shadows were formed from an extremely evil dark power, the source of which lay in a massive black castle not far ahead. Neza sheathed his fire spear and gathered his strength, summoning the power of the Qian Kuan circle. The circle transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting like a meteor toward the black castle. The castle's doors were tightly shut, adorned with strange and twisted runes, emanating a nauseating evil aura. Neza concentrated all his might and pushed hard against the door. With a thunderous crash, the door slowly creaked open, and a more powerful wave of dark energy surged forth like a ferocious tide, making Neza take a deep breath before resolutely stepping into the castle. Inside the castle, everything was silent. The walls flickered with eerie green flames, casting haunting and terrifying images, as if scenes from hell were being replayed before his eyes. In the center of the castle stood a gigantic black throne, upon which sat a shadowy figure, exuding a suffocating aura of darkness, as if he were the embodiment of the void itself. Are you the leader of this dark force? Neza asked coldly, his voice laced with disdain. Indeed, I am the Dark King. The figure slowly rose from the throne, his voice penetrating the soul, instilling an indescribable fear the moment it was heard. Neza, do you think you can defeat me? Today is your day of reckoning. With that, the Dark King waved his hand, unleashing a streak of black light that shot toward Neza like lightning. Neza swiftly dodged, his body moving with agility, and ignited the flames on his fire spear once more, charging at the Dark King like a furious fire dragon. The Dark King chuckled derisively, casually waving his hand, causing the black light to dissipate as if it had met its nemesis. Your power is still far from enough, Neza, he taunted, a glimmer of arrogance in his eyes. Let me show you what true dark power looks like. The Dark King quickly formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations that sounded like demonic spells. Suddenly, the entire castle began to tremble violently, the ground splitting open with massive fissures, from which countless black tendrils emerged. These tendrils were as agile as poisonous snakes, swiftly coiling around Neza, intent on binding him tightly and rendering him immobile. Neza struggled against the constricting tendrils, but they felt alive, tightening around him and making his movements increasingly difficult, as if he were trapped in a dark cage. The Dark King watched with a smug smile, savoring the moment, as if victory was already within his grasp. Just as Neza found himself in despair, seemingly devoid of hope, he suddenly felt the powers of the demon pill and the glimmer of life surging within him like a tide. A realization struck him as he recalled his experiences in the training grounds. He understood that only by perfectly blending the powers of the demon pill and the glimmer of life could he unleash his most formidable strength and break free from this predicament. Neza focused all his energy, guiding the two powers within him to merge. Gradually, his body began to radiate brilliant light, dazzling like a sun, as if intent on dispelling the darkness. The black tendrils, illuminated by the light, began to dissipate, as if they were being burned to ashes. The Dark King's expression changed dramatically. He hadn't anticipated that Neza would break free from his grasp and unleash such powerful energy. "How is this possible?" he exclaimed, shock and fear evident in his eyes. Having freed himself from the tendrils, Neza soared like a bolt of lightning, the light of his fire spear now shining brightly, as if to illuminate the entire castle. "Dark King, prepare to meet your end." Neza roared, his eyes glimmering with determination, charging at the Dark King like an enraged lion. The Dark King was equally unwilling to back down. He gathered all his dark power, launching into an intense and breathtaking duel with Neza. Their powers collided fiercely in the air, creating deafening booms that threatened to collapse the entire castle. The force of their battle surged like a tempest, shaking the castle and making it tremble as if it could crumble at any moment. The fight continued for a long time, both sides putting forth their all, showcasing unparalleled strength. Neza's body was covered in wounds, each one a stark reminder of the intensity of the battle. Yet, his eyes remained resolute, as if nothing could deter him. The Dark King began to show signs of fatigue, surprised at Neza's tenacity and how hard he was to deal with. Just as both sides reached a stalemate, seemingly at their limits, Neza suddenly noticed a faint glow appearing behind the Dark King. A thought sparked within him: could that be the Dark King's weakness? Neza decided to take a risk, intentionally exposing a flaw to lure the Dark King into attacking. The Dark King fell for the bait, a glimmer of triumph crossing his face as he charged at Neza with all his might. However, just as Neza prepared to dodge around the Dark King unleashed a strange spell, creating a dark space around him that ensnared Neza within. Neza struggled to break free from this dark confinement, but the dark power was overwhelmingly strong, like an unbreakable shackle, rendering his efforts futile. Ultimately, Neza's physical form was destroyed by the dark force, and his soul seemed to be swallowed by an endless void, as if he would never escape. The Dark King looked upon the scene with a triumphant smile, filled with joy over his victory and mockery toward Neza. "Ah, Neza, you have finally fallen into my hands," he declared, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. However, the Dark King was unaware that Neza's soul had not truly dissipated. In the depths of that endless darkness, Neza's soul began to condense, like an unyielding star. His will grew stronger, as if a force was supporting him, preventing him from being consumed by the darkness. He silently vowed to find a way to restore his physical form and engage in a life-or-death battle with this dark force once again, to eradicate them and let the light shine upon the spirit realm once more. At the moment Neza's physical form was destroyed, it felt as though the entire world was shrouded in a dim veil, losing its brilliance. The once formidable youth who stood like a god of war on the battlefield was now reduced to a fragile soul, drifting alone in the endless void, as if he had lost all support and foundation. Fortunately, the great master Tai arrived just in time. He gazed at Neza's dimmed soul, a complex mix of sorrow and determination reflected in his eyes. "Disciple, do not be afraid. I will do everything in my power to help you." With that, the great master gently waved his whisk, enveloping Neza's soul in a warm and gentle light, slowly guiding him into a mysterious and wondrous space. This space was filled with a hazy mist, and the silence was so profound that even the whispers of souls could be clearly heard. The great master carefully placed Neza's soul in a spot rich with spiritual energy and spoke earnestly, "Disciple, this place is an excellent sanctuary for soul cultivation. You need to calm your mind and focus on your training, washing away the sins and pains that have tainted your soul. Only then can you achieve true redemption." Neza nodded slightly, a stubbornness shining through his eyes despite his physical destruction. Although his body was completely shattered, his will remained as unyielding as tempered steel, showing no signs of being broken. Thus began Neza's long and arduous journey of soul cultivation. Initially, the process was exceedingly slow. Each attempt to gather strength felt like groping through an endless darkness, with pain that was beyond description.
However, Neza had no thoughts of giving up. He gritted his teeth, repeatedly pushing the limits of his body and soul without flinching. During his training, Neza often found himself reflecting on his past experiences. The mistakes he had made out of impulsiveness, anger, and pride now felt like heavy shackles, transforming into deep self-reproach and regret that tormented his soul. He gradually realized that the immense power he possessed, if not properly harnessed and controlled, would only lead to endless disaster and suffering. As time passed, Neza's soul began to grow stronger. He could keenly sense the flow of spiritual energy around him and skillfully draw it into his soul, cleansing the damaged parts like a clear spring washing away impurities, gradually restoring vitality and vigor to his essence. Yet, he also recognized that the dark mark deep within his soul was not so easily erased. That mark was the curse left by the demon pill, like a malignant tumor buried deep in his heart, constantly eroding his soul and keeping him on the brink of pain and fear. Each time he attempted to confront the dark mark to eradicate it completely, a wave of agony and terror surged within him, as if countless demons were roaring from the depths of his soul. But Neza knew he had to face it all with courage. Only by completely vanquishing the darkness within could he truly attain redemption and break free from the curse of the demon pill. Summoning unprecedented bravery, he charged fiercely at the dark mark once more. This time, Neza did not waver or show fear. He concentrated all his spirit and pushed the power of his soul to its limits, transforming his essence into an unbreakable sword, aiming directly for the core of the dark mark. Through his relentless efforts, he began to see signs of weakness in the dark mark, a hint of dark energy slowly seeping away, as if it was beginning to submit to him. However, just when Neza thought he was on the verge of success, an unexpected event occurred. A powerful, heart-pounding wave of dark energy suddenly surged from the dark mark, like an enraged beast, enveloping Neza's entire soul in an instant. Under the violent impact of this dark force, Neza's soul trembled like a flickering candle in the wind, on the brink of vanishing into the endless void. "No! I cannot fail like this!" Neza roared inwardly, summoning all his strength to struggle against the dark force binding him. Just when he felt he was at the peak of despair, a vivid image flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning: his parents' loving and caring eyes, the genuine and steadfast smiles of his friends, and his master's hopeful gaze. "They haven't given up on me, so how can I give up on myself?" A renewed spark of hope ignited in Neza's eyes, illuminating the darkness in his heart. He remembered the vow he had made to fight for justice and peace, and that unwavering belief became the most powerful source of strength, revitalizing him. With gritted teeth, Neza concentrated all his soul power once again. This time, his strength was infused with profound love for his family and friends, coupled with his relentless pursuit of justice. Supported by this powerful force, the dark energy began to recede as if it felt fear in the presence of righteousness. After a fierce and breathtaking struggle, Neza finally succeeded in completely annihilating the powerful dark energy. The dark mark vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Neza's soul was finally purified, radiating a soft and brilliant light, like a star shining in the darkness, emanating endless warmth and hope. "Master, I did it!" Neza exclaimed excitedly to the Great Master, his voice filled with joy and pride. The Great Master Tai looked at Neza, a smile of deep satisfaction gracing his features. "Disciple, you have done well. But your path to redemption is far from over. You will face more challenges and trials ahead. You must remain vigilant and cannot afford to relax." Neza nodded solemnly, determination and confidence filling his gaze. "Master, rest assured. I am ready. No matter what I face, I will not back down. I will continue to fight for justice and peace." However, at that moment, the mysterious space began to tremble violently, horrific cracks spreading like demonic claw marks throughout the area, as if an extraordinarily powerful force was attempting to break through this previously tranquil realm, threatening to engulf everything. Neza and the Great Master exchanged glances, both sensing an ominous premonition rising within them. What was happening in this mysterious space? What unprecedented challenges awaited them? All the answers remained unknown, waiting for them to unveil the mystery and confront the impending storm. In the mysterious space, the sudden disturbance felt like an unsettling signal, filling Neza and the Great Master Tai with confusion and alertness. However, Neza's heart remained unwavering, as if during his soul cultivation journey, he had inadvertently touched the mysterious thread of life. His once chaotic thoughts began to be clarified by a magical force, and the true meaning of life seemed to shine like a brilliant light deep within his originally disordered soul, elevating his spirit in an instant. Neza began to quietly reflect on his brief yet tumultuous life. In the past,
Due to the unique nature of the demon pill, he had suffered from misunderstanding and prejudice from those around him, filling his heart with anger and resentment. He had tried to prove his worth through rebellious and defiant actions, but unknowingly, he had fallen into a terrible vortex of hatred, unable to extricate himself. However, throughout this long and arduous journey of soul cultivation, he gradually realized that hatred would only bring destruction and endless suffering. The true power to save the world and change destiny lies only in love and forgiveness. When he finally let go of the hatred and prejudice in his heart, it was as though he glimpsed a brand new world filled with hope. He saw the hardships and helplessness of the people in Shuntang Pass, the great sacrifices his parents made to protect him and their home, and the sincere and profound friendship of his companions. He came to understand that the powerful strength he possessed should not be a weapon to harm others, but a means to protect the weak and innocent, shielding them from harm. I must protect all living beings. A strong and unwavering sense of purpose surged within Neza, igniting a burning flame that illuminated his path forward, making his soul even more resolute and powerful, as if he had gained boundless strength. The great master Tai silently observed Neza, his eyes filled with a proud and comforting light. Disciple, you have finally comprehended the true meaning of life and the great mission you carry. This is a path filled with hardships and challenges, but I believe you will persevere and reach the end through your own efforts and determination.
Neza nodded solemnly, an expression of unwavering conviction and confidence in his eyes. Master, rest assured. From now on, I will no longer be the reckless Neza who only knows how to act impulsively. I will use my strength to create a peaceful and tranquil world for all living beings, allowing them to live happy lives. With that, Neza threw himself into his soul cultivation with even greater dedication. He infused his profound insights about life into every aspect of his training, continuously enhancing his soul's strength and purifying it further. Throughout this process, his mindset gradually transformed, with the previous restlessness and impulsiveness fading away, replaced by a calm and composed demeanor, as if nothing in the world could easily disturb his inner peace. As his cultivation deepened, Neza was astonished to discover a mysterious and wonderful connection forming between his soul and the surrounding enigmatic space. He could clearly sense the vitality and spirituality of all things, feeling as if he had become a part of nature, merging into one with the universe. He began to realize that life is an interdependent and mutually influencing whole, where every existence holds its value and significance, deserving respect and protection. During one profound session of cultivation, Neza entered a state of ethereal mystery. His soul seemed to break free from the confines of his body, drifting freely through every corner of the mysterious space. He witnessed countless souls in this realm, struggling, growing, and cultivating, some filled with hope and courage, shining like the brightest stars in the night sky, while others were shrouded in pain and despair, as if trapped in endless darkness. Neza felt a powerful surge of compassion arise within him, and he resolved to use his strength to help these souls find a path to liberation and regain the hope of life. Neza began to communicate and connect with these souls, sharing his experiences and insights to inspire and guide them. With his patient support, many souls gradually broke free from the shackles of their predicaments, rediscovering their passion and pursuit for life. These souls filled Neza with gratitude and respect, expressing their willingness to follow him and striving to protect all living beings. As time passed, more and more like-minded souls gathered around Neza. Under his leadership, they trained and progressed together, forming a powerful and unstoppable force. However, just as Neza believed everything was moving in a positive direction and the world was on the brink of peace and tranquility, the mysterious space experienced a terrifying upheaval once more. A powerful and evil dark force surged forth like a black torrent erupting from the depths of darkness, quickly spreading throughout the entire mysterious realm, as if it aimed to swallow everything, bringing endless darkness and destruction. Neza and his companions instantly sensed the impending danger, their vigilance heightened to the extreme. They quickly gathered together, forming a tight circle to prepare for this unprecedented challenge. Everyone must be careful, this dark force is incredibly powerful. We cannot afford to be careless, we must work together to defeat it, Neza said gravely, his eyes shining with determination. Don't worry, Neza. We will fight alongside you and never back down, his companions replied in unison, their eyes filled with courage and resolve. Neza nodded, gripping his fire spear tightly, the flames of battle igniting in his eyes, ready to incinerate the dark force completely. He understood that this would be a fierce battle for survival and a significant test of his mission. He had to give it his all without any slack. The dark force drew closer, its oppressive aura weighing heavily on them like a massive mountain, nearly suffocating them. But Neza and his companions did not show any signs of retreat. They stood their ground, their eyes reflecting fearless courage, awaiting the oncoming darkness. Finally, the dark force surged like a raging tide, overwhelming them. "Charge!" Neza shouted, leading the way. He swung his fire spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, creating blazing flames that collided violently with the dark force. His companions unleashed their unique abilities, various magical spells and powers illuminating the mysterious space, energy swirling as if they aimed to completely disperse the dark force. Yet, despite their collective efforts and all-out attempts, the dark force remained incredibly powerful, as if it possessed endless strength, gradually pushing them into a dire predicament, as if trapped in an inescapable whirlpool of darkness. Neza felt a surge of anxiety within him. He knew this couldn't continue. They needed to find the dark force's weakness quickly to turn the tide and achieve victory. Just then, Neza suddenly felt a mysterious power calling to him from the depths. Following this power's guidance, he noticed a swirling vortex at the heart of the dark force, seemingly the source of its power. Could that be the source of the dark force? Neza thought, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He decided to take a risk, amplifying his soul power to its peak and transforming it into a brilliant light, charging toward the vortex at the heart of the dark force. His companions watched with concern as Neza took this bold step, filled with worry for him. Yet they understood his character and determination, believing Neza would find a way to overcome the dark force and lead them out of this crisis. Neza pushed forward through the darkness, the powerful resistance feeling like numerous demonic hands tugging at him, slowing his pace and making his path increasingly difficult. But he refused to give up. The strong sense of mission and responsibility for all living beings propelled him forward, step by step, closer to the heart of the dark force. Finally, Neza approached the vortex. He felt an immense pull emanating from it, as if it aimed to consume his very soul. The force was powerful and terrifying, threatening to drag him into an endless abyss of darkness. But Neza stood undaunted, gathering all his strength and diving headlong into the vortex. Inside the vortex was an endless darkness, seemingly without end or light. Neza could see nothing, only feeling a strong, evil force swirling around him, threatening to tear his soul apart. Is this the core of the dark power? Neza pondered, filled with doubt and unease. He cautiously explored his surroundings, searching for the dark force's weakness. Suddenly, he sensed a faint breath emanating from the depths of the darkness, like a glimmer of hope illuminating his heart. Following this breath, he gradually saw an object emitting a weak glow. Although the light was dim, it filled him with surprise. As he approached, he was taken aback, disbelief etched across his face. It turned out to be a broken spirit pearl. This pearl had once been a treasure of the world, possessing immense power and spirituality, but it had been tainted and damaged by the dark forces, now appearing shattered and lacking its former brilliance. How could this be? Why is the spirit pearl here? Neza thought, confusion flooding his mind. He reached out to touch the pearl, and in an instant, a powerful memory surged into his mind like a tide. This spirit pearl had been coveted by the dark forces, who sought to harness its power to rule the world and fulfill their evil ambitions. However, at a critical moment, the pearl developed self-awareness and refused to be exploited by the dark forces, sealing its own power within this mysterious space, hoping to one day be saved. The dark forces had been searching for the spirit pearl's whereabouts, and upon discovering this secret, they unleashed their powerful dark forces to seize the pearl and use its power to execute their schemes. Neza finally understood everything. His heart surged with anger and righteousness. He knew he had to stop the dark forces from obtaining the pearl, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable, plunging the entire world into darkness and destruction. He gripped the pearl tightly, attempting to seal it away so that the dark forces could not utilize it again. But the dark power within the pearl was too strong, shattering Neza's seals time and time again, as if facing an unbeatable demon. Is there really no way out? Despair flooded Neza's heart as he felt himself trapped in a dead end, unable to escape from this predicament. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the truths about life he had comprehended during his cultivation. He realized that only through love and compassion could he truly purify the darkness within the pearl, allowing it to regain its powerful vitality and strength. Neza calmed his mind, merging his soul power with the dark force within the pearl, attempting to envelop and soften the darkness with his love. In the process of merging, he felt the pain and struggle of the dark power within the pearl, as if it were a wounded soul crying out. He bore no hatred or rejection. Instead, he used his love to warm and soothe the darkness, allowing it to feel the warmth and hope of life. Gradually, the dark power within the pearl began to weaken, and its glow grew brighter, like a flower poised to bloom.
Finally, the pearl was completely purified, radiating a powerful vitality and strength, its light shining like the sun, illuminating the entire dark space.
Neza had succeeded.
He emerged from the vortex with the purified pearl. Outside, the battle raged on fiercely, the dark forces still rampaging. But when Neza unleashed the power of the pearl, it surged forth like a flood, sweeping across the mysterious space. The dark forces crumbled instantly, dispersing into the air as if they had met their nemesis. His companions cheered and leaped with joy upon seeing Neza return safely, their eyes filled with admiration and happiness.
Neza, you were amazing.
You are our hero, they exclaimed, tears of excitement shimmering in their eyes.
Neza smiled slightly, gazing at the pearl in his hand with a heart full of emotion.
He understood that this battle was merely the beginning, the mission he carried was still daunting, with many challenges and difficulties awaiting him.
Let's go. We have a long road ahead of us.
We must continue to protect all living beings, ensuring the world is forever filled with peace and tranquility, Neza declared, his eyes glinting with unwavering conviction. Everyone nodded in agreement, following Neza as they departed from this mysterious and perilous space.
However, they remained unaware that in the depths of darkness, a pair of evil eyes were closely watching their every move.
The dark forces had not been completely eradicated, they were plotting an even more terrifying scheme, one that could overturn the entire world.
In that enigmatic space, after enduring countless hardships, Neza finally completed his soul cultivation perfectly.
His once fragmented soul, which seemed on the verge of dissipating at any moment, now shone with a brilliant radiance, like the brightest star in the night sky, as if carefully reshaped by a magical craftsman. The moment Neza truly felt his soul perfectly merging with a mysterious and powerful force, he understood that the moment of his rebirth was about to dawn upon him like a radiant sunrise in his life. He slowly closed his eyes, concentrating all his spirit, like a devout believer carefully guiding this mysterious power to flow gently within him, like an endless river of energy. Gradually, Neza's soul began to coalesce like condensed mist, slowly gathering to form a brand new, vibrant body. This body radiated a soft and warm glow, as if it were a masterpiece woven from the purest energy. His features remained handsome, but there was now an added maturity and steadiness that came from having weathered life's storms. The determination and confidence reflected in his eyes resembled a sword capable of piercing through all darkness. Neza slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon his new body, and a wave of indescribable joy and excitement surged within him. He felt the powerful force within him, surging like a tide, far stronger and purer than any power he had possessed before, as if a mysterious force from the depths of the universe had awakened inside him.
I have finally been reborn. I have gained a new life. Neza could not help but shout, his voice echoing throughout the mysterious space, as if proclaiming to the entire universe.
The great master Tai watched Neza's rebirth, his eyes sparkling with pride. He stepped forward slowly, smiling at Neza. Disciple, congratulations on your successful rebirth. You have been completely transformed and have become a true powerhouse, possessing the strength to protect the world. Neza looked gratefully at the great master, tears glistening in his eyes as he deeply bowed. Master, this is all thanks to your guidance and support. Without you, I would have perished in that endless struggle, never to return to this world. The great master waved his hand gently.
This is all the result of your relentless effort, disciple.
You have comprehended the true meaning of life and your sacred mission. I believe you will use your strength to bring peace and tranquility to the world, making it a better place because of your existence. Neza nodded firmly, his eyes shining with determination. Master, please rest assured. I will remember your teachings, honor my mission, and use my power to protect every inch of this land and every life within it. With that, Neza turned slowly toward the exit of the mysterious space. He knew it was time to return to the mortal realm and continue his unfinished great mission. Taking a deep breath to adjust his mindset, he stepped forward with resolute strides. As he began to walk, the surrounding space twisted and warped like a distorted fabric, and a dazzling light flashed as Neza vanished from the mysterious realm, like a messenger traversing time and space, rushing back to the human world. When Neza opened his eyes again, he found himself back in the familiar Chantang Pass. The sun shone brightly, as if draping a golden veil over the land, and the people lived in peace and contentment, enjoying a happy and tranquil life.
The entire Chantang Pass was suffused with a harmonious scene, resembling a paradise on earth.
Looking at the familiar yet strange surroundings, Neza felt a flood of emotions swell within him. He recalled the joyful and adventurous times he had spent here, as well as the disasters and suffering he had once brought upon this place due to his impulsiveness.
I have returned. This time, I will protect you all and ensure that you live forever in peace and happiness, Neza silently vowed, determination and warmth shining in his eyes. His appearance immediately caught the attention of the people of Chuntang Pass. They saw Neza standing there in his new form, with wisdom and courage sparkling in his eyes, and they felt both surprised and delighted, as if they were seeing a long-lost relative. It's Neza! Neza has returned! He really has come back! The people cheered, their voices resonating like thunder, expressing their admiration and trust in Neza. Neza smiled and waved to the people, feeling the warmth of their sincere emotions fill his heart. At that moment, Neza's parents also learned of his return. They hurried over, their eyes brimming with tears of joy upon seeing their son safe and sound, as if they had discovered the most precious treasure in the world. Neza, my son. You've finally come back. We were so worried about you. Mrs. Yin rushed forward and tightly embraced Neza, tears flowing down her cheeks. Li Jing stepped forward, patting Neza's shoulder, pride and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Good son, you've grown up, you've become stronger and braver. Neza looked at his parents, filled with guilt. He knew he had caused them so much pain and worry in the past. Now that he was back, he vowed to make up for his past mistakes through his actions. Father, mother, I was unfilial and made you worry. But please trust that I will take good care of you from now on, giving you a happy life, Neza said, his eyes shining with resolve. Mrs. Yin shook her head, wiping away her tears. Silly child, as long as you come back safely, we ask for nothing more. The family embraced each other, savoring this rare moment of reunion. That warm scene felt like a beautiful painting, forever etched in their hearts. However, Neza did not forget his sacred mission. After a brief reunion with his parents, he began to travel through the human world, acting as a hero and helping those in need. His reputation spread like a breath of fresh air, quickly sweeping across the land. People spoke of a hero named Neza, who possessed great power and a kind heart, always appearing when they needed him most, providing relief like a guardian angel. During one of his travels, Neza arrived at a remote and impoverished mountain village. The villagers lived in hardship, often suffering from various monsters' harassment and persecution. Their lives were akin to ants struggling in darkness, filled with pain and helplessness. Upon learning of their plight, Neza felt a strong sense of justice and compassion arise within him, deciding to help these unfortunate villagers by eliminating the malevolent monsters. After thorough investigation and understanding, Neza discovered that these monsters were controlled by an evil demon king. This demon king was powerful, commanding numerous monsters and dark forces, wreaking havoc in the remote village, bringing endless disaster and suffering to the people. Neza was not daunted by the demon king's power. He understood his responsibility and mission as a protector of the human realm. He resolutely decided to venture alone into the demon king's lair to engage in a life-or-death battle and eliminate this threat to the villagers. Inside the demon king's lair, Neza faced an intense and breathtaking battle. The demon king unleashed various evil and cruel spells, attempting to defeat Neza and trap him forever in this lair. Yet, Neza, armed with his unwavering belief, formidable strength, and fearless courage, repeatedly thwarted the demon king's attacks, causing the demon king's schemes to fail time and time again. The battle raged on for a long time, with both sides gradually growing weary. However, Neza's sense of mission kept his spirits high. He knew he could not retreat. If he did, the villagers would continue to live in fear and suffering. He had to seek justice for them, allowing them to live peaceful lives once more. Finally, after countless tests and attacks, Neza found a flaw in the demon king's defenses. He unleashed his most powerful strike, Xian Kuan Yi, and his fire spear shot forth like a golden lightning bolt, piercing directly into the demon king's heart. The demon king let out a dreadful scream before collapsing, his body gradually turning to ash, as if consumed by the power of justice. With the demon king's demise, the evil force was completely eradicated, and the eerie atmosphere dissipated, as if a nightmare had come to an end. The human realm returned to its former tranquility, sunlight bathing the land once more, as if offering the highest reward to Neza and his companions. Exhausted, Neza and his companions sat on the ground, smiles of contentment gracing their faces. They knew they had once again saved the world, protecting peace and tranquility in the human realm. They proved their worth and mission through their actions, becoming heroes in the eyes of the people. However, just as they prepared to leave the lair, Neza suddenly felt a mysterious power calling to him. This force seemed to emanate from the distant sky, carrying an irresistible allure that ignited a strong curiosity and desire for exploration within him. What is this power? Why is it calling out to me? Where does it come from? Neza pondered, his eyes shimmering with intrigue.
He decided to follow the pull of this power to uncover its secrets. So, he bid farewell to his companions, embarking alone on a new journey toward the unknown world and the mysterious force, ready to embrace new challenges and opportunities and to write a new legend that belonged to him. After parting ways with his companions, Neza resolutely followed the direction indicated by the mysterious power, charging forward without hesitation. He was like a fearless warrior, traversing through dense forests that seemed capable of swallowing a person whole, climbing steep mountains that appeared to block the heavens. After enduring numerous hardships, he finally arrived at a castle that exuded an ancient aura. The castle was shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog, which enveloped it tightly like a veil, emanating a chilling atmosphere that felt as if it had drifted up from the depths of hell. Standing before the castle, a strong sense of vigilance surged within Neza, like a tide crashing against his heart. However, the call of the mysterious power grew ever stronger, as if an invisible hand was pushing him from behind, compelling him to step into this enigmatic fortress. Inside the castle, there was an eerie silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The torches on the walls flickered weakly, their light dancing like ghostly flames in the darkness, casting vague shadows that seemed to represent countless wandering souls. Neza cautiously advanced, his steps light as if afraid to disturb anything lurking in the darkness. He tightly gripped the fire spear, its shaft trembling slightly in his hands, as if ready to confront any sudden danger. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through, cutting across Neza's cheek like a sharp blade, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Almost instantly, a sharp laugh echoed throughout the castle, piercing Neza's eardrums like a sword, igniting a wave of unease within him. "Neza, you have finally arrived." A hoarse voice rang out from the depths of the castle, as if it came from the very bowels of hell. Neza scanned his surroundings with keen eyes, sharp as a hawk's. He attempted to locate the source of the voice. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Neza shouted, his voice echoing defiantly, challenging the unseen enemy in the darkness. "Ha ha ha ha." The laughter echoed once more, and a figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Clad in a dark robe, the mysterious individual wore a gruesome mask that seemed carved from the faces of evil spirits, revealing only a pair of eyes that glimmered with an eerie light, like two burning gemstones. "Neza, we meet again," the mysterious figure said coldly, his voice as chilling as ice, sending shivers down Neza's spine. Neza stared at the figure, a familiar sensation swelling within him. "It's you! You're the one behind the conspiracy!" Neza exclaimed, his eyes flashing with anger, as if he would burn the mysterious man to ashes. The figure nodded slightly. "Indeed, it is I. The previous failure was merely a minor setback. This time, I will ensure my plan succeeds." Neza furrowed his brow. "What is your scheme?" The mysterious figure erupted in wild laughter. "You will find out soon enough. However, before that, you must first overcome me." With that, the figure waved his hand, and countless monsters surged forth from the surrounding darkness. These creatures varied in form, some resembling ferocious beasts while others looked like twisted abominations, all clawing and gnashing their teeth, as if intent on tearing Neza apart. Neza stood undaunted, unleashing the Qian Koan circle and the mixing heaven silk. The Qian Koan circle spun rapidly in his hands, resembling an endless whirlpool that drew in the surrounding monsters. The mixing heaven silk danced like a soft rope, ensnaring those monsters attempting to approach him one by one. Neza engaged in an intense battle with the creatures, his movements fluid and powerful, each strike infused with strength that sent the monsters crashing to the ground. After a fierce struggle, Neza finally eliminated all the monsters. Breathing heavily, he turned to the mysterious figure, eyes brimming with fury. "What else do you have? Show me!" Neza shouted, his voice resolute. The mysterious figure sneered. "Impressive, Neza. But this was merely a warm-up. Now, let me show you my true power." The mysterious figure formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations. Suddenly, a surge of immense dark energy erupted from within him, enveloping the entire castle in a black torrent, as if the darkness itself sought to consume everything. Neza felt the overwhelming strength of this dark power, and his heart tightened. He realized that this mysterious figure's strength was beyond his imagination, and he had to be more cautious in his approach. With a roar, the mysterious figure charged at Neza. His speed was blinding, appearing like a bolt of black lightning, instantly closing the distance between them. He swung a fist, glowing with dark energy, aimed directly at Neza. Neza quickly raised his fire spear in defense, but the mysterious figure's might was too great, forcing him to stagger back, leaving deep impressions in the ground beneath his feet. The mysterious figure pressed the attack, each strike more vicious than the last, as if determined to utterly defeat Neza. Gradually, Neza found himself on the defensive, barely managing to fend off the relentless assaults, despair creeping into his heart.
Is this how it ends? Am I truly going to watch this world be destroyed?
A wave of hopelessness washed over Neza, a shadowy claw tightening around his heart. But just then, he remembered his mission and the trust placed in him by the people. He recalled the villagers suffering at the hands of monsters, the lives struggling in darkness. He knew he could not give up, even if there was only a sliver of hope. He had to fight until the end to protect this world.
Neza's eyes reignited with fighting spirit, a flame burning fiercely within them.
He took a deep breath and unleashed all the power within him, a surge of righteous energy erupting forth, illuminating his body like a blazing sun, brightening the entire lair. The mysterious figure was taken aback by Neza's power. He halted his attack, staring in fear and disbelief.
How is this possible? How can you possess such strength? Who are you? Neza sneered. I am Neza, the hero who protects the human realm. As long as I am here, you will never succeed.
With that, Neza charged at the mysterious figure with his fire spear, moving like a flash of lightning. The mysterious figure, unwilling to back down, summoned his most potent dark energy to engage in a final confrontation. The battle was titanic, shaking the entire lair like an apocalyptic clash. Neza and the mysterious figure traded blows, neither yielding, each assault laden with immense power and deadly intent. After an intense struggle, Neza finally discovered a flaw in the mysterious figure's defense. Seizing the moment, he unleashed his most powerful strike, the Qian Kuan Ji, and the fire spear shot forth like a golden lightning bolt, piercing straight into the heart of the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure let out a wail of despair before collapsing, his body gradually disintegrating into ashes, consumed by the force of justice. With the defeat of the mysterious figure, the evil force was completely eradicated, and the eerie atmosphere slowly dissipated, like a nightmare coming to an end. The world returned to its former tranquility, sunlight bathing the land once more, as if rewarding Neza and his companions for their bravery. Exhausted, Neza and his companions sat on the ground, smiles of relief and satisfaction on their faces. They knew they had once again saved the world, protecting peace and tranquility in the human realm. They had proven their worth and mission through their actions, becoming heroes in the eyes of the people. However, just as they reveled in their victory, Neza suddenly felt a mysterious power calling him. This force was different from the one before. It seemed to come from another world, inviting him with an irresistible allure. What is this new power? Neza wondered, his eyes shining with curiosity. Determined to follow this new calling, he bid farewell to his friends and the great Master Tai, setting off on his new journey alone. Neza's figure gradually faded into the vast horizon, his adventure continuing, as new challenges and opportunities awaited him. After the thrilling final showdown, the pervasive gloom in the world gradually dissipated like mist blown away by a gentle breeze. The warm sunlight once again shone unreservedly upon the vast earth, and everything seemed to revive under its embrace, joyfully celebrating the quiet return of peace. Neza and his close friends stood together on the clouds, looking down upon the vast land they had fiercely protected with their blood and lives, their hearts swelling with gratitude and pride. Neza's tall figure appeared particularly grand and majestic in the brilliant sunlight, his radiant fire spear gleaming with the brilliance of victory. The mixing heaven silk danced freely in the wind, as if softly recounting the hardships and supreme glory behind their breathtaking battle. His eyes reflected a maturity and responsibility that far exceeded his age, as if he had become a steadfast symbol of peace in the world. We did it, friends, Neza's slightly trembling voice echoed softly in the clouds, a blend of fatigue and excitement lingering from the intense battle. That's right, we succeeded. Sun Wukong exclaimed, jumping up like a child filled with glee. His golden staff sparkled under the sunlight. This battle was thrilling and utterly satisfying. Yang Jian smiled slightly, looking at everyone with emotion. Thanks to everyone's unity and determination, we were able to defeat such a powerful evil foe. Shu Beiji patted his round belly nonchalantly, saying, "Oh dear, I'm so exhausted I feel like my bones are falling apart. But hey, it's all worth it for this peaceful world." The group exchanged smiles, their hearty laughter echoing in the clouds. Their hearts were filled with endless joy and satisfaction, knowing that their efforts and sacrifices had not been in vain. They had successfully safeguarded peace and tranquility in the world. As time flowed like a gentle stream, Neza's heroic deeds spread throughout every corner of the world like brilliant stars. People recounted his legendary story in various ways. He had become an irreplaceable hero in their hearts, an eternal legend. Children grew up listening to Neza's tales, their eyes sparkling with admiration and reverence, nurturing dreams of bravely facing life's challenges just like Neza, protecting all that they cherished. In a serene little village, a white-haired elder sat quietly in the courtyard, sharing stories of Neza's bravery with a group of innocent children gathered around him.
Children, do you know?
Back then, that vile mysterious figure attempted to destroy our world, but it was Neza and his friends who stood up and resolutely engaged in a life-and-death struggle against that evil force. The elder's deep and powerful voice seemed to possess a magical charm, instantly transporting the children back to the thrilling battle. The children listened, entranced, their round eyes wide with excitement and tension, as if they were right there in the midst of the fierce fight.
Neza is amazing.
With his blazing fire spear and swift-wind fire wheels, he moved through the hordes of monsters as if in an uninhabited realm, bravely fighting and defeating them. As the elder spoke, he mimicked the actions, drawing gasps and laughter from the children. But how did Neza finally defeat that mysterious figure? A little boy asked eagerly, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. The elder smiled slightly, wisdom glimmering in his gaze.
Neza relied on his unwavering belief, extraordinary courage, and the deep, sincere friendship he shared with his companions.
In the end, he discovered the mysterious figure's fatal weakness, defeating him completely and protecting our beautiful world. Upon hearing this, the children couldn't help but clap for Neza, their eyes shining with the glow of admiration, as if they truly saw Neza valiantly fighting on the battlefield. Meanwhile, on the other side of a bustling city, a young and talented painter stood quietly before a large canvas, his brush moving like a lively butterfly across the surface. He was depicting the dramatic scene of Neza battling the mysterious figure in the vast sky. In the painting, Neza appeared as agile as an eagle, exuding the might of a war god, as if he were about to leap out of the canvas to continue guarding the peace and tranquility of the world. The painter focused intently on every detail, hoping to forever capture Neza's brave and fearless image with his brush, allowing more people to understand and remember the great deeds of this legendary hero. In an ancient temple with a long history, a respected monk sat on a mat, explaining the essence of Buddhist teachings to a group of devout followers. When discussing the importance of courage and belief, he naturally mentioned Neza's story. Neza's story teaches us that no matter how powerful the difficulties and challenges we face, as long as we hold on to our unwavering faith and possess the courage to face them bravely, we will surely overcome obstacles and welcome our own light and hope. The monk's voice was calm and gentle, yet it seemed to possess a magical penetrating power that deeply touched each follower's heart. The followers nodded, silently praying for Neza, grateful for the peace and tranquility he had brought to the world. They drew strength and courage from Neza's story, helping them become more resolute and brave in facing life's difficulties. However, just as people reveled in the atmosphere of peace and joy, Neza felt an underlying unease. He often saw vague and strange images in his dreams, resembling swirling mists that stirred a sense of inexplicable anxiety and worry within him. One day, Neza sat quietly by the sea, gazing at the boundless ocean, his deep-set eyes reflecting contemplation and confusion. He tried to understand the true meaning of those dreams but found himself at a loss, as if some mysterious force was preventing him from uncovering the truth. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept by, causing ripples to dance across the water's surface, as if the sea was trying to whisper a secret to him. Neza sensed a mysterious power slowly approaching, and a wave of alertness surged within him. He stood up without hesitation, gripping the fire spear tightly, his eyes filled with caution and determination.
Who is it? Who is coming near?
Neza shouted, his voice echoing along the shore, as if challenging the unknown force. Yet, the surroundings remained silent, with only the sound of waves crashing against the beach resonating in his ears. Neza furrowed his brow tightly, feeling the mysterious power drawing closer, as if it would envelop him in the next moment, yet he could see no form, as if the force originated from another world. Just as confusion and unease filled Neza's heart, a mysterious voice suddenly rang in his mind.
Neza, you are a brave warrior. You once saved this world. But your mission is far from over, there are more important tasks waiting for you to complete. Neza was taken aback and quickly scanned his surroundings, but he still saw no one.
The mysterious voice seemed to resonate directly within his mind, leaving him both surprised and perplexed.
Who are you? Why do you say my mission isn't finished?
Neza questioned, filled with doubt, eager for an answer. The mysterious voice did not respond to his question but continued, in a distant corner of the universe, there lies a mysterious and dangerous world facing a grave crisis. Only you, Neza, have the power to save that world and restore peace and happiness to its people. Upon hearing this, a strong sense of duty surged within Neza. He knew he could not refuse this challenge, he must save the world in crisis.
What should I do? Where do I go to find that world? Neza asked eagerly, his eyes shining with determination.
You need to find the entrance to that world, and then, with your courage and wisdom, you must resolve the crisis and save its people, the mysterious voice replied slowly, as if guiding Neza toward his path. With that, the mysterious force vanished like smoke, leaving Neza alone on the shore, his heart unable to find calm. He knew he was about to embark on a brand new journey, one filled with the unknown and challenges. He must prepare himself to face the difficulties and dangers that lay ahead. Neza returned home and shared his decision with his parents. Li Jing and Mrs. Yin listened with heavy hearts, but they understood that Neza had his own mission and responsibilities. He had to fulfill his duty to protect more worlds and lives.
Go, my child.
We believe you will accomplish your mission and return safely, Li Jing said, patting Neza's shoulder, pride and trust evident in his eyes. Mrs. Yin tightly embraced Neza, tears welling in her eyes.
Be careful, my child. We will always wait for you to come home. Neza nodded, feeling the love and support of his parents.
He vowed to accomplish his mission and return safely, making his parents proud. Next, Neza found his friends and shared his decision with them. Hearing this, they all expressed their desire to accompany Neza. They were battle-tested companions, ready to face new challenges together and protect the peace and tranquility of the world.
Neza, we've fought side by side on the battlefield.
Wherever you go, we will be with you, facing all difficulties and challenges together, Sun Wukong said firmly, his eyes shining with determination.
Yang Jian nodded solemnly, adding, exactly.
We will go together, shouldering the responsibility of guarding the world, ensuring that evil forces can never rise again. Xu Beiji and Sha Sang also expressed their eagerness to follow Neza, ready to use their strength to protect the world and make it a better place. Neza looked at his friends, feeling deeply moved. He knew that no matter what obstacles lay ahead, as long as his friends were by his side, he would fear nothing. He believed they could accomplish their mission together, safeguarding peace and tranquility in the world.
Thus, Neza and his friends set off on their journey once more.
They traversed rolling mountains and rivers, enduring countless hardships and challenges, until they finally found the entrance to the mysterious world. The entrance was shrouded in a layer of mysterious mist, appearing as a natural barrier that obscured the view within. Neza took a deep breath, filled with anticipation and tension, knowing they were about to enter a brand new world, one filled with the unknown and challenges. He resolutely led his friends into the layer of mysterious mist. As they passed through the mist, the sights before them left them all stunned. They discovered they had entered a completely unfamiliar world, where the sky was an eerie purple, and the ground was pitch black, surrounded by a chilling and sinister atmosphere, as if it were the gateway to hell.
Is this the mysterious world? It looks so frightening.
Xu Beiji said, a bit scared, shrinking his round body slightly, with a hint of fear in his eyes.
Everyone, be cautious.
This place is filled with unknown dangers, we must remain vigilant, Neza said seriously, his eyes reflecting alertness and calm. He knew they had entered a perilous zone and needed to maintain a clear mind to face any potential threats. They cautiously moved forward, hearts filled with unease. Suddenly, a swarm of black monsters surged from all directions like a tide. These creatures were grotesque, some with sharp claws, others with huge wings, and some oozing foul-smelling slime, all clawing and gnashing at Neza and his friends, as if a group of demons sought to devour them.
Neza and his companions immediately entered battle mode, tightly united as they faced the sudden onslaught of monsters. Neza unleashed his Qian Kuan circle and mixing heaven silk.
The Qian Kuan circle spun in the air, emitting howling sounds, as if it were an invisible cage trapping the monsters. The mixing heaven silk danced like a flexible dragon, wrapping around the monsters' bodies and binding them tightly. Sun Wukong swung his golden staff, which shone brilliantly in the sunlight, charging at the approaching monsters like a valiant warrior.
Yang Jian used his divine powers, launching beams of light targeting the monsters' vital points, causing them to fall one by one.
Xu Beiji and Sha Sang also joined the fray, using their unique skills to assist Neza and Sun Wukong. Their teamwork was seamless, as if they were one cohesive unit.
After an intense battle, the black monsters were finally all defeated.
Neza and his friends panted heavily, cautiously observing their surroundings, fearing more monsters might appear.
What on earth happened in this world? Why are there so many terrifying monsters?
Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, filled with confusion and concern. We should keep moving forward and see if we can find some clues to understand what happened here, Neza replied, his eyes reflecting determination. He knew they needed to uncover the truth to find a way to save this world.
So, they continued onward, witnessing many destroyed buildings and desolate lands along the way.
These sights filled them with uncertainty and worry, as they wondered what kind of disaster this world had endured to become what it was now. As they passed through a ruined area, they suddenly heard a faint cry for help.
Someone is calling for help.
Quick, let's check it out, Neza said, a strong sense of responsibility swelling within him. He knew they could not stand idly by, they must help those in need. Following the sound, they discovered a little girl trapped beneath a large rock, her innocent face filled with fear and helplessness, tears glistening in her eyes. Neza rushed forward, summoning all his strength to lift the heavy rock and free the girl. "Thank you, big brother," she said gratefully, her eyes shining with appreciation.
"Little sister, how did you end up here? What happened?"
Neza asked with concern, his voice gentle. The little girl's eyes reflected fear as she sobbed, "An evil demon king rules here, bringing many terrifying monsters that destroyed our world. My mom and dad were taken by those monsters, and I'm so scared." Hearing this, a surge of anger filled Neza's heart. He resolved to help the little girl, defeat the evil demon king, and save this world.
"Don't be afraid, little sister.
We will definitely defeat the demon king, rescue your parents, and restore peace and tranquility to this world," Neza reassured her, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction. The little girl nodded, hope rekindling in her eyes. Neza and his friends continued forward with the girl, who told them that the evil demon king resided in a huge castle, guarded by many powerful monsters, making it a daunting task to enter the castle and defeat the king.
When they arrived at the castle, they indeed saw numerous monsters patrolling around it. The castle loomed high, emanating a strong evil aura, resembling an insurmountable fortress.
"To enter the castle, we must first deal with these monsters," Yang Jian said, his expression serious.
"All right, let's go together," Neza declared, determination shining in his eyes.
He knew this would be a difficult battle, but they had to defeat these monsters to get closer to the demon king and save the world. They launched into another fierce battle with the monsters. This time, the number of monsters was greater and their strength more formidable, attacking Neza and his friends relentlessly. However, Neza and his companions remained undaunted, working closely together to leverage their strengths and gradually gain the upper hand. They continued to strike at the monsters, sending them crashing to the ground, blood staining the earth. Just as they were about to eliminate all the monsters, a powerful wave of energy surged from the castle, and a giant figure slowly rose from within. It was the evil demon king. The demon king towered over them, covered in black scales that gleamed with a cold light. He had two massive horns on his head, and his eyes glowed with a fierce red light, resembling a demon from hell. He looked at Neza and his friends and let out a furious roar that could shatter the heavens, instilling fear in their hearts.
"You insignificant ants dare to challenge me.
Today marks your end," the demon king bellowed, his voice filled with arrogance and disdain. Neza stared defiantly at the demon king, his eyes revealing determination and fearlessness. "You evil creature, for the sake of your selfish desires, you have destroyed this world and harmed countless innocent lives. Today, we are here to end your reign and restore peace and tranquility to this world." With that, Neza charged at the demon king, unleashing all his strength, his fire spear blazing like a bolt of lightning aimed directly at the demon king. The demon king sneered, extending a gigantic claw to swat Neza away, as if he could easily crush him into pulp.
But Neza agilely sidestepped the demon king's attack, constantly searching for an opening to deliver a fatal blow.
Sun Wukong joined the fray, swinging his golden staff and engaging in a fierce counterattack against the demon king. The staff seemed alive in his hands, launching relentless assaults against the king.
Yang Jian unleashed his divine powers, firing beams of light that targeted the demon king's vital points, inflicting continuous injuries.
Shu Beiji and Sha Sang also joined in with their special moves, aiding Neza and Sun Wukong in battle.
Their teamwork was seamless, functioning as a singular entity.
However, as the battle intensified, the demon king's power seemed to increase, and the overwhelming pressure weighed heavily on Neza and his friends. Just then, Neza spotted a flicker of weakness in the demon king's defense. Seizing the moment, he called upon all his strength, preparing for a decisive strike that would turn the tide of battle. The battle was fierce, and Neza felt the burden of responsibility weighing on him. He knew that victory was within reach, but they had to work together to defeat this formidable foe once and for all. With a final rallying cry, Neza and his friends surged forward, determined to end the demon king's reign of terror and restore peace to the world once and for all. After Neza's rebirth, he had become a hero admired by all. His agile figure often traversed the human realm like a guardian angel, diligently protecting the peaceful lives of the people. Time flowed gently in this tranquility, however, the mysterious gears of fate seemed to quietly begin turning once again. On a particularly sunny afternoon, Neza strolled leisurely among the clouds, enjoying the serenity and beauty of the world. Suddenly, a subtle and elusive mysterious force surged within his heart like a whisper from the distant horizon. It carried a familiar warmth, yet also a profound and powerful depth that felt strange to him. Neza instinctively halted, slowly closing his eyes and concentrating on exploring the source of this mysterious power. With his keen perception, he sensed that this force seemed to have a subtle connection to the magic power from the demon pill within him, but it was not as wild and uncontrollable as that power. Instead, it felt like a long-dormant strength slowly awakening, urgently calling out to him. What could this be? Neza pondered, confusion flooding his mind like a mist. He resolutely decided he must trace the source of this mysterious energy and uncover the secrets hidden behind it. Following the guidance of this mysterious force, Neza pressed forward without hesitation. He crossed rolling mountains and rivers, traversed vast forests and deserts, and finally arrived at an ancient and mysterious valley. The valley was surrounded by steep peaks, shrouded in mist, resembling a fairyland, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, Neza could clearly sense a powerful and mysterious aura enveloping the valley, as if invisible eyes were silently watching his every move from the shadows. Neza cautiously stepped into the valley, each step taken with great care. As he ventured deeper, the mysterious force grew stronger, seemingly guiding him toward a specific location. Eventually, he discovered a massive cave at the heart of the valley. The entrance of the cave shimmered with strange light, containing endless mysteries, as if it were a portal to another world. Taking a deep breath, Neza firmly grasped the fire spear, the symbol of his strength, and slowly entered the cave. Inside, it was dark and damp, with walls glittering with bioluminescent spots, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Neza carefully moved along the cave's passage, remaining highly alert and cautious. Not long after, Neza suddenly felt a powerful pressure approaching, as if a heavy mountain were pressing down on him. Instinctively, he stopped and raised his head, where a massive figure loomed ahead. The figure stood several stories tall, enveloped in a layer of black mist, its features obscured and unrecognizable. Who are you? Why have you come here? A deep and authoritative voice resonated from the figure, echoing through the cave like a roar from the depths of hell. Neza's heart tightened. He could distinctly sense the immense power emanating from the figure before him. But instead of being intimidated, he stood tall and replied, I am Neza. I felt the call of a mysterious power, which led me here. Who are you, and what is your connection to this power? The figure paused for a moment, seemingly contemplating how to respond. After a while, it spoke slowly, I am the guardian of this mysterious power, which I have protected for thousands of years. This power holds endless mysteries and immense strength, but it also harbors great dangers. You should not be here, nor should you seek to uncover its secrets, or you will fall into endless trouble. Upon hearing this, Neza's curiosity intensified. Why? If this power exists, it must have its purpose. Since I felt its call, I must understand its origins and uses. I cannot easily give up. The figure seemed touched by Neza's determination and persistence. It sighed softly and said, Very well. Since you insist, I will tell you. This mysterious power is the chaotic force that has existed since the dawn of creation, possessing the dual ability to create and to destroy. Many have tried to control this power, but ultimately, they were consumed by it, falling into an endless abyss of darkness from which they could never escape. Neza was taken aback, realizing how powerful and dangerous this force was. Yet he did not waver, instead, his resolve to uncover its secrets grew stronger. Then I must learn how to control this power correctly, to prevent it from falling into the hands of those who would misuse it and bring disaster to the world. The figure regarded Neza quietly, a hint of admiration flickering in its eyes. Your courage and determination are admirable, but mastering this chaotic power is no easy task. You must undergo a series of rigorous trials to prove that you possess the strength and wisdom required to wield it. Without hesitation, Neza declared, I am willing to accept these trials. No matter how difficult, I will not back down. The figure nodded and said, First, you must navigate the maze within this cave. This maze is filled with various traps and powerful monsters. Only with your wisdom and courage can you find the exit and successfully pass the test. With a wave of its hand, the figure transformed the scene before Neza. He found himself in a complex maze, surrounded by walls shimmering with eerie lights that resembled malevolent eyes, obscuring his sense of direction and threatening to trap him within. Neza took a deep breath, calming his emotions. He used his divine powers to carefully sense his surroundings, skillfully avoiding traps. However, monsters emerged from the maze, each with different forms. Some were incredibly strong, capable of easily demolishing anything. Others moved with lightning speed, making them hard to catch. Some wielded various magic spells that were hard to defend against. Undeterred, Neza unleashed his Chien Koan circle, mixing Heaven Silk and Fire Spear, engaging in fierce battles with the monsters. During the fight, he continuously learned and refined his combat strategies, enhancing his strength with each encounter.
After a hard-fought battle, Neza finally found the exit to the maze.
As he emerged, the figure reappeared before him. You have passed the first trial. Now, you must confront the fears within your heart. With another wave of its hand, the scene shifted again, and Neza found himself in a dark world, shrouded in thick fog that felt oppressive and terrifying. In this dark realm, Neza faced many of his former enemies and challenges, all clawing at him, as if trying to drag him into an endless abyss of darkness from which he could never escape.
Neza knew these manifestations were his inner fears, obstacles on his path of growth. Only by overcoming them could he truly progress. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm himself. He began to recall past battles, the days he fought alongside his friends, his beliefs and mission, and his determination to protect the world. Gradually, Neza's fears faded, and his resolve became stronger. He opened his eyes to find the enemies and challenges had vanished, replaced by light and warmth. The figure looked at Neza with satisfaction. Well done. You have conquered your inner fears. Next, you will face your destiny. With that, the figure waved its hand, and a vision appeared before Neza. He saw his future. In the world ahead, chaos reigned again, with mysterious powers wreaking havoc, and the people suffering immensely. Neza was the only hope to save the world, shouldering the heavy responsibility of rescuing the lives in peril, forced to make a difficult choice. This choice would change his fate, possibly at the cost of his own life. Yet he felt no hesitation or retreat, knowing this was his mission and he must bear this responsibility. Neza gazed at his future self, deeply thoughtful. He knew this choice would affect the fate of the entire world. He could not evade it or shrink back, he had to face it bravely. After a fierce internal struggle, Neza made his decision. He raised his head, looking firmly at the figure. I am willing to accept the challenge of fate. To save the world, I am ready to give everything, even my life. The figure regarded Neza's words with a glimmer of approval in its eyes. Good. You have passed all the trials, and you are now qualified to wield this chaotic power. With that, the figure formed seals with its hands, chanting incantations. A beam of light shot from its hands, enveloping Neza. He instantly felt a powerful force surge into his body, merging with the magic power from the demon pill, forming a new strength that filled him with boundless power, while his soul was elevated to a new realm. Remember, though this power is immense, you must use it wisely. It can bring light or darkness. Only with a heart of justice and kindness can you truly harness its strength to protect the peace of the world, the figure warned solemnly. Neza nodded, saying, I understand. I will remember your teachings and use this power to guard the world and protect the people, ensuring they are no longer harmed. The figure smiled slightly before gradually vanishing into the light. Neza stood in place, feeling the powerful chaotic energy within him, filled with emotion. He knew his mission was just beginning, and he would face more challenges and difficulties ahead. But he would not be afraid, he would press on, willing to pay any price to protect the peace and tranquility of the world. Neza left the mysterious valley and returned to the human realm. He discovered subtle changes had occurred, strange phenomena were appearing in some places, the weather had turned severe, and the people were beginning to feel anxious and fearful. Neza realized this might be related to the awakening of that mysterious power. He needed to swiftly utilize his newly acquired strength to investigate the truth behind these events and protect the peace of the human realm. However, as Neza began his investigation, he found himself caught in a new crisis. Mysterious forces seemed to have noticed his movements, beginning to monitor and obstruct him, attempting to prevent him from uncovering the truth. Neza felt as if he had fallen into a massive web, each step was fraught with danger and challenges. Yet he did not retreat, instead, he became even more resolute in his beliefs. He knew he must unravel these mysteries quickly and identify the masterminds behind these mysterious forces, or else the human realm would plunge into a catastrophic disaster. During his investigation, Neza met a mysterious woman named Linger. She was intelligent and resourceful, seemingly knowledgeable about the mysterious forces. Linger informed Neza that these forces had long been seeking a powerful strength to dominate the entire world, and the chaotic power Neza had obtained was the very target they desired, willing to do anything to seize it. Upon hearing Linger's words, Neza's heart sank.
He had not anticipated that his pursuit would lead to such trouble, but he had no regrets, knowing he must shoulder the responsibility of protecting the world. Thus, Neza and Linger decided to join forces to combat the mysterious powers. They searched for clues, engaging in fierce confrontations with the enemy. Throughout this process, Neza and Linger's bond deepened. They trusted and supported each other, facing numerous challenges together. However, as their investigation progressed, Neza uncovered a shocking secret. It turned out Linger's identity was not simple. She had intricate connections with the mysterious forces, seemingly hiding an unknown secret. Neza was filled with confusion and pain. He didn't want to believe Linger could be an accomplice of those mysterious forces, yet the facts before him forced him to doubt. In a fierce battle, Neza could no longer hold back his doubts and confronted Linger. She looked at him, a complex expression in her eyes. After a moment of hesitation, she spoke slowly, "Neza, I know you must be confused. My true identity is..." Just as Linger was about to reveal her true identity, a violent roar suddenly echoed from the sky. A black rift appeared out of thin air, and a powerful evil aura surged forth, as if it aimed to swallow the entire world. Neza and Linger's expressions changed dramatically. They sensed an enormous crisis approaching, and an unprecedented disaster was about to descend upon them. Neza and Linger gazed at the sudden appearance of the black rift in the sky, from which a powerful evil aura continuously surged forth. An overwhelming sense of unease washed over them, almost threatening to consume them. At that critical moment, a towering figure slowly stepped out from the rift. Enveloped in dense black mist, his face was completely obscured in darkness, rendering it unrecognizable. However, Neza and Linger could clearly feel the immense pressure emanating from him, as if a heavy mountain were bearing down upon them, making it difficult to breathe. "Who are you?" Neza tightened his grip on the fire spear, his eyes flashing with vigilance as he demanded an answer. The figure let out a chilling, sinister laugh. "Who am I? Ha ha ha. I am your nightmare, the supreme ruler about to dominate the three realms." As he laughed, the black mist began to dissipate, slowly revealing his true form. His face was covered in bizarre patterns, as if drawn in blood, appearing particularly grotesque. His eyes glowed with a crimson light, like two burning flames, exuding endless evil and brutality, like a demon crawling out from the depths of hell. Neza's heart jolted. He had never encountered such a profoundly evil presence before. "You wish to rule over the three realms. I will never allow you to succeed." Neza roared, his eyes blazing with anger, as if he intended to burn the enemy to ashes. "Humph, just you?" The enemy looked at Neza with disdain, a sneer on his lips. "You're just a wet-behind-the-ears brat, daring to challenge me? How ignorant!" With that, he suddenly waved his hand, unleashing a violent force that swept toward Neza like a raging tsunami. Neza quickly raised his fire spear, straining to withstand the powerful force. However, the strength was overwhelming. Even with all his might, he was violently thrown back, crashing against a massive boulder like an injured bird. "Neza!" Linger screamed in horror, rushing over to help him up. Neza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes burning with even more furious flames. "Linger, step back. I will handle this." Linger looked anxiously at Neza, hesitation flickering in her eyes. "But he's too powerful, together we..." "No, his target is me." "You will only distract me by staying here," Neza interrupted her decisively, determination shining in his eyes. Understanding Neza's temperament, Linger gritted her teeth, a hint of resolve crossing her face. "Just be careful." With that, she stepped aside, nervously watching the unfolding battle. Neza slowly stood up, taking a deep breath as he activated the chaotic power within him to its fullest extent. Instantly, a layer of golden light surrounded his body, shimmering with mysterious and ancient runes, as if it were a power handed down from ancient times. Seeing the light emanating from Neza, the enemy looked momentarily surprised. "I didn't expect you could control the chaotic power, but that still won't change your fate." With that, he launched another attack. This time, a pitch-black sword appeared in his hand, its blade glowing with eerie, dark light, as if it were a soul corrupted by darkness. He swung the sword with fierce momentum, aiming to slash at Neza. Unfazed, Neza unleashed his profound Xian Koan circle, clashing fiercely with the enemy's sword. A deafening explosion rang out, distorting the air around them, creating invisible ripples. The two engaged in an extremely intense battle, attacking and countering without mercy. Neza gradually realized that the enemy's strength was indeed formidable. Each of his strikes contained immense power, making it difficult to withstand. Moreover, his speed was astonishing, as if he could traverse through time and space, forcing Neza to concentrate fully just to keep up.
As the battle wore on, Neza began to feel overwhelmed.
Although his chaotic power was strong, he had not yet fully mastered its essence, unable to unleash its full potential.
Meanwhile, the enemy seemed to grow stronger with each encounter, resembling an unrelenting battle machine showing no signs of fatigue.
This won't do, Neza thought anxiously, battling fiercely while rapidly brainstorming strategies in his mind. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He remembered a magical technique he had learned from his past battles. This technique could perfectly meld the chaotic power with his treasures, unleashing even greater strength.
With this in mind, Neza decided to take a risk.
He poured the chaotic power within him into the fire spear, executing his most powerful move, Flamestorm. The flames on the spear surged dramatically, as if propelled by an invisible force, forming a colossal vortex of fire. The fiery whirlpool spun, carrying intense heat and endless destructive power, sweeping toward the enemy.
The enemy's expression changed slightly, his eyes flashing with fear.
He quickly raised his sword to attempt to block this overwhelming force. However, Neza's attack was too powerful. The moment the vortex of flames met the sword, it melted into a pool of black liquid. The fire vortex continued to advance, completely engulfing the enemy.
Ah!
The enemy let out a piercing scream as he struggled amidst the flames, like prey being consumed by fire. But Neza did not let his guard down. He knew this enemy would not be easily defeated. Sure enough, moments later, a more powerful force suddenly erupted from the flames, as if it had burst forth from the depths of hell, instantly dispersing the fire vortex. The enemy emerged from the flames, his body scorched in multiple places, yet appearing largely unaffected, his eyes still gleaming with fierce malice.
"Humph, I didn't expect you to have some skill," the enemy snarled, revealing a hint of desperation.
"But this is just the beginning.
Next, I will show you true despair."
With that, he quickly formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations.
As he spoke, the surrounding darkness rapidly gathered, forming a massive black sphere.
The sphere crackled with strange lightning, emitting a series of chilling roars that sounded like the wails of the damned. Neza sensed that the power contained within this black sphere was terrifying, capable of devastating the entire world.
If hit by it, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Linger, run!"
Neza shouted, panic flickering in his eyes. Linger hesitated for a moment but then resolutely replied, "No, I want to stay with you." Neza's heart warmed. He knew Linger had stayed for him. But he also realized that this was not the time for emotional decisions.
"Linger, listen to me. Staying here will only hinder me.
You need to go find Sun Wukong and ask him for help." Linger bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes.
"All right, but you must be careful."
With that, she turned and ran away, worry filling her heart.
The enemy, seeing Linger flee, did not pursue her.
To him, she was insignificant. His only target was Neza.
As long as he defeated Neza, everyone else would be no threat.
"Now, no one can save you," the enemy said, a smug look in his eyes as he coldly laughed. With that, he hurled the black sphere towards Neza with great force. The sphere whistled through the air like a shooting star, rapidly closing in on Neza. Neza took a deep breath, channeling all his chaotic power into the fire spear, then thrusting it forward with all his might. The fire spear collided violently with the black sphere, creating a thunderous explosion that shook the very heavens and earth. The powerful shockwave sent Neza flying, his body tracing a long arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Neza felt as if his insides were shattered, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as paper.
"Ha ha ha ha!" The enemy laughed triumphantly. "Neza, you have ultimately fallen to my hand."
He slowly walked over to Neza, raising his sword to deliver the final blow and end the battle. Just at that critical moment, a dazzling golden light rapidly descended from the sky, blocking Neza's path like a flash of lightning. The enemy's sword struck the golden light, producing a crisp sound as it bounced back.
The enemy's expression changed drastically as he looked up in terror.
A tall and imposing figure descended from the sky, clad in gleaming golden armor and wielding a brilliantly shining golden staff. Sun Wukong had arrived. "Sun Wukong, you finally made it," Neza said weakly, relief washing over him. Sun Wukong glanced at Neza, concern flickering in his eyes.
"Neza, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Neza replied, forcing a smile.
Sun Wukong nodded, then turned to face the enemy, his eyes sharp with determination.
"So, you're the one trying to rule the three realms?" The enemy regarded Sun Wukong with a wary expression.
"You are Sun Wukong? I've heard of your name, but today you won't stop me."
"Is that so?" Then let's see what you've got, Sun Wukong said, a confident smile playing on his lips as he readied his golden staff for battle. With that, he charged forward like a bolt of golden lightning. The enemy, refusing to back down, gathered his dark power, and the two engaged in a fierce and intense battle. Sun Wukong's strength was unquestionable, wielding his golden staff with devastating force, each strike containing world-shattering power. The enemy's dark power was also formidable, able to counter Sun Wukong's staff, leading to a cataclysmic clash that shook the mountains around them. Watching the fierce battle, Neza was filled with shock. He had not expected this enemy to be so strong, able to engage Sun Wukong in such a fierce and evenly matched struggle. As the battle continued, Sun Wukong gradually discovered a weakness in the enemy's strategy. He noticed that after each powerful attack, the enemy would have a brief moment of pause. Although this moment was extremely short, it was enough for Sun Wukong to seize the opportunity. Taking his chance, Sun Wukong accelerated after one of the enemy's attacks, instantly appearing behind him like a ghost. Raising his golden staff, he struck fiercely at the enemy's back. The enemy, caught off guard, was unable to evade the blow. He let out a painful scream as his body was sent flying forward. Sun Wukong did not give him a chance to recover. He charged again, launching a relentless barrage of attacks. Under Sun Wukong's ferocious onslaught, the enemy gradually fell into a disadvantaged position. He was injured in multiple places, the dark power around him becoming unstable, resembling a tower on the verge of collapse. "Damn it, I won't accept this," the enemy roared, desperation flickering in his eyes. Suddenly, he bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. The blood coalesced into a strange symbol in the air before rapidly merging into his body. As the blood infused into him, the enemy underwent a dramatic transformation. His muscles swelled as if inflated, becoming increasingly robust. The patterns on his face became more pronounced, as if carved by a knife. His eyes turned blood red, and his hair turned white, giving him the appearance of a demon emerging from hell, radiating a chilling aura. "What is this?" Sun Wukong thought, feeling a sense of foreboding regarding the enemy's transformation. The enemy let out a roar and charged at Sun Wukong. His speed and strength had vastly increased, every strike carried tremendous destructive power, as if he could shred Sun Wukong to pieces in an instant. Sun Wukong quickly raised his golden staff to defend, but he found the enemy's newfound strength overwhelming. His staff trembled slightly, as if facing an unbeatable foe. How did this guy suddenly become so strong? Sun Wukong wondered, realizing he could not continue like this and had to devise a strategy to defeat the enemy. Thus, Sun Wukong unleashed his ultimate skill, 72 transformations. He instantly transformed into a massive eagle, spreading his wings and swooping toward the enemy. Seeing this, the enemy swung his sword, attempting to strike the eagle down, but its speed was too great, the enemy's attacks could not touch it. The eagle circled in the air for a few moments before suddenly diving down, its sharp talons gripping the enemy's shoulder. The enemy screamed in agony, struggling fiercely to free himself from the eagle's grasp. But Sun Wukong held on tightly, transforming back into his original form and swinging the golden staff down upon the enemy's head. The enemy quickly raised his sword in defense, but his power had waned, and he was left dazed by Sun Wukong's strike. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks, leaving the enemy with no chance to counter. Finally, he leaped high into the air, raising the golden staff above his head, and struck down with all his might. "Die!" Sun Wukong roared, determination flashing in his eyes. The golden staff, infused with immense power, struck the enemy with devastating force. The enemy let out a despairing scream as his body crumbled under the impact, disintegrating into a pile of black dust that scattered in the wind. Sun Wukong looked at the fallen enemy, exhaling a sigh of relief as he turned to Neza, helping him to his feet. "Neza, are you all right?" he asked with concern. Neza shook his head. "I'm fine. Thank you, Sun Wukong." Sun Wukong smiled. "Do we really need to say thanks between us? But who exactly is this enemy? Why does he possess such immense power?" Neza frowned. "I don't know. He seems to have been searching for that mysterious power, aiming to use it to dominate the three realms." "Mysterious power?" Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed in thought. "Is it the same power you sensed earlier?" Neza nodded. "It should be. But what this power truly is, I'm still unclear." Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before replying, "No matter what this power is, we can't let it fall into the wrong hands. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable." Neza agreed. "You're right.
We must quickly find the source of this power and uncover its secrets.
At that moment, Linger returned.
Seeing that Neza and Sun Wukong were safe, relief washed over her.
"Are you both okay?" she asked with concern. "We're fine," Neza replied.
Thanks to Sun Wukong arriving in time. Linger looked gratefully at Sun Wukong.
"Thank you, Sun Wukong."
Sun Wukong waved his hand dismissively.
"It's nothing. By the way, Linger, did you notice anything unusual?" Linger shook her head. "I didn't notice anything strange.
I just went to look for you as Neza suggested."
Sun Wukong nodded. "All right.
Since this enemy has been defeated, let's leave this place. The noise here might attract more trouble."
Neza and Linger agreed.
Together, the three of them left the bloody and evil place, flying off toward the horizon. However, they were unaware that after their departure, the fallen enemy's body suddenly stirred. A beam of black light shot out from within him, disappearing into the sky, as if heralding the arrival of a new crisis.
Neza, having engaged in a fierce battle with that immensely powerful enemy, was gravely injured and was brought back to the camp by Sun Wukong and Linger.
He lay quietly on the extremely simple bed, his once rosy complexion now pale as paper. His faint breath seemed like it could extinguish at any moment, much like a flickering candle in the wind. Linger anxiously stayed by his bedside, her eyes filled with deep worry, tears welling up in her eyes as if they were pearls about to spill over. She tightly grasped Neza's hand, conveying an endless strength, as if trying to transfer her life force to him.
"Neza, you must get better soon. We still need you to defeat the evil." Linger whispered gently into Neza's ear, her voice full of concern and hope.
Sun Wukong stood nearby, his brow tightly furrowed. He understood just how severe Neza's injuries were, and with their combined strength, they might struggle to face the dire challenges ahead. Just as they felt utterly helpless, an unexpected situation suddenly arose. Outside the camp, a cacophony of sounds erupted. Sun Wukong immediately stepped out of the tent, alert. He saw a group of people marching towards their camp. At the front was a man dressed in a pure white robe, with a strikingly handsome face and an extraordinary aura. He held a delicate folding fan, every movement exuding a refined and mysterious vibe. Behind him were several individuals of varied appearances, a towering man like a steel tower, a woman as beautiful as spring flowers, and a small child whose eyes revealed an unwavering determination.
"Who are you? Why are you intruding on our camp?"
Sun Wukong asked cautiously, gripping his golden staff tightly, its golden light flickering in the darkness, ready to unleash its power at any moment. The man in white smiled slightly, elegantly cupping his hands in greeting.
"I am Yang Jian.
I heard that Neza fought fiercely against the evil forces and was gravely injured, so I came to offer assistance."
Sun Wukong was taken aback, he knew Yang Jian's name well.
He was a renowned general in the heavenly court, with extraordinary abilities.
"Why do you want to help us? Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?"
Sun Wukong questioned, a hint of wariness in his eyes.
Yang Jian put away his fan and replied solemnly, "The three realms face an unprecedented crisis. The evil forces seek to dominate everything, plunging the world into endless darkness. As a general of the heavenly court, I understand my responsibility to uphold justice and cannot stand idly by. Moreover, Neza's courage and righteousness in battle have earned my deep respect. I am willing to fight alongside him against the evil."
Hearing this, Sun Wukong's wariness eased somewhat, but he remained cautious.
He glanced at the individuals behind Yang Jian and asked, "Who are they? They don't seem ordinary." Yang Jian introduced them, "These are my friends."
Upon hearing the news, they volunteered to join our cause and contribute to the fight for justice.
"This is Lei Zhenzi, who commands the power of thunder. This is Ao Bing, the third prince of the Dragon Palace in the East Sea, who masters water control. This is Su Daji, who, though from the demon clan, has a kind heart and possesses a unique charm, and this is Little Stone, who, despite his young age, has a courageous heart and never backs down when facing evil."
Sun Wukong nodded, sensing the powerful aura emanating from each of them, realizing they were certainly no ordinary individuals.
"If that's the case, then welcome to our ranks.
Together, we will fight against evil," he declared, his eyes shining with determination. As Yang Jian and the others entered the tent and saw Neza lying unconscious on the bed, concern filled their faces.
"How is Neza? Is he getting any better?" Yang Jian asked urgently. Linger shook her head, tears welling up once more.
"His injuries are severe, and he remains unconscious. We're all very worried about him." Yang Jian approached Neza, examining his injuries closely, deepening his frown.
"Neza's condition is indeed critical, but I have a method to help him recover.
Hope ignited in everyone's eyes upon hearing this.
What method? Please tell us. Linger asked eagerly, her eyes filled with anticipation. Yang Jian produced a crystal-clear pill from his robe. This is the 9 Revolutions Soul Returning Pill, a sacred medicine from the Heavenly Court. It is said that if a seriously injured person takes it, they can quickly recover and regain vitality. Linger gratefully accepted the 9 Revolutions Soul Returning Pill, her eyes shining with appreciation. Thank you, Yang Jian. You are truly our savior. Yang Jian smiled slightly. No need for thanks.
We are allies now, and it is our duty to help each other fight against evil.
Linger carefully fed the pill to Neza.
As the pill dissolved in his mouth, a warm power instantly spread throughout his body. After a while, a hint of color returned to Neza's face, and his weak breath stabilized, as if signs of life were slowly returning to him.
Great! Neza is going to be okay.
Linger exclaimed, her eyes shimmering with joyful tears. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, their worries easing significantly. Just then, Neza slowly opened his eyes, a hint of confusion flickering within them, as though he had just awakened from a deep slumber.
Where am I? What happened? Neza asked weakly, fatigue evident in his voice.
Linger quickly grasped his hand, her eyes filled with joy.
Neza, you're awake. You're in our camp. How do you feel? Are you any better?
Seeing the tears in Linger's eyes, warmth surged through Neza, dispelling his fatigue and pain.
I'm fine, Linger. You don't need to worry.
With you all here, I will surely recover, he said, determination shining in his eyes.
At this moment, Neza noticed Yang Jian and the others standing nearby.
He struggled to sit up.
Brother Yang Jian, why are you here? Aren't you in the Heavenly Court? Yang Jian stepped forward to support Neza. Neza, don't get up yet. Rest well. We learned of your injuries from battling the evil forces, so we came to help you through this crisis. Neza looked gratefully at Yang Jian and the others, tears glistening in his eyes. Thank you all. With your help, we will surely defeat the evil forces and restore peace to the world. The group gathered around Neza's bed and began discussing their next strategies. Yang Jian stated, the evil forces are very powerful, and we must find a way to counter them. While I was in the Heavenly Court, I heard of a mysterious power that could eradicate all evil and restore light to the world. Mysterious power?
Neza furrowed his brow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. I sensed a mysterious force before, but I don't know what it truly is. Perhaps we can approach this mysterious power, Ao Bing suggested thoughtfully. While I was in the East Sea Dragon Palace, I came across ancient texts mentioning an old formation that could harness the mysterious power to combat enemies, giving us the strength to defeat evil. What formation? Everyone asked in unison, curiosity lighting up their eyes. This formation is called the Chaotic Demon Sealing Array. It requires 5 individuals with special powers to stand at the 5 positions of the formation and combine their strength to activate it, Ao Bing explained.
5 individuals with special powers?
Sun Wukong pondered for a moment before stating, we have 5 people here, Neza with his chaotic power, Yang Jian with his heavenly eye, Lei Zhenzi with his thunder power, Ao Bing with his water control, and I with my 72 transformations.
Perhaps we can try this formation.
Hearing Sun Wukong's words, everyone felt that this approach was worth a shot. They decided to begin practicing the array together. In the following days, under Yang Jian's guidance, Neza and the others dedicated themselves to mastering the chaotic demon sealing array. They spent countless hours practicing the movements and coordination of the formation.
The process was incredibly arduous, and every action required repeated practice until they achieved perfection.
Despite this, none of them complained. Their hearts were united by a single belief, to defeat the evil forces and restore peace to the world. After a period of hard training, their coordination improved significantly, and the formation's power grew stronger. They could feel the mysterious energy flowing within them, as if they had merged into one, granting them immense strength. They believed that if they could master this formation, they would surely defeat the evil forces and allow the world to bask in sunlight once more. However, just as they were preparing to confront the evil forces and reclaim justice for the world, an unexpected situation arose. One night, while Neza was resting in the tent, he suddenly sensed a powerful dark force approaching their camp like a tidal wave. His heart raced as he quickly awakened the others. Everyone exited the tent to see a swarm of black shadows flying in the night sky, like ghosts, heading towards their camp.
It's the evil forces. How could they find us here?
Yang Jian furrowed his brow, anger flashing in his eyes. Sun Wukong tightened his grip on the golden staff, determination gleaming in his eyes.
No matter how they found us, since they've come, they won't leave alive. We'll fight together and eliminate these evil beings.
With that, Sun Wukong charged forward, his golden staff moving with speed, striking at the black shadows like lightning. Neza and the others were not to be outdone. They unleashed their powerful abilities: fire spear, thunder control, water manipulation, and more, joining the fierce battle. The black shadows were incredibly strong, not only numerous but each possessing a strange dark power that seemed to erode the soul, sending chills down their spines. Although Neza and the others fought valiantly, the overwhelming number and power of the enemy gradually put them at a disadvantage, and the situation became dire.
This won't do.
We must find a way to break through, Yang Jian said calmly, wisdom shining in his eyes.
Neza nodded, determination flooding his heart. I'll lead the way, follow me closely, and we'll break through together.
With that, Neza unleashed his chaotic power, the energy surging within him, seemingly ready to consume everything. He transformed into a bolt of light, charging towards the black shadows like a shooting star, his speed astonishing. The shadows were struck by Neza's chaotic power, falling as if they had encountered their nemesis.
Neza seized the moment to create an opening, with Yang Jian and the others following closely behind, escaping the fray.
However, the black shadows did not relent in their pursuit. They clung to Neza and the others like parasites, continuously launching attacks and further complicating their escape. Just as they were about to shake off the shadows, a beam of black light suddenly shot down from the sky, blocking their path like a sword. Everyone looked up to see the powerful enemy they had fought before descending, a sinister smile on his face, his eyes glowing with blood red, resembling a demon rising from hell.
Did you think you could escape?
Today marks your end, the enemy sneered, his voice dripping with cruelty and malice. Neza and the others felt a heavy weight in their hearts, knowing that an unprecedented battle loomed ahead, and they must give their all to have even a slim chance of survival.
Neza and the others stood in a tense standoff against the immensely powerful enemy. The atmosphere was so taut that it felt as if the very air had solidified.
The enemy radiated a chilling dark aura, reminiscent of a demon's roar, threatening to mercilessly devour everything around, instilling deep fear in their hearts. Neza tightly gripped the fire spear, which shone with a fierce glow, his gaze fixed on the enemy with unwavering determination. His eyes reflected a resolve that declared he would not back down. He understood that this battle was a matter of life and death for them all, and whether they could ultimately achieve victory hinged on their ability to uncover the truth behind that mysterious power and seize it firmly in their grasp.
"Humph, you insignificant little beings, today marks your end." The enemy's arrogant shout echoed, and he launched a brutal attack without mercy.
The black energy surged towards Neza and the others like a raging tide, scorching the earth beneath and causing the vegetation to wither as if set ablaze, creating a horrific scene. Seeing this, Neza and the others quickly spread out, each unleashing their unique abilities to fend off the incoming assault.
Yang Jian activated his mystical heavenly eye, shooting forth a brilliant beam of golden light that violently collided with the black energy, resulting in a deafening explosion that seemed to shake the very heavens. Lei Zhenzi swung his heavy golden staff, summoning the ferocity of thunder, as bolts of lightning rained down like arrows, striking fiercely at the enemy in an attempt to weaken him. Ao Bing focused intently on manipulating the raging waters, forming a thick curtain of water to block the torrential attacks, defending their line. Sun Wukong, ever agile, darted around with the grace of a monkey, cleverly dodging the enemy's strikes while seizing every opportunity to retaliate with his own fierce counterattacks, forcing the enemy to be wary of him. Yet, the enemy's strength surpassed their expectations. Their attacks seemed to inflict little real damage, while the enemy's onslaught grew more ferocious, akin to a storm battering them relentlessly.
Neza and the others gradually felt their strength waning, beginning to struggle against the overwhelming might.
This cannot continue, we must uncover the truth behind the mysterious power quickly, or we will have nowhere to hide.
Neza shouted, his voice filled with urgency and resolve.
Everyone understood the severity of the situation. But where could the truth of that mysterious power be hidden?
They had gathered some fragmented clues in their previous arduous explorations, yet those were far from sufficient to fully unveil the secrets shrouded in mystery, as if the truth were a treasure cloaked in fog, elusive and hard to find. Just then, Neza felt the chaotic power within him stirring restlessly, as if trying to convey some vital information.
A realization sparked within him, a glimmer of understanding.
Could it be that the mysterious power is closely linked to the chaotic power inside me? He pondered, a mixture of doubt and anticipation flashing in his eyes. He began to recall the strange sensations he experienced during his previous contact with the mysterious power, a feeling that was both familiar and potent, suggesting a subtle connection between it and the chaotic energy within him, as if they were bound by a mysterious thread. Determined to take a risk, Neza focused all his mental strength, attempting to resonate the restless chaotic energy within him with the surrounding mysterious power. At first, the chaotic energy surged uncontrollably within him, causing a tightness in his chest. However, as he continued to adjust and soothe it, the chaotic energy gradually calmed, finding its direction, and began to respond to the mysterious force, as if engaging in a silent dialogue. Gradually, the space around Neza began to change in strange ways. The dark and oppressive sky suddenly lit up with dazzling, peculiar lights, intertwining to form a massive and mysterious vortex. The vortex, akin to a black hole in the universe, radiated potent and enigmatic energy, as if ready to consume everything, evoking both awe and fear. Neza and the others stared in astonishment at this sudden phenomenon, realizing that the truth behind the mysterious power was finally about to surface, revealing the secrets hidden in darkness. Taking a deep breath, Neza stepped into the vortex. As he moved deeper, the light intensified, enveloping him in a magical aura that made him feel as though he had entered a brand new world filled with mysteries and the unknown. In this realm, he witnessed the origin of the universe, the moment the first light emerged from endless darkness, the birth of all things, the miracle of life evolving from chaos, and the formation of chaotic power, the most primal force gradually coalescing within the universe's furnace. He realized that chaotic power was the most primitive force in existence, containing boundless creativity and destruction, much like the heart of the universe, pulsating with the rhythm of life. From the dawn of creation, chaotic power had existed, serving as the source of all life and strength. Without it, the vibrant world could not exist. However, as time passed, chaotic energy began to diverge, giving rise to various forces and elements that intertwined and interacted to form this complex and diverse world. Neza finally understood the truth behind the mysterious power. It was indeed a special manifestation of chaotic power. Its strength and danger stemmed from the fact that it had not yet been fully tamed, retaining its primal wildness and fury. If it fell into the hands of evil, it would unleash catastrophic destruction upon the world, plunging countless lives into suffering and despair. Neza realized that he bore the heavy responsibility of protecting this mysterious power. He must find a way to harness it and keep it from falling into the hands of the enemy, preventing it from becoming a weapon of destruction. While Neza contemplated the chaotic power, he suddenly sensed a powerful dark aura rapidly approaching him, reminiscent of a black ghost, sending chills down his spine. He looked up to see the enemy, like a ferocious beast, charging into the vortex towards him, eyes gleaming with greed and madness. "Ha, Neza, do you think that discovering the truth of the mysterious power will enable you to defeat me? This power is destined to belong to me," the enemy laughed maniacally, his voice filled with contempt and provocation. Neza gripped the fire spear firmly, determination shining in his eyes, embodying his unwavering commitment to justice and disdain for evil. "You will not seize this power, I will not allow you to succeed," he declared loudly, his voice brimming with strength and resolve. With that, Neza fearlessly launched a fierce attack against the enemy. He unleashed the immense chaotic power within him, transforming into a dazzling light, charging at the enemy like a meteor. The enemy was also undeterred, summoning his dark energy to clash with Neza in a brutal confrontation that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of reality. The battle sent shockwaves of energy rippling through the air, distorting the space around them as if enduring a cataclysmic disaster. Neza felt the overwhelming pressure on his body, as if being crushed by the powerful force, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, fueled by the singular belief that he must not let the enemy prevail and must guard the mysterious power. As the battle progressed, Neza gradually identified a fatal weakness in the enemy. Although the enemy possessed formidable dark power, his understanding of chaotic energy was woefully inadequate, preventing him from fully unleashing its true might. His attacks were somewhat rough and singular, lacking flexibility and variation. In contrast, Neza, having innate chaotic power, had reached new heights of control over it through his resonance with the mysterious power, allowing him to adeptly employ the various transformations and techniques of chaotic energy to launch unexpected strikes against the enemy. Neza decided to exploit this weakness for a decisive blow. He deliberately exposed what appeared to be a vulnerability, luring the enemy into attacking. The enemy, thinking Neza was exhausted, charged forward without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with arrogance. Just as the enemy approached Neza, he suddenly unleashed the ultimate form of chaotic power, chaotic domain. In an instant, everything around them was enveloped in chaotic power, plunging the entire world into a dark, chaotic void. The enemy, realizing in terror that his dark energy was completely suppressed in this domain, felt as though he had lost the source of his power, rendering him utterly ineffective. His movements slowed significantly, as if frozen in time. "No, this can't be," the enemy shouted in despair, his voice filled with fear and reluctance. Neza did not grant the enemy any respite. He wielded the fire spear like a god of war, aiming directly for the enemy's heart. The enemy attempted to evade, but within the chaotic domain, his movements were severely limited, leaving him unable to escape Neza's attack. The fire spear pierced into the enemy's heart, black blood gushing forth like a fountain. The enemy let out a wretched scream, his body slowly collapsing, the light in his eyes dimming until they finally closed forever. Neza had finally triumphed over the enemy, yet he did not let his guard down. He understood that the presence of the mysterious power remained a significant threat. If not handled properly, it could bring about new crises for the world. Exiting the chaotic domain, Neza returned to the real world. Yang Jian and the others breathed sighs of relief upon witnessing Neza's victory over the enemy, their faces lighting up with expressions of gratitude.
"Neza, are you all right?" Linger asked, concern etched on her face. Neza shook his head. "I'm fine.
We have successfully uncovered the truth behind the mysterious power. Now the most important task is to handle this power properly."
Everyone fell into deep thought.
Although the mysterious power was immense, it was also extremely dangerous.
If mishandled, the consequences would be dire.
"Perhaps we can seal this power away," Yang Jian suggested, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "This way, we can prevent it from being exploited by evil individuals and ensure the safety of the world."
Neza nodded.
"That's a feasible approach, but sealing the mysterious power requires immense strength and special methods. We must find a suitable place to do this." Just then, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up to see a mysterious figure slowly descending from the light, radiating a soft and sacred glow that made them feel as if they were in heaven, evoking a sense of reverence. The figure's features were indistinct, obscured by the light, appearing as an illusion formed from luminescence. He quietly gazed at Neza and the others, his eyes seemingly imbued with boundless wisdom and power. As the mysterious figure approached, the powerful aura surrounding him compelled them to lower their heads, as if facing a supreme being. "You have unveiled the truth behind the mysterious power. Well done," the figure spoke, his voice deep and resonant, echoing as if from the depths of the universe.
"Who are you?" Neza asked, curiosity and confusion filling his eyes as he eagerly sought to know the identity and origins of this mysterious figure. The figure smiled slightly, an expression that seemed to hold endless secrets.
"Who I am is not important. What matters is how you will face this mysterious power and how you will use it to uphold peace and justice in the world." Neza and the others felt a shiver of realization. They understood that this mysterious figure likely held greater secrets about the mysterious power, and his appearance could guide them toward mastering it. "Please tell us how we should handle this power," Neza asked respectfully, his tone filled with humility and a thirst for knowledge. The mysterious figure pondered for a moment before slowly responding. "The mysterious power is the most primal force in existence. It can create worlds or destroy them, much like a double-edged sword. You cannot simply seal it away. Instead, you must learn to control it and use its strength to protect peace and justice in the world."
"Control the mysterious power? How is that even possible?"
Lei Zhenzi voiced his skepticism, his eyes filled with doubt and unease.
"We struggle to even seal it, let alone control it." The mysterious figure shook his head. "Do not underestimate your potential.
Neza, you possess chaotic power within you, the force closest to the mysterious power. If you can fully unleash the potential of your chaotic energy, you may be able to control the mysterious power." Upon hearing the mysterious figure's words, a surge of determination ignited within Neza, a fervor that felt capable of igniting the universe. He understood that this would be a monumental challenge, but he was willing to try, determined to protect the world at any cost. "I understand, I will do my best," Neza affirmed resolutely, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. The mysterious figure nodded. "Good. However, before you can control the mysterious power, there is an important task I must assign to you." "What task?" everyone asked in unison, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. The mysterious figure raised his hand, pointing toward the distance, where a vast darkness loomed, seemingly hiding endless unknowns and dangers. "At the world's end lies an ancient relic, where the ultimate secret of the mysterious power is concealed. You must go there, uncover this secret, and bring it back. Only then can you truly master the mysterious power and ensure the safety of the world." Everyone looked toward the dark horizon the figure indicated, sensing the foreboding chill of the unknown that lay ahead.
Neza and the others exchanged glances, seeing determination and courage reflected in each other's eyes. They knew this would be an even more arduous journey, but for the sake of protecting the world, they would not retreat. "We will complete this task," Neza declared, his voice filled with confidence and resolve. The mysterious figure smiled faintly. "I believe in you. Go, children, for the fate of the world rests in your hands." With that, the mysterious figure transformed into a beam of light, vanishing into the sky, leaving Neza and the others standing firm, filled with unwavering conviction. They packed their belongings and resolutely set off on their new journey toward the world's end. On the battlefield, thick smoke hung in the air, and the sounds of shouting and clashing echoed like thunder, resonating painfully in their ears. Neza and his allies found themselves in a desperate situation, retreating like fragile grass swept away by a raging storm under the overwhelming tide of enemy attacks. The enemy's powerful force felt like an endless abyss of darkness, continuously consuming the last flicker of hope within them. Each of the enemy's assaults carried a terrifying momentum capable of annihilating everything, leaving Neza and his companions with little chance to catch their breath. Their wounds multiplied like cuts from sharp blades, blood seeping continuously, while their stamina was gradually drained in this brutal battle. Yet, they grit their teeth, resolutely holding on, with no thoughts of retreating, driven only by a singular belief: they must protect each other and safeguard this world. Neza wielded the blazing fire spear, its tip glowing brightly as if it were a burning flame, striking back wave after wave of approaching enemies. But he knew deep down that if this continued, they would inevitably be completely engulfed and annihilated. The enemy outnumbered them significantly, and their strength only seemed to grow, making their resistance feel insignificant, as if a small ant stood before a towering mountain. "Neza, we can't hold out much longer," Yang Jian shouted, his heavenly eye flickering dimly, revealing the fatigue in his eyes. The bloodied three-pronged blade in his hand had been stained crimson by the enemy's blood, and his armor bore numerous dents, resembling an antique worn down by time. Lei Zhenzi swung his heavy golden staff, channeling the power of thunder from the skies, sending down bolts of lightning like silver serpents, temporarily pushing back the surrounding foes. Yet his face was as pale as paper, clearly exhausted from using a significant amount of his power. "What should we do? Neza, we can't just sit here and wait for our doom." Ao Bing, transformed into a massive white dragon, darted through the enemy ranks, his sharp claws slashing through foes. However, he too felt the immense pressure from the relentless enemy, his body already wounded, with many dragon scales shed, resembling armor eroded by wind and rain. "Neza, we must find a way to break through." Sun Wukong employed his miraculous 72 transformations, deftly dodging the enemy's attacks while seizing opportunities to land lethal strikes. However, he too understood that this could not continue. The enemy's encirclement was tightening, leaving them with little room to maneuver, like a wild beast trapped in a cage, facing death. Neza looked around at his wounded friends, filled with pain and guilt. He knew that if it weren't for him, they wouldn't be in such a dangerous predicament. He lifted his gaze to the gray sky, determination flashing in his eyes like a sharpened sword capable of cutting through all difficulties and obstacles. "I can't let everyone die here. I must find a way to protect them." Neza swore silently in his heart. Just then, he suddenly felt the chaotic power within him surging again, like a fierce beast awakening, growing stronger. A thought sparked in his mind, a potential means to turn the tide of battle. The chaotic power was the most primitive and powerful force in existence. If he could fully master it, perhaps he could use it to defeat the enemy and change their fate. However, the chaotic power was also incredibly dangerous. If he couldn't control it, it could harm not only the enemy but also his friends and family, possibly bringing about catastrophic disasters for the entire world. Neza found himself in a deep dilemma. He knew that if he chose to sacrifice himself to seal the chaotic power, he would ensure it wouldn't fall into the enemy's hands and protect the world. But he couldn't bear to leave his friends and family behind, his heart filled with reluctance and pain. On the other hand, if he chose to perish with them, although he could protect his loved ones, it would lead to immense disaster for the world. If the chaotic power went out of control, it could unleash unimaginable devastation, leading to countless lives lost in an irreversible catastrophe. Neza's heart struggled painfully, like a flower battered by a storm, unsure of what choice to make, filled with confusion and despair. Time passed slowly, and the enemy's attacks grew fiercer. They had little time left, racing against the clock, with every second feeling precious. "Neza, what are you hesitating for? Make a decision." Yang Jian urged anxiously, his eyes reflecting expectation and trust, as if waiting for Neza's answer. Neza took a deep breath, realizing he could no longer hesitate. time did not allow for further contemplation.
He looked at his friends, their eyes filled with trust and hope, as if encouraging him to make the right choice.
"I'm sorry, my friends.
I cannot let you suffer because of me," Neza said slowly, his voice filled with helplessness and pain. With that, he closed his eyes, concentrating to fully master the chaotic power within him. A radiant light began to emanate from his body, resembling a blazing flame burning on the dark battlefield, illuminating their path forward. The enemy sensed the powerful energy radiating from Neza, halting their attacks in fear as they retreated, like beasts fleeing from a hunter.
"What is this power?
How can it be so strong?" the enemy exclaimed, their voices trembling with unease.
Neza ignored the enemy's fear, fully immersing himself in controlling the chaotic power.
The chaotic energy surged within him, wild and untamed, as though it sought to break free and consume him. But Neza gritted his teeth, refusing to yield, his heart filled with the singular belief that he must master this power to protect his friends and family. As time went on, Neza gradually began to grasp the rules of the chaotic power. He discovered that as long as he maintained inner calm and determination, he could better control the force. Slowly, the chaotic energy began to respond to his guidance, transforming from a wild beast into a tamed entity. Neza felt his body brimming with strength, as if he had become the master of the universe, capable of wielding everything.
Is this the true power of chaotic energy? Neza marveled internally, excitement gleaming in his eyes. With newfound confidence, Neza opened his eyes, their glow radiant like two brilliant stars.
He brandished the fire spear, directing it at the enemy, a powerful surge of energy emanating from him, sweeping toward the foe. The enemy, terrified, attempted to evade, but it was too late. The chaotic power enveloped them instantly, their bodies gradually fading in the light, as if carried away by a fierce wind, turning to ashes. Neza had successfully repelled the enemy, but he knew this was only a temporary victory. The enemy's leader had yet to appear and would not easily relent. Moreover, though he had gained control over the chaotic power, he had only begun to grasp it and could not yet unleash its full potential. There was much more to learn and explore. Neza turned to his friends, who looked at him with astonishment and admiration, their eyes filled with trust and praise.
"Neza, you really did it!" Yang Jian exclaimed excitedly, tears glistening in his eyes as if celebrating Neza's victory. Neza smiled slightly. "This is just a temporary victory, we cannot let our guard down. The enemy's leader has not yet appeared, and we have much work ahead of us." Just then, a cackling laughter echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up to see a massive figure emerging from the heavens, as if a demon were crawling out of hell. This figure exuded a dark aura, resembling a cursed phantom, with blood-red eyes that flickered ominously, as if capable of seeing into one's soul. In his hand, he wielded a gigantic black scythe that glimmered with a cold light, akin to the Grim Reaper's weapon, sending chills down their spines. "Ha ha ha, Neza, do you think mastering chaotic power will allow you to defeat me? You are so naive."
The enemy's leader laughed cruelly, his voice filled with mockery and disdain, as if belittling Neza's efforts. Neza and his allies felt a weight in their hearts. They understood that the real battle was just beginning. This enemy leader was formidable, even more so than the previous foes, presenting them with an unprecedented challenge. The enemy leader swung the black scythe, unleashing a black beam of light that slashed towards Neza and the others like a lightning bolt. Neza quickly raised the fire spear, channeling the chaotic power to block. The black beam collided with the chaotic energy, producing a deafening roar that echoed like thunder across the sky. The powerful energy shockwaves radiated outward, instantly leveling surrounding mountains and creating a massive crater in the ground, as if a giant bomb had exploded. Neza and his allies were thrown back by the force of the energy wave, crashing heavily to the ground. They felt as if their insides had been displaced, spitting out blood and growing weaker by the moment.
What immense power! Neza thought, filled with shock and fear.
He had never encountered such overwhelming strength, and anxiety filled his heart. The enemy leader looked at Neza and the others, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, as if mocking their fragility.
"You pitiful ants, today is your day to die." With that, the enemy leader swung his black scythe once more, launching an even fiercer onslaught, intent on annihilating Neza and his friends completely. Neza and the others gritted their teeth and stood up again, preparing to face the enemy's assault.
They knew this was a life-or-death struggle. There was no retreat, and they had to fight with everything they had to survive. Neza unleashed the chaotic power, transforming into a streak of light, charging towards the enemy leader. Yang Jian, Lei Zhenzi, Ao Bing, and Sun Wukong also unleashed their ultimate abilities, following closely behind Neza to attack. The enemy leader scoffed, effortlessly blocking Neza's and his allies' attacks with his black scythe. He then swung back, releasing a powerful wave of dark energy that sent Neza and the others flying again, as if struck by an invisible force, their bodies tracing arcs in the air before crashing down. Neza and his allies hit the ground heavily, already heavily injured and unable to rise, resembling defeated beasts stripped of their will to fight. The enemy leader slowly approached Neza, a sinister smile creeping onto his face, as if savoring the impending victory. Neza, while your chaotic power is formidable, you are still no match for me. Are you ready to greet death? Neza looked at the enemy leader with no hint of fear, only resolve and determination. I will not give up. As long as I draw breath, I will fight you to the end. Just as Neza struggled to rise, his body refused to obey, as if held down by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. At that moment, the enemy leader raised his black scythe, ready to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from the sky, blocking Neza's path. The enemy leader was forced back a few steps by the light, staring at it in shock, confusion, and unease filling his eyes. As the light gradually dissipated, a figure emerged. Master! Neza exclaimed in surprise, tears welling in his eyes as if he had seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. It was his master, Tai Jinren, who had appeared. Holding a whisk, Tai Jinren exuded an aura of authority, resembling a celestial being capable of commanding the heavens and earth. Do not fear, my disciple. I have come to lend you my strength. Tai Jinren declared, his voice filled with unwavering determination and courage, as if infusing Neza with powerful energy. The enemy leader regarded Tai Jinren with a grave expression, realizing that his strength was not to be underestimated and that he would face an even tougher battle. Tai Jinren, you are still alive, the enemy leader said, surprise and disbelief evident in his tone. Tai Jinren smiled faintly. You, demon, have committed countless evils. Today marks your end. With that, Tai Jinren waved his whisk and unleashed a powerful spell against the enemy leader. The enemy leader, unwilling to back down, swung his black scythe, and the two engaged in an intense battle. Neza and the others watched in hope as Tai Jinren fought the enemy leader. They knew that as long as Tai Jinren was present, there remained a glimmer of survival. They believed he could defeat the enemy and protect them. The battle between Tai Jinren and the enemy leader intensified, both sides unleashing their full power. The sky filled with flashing lights, and energy waves rippled through the air, causing the very world to tremble as if a cosmic battle was underway. Neza and the others anxiously observed the situation, their hearts racing with concern for Tai Jinren. Although he was powerful, the enemy leader was equally formidable, leaving them uncertain whether Tai Jinren could ultimately triumph. As the battle reached its climax, a strange light burst forth from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield and causing everyone to feel dizzy. When the light faded, they were astonished to find a mysterious figure standing amidst the chaos. This figure radiated a powerful aura, rendering his features indistinct, as if a deity from another realm had descended. The mysterious figure slowly approached Neza and the others, locking eyes with Neza. Neza, you are the one chosen by fate, he spoke, his voice deep and resonant, echoing like a saga from the cosmos. Neza looked at the mysterious figure with curiosity and confusion. Who are you? How do you know my name? The figure smiled softly. Who I am is not important, what matters is the choice you must make. With that, the figure extended his hand, revealing two glowing orbs. One orb emitted a white light, brimming with life and hope, resembling a brilliant star. The other orb radiated a black light, filled with death and destruction, akin to a dark abyss. These two orbs represent two different destinies. The white orb signifies that you will continue to live, using your strength to protect the world, but you will lose all your friends and family. The black orb means you will perish alongside your friends and family, but the world will be saved from despair. You must make a choice, the mysterious figure explained, his gaze filled with expectation and inevitability. Neza stared at the two orbs, engulfed in profound pain and struggle. He was torn between two choices. On one hand was his friends and family, the most important people in his life, whom he could not bear to lose. On the other hand was the fate of the entire world, a responsibility he knew he had to uphold. If he chose to protect the world, it would mean sacrificing his loved ones, a choice he could not fathom. I can't lose my friends and family. But I also can't watch the world be destroyed. Neza murmured, his voice thick with anguish and helplessness, as if expressing his inner turmoil. Time seemed to still in that moment, the entire world waiting for Neza's decision, as if anticipating an answer that would determine the fate of everything. Neza raised his head, his eyes shining with determination and resolve, as if he were about to make a monumental decision.
I choose.
However, just as Neza was about to voice his choice, an overwhelming force suddenly surged from within him, enveloping him completely. The mysterious figure looked at Neza, now enveloped in power, with a hint of surprise on his face, as if witnessing an extraordinary event. "This is the ultimate form of chaotic power," the figure murmured, astonishment and confusion dancing in his eyes. As everyone watched in awe, Neza's body began to levitate, as if lifted by an invisible force. A brilliant light radiated from him, resembling a flame burning brightly on the dark battlefield, illuminating the world around him. Neza felt his consciousness merge entirely with the chaotic power, gaining insight into the past, present, and future of the universe, as if he had become a deity capable of perceiving the essence of existence. He understood his mission clearly, knowing how to choose, his heart filled with unwavering determination and courage. "I choose to use the chaotic power to create a new world, a world without war, suffering, or disaster," Neza declared firmly, his voice resonating with strength and conviction, as if proclaiming his choice to the entire world. With that, Neza hurled the fire spear into the air. The spear transformed into a stream of light, merging with the chaotic power. Neza then formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations. As Neza's words echoed, the world began to transform. The land trembled as if responding to his call, the sky twisted as if rejoicing in his choice. A powerful force emanated from Neza, spreading outward like a divine energy capable of creating worlds. The enemy leader, horrified, watched as the chaotic power enveloped him. He attempted to flee, but it was too late. The chaotic energy consumed him, and his body gradually faded in the light, as if swept away by a fierce wind, turning to ashes. Tai Jinren and the others were stunned by this powerful force, quickly employing spells to protect themselves.
They looked at Neza with admiration and emotion, witnessing the birth of a hero.
Under the influence of chaotic power, the world began to reconstruct. The once broken mountains and rivers became even more magnificent, like a painting reimagined by an artist. Withered flora rejuvenated, as if bestowed with new life by a healer. The dead returned to life, as if a deity had breathed life back into them.
Neza looked at this brand new world, a smile of contentment spreading across his face.
He knew his choice was right. He had used his power to create a beautiful future, a world free of war, suffering, and disaster. However, just as Neza thought everything had come to an end, he suddenly sensed a powerful dark force quietly rising from a corner of the world. He understood that this was only the beginning. There was much more to do, and he must continue to protect this world, ensuring it remained filled with peace and tranquility. At the farthest reaches of the sky, the chaotic power surged like a roaring black tide, constantly churning with a terrifying force that seemed capable of swallowing the entire world. Neza stood quietly at the very top of a cliff, the fierce winds howling past his face like a raging beast. The blazing mixing heaven silk fluttered violently in the wind, as if cheering for the great journey he was about to embark on. His eyes sparkled with a determination that was resolute, as though in that moment he had already made an immensely heavy and significant decision. Neza slowly turned around, casting his gaze upon the friends who had accompanied him through countless storms. Their faces were etched with deep worry, sorrow, and genuine admiration. Ao Bing, the dragon prince with whom Neza had shared a complex relationship, stepped forward, gripping Neza's shoulder tightly, his voice trembling slightly.
"Neza, is there really no other way? You might never return to us after this."
A confident smile spread across Neza's face, embodying a blend of nonchalance and resolve. "Ao Bing, this is my mission. It is a responsibility I cannot escape. The chaotic power must be sealed tightly, or this world will succumb to an endless abyss of darkness, never to rise again. I, Neza, was not born to be an ordinary person. Since fate has chosen me, I cannot show the slightest hint of retreat or fear." Tai Jinren stroked his long beard, his eyes filled with love and reluctance. "My disciple, you must think this through carefully. This journey may be fraught with peril, and you must be thoroughly prepared."
Neza bowed deeply to Tai Jinren, determination gleaming in his eyes. "Master, I understand. But I have no regrets. For the peace and happiness of the world, this is what I must do."
Nearby, Little Stone was sobbing quietly, his small frame filled with reluctance.
"Neza, please don't go. Let's play together and fight those vile monsters."
Neza knelt down, gently stroking Little Stone's head with warmth in his eyes. "Little Stone, you must grow brave. Once I successfully seal the chaotic power, the world will regain peace and tranquility, and then we can play happily together again." The little dragon maiden bit her lip tightly, tears welling in her eyes.
"Neza, you must come back. We are all waiting for you to return safely."
Neza stood up, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his friends, filled with warmth.
Friends, do not be sad. I believe we will reunite, and we will continue to fight side by side to protect the peace of this world. This is our shared responsibility, and we cannot shirk it. Everyone bowed their heads in silent acknowledgement, their eyes reflecting admiration and support for Neza. They understood that Neza's decision was great and sacred, a sacrifice made for the future of the entire world. Neza turned once more, fixing his gaze on the sky cloaked in chaotic power. He took a deep breath, feeling the powerful energy begin to surge within him like a tidal wave. He knew that the decisive battle that would determine the fate of the world was imminent, and he was fully prepared to face all challenges. That night, the bright moon hung high in the sky like a silver disk, casting a cool glow. Neza sat quietly atop the mountain, deep in thought about the intense battle that awaited him. His mind replayed his journey of growth, from a mischievous, carefree child to the hero bearing the weight of saving the world. Along the way, there had been laughter, tears, setbacks, and moments of growth and transformation. He remembered the endless love and expectations of his parents. Li Jing, willing to sacrifice himself to ensure Neza's safety, and Mrs. Een, tirelessly working to provide him with a healthy and happy environment. Their love was like warm sunlight, illuminating his path and granting him boundless motivation and courage. He recalled the joyful and unforgettable moments spent with his friends adventuring together, facing fierce monsters, and supporting one another through adversity. Those beautiful memories were like brilliant stars, forever embedded in his heart, never to fade away. Standing tall, Neza gazed at the bright moon hanging in the sky, filled with unwavering conviction. He understood that he could not betray the expectations of those who loved him, nor allow the world to fall into darkness and despair. He would fight with all his might to protect those who loved him and the world he cherished, striving to create a brilliant future for all. The following morning, warm sunlight cascaded down like golden threads, bringing a glimmer of new hope to the world. Neza rose early, preparing for the final steps of his journey. He meticulously checked his weapons, ensuring they were in optimal condition, and adjusted his physical state to be ready for battle. He knew this fight would be the most challenging of his life, without any room for error or complacency, yet fear did not dwell in his heart, only the steadfast resolve to succeed. His friends gathered around him, their eyes shining with encouragement and support. Neza looked at them, warmth flooding his heart. "Thank you, my friends. With you here, I find boundless courage and strength." Ao Bing said, "Neza, we will cheer you on from here. You must return safely, we are all waiting for you." Neza nodded, determination evident in his eyes. "Rest assured, I will come back." Suddenly, a dull rumbling echoed in the sky. Everyone looked up to see the chaotic power surging violently, as if heralding the imminent battle. The overwhelming sense of pressure sent chills through their hearts. Neza took a deep breath, the flames surrounding him raging even more fiercely, as if to ignite the entire sky. He tightened his grip on the fire spear, his eyes glimmering with fervent fighting spirit. "Friends, wait for my return." With that, Neza leapt into the sky, transforming into a red streak of light, soaring towards the chaotic energy-laden heavens. His friends watched his departing figure, filled with both worry and anticipation. They understood that this battle would determine the fate of the world, and Neza was the key player. They silently prayed, hoping for Neza's safe return and for the world to regain its peace and tranquility. As Neza flew swiftly through the air, the oppressive chaotic energy intensified, pressing down on him as if trying to crush his body. He could feel the powerful evil force, like a giant demon attempting to consume him. But he felt no fear, his heart was filled with a singular belief, to seal the chaotic power and save this world. Finally, Neza arrived at the core area of the chaotic power. It was a pitch-black void, suffused with an oppressive evil aura that was suffocating. Neza halted, cautiously observing his surroundings. He understood that this was the deepest and most dangerous part of chaotic power. Any mistake could lead to irrevocable consequences. Suddenly, a black beam shot out like lightning from the void, heading straight for Neza. His reflexes were sharp, he swiftly sidestepped to avoid the attack. Immediately afterward, countless black beams rained down from all directions, like a torrential storm. Neza wielded the fire spear, moving like a red lightning bolt through the black storm, deflecting each beam one by one. "Come forth, chaotic power. I, Neza, will seal you today, ensuring you can no longer threaten this world." Neza shouted, his voice filled with strength and courage. As his voice echoed, the chaotic power in the void began to churn violently, seemingly angered by Neza's bravery. A massive black figure slowly emerged from the void, the embodiment of chaotic power. Its body loomed large like a mountain, exuding a chilling evil aura, resembling a demon risen from hell.
Neza faced the embodiment of chaotic power fearlessly, his eyes reflecting no hint of retreat or fear, only unwavering belief and boundless courage. He raised the fire spear, with flames burning more fiercely, as if to incinerate the chaotic power itself. He charged toward the embodiment, moving with the speed of a red meteor. The embodiment of chaotic power let out a furious roar, its voice capable of shattering the heavens. It extended its massive claws toward Neza. Neza skillfully dodged and thrust the fire spear into the chaotic power's body. However, the chaotic power's defenses were incredibly strong, and Neza's attack left only a shallow mark on its form. The battle reached a stalemate, with both sides searching for weaknesses. Neza knew that this approach would not suffice, he needed to find the weakness of the chaotic power to seal it. He fought while carefully observing its movements and vulnerabilities. After thorough observation and contemplation, Neza finally discovered a crucial weakness in the chaotic power. Although its core was protected by a formidable outer layer, there were certain weak points where he could find an opportunity to break through. With joy sparking in his heart, Neza decided to utilize his mixing Heaven Silk and Qian Kuan circle to create a powerful attack that would breach the chaotic power's defenses. He swiftly summoned the mixing Heaven Silk and Qian Kuan circle, channeling their energies into one concentrated force. He chanted incantations, flames surrounding him, burning even brighter as if igniting the very heavens. Finally, he launched the massive fireball toward the chaotic power's core. The fireball traced a beautiful arc through the air, resembling a burning star heading directly for the chaotic power's heart. The chaotic embodiment sensed the threat and attempted to block it with its claws. But the fireball's power was overwhelming, it broke through the chaotic claws and struck the core directly. A thunderous explosion echoed as the fireball collided with the chaotic core, shattering its protective layer in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Neza charged forward and thrust the fire spear into the chaotic core. The chaotic power let out a painful roar, its body writhing violently as it seemed to be making its last desperate struggle. Neza gripped the fire spear tightly, continuously infusing it with his power. He knew this was a critical moment, he could not afford to falter or hesitate. With relentless effort, Neza gradually began to shrink the chaotic core, until it was completely sealed. Once the chaotic power was sealed, the darkness in the sky slowly dissipated, and warm sunlight bathed the earth once more, bringing new life and hope to the world. Neza sighed in relief as his body gently descended from the air, a fatigued yet content smile gracing his face. Seeing Neza successfully seal the chaotic power, his friends erupted in cheers, their eyes glistening with tears of excitement and joy. They rushed to him, embracing him tightly. "Neza, you did it! You are our hero, you saved this world." Neza, though weary, smiled with satisfaction. "We succeeded, this world has regained peace and tranquility. This is our collective victory, the result of our efforts together." However, just as they were immersed in joy, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone looked up to see a mysterious figure descending from the light, radiating a mystical aura that suggested something unknown was about to unfold. Neza lifted his head, gazing at the mysterious light, filled with curiosity. Where did this light come from? What did it signify? This suspense hung in the air like a riddle, leaving everyone intrigued. They were unaware of what challenges awaited them in the future, but they believed that as long as they stood united, they could overcome any adversity and protect the peace and tranquility of their world. The gem on the Guardian's chest. The fire-tipped spear struck the gem with incredible force, causing a brilliant flash of light to erupt from the impact. The Guardian let out a deafening roar, his body staggering back as if struck by a meteor, the power of the blow reverberating through the entire hall. Neza seized the moment, launching himself forward again with unparalleled speed, ready to deliver another blow. He knew that this was his chance, he had to press the advantage before the Guardian could recover. The fire within him surged as he channeled the chaotic power, igniting the spear with an even more intense glow. With a fierce cry, Neza aimed for the gem once more, his determination fueling every ounce of energy within him. The fire-tipped spear pierced through the air like a comet, striking the gem again with a thunderous impact. This time, the gem shattered into countless pieces, releasing an overwhelming surge of energy that sent shockwaves throughout the hall. The Guardian's expression twisted in agony as the light from the gem dimmed, his form beginning to crumble as if it were made of sand. In a final desperate attempt, he swung his weapon wildly, but it was too late, Neza had already overcome him. With a final thrust, Neza drove the spear deep into the Guardian's heart, unleashing the chaotic power within him. The Guardian let out a heart-wrenching scream as his body disintegrated into radiant particles, fading into nothingness. Neza stood there, breathing heavily, the remnants of the Guardian's power swirling around him like a gentle breeze. He felt a sense of triumph wash over him, knowing he had faced yet another formidable foe and emerged victorious. But deep down, he understood that this was merely another step on his journey. Many challenges still lay ahead. As the echoes of the battle faded, Neza turned toward the throne where the mysterious figure had sat.
Now, I have defeated the Guardian. Please, grant me the key to return home.
The air shimmered as the figure materialized once more, its presence commanding and profound. Indeed, you have proven your strength and resolve, Neza, it said, its voice resonating with ancient wisdom. Your victory over the Guardian has unlocked the path for you. With a wave of its hand, a brilliant light enveloped Neza, revealing a shimmering key that hung in mid-air, pulsating with energy. This key will guide you home, but remember, the journey does not end here.
Your destiny is intertwined with the fates of many worlds. Neza grasped the key, feeling its warmth surge through him, and nodded firmly. I will not forget my mission. I will protect my world and those I love. With determination in his heart, Neza turned to the portal that appeared before him, the light beckoning him forward. As he stepped through, the familiar landscape of his world began to materialize in front of him. But he knew that the adventures he had experienced here would forever change him, strengthening his spirit for the battles yet to come. Emerging from the portal, he found himself back on the mountainside, the sky clear and the sun shining brightly. The world was at peace, for now, but Neza could sense that darkness would rise again. He would always be ready to confront it. With the fire-tipped spear in hand and the chaotic power within him, he vowed to continue his fight against evil, ensuring that the light of justice would shine brightly for all. And so, Neza, the guardian of the world, stood tall, prepared for whatever challenges awaited him on the horizon. On that smoke-filled, debris-strewn battlefield, the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. The fierce battle between Neza and his enemy had already lasted an eternity, with both sides physically and mentally exhausted, yet neither showed any sign of retreat. Neza gripped his fire-tipped spear tightly, and the magical silk flew wildly in the raging wind, like a lively dragon. His gaze was sharp like a keen sword, resolute and piercing, emanating an indomitable fighting spirit that seemed capable of penetrating the darkness before him. The enemy was a hideous demon, towering like a mountain, radiating an aura of evil as if he had crawled out from hell. In the previous intense battles, he had unleashed various wicked spells and supernatural powers, the strength of which was terrifying enough to destroy everything in existence, but all were deflected by Neza's unwavering will and exceptional combat skills. At this moment, he was filled with anger and resentment. He could not accept being defeated by Neza. His eyes flashed with fierce light, as if he wanted to devour Neza entirely. Neza stared intently at his enemy, fully focused on finding a flaw. He knew that this battle had reached a critical moment. He must quickly find the enemy's weakness and deliver a fatal blow, or else the consequences of a deadlock would be unimaginable. After careful observation and contemplation, Neza finally discovered a flaw in the enemy. It turned out that when the enemy cast spells, he needed to concentrate, causing a momentary pause. That was his fatal weakness. Neza decided to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to deliver a deadly strike. He took a deep breath, and the power within him surged like a torrential river, beginning to flow vigorously inside his body. He forcefully threw the magical silk into the air, which instantly expanded like a giant canopy, enveloping him and his friends behind him, forming a sturdy shield to provide them with solid protection. Then, he brandished the fire-tipped spear and charged toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. The demon was startled as he saw Neza rushing toward him like an enraged lion. He quickly cast a wicked spell in an attempt to block Neza's attack. But Neza's speed was too fast. He had no time to react effectively. Neza's fire-tipped spear shot toward the demon's chest like a golden flash of lightning, moving so quickly it left people dumbfounded. The demon let out a piercing scream, his body beginning to sway dangerously, as if he could fall at any moment. He knew that defeat was inevitable and could not be reversed. But the anger and resentment in his heart made him lose his rationality. He decided to launch a final counterattack, attempting to take Neza down with him. The demon summoned all his remaining strength and cast an extremely powerful wicked spell. A black beam of light shot from his hand like a sharp sword, heading straight for Neza. This beam contained tremendous power, capable of penetrating everything, enough to destroy anything in its path. Seeing this black beam of light, Neza was greatly alarmed. He knew that the power of this light was terrifying, and if struck, both he and his friends would not survive. But he did not hesitate for a moment.
His only thought was to protect his friends behind him and the entire world. He could not allow this light to destroy their hopes. Neza drove the fire-tipped spear deep into the ground, spread his arms wide like a brave war god, and faced the black beam of light. The light instantly struck Neza, and his body was sent flying like a flower ravaged by a violent wind, crashing heavily to the ground. But he did not give up. He gritted his teeth, using his body to withstand the impact of the beam, as if he were trying to force it back. His friends watched Neza being struck by the light, filled with sorrow and worry. They wanted to rush forward to help Neza, but were blocked by the shield formed by the magical silk, unable to break through the solid barrier. All they could do was watch helplessly as Neza struggled painfully in the light, their hearts filled with helplessness and despair, as if they had lost something precious. Neza endured immense pain in the light, but there was no fear or retreat in his heart. He knew he could not give up. He could not let this light destroy the world behind him. With his last ounce of strength, he released all the chaotic power within him, which burned like a blazing flame, unleashing endless power. He clashed this power against the black beam of light, as if fighting a desperate battle against fate. Under the influence of the chaotic power, the black beam of light began to gradually weaken, as if being suppressed by Neza's will. Neza saw the dawn of victory. He gritted his teeth and continued to persevere, knowing that as long as he did not give up, he could defeat this evil light. Finally, through his relentless effort, the black beam of light was completely neutralized, vanishing into the air as if it had never existed. The demon, seeing his final strike nullified by Neza, was filled with despair. His body began to collapse gradually, as if being destroyed by an invisible force. In the end, he transformed into a cloud of black smoke, disappearing into the air, leaving this world forever. Seeing the enemy defeated, Neza finally breathed a sigh of relief. His body slowly descended from the air, floating down like a fallen leaf. His friends hurriedly rushed forward to help him up, their eyes filled with concern and joy. "Neza, are you okay?" Aobing asked anxiously, his voice filled with worry. Neza revealed a weak smile. "I'm fine, we won." Hearing Neza's words, his friends were filled with joy and excitement. They knew that this battle was finally over. They had successfully protected the world, and their efforts had not been in vain. However, just as everyone was immersed in the joy of victory, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. The light flickered with mysterious colors, as if calling from another world, or foretelling that something significant was about to happen. Neza looked up at the light, filled with confusion. Where did this light come from? What did it signify? Everyone also looked up at the light, filled with curiosity and concern. They did not know what this light meant. Was it the arrival of a new crisis or the emergence of new hope? Just as everyone was puzzled, the light suddenly became brighter. Then, a mysterious figure slowly emerged from the light. The figure was shrouded in mist, obscuring its face, as if it were a ghost born from the void. But everyone could feel a powerful force emanating from it, as if an ancient deity had descended to earth. The mysterious figure slowly landed on the ground, its gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on Neza. Its eyes revealed a profound wisdom and authority, as if it were examining Neza's soul. "Neza, you did well. You successfully protected the world, but your mission is not yet over." The voice of the mysterious figure was deep and authoritative, echoing in everyone's ears as if it were a call from ancient times. Neza suppressed the confusion in his heart and asked, "Who are you? My mission is not over? What does this mean?" The mysterious figure paused for a moment, as if pondering how to answer Neza's question. Then, it slowly said, "I am the guardian from another world. This world is facing a tremendous crisis, and only you can save it. You must follow me to another world and complete your mission." Neza's heart tightened at this, and he asked, "What crisis? Why can only I save this world?" The mysterious figure waved its hand, and suddenly images appeared in the sky. Those images unfolded like vivid scrolls before everyone's eyes. In the images, a dark world was gradually engulfing this world, as if a terrible disaster was approaching. Countless lives were struggling in the darkness, crying out in pain, as if they were begging for help. This dark world is continuously expanding. Its power is immense, capable of destroying everything. Only you, Neza, who possesses chaotic power, have the ability to stop its expansion. You must travel to that world, find the source of the darkness, and destroy it. Otherwise, this world will fall into endless darkness, and all life will face catastrophic disaster. The mysterious figure spoke, its voice filled with seriousness and gravity. Neza looked at the images in the sky, feeling shocked and a sense of responsibility. He knew he could not reject this mission. It was his duty as the guardian of the world. He had to bravely face this challenge, and for the peace of the world and for all lives, he was willing to pay any price. "I am willing to accept this mission," Neza said firmly, his eyes revealing a resolute courage. The mysterious figure nodded and then waved its hand. A beam of light enveloped Neza, transporting him to that mysterious world. His friends watched as Neza disappeared into the light, filled with worry and reluctance. They knew that Neza was about to face an even more difficult challenge, a battle against darkness that would determine the fate of the world. But they also believed that Neza would successfully complete his mission and return to their side. They would always wait for his return. Neza traversed through the light, filled with anticipation and unease. He did not know what that mysterious world would be like, nor what kind of challenges and difficulties he would face. But he knew he must bravely confront everything because he was the hope of the world, the guardian of all lives. He could not let the world fall into darkness. Neza's gaze was fixed intently on the mysterious figure before him, his grip tightening around the trembling fire-tip spear. Divine energy flowed within him like a hidden current, keeping him on high alert, ready to respond to any sudden developments. The enigmatic figure, enveloped in a soft glow, stood like an unfathomable riddle in the air, exuding an aura that was elusive and shrouded in mystery, as if it harbored endless secrets. Finally, the mysterious figure slowly spoke, its voice deep and resonant, echoing as if it emerged from the depths of ancient time. "Neza, your battle has only just begun. The dark source that has been temporarily sealed lies like a slumbering giant, poised to awaken at any moment and bring catastrophic disaster to the world. I am merely an observer from a distant time, fortunate to witness this eternal struggle between light and darkness." Neza furrowed his brow, confusion evident in his eyes. "An observer? Why are you here? How much do you know about the dark source?" The figure shook its head gently, responding, "I traverse the seams of time and space, witnessing the rise and fall of countless worlds. The dark source is an existence beyond your current understanding, closely linked to the chaos at the beginning of the universe. Its awakenings bring forth terrible calamities, engulfing the world in endless destruction and suffering. What you have experienced is merely a small fragment of this long war." A heavy realization sank into Neza's heart as he grasped that the enemy they faced was far more terrifying and enigmatic than they had imagined. "Then how can we completely destroy the dark source? As an observer, surely you know the way." The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment before speaking again. "To eradicate the dark source entirely, you must find the heart of the universe. It is the source of all power within the cosmos, containing the pure and potent energy needed to obliterate the dark source. However, the heart of the universe is hidden at the end of time and space, a place filled with countless unknown dangers and severe challenges. Even I cannot pinpoint its exact location." Neza exchanged glances with his companions, seeing unwavering conviction and determination reflected in their eyes. "No matter how treacherous the road ahead may be, we will find the heart of the universe, and we will end the threat of the dark source to protect the peace and tranquility of the cosmos," Neza stated firmly. The mysterious figure nodded slightly, offering words of encouragement. "Your courage is commendable, but before embarking on this perilous journey, you must first restore your powers and continuously enhance your strength. This mysterious space contains abundant primal energy you can safely cultivate here and seek to comprehend the mysteries of the universe." With that, the figure transformed into a brilliant light, vanishing into the enigmatic space. After deliberation, Neza and his companions decided to heed the figure's advice, beginning their arduous training journey within this mysterious space. Neza settled down, closing his eyes in concentration, deeply immersing his consciousness in the surrounding rich energy. He could clearly feel that this energy contained the fundamental laws of the universe, as if ancient and mysterious codes awaited him to decode and explore their secrets. As their training progressed, a faint glow began to radiate from Neza's body, and his divine power restored and strengthened. Scenes of fierce battles and profound understanding of the dark source flooded his mind. He gradually realized that to conquer the dark source, not only would they need immense power, but also a deep comprehension of the laws of the universe. His companions also diligently trained, each undergoing various transformations. Some celestial beings honed their spells, becoming more adept at manipulating complex elemental forces, as if merging with all of nature. Some warriors grew stronger and faster, transforming into invincible champions on the battlefield, while strategists gained deeper wisdom, able to analyze and respond to complex situations with keen insight. During their training, Neza discovered peculiar phenomena within this mysterious space. Time and space seemed to blur and intertwine, and at times he felt as if he were traversing the rivers of time, witnessing the birth and evolution of the universe. Other times, he felt immersed in a microcosmic world, observing the marvelous movements of tiny particles, gaining insight into the universe's microcosmic mysteries. These unique experiences deepened his understanding of the cosmos, broadening his mindset and fortifying his resolve, as if he possessed a vast universe within him. After a prolonged and arduous period of training, Neza and his companions experienced a significant leap in their abilities. They felt as if they had gained boundless strength and confidence, becoming powerful beings in the cosmos, ready to face any challenges ahead. Just as they prepared to leave this mysterious space and embark on their quest for the heart of the universe, the enigmatic figure reappeared quietly. You are now prepared to embark on the journey filled with the unknown and perilous challenges. Along the way, you will undoubtedly encounter various difficulties, but remember that the faith and courage in your hearts will be your strongest weapons. Do not waver in the face of adversity, the figure said, revealing a shimmering compass. This compass will guide you in the right direction, but it will only activate at critical moments. As you draw closer to the heart of the universe, it will emit a strong signal to lead your way. Now go, brave warriors, the fate of the universe rests in your hands. The mysterious figure handed the compass to Neza, eyes sparkling with anticipation. Neza took the compass, gratitude washing over him. Thank you, observer. We will find the heart of the universe and protect the peace and tranquility of the cosmos. The mysterious figure smiled slightly before transforming into a beam of light and disappearing, leaving the glowing compass in Neza's hands. Neza and his companions left the mysterious space, stepping once more into the chaotic void. They held the compass tightly, proceeding cautiously according to its guidance. The chaotic energy in the void remained turbulent and powerful, as if a raging beast was roaring freely, but now they possessed sufficient strength and courage to face it all. Along their journey, they encountered many strange celestial bodies and energy phenomena. Sometimes, they witnessed massive stars erupting violently, releasing energy waves akin to surging tsunamis, crashing toward them. Neza and his companions would work together, using their powers to carve a safe passage through the oncoming energy tides, pressing forward with unwavering determination. At other times, they faced mysterious black holes, whose gravitational pulls were strong enough to devour all matter and energy, resembling bottomless chasms. They had to carefully navigate around the black holes, seeking alternate paths to avoid being consumed. Throughout this long and arduous journey, Neza continuously studied the compass, trying to understand its workings and uncover its hidden information. He noticed that the compass needle would occasionally twitch, as if sensing some distant and mysterious power. Whenever the needle moved, subtle changes would occur in the surrounding space, suggesting an invisible force was guiding their path. After what felt like an eternity, they finally arrived at a mysterious area. The chaotic energy here became exceptionally dense, forming a thick fog that obscured their view of the path ahead. The compass needle began to spin wildly, emitting a strong light as if conveying important information. We must be nearing the heart of the universe, Neza said, excitement gleaming in his eyes. His companions were filled with anticipation and tension, closely following Neza as they cautiously entered the fog, remaining vigilant against any possible dangers. Within the fog, they felt a powerful pressure, as if countless eyes were watching their every move. The environment grew increasingly bizarre, with strange sounds echoing around them, reminiscent of ancient beings whispering secrets long forgotten. Suddenly, a black bolt of lightning shot from the fog, darting towards Neza like a sharpened arrow. Neza reacted swiftly, igniting the fire-tipped spear into a brilliant flame, charging toward the black lightning. Upon contact, a deafening explosion erupted, light and darkness intertwining in a dazzling display. Neza was pushed back by the force, but he gritted his teeth, steadying himself, his eyes glimmering with determination. Everyone, be cautious. Danger lurks here. Neza shouted, his voice resonating through the fog as a warning. The companions quickly formed a protective circle, back to back, watching their surroundings vigilantly, weapons ready for any incoming attacks. At that moment, shadowy figures began to materialize from the fog. These figures were tall and twisted, exuding a dense aura of darkness, seemingly the embodiments of the dark source, slowly approaching them. What are these creatures? One of Neza's companions whispered, fear flickering in their eyes. Neza narrowed his gaze, a sense of foreboding washing over him. They are likely the guardians of the dark source, possessing immense power and malevolent will. We must unite and defeat them to reach the heart of the universe. With that, Neza charged towards the shadowy figures. He swung the fire-tipped spear with fierce determination, flames blazing brighter, as if to ignite the entire fog. The figures roared lowly, akin to wild beasts, lunging at Neza and his companions, wielding sharp weapons, aiming to tear them apart. The battle erupted in an instant, Neza and his companions clashing fiercely with the Dark Guardians. The flames of the fire-tip spear collided with the dark powers, illuminating the fog in brilliant flashes and deafening sounds, as if a battle between heaven and earth was unfolding. Each companion unleashed their unique skills, creating a vibrant and terrifying spectacle as magic and steel intermingled in the mist, a surreal confrontation between dream and reality. The Dark Guardians were formidable, their attacks carrying a corrosive force that gradually weakened Neza and his companions' divine power and physical strength. Yet, with unwavering resolve and synchronized teamwork, they gradually gained the upper hand, seeking the Guardians' weaknesses to deliver fatal blows. Neza discovered that the Guardians' vulnerabilities lay in their core areas, where faint glimmers of light flickered, resembling the source of their power. He called for his companions to concentrate their attacks on these weak points. With their combined efforts, they felled Dark Guardian after Dark Guardian, reducing them to wisps of dark mist that dissipated into the fog. However, just when they believed victory was within reach, an even stronger dark power surged from the depths of the fog. A massive dark figure materialized, larger and more terrifying than the previous Guardians, embodying the ultimate manifestation of the Dark Source.
Do you think you can find the heart of the universe like this? You are utterly naive. The dark figure growled, its voice deep and furious, echoing like a roar from the depths of hell. Neza looked at the towering dark figure, a fierce fighting spirit igniting within him. No matter who you are or how powerful you may be, we will not give up. The heart of the universe must be here, and we will find it to destroy the Dark Source and protect the cosmos. Once again, he gathered all his divine power, the flames of the fire-tip spear reaching their zenith, ready to ignite the chaotic void itself. His companions also heightened their powers, preparing for the final confrontation against this formidable adversary. The dark figure swung its massive arm, summoning a powerful storm of darkness that swept towards Neza and his companions like a dark cloud. Undeterred, Neza charged into the storm, the fire-tip spear tracing a bright arc through the chaos, like a lightning bolt slicing through the darkness. Upon contact with the dark storm, Neza felt overwhelming pressure, as if a mountain were crushing down on him, nearly suffocating him. Yet he gritted his teeth, drawing on his indomitable will, continuously channeling divine energy into the fire-tip spear, striving to break free from the storm's grasp. His companions rallied their might to form a powerful wave of energy, charging towards the dark figure. In the midst of the fierce battle, Neza suddenly spotted a momentary delay in the dark figure's movements. Seizing the opportunity, he launched a powerful offensive, the fire-tip spear piercing toward the core of the dark figure, fueled by his resolve and the hopes of his companions. Just as the spear was about to strike, the dark figure unleashed a blinding flash of light, a powerful force rushing forth like an invisible hand, violently throwing Neza and his companions away. They crashed to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths, their divine power nearly exhausted, their bodies aching as if torn apart. Neza struggled to rise, gazing at the still-standing dark figure filled with despair and frustration. Were they truly unable to defeat this overwhelming darkness? Where was the heart of the universe? Would their efforts be in vain? At that moment, the compass in Neza's hand suddenly emitted a brilliant light, shooting towards the dark figure's rear. Neza's heart stirred with understanding. Everyone, our chance has come. The heart of the universe must be in that direction. Let's charge forward. His companions, though weary, felt renewed determination upon hearing Neza's words. They supported each other, rising to their feet and racing toward the direction indicated by the compass. Sensing their intent, the dark figure attempted to obstruct them, but having sustained injury from Neza's earlier attack, its movements were slower than before. Neza and his companions seized the opportunity to break through its defenses, racing toward the source of the light. Before them, the fog gradually dissipated to reveal a magnificent glowing entity. This radiant object emitted a warm and powerful light, surrounded by mysterious runes, pulsating like the heart of the universe itself, exuding endless secrets and power. Is this the heart of the universe? Neza asked, excitement glimmering in his eyes. They had finally located the heart of the universe, yet they understood that the true challenge was just beginning. They needed to find a way to harness its power to destroy the Dark Source, a task that would require immense effort and sacrifice. As they approached the heart of the universe, a powerful force enveloped them. This energy was warm and luminous, as if embracing them, yet it also bore down on them with immense pressure, making it hard to breathe. Neza focused on adjusting his state, attempting to connect with the heart of the universe. He immersed his consciousness in the soft light,
feeling the power and mysteries contained within it. As his consciousness intertwined with the heart, he perceived the birth, evolution, and destruction of the universe, witnessing the cycles of life and death, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. He understood the mission of the heart of the universe, deepening his comprehension of the responsibility they bore. Neza conveyed his insights and feelings to his companions. Together, they endeavored to channel the power of the heart. After considerable effort, they successfully established a connection and began to guide its energy. The light of the heart of the universe intensified, its power surging into Neza and his companions. They felt their bodies filled with limitless strength, a power beyond anything they had previously known, as if they had become messengers of the universe, wielding the ability to control its forces. With the fire tip spear infused with the power of the heart of the universe, it transformed dramatically, becoming translucent and radiant, as if composed of pure energy. The tip blazed like the stars, exuding infinite power. "It's time to end this," Neza shouted, leading his companions in a charge toward the still-standing dark figure. The dark figure sensed the power of the heart of the universe and let out a roar of fear and rage, but it could not escape its impending fate. Neza swung the fire-tip spear, infused with the heart's potency, launching a final strike against the dark figure. Light illuminated the chaotic void, resembling the most splendid fireworks of the cosmos. Under the might of this tremendous force, the dark figure gradually dissipated, turning into nothingness, as if it had never existed. As the dark figure vanished, the dark energies in the chaotic void began to recede, the previously chaotic energies calming down, and the flow of time and space returning to normalcy, as if everything had reverted to its initial tranquility. Neza and his companions gazed at the gradually restoring calm of the chaotic void, filled with joy and pride. They had successfully located the heart of the universe and used its power to defeat the guardian of the dark source, taking a pivotal step toward eradicating the dark influence. However, just as they believed everything was resolved, they sensed a faint dark aura stirring in the distant depths of time and space. Though weak, it instilled a sense of unease in Neza. Could it be that the dark source is not entirely vanquished? Neza furrowed his brow, worry flickering in his eyes. His companions also displayed apprehensive expressions, well aware that as long as the threat of the dark source remained, neither the three realms nor the universe would know peace. "We cannot let our guard down, we must continue our pursuit to ensure the dark source is completely eradicated," one companion stated firmly. Neza nodded, his eyes shining with determination. "Indeed, our mission is not yet complete. This dark aura may be the remnant of the dark source, we must locate its origin and eliminate it entirely to restore true peace and tranquility to the universe." They resolved to follow the faint traces of the dark aura, seeking the final secrets of the dark source. They were uncertain of what dangers and challenges awaited them ahead, but their conviction remained unwavering, ready to press onward to fight for the peace and tranquility of the cosmos. After his rebirth, Neza was surrounded by an aura that instilled fear in others, as if he had become a steadfast guardian of the order within the three realms, closely connected to heaven and earth. His eyes, as solid as rock, revealed an unwavering commitment to justice and a courageous willingness to uphold world peace. With a profound understanding of the significant mission he bore, Neza dedicated himself fully to rigorous training, continuously enhancing his strength and wisdom. His figure darted through every corner of the three realms like a ghost, using his fire-tipped spear to disperse darkness without a trace, employing the universe ring to firmly protect the virtuous, and wielding the magical silk to cleanse evil completely. Whether atop towering mountains or deep within bottomless seas, whenever injustice occurred, Neza would appear like lightning in an instant. In the human realm, Neza exerted all his efforts to help the people resist various natural disasters. He skillfully used his divine powers to summon wind and rain, successfully reviving the parched fields. He quelled raging floods, averting great threats to the lives and properties of the people. He also patiently taught people to face life's difficulties with courage, encouraging them to unite and strive together to build a better home. The people were grateful to Neza, and his heroic deeds spread widely among them, making him an everlasting symbol of hope and a true hero in their hearts. In the heavenly realm, Neza actively assisted the gods in maintaining order across the three realms. He patrolled the heavenly palace alongside numerous celestial soldiers, always safeguarding the tranquility of heaven. Whenever demons and monsters occasionally invaded the heavenly realm, Neza showed no fear. With his fierce offensive and exquisite tactics, he drove those fiends back one by one. His bravery and exceptional wisdom earned him high recognition and praise from the gods, making him an indispensable force in the heavenly palace. In the demon realm, Neza also gained respect through his authority and fairness. He understood that not all demons were evil, Some had strayed onto the wrong path due to their harsh living conditions. Thus, Neza forged friendly agreements with kind-hearted demons, working together to maintain peace among the three realms. He helped improve their living conditions and guided them towards the right path. Due to his tireless efforts, the relationships between the demon realm, human realm, and heavenly realm gradually improved, presenting a harmonious and beautiful scene.
However, this tranquil period did not last long.
A mysterious and ominous dark power quietly arose on the fringes of the three realms. This power was insidious and cunning, like a specter slowly infiltrating every corner of the three realms, corroding people's souls and stirring up strife and chaos.
Neza keenly sensed the presence of this dark power, and an intense feeling of unease surged within him. After thorough investigation, Neza discovered that this dark power was intricately linked to the chaotic force he had once successfully sealed. Although the chaotic force had been firmly sealed, it seemed that some evil individuals were still secretly seeking ways to break the seal. Now, it appeared they had found some crucial clues and were attempting to awaken that terrifying power. Neza understood that if the chaotic force were to awaken again, the three realms would face an unprecedented catastrophe. Determined, he decided to step forward and prevent this disaster from occurring. He quickly gathered like-minded friends to discuss countermeasures. Among these friends were powerful immortals, fearless warriors, and clever strategists. Together, they prepared to face the challenging trials ahead. Leading his companions, Neza embarked on a difficult journey to find the source of the dark power. They traversed dense forests, climbed treacherous mountains, and crossed raging rivers. Along the way, they encountered various obstacles and relentless attacks from demons and monsters. Yet, Neza and his companions showed no signs of retreat. Through their tenacious will and immense strength, they overcame each challenge.
In one fierce battle, they faced a group of extremely ferocious demons. These demons were as large as mountains, with strength comparable to bulls and possessed fierce aggression. Without fear, Neza charged forward with his fire-tipped spear, resembling an enraged lion leading the charge against the swarm of demons. His spear danced like a blazing flame, and wherever he went, the demons fell like leaves swept away by a storm. However, there were simply too many demons, and Neza gradually began to feel overwhelmed, finding it increasingly difficult.
In that critical moment, his companions joined the battle.
Some immortals cast magical spells, summoning bolts of lightning and storms to fiercely attack the demons. Some warriors wielded sharp blades, engaging in intense close combat, while others calmly strategized, directing the rhythm of the battle, bringing order to the chaos.
Through their combined efforts, they finally drove the demons back, achieving a temporary victory.
After a long and arduous journey, Neza and his companions finally located the source of the dark power. It was a mysterious cave hidden deep within the mountains, surrounded by a heavy aura of darkness, as if emanating from hell itself. Neza could clearly sense that the chaotic force lay deep within the cave, sleeping heavily. They cautiously entered the cave, which was dark and damp, with walls shimmering with eerie light, as if countless evil eyes were watching them from the shadows. As they continued deeper, they suddenly heard a low and terrifying roar, echoing from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. Neza immediately became vigilant, gripping his fire-tipped spear tightly, signaling his companions to stay alert and proceed with caution. As they pushed further into the cave, the roars grew louder, seeming to challenge them.
Suddenly, a giant monster lunged out from the darkness.
The creature was pitch black, with claws and fangs as sharp as knives, its eyes glowing with a sinister red light, resembling a demon from hell. It opened its massive jaws and lunged at Neza and his companions. Without hesitation, Neza confronted it, thrusting his fire-tipped spear towards the monster's head. The monster was incredibly agile, easily evading Neza's attack and retaliating with a massive swipe of its claws. Neza swiftly dodged to the side, skillfully avoiding the attack, then launched a more aggressive assault with his spear.
The monster, undeterred, roared continuously, using its massive body and sharp claws to attack Neza and his companions furiously.
The battle was intensely fierce, and Neza and his companions gradually found themselves in a very difficult predicament. The monster's strength was overwhelming, and their attacks seemed to inflict little damage, pushing them into an even more dangerous situation. At that critical moment, Neza suddenly recalled a mysterious power he had comprehended during his training. He decided to take a risk, hoping to use this power to overcome the monster before him. Focusing all his energy, he summoned his divine power, and his body began to emit a dazzling golden light. Neza infused this golden light into his fire-tipped spear, transforming it into a weapon that radiated brilliance, like a divine artifact. With a powerful swing, he unleashed a golden beam toward the monster, which hit it squarely.
The monster let out a pained roar, its body trembling violently as if struck hard. Seizing the opportunity, Neza launched a more intense assault. Together with his companions, they charged at the monster, combining their efforts for a final push. Through their collective strength, they finally defeated the monster, which collapsed and gradually turned to ashes. After vanquishing the beast, Neza and his companions ventured deeper into the cave. They finally reached the place where the chaotic power was sealed. However, upon seeing that part of the seal had been damaged and the chaotic energy was slowly leaking out, their hearts filled with shock and worry. Neza realized that the situation had reached a critical point. He had to act quickly to repair the seal and stop the chaotic energy from leaking further. He began to carefully study the structure and principles of the seal, trying to find the key to its restoration. After relentless effort, Neza finally identified the key to repairing the seal. Together with his companions, they pooled their powers and wisdom, beginning the process of restoring the damaged seal. They continuously infused their divine energy into the seal, gradually repairing the broken parts. Throughout a lengthy period, they persisted without faltering, ultimately succeeding in restoring the seal, locking the chaotic power firmly within the realms once more. Neza and his companions successfully prevented a disaster from occurring, and their heroic deeds spread throughout every corner of the three realms. People held them in admiration and gratitude, and Neza became a true hero in the three realms, his name forever etched in their hearts as an eternal legend. However, just as Neza and his companions were celebrating their victory, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky. This figure was shrouded in dense dark mist, obscuring its features. It silently watched Neza and his companions, its eyes flashing with a strange and cold light, as if declaring war upon them. The mysterious figure let out a low and eerie laugh, filled with malice and mockery. It seemed to mock Neza's victory while also plotting a more terrifying scheme. Neza felt a powerful pressure, realizing that a new crisis was about to descend, and a more formidable challenge awaited them. Neza gripped his fire-tipped spear tightly, his eyes filled with determination and resolve, seeming to issue a challenge to the mysterious figure. He understood that no matter what difficulties and challenges the future held, he would not back down. He would unhesitatingly stand firm to protect the peace and tranquility of the three realms. For he was Neza, the eternal guardian, and his mission was to uphold justice and peace throughout the heavens and earth. But where did this mysterious dark power come from? What schemes did the mysterious figure harbor? Would Neza be able to once again defeat evil and safeguard the hard-won peace? All remained unknown, leaving endless suspense and filling the hearts of people with anticipation, as the fate of the three realms hung by a thread once more. Neza stared intensely at the mysterious figure shrouded in dark mist in the distant sky, his sense of vigilance taut like a string ready to snap at any moment. His companion stood beside him, equally tense and serious, the atmosphere instantly thickening like the calm before a storm, suffocatingly oppressive. The mysterious figure stood silently in the eerie glow, seemingly a lurking demon, carefully observing every movement of Neza and his friends, patiently waiting for the right moment to strike. Neza took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes as he quietly warned his companions, "Everyone, be careful. This person clearly harbors ill intentions, we must not let our guard down and must remain highly alert at all times." His companions nodded in agreement, gripping their weapons tightly, which glinted coldly in the dim light, serving as their last line of defense against evil. At that moment of stalemate, the mysterious figure suddenly emitted a piercing laugh akin to a demon's roar, slicing through the silence like a sharp arrow, sending chills down their spines and causing their eardrums to throb under the impact. Then, the figure slowly began to speak, its voice deep and hoarse, like a call from the depths of hell that sent shivers down their spines. "Neza, do you really think you can protect the three realms with your current power? Everything you have done is, to me, nothing more than a meaningless farce that will ultimately end in failure." Neza's brows furrowed tightly, a flash of anger igniting in his eyes as he retorted, "Who are you? Why do you come here to stir trouble and disrupt the peace of the three realms? Are you not afraid of the gods' punishment?" Yet the mysterious figure seemed utterly unconcerned by Neza's anger and questioning, continuing to laugh coldly, its voice laced with mockery and disdain. "The chaotic power is, in my eyes, merely a pawn to be manipulated. The game has only just begun. Enjoy this final moment of tranquility, for soon you will be engulfed in endless darkness." With that, the mysterious figure vanished into the shadows like a specter, leaving behind an unsettling silence, as if the entire world had fallen into deathly stillness in that instant. Filled with confusion and unease, Neza understood that this mysterious figure's sudden appearance was no coincidence, and that a vast and sinister conspiracy lay hidden behind it.
He decided to return to the heavenly palace with his companions to inform the gods of everything they encountered during their search for the source of the dark power, seeking their aid and support. Upon returning to the heavenly palace, Neza recounted all they had experienced. The gods listened with solemn expressions, as if weighed down by a heavy stone in their hearts. After a moment of contemplation, the heavenly emperor spoke slowly. "This mysterious power is formidable and seems to know our every move. This is no trivial matter. We must quickly ascertain its true identity and purpose, otherwise, the three realms will once again fall into crisis, and we will have no way to explain ourselves to the beings of the world." Neza nodded in agreement, volunteering to investigate further, determined to uncover the true nature of the mysterious figure and thwart its sinister plot. In the days that followed, Neza and his companions, like tireless warriors, scoured the three realms, leaving no stone unturned in their quest for clues about the mysterious figure. They visited every corner of the three realms, questioning countless beings in hopes of obtaining valuable information. However, despite their tremendous efforts, they remained empty-handed, as if the mysterious figure had vanished into the dark like a ghost, leaving no trace behind. Just when Neza and his companions felt hopeless and were on the brink of giving up, shocking news suddenly reached the human realm. Strange phenomena began to emerge in various places, with people inexplicably falling into comas, their life force gradually waning, as if being consumed by an invisible force. Upon hearing this, Neza felt as if he had been stabbed deeply in the heart. He immediately led his companions to the human realm without hesitation. They arrived at a village that had suffered the most. The village was eerily silent, as if enveloped in the shadow of death. Villagers lay scattered on the ground, their faces pale as paper, devoid of vitality, resembling forgotten souls. Neza was anxious. He quickly used his divine power to examine the villagers' bodies, only to find that their souls seemed to be corroded by a dark force, as if bound by an evil curse. As Neza sought a way to rescue them, the familiar dark mist reappeared in the sky. The mysterious figure slowly emerged from the mist, looking at Neza with a gleam of satisfaction in its eyes, smugly stating, "So, Neza, how do you like my little gift? This is just a small beginning. If you don't want to see more lives lost, you'd better obey my orders and do as I say." Neza glared at him, flames of rage burning in his eyes as he shouted, "What do you want? Don't harm the innocent people. They are blameless, they have done nothing wrong, and you cannot treat them this way." The mysterious figure replied coldly, "It's simple. I want you to surrender your divine power and give your strength to me. Otherwise, the entire three realms will be your burial ground, and these innocent people will not escape the fate of death." Neza knew that his divine power was the key to protecting the three realms and could not easily hand it over to this mysterious evil force. Yet the lives of these innocent villagers were hanging by a thread, placing him in a deep moral quandary, with two conflicting voices waging war in his heart, causing him immense pain and struggle. At that moment, one of his wise companions stepped forward and whispered to Neza, "We cannot fall for his tricks. He is certainly bluffing and trying to intimidate us. We need to stabilize him, then search for a way to break this curse. We cannot let him succeed." Neza found this reasoning sound, so he held back his anger and pain, replying to the mysterious figure, "Fine, I will consider your request, but you must first tell me how to save these villagers and restore their health and vitality." The mysterious figure seemed to anticipate Neza's response. It sneered and tossed a black crystal ball from its hand, saying, "This crystal ball contains the method to save these villagers, but you must find the incantation to break it within 3 days for it to take effect. Otherwise, these villagers will never awaken, trapped forever in darkness." With that, the mysterious figure vanished into the shadows once more, leaving the eerie crystal ball shimmering on the ground. Neza picked up the crystal ball, examining it closely. The surface of the ball was smooth as a mirror, reflecting the heart's intentions, while inside, a nauseating dark energy swirled, resembling a vortex that could consume anything. He attempted to probe its secrets with his divine power, but a powerful force rebounded against him, as if an invisible barrier blocked his scrutiny. His companions gathered around, brainstorming ideas. Some suggested searching for ancient texts to see if there were records about this crystal ball. Others said they should consult recluses in the mountains, who might know how to break the curse. Neza decided to split his companions into 2 groups. One would search for ancient texts and information about the crystal ball, while the other would remain in the village, guarding the comatose villagers and studying the crystal ball for possible clues to break the curse. They worked tirelessly day and night, trying various methods, but the crystal ball remained unresponsive, as if it were a cursed object, refusing to yield any secrets. Days passed, and soon 2 days had gone by, yet they still had not found a way to break the curse, their anxiety burning like a fierce fire in their hearts. Neza felt a deep sense of urgency, knowing that if they couldn't find a solution soon, these villagers would truly be lost, forever trapped in darkness without hope of seeing the light again.
Just then, a companion rushed in, excitedly exclaiming, "We found a recluse in the mountains, he might know how to break the curse."
Neza felt a surge of hope and immediately led his companions toward the recluse's dwelling in the mountains. The recluse lived in a cave deep within the mountains, a hidden sanctuary filled with an air of mystery. When Neza and his companions arrived at the cave, they respectfully requested the recluse's assistance. The recluse slowly emerged from the cave, glancing at the crystal ball in Neza's hand, his eyes flickering with surprise, his expression shifting slightly as he sensed the unusual nature of the ball. He informed Neza that this crystal ball was an extremely evil artifact, containing a powerful curse, and to break it, they needed to find a mysterious force known as the Light of Purity, which could only be found in a legendary place called the Lost Realm.
Without hesitation, Neza decided to venture into the Lost Realm to search for the Light of Purity.
He led his companions like a band of brave warriors on the journey to the Lost Realm. Along the way, they faced numerous hardships, as if traversing a treacherous maze filled with danger. The Lost Realm lay on the edge of the three realms, a place brimming with peril and uncertainty, guarded by powerful magical barriers and fierce beasts, as if it were a forgotten world. When they finally reached the entrance to the Lost Realm, a powerful force met them, like an insurmountable barrier preventing their entry. Neza gripped his fire-tipped spear tightly, a determined glint in his eyes as he proclaimed, "We cannot back down, we must enter the Lost Realm and find the Light of Purity to save these villagers." His companions nodded in agreement, closely following Neza as they stepped into the Lost Realm.
Upon entering, they found themselves in a world isolated from reality.
The sky was an eerie shade of crimson, as if stained by blood, while the ground lay barren and lifeless, like a corner forgotten by death. Thick fog enveloped them, exuding a malevolent aura that obscured their path and filled their hearts with dread. They cautiously moved forward, each step feeling like a precarious walk along a cliff's edge, ready to fall at any moment. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently as if the earth were roaring in anger. A gigantic beast erupted from the ground, resembling a dragon but covered in hard scales that shimmered with an ominous glow, as if it were a demon risen from hell. It opened its gaping maw, spewing forth a stream of black flames that were scorching and fierce, threatening to consume everything in its path. Neza swiftly brandished the magical silk, which transformed in his hands into a lively dragon, pushing back the black flames. His companions also charged into battle, some wielding magical artifacts, others casting spells, engaging in a fierce fight with the beast. The creature's power was immense, each attack packed a tremendous impact, as if it could send them flying. Though Neza and his allies fought valiantly, they gradually found themselves in a dire situation, their strength and energy waning as they raced against time. At that moment, Neza suddenly realized that the monster's eyes were its weakness, and attacking them could lead to victory.
He shouted to his companions, "Aim for its eyes. That's its weak spot."
Upon hearing this, his comrades immediately focused their attacks on the beast's eyes. The monster roared in pain when struck, its body swaying as if losing balance. Seizing the chance, Neza leaped up, thrusting his fire-tipped spear directly into the beast's eye. The monster let out a chilling scream, its body shaking violently before finally collapsing into a pile of ashes, disappearing into the air.
After defeating the monster, Neza and his companions pressed onward.
Deep within the Lost Realm, they finally discovered the location of the Light of Purity. It was a mysterious altar emanating a soft white glow, resembling a sacred place. Neza approached, feeling a powerful and pure force that seemed to dispel the darkness and fear within. He realized this was the Light of Purity they had been searching for.
Carefully, Neza infused the Light of Purity into the crystal ball.
The ball emitted a strong light, illuminating the surroundings like daylight, while the dark aura within gradually dissipated, as if purified by the pure power. Simultaneously, the villagers in the nearby village began to awaken, their life forces returning to normal, smiles and vitality reappearing on their faces.
Neza and his companions successfully rescued the villagers, their hearts full of joy and relief. However, before they could celebrate, they sensed an even more powerful dark force approaching them.
Neza looked up to see the mysterious figure reappearing in the sky, surrounded by a group of dark creatures, each radiating an evil aura, resembling a horde of cursed demons. The mysterious figure fixed its gaze on Neza, eyes burning with rage, as if it wanted to devour him alive, while also revealing an unmistakable jealousy. "I never expected you would find the legendary Light of Purity.
Did you really think this would defeat me? You are so naive, this is far from over. Today will be your demise." With that, it waved its wand, unleashing a beam of black light toward the dark creatures. As the light descended, the creatures were infused with boundless power, becoming exceptionally fierce, roaring and charging toward Neza and his friends, preparing for a final assault. An exhilarating battle was about to unfold. Would Neza and his companions be able to triumph over evil once more and protect the peace of the three realms? What was the true identity and purpose of the mysterious figure? The suspense was rising again, filling everyone with anticipation for the unfolding narrative, as if the entire world awaited their ultimate answer. As the tide of dark creatures surged forward alongside the mocking stance of the mysterious figure, a blazing fire ignited in Nez's eyes. His fire-tipped spear trembled slightly in his grip, as if it could sense the immense power contained within the imminent fierce battle. His companions swiftly gathered around him, each assuming a disciplined battle stance, their expressions resolute and fearless, as if they had already placed life and death aside. Neza shouted loudly, his voice echoing like thunder across the battlefield, "Today marks the end of your evil forces." Before his words faded, he charged forward like an arrow released from a bow, dashing toward the throng of dark creatures. The fire-tipped spear in his hand roared like a fiery dragon, scorching everything in its path, causing the dark creatures to cry out in pain as they were burned by the searing flames. Neza moved with the speed of lightning, weaving effortlessly through the enemy ranks, each attack precise as if measured with a ruler, powerful and deadly, showcasing his extraordinary combat skills and immense divine power. His agile form leaped like a nimble monkey, spun like a whirlwind, and dashed like a swift leopard, shining like a brilliant star streaking across the dark night sky, instilling endless fear and destruction among his foes. His companions fought valiantly, each unleashing their unique skills. Some immortals formed hand seals enchanted incantations, instantly summoning a powerful magical shield to withstand the fierce attacks of the dark creatures, while simultaneously releasing piercing beams of magic that sliced through the dark sky like brilliant stars, each beam containing tremendous energy that exploded in dazzling light upon striking the dark creatures, repelling or outright annihilating them. Other warriors gripped their sharp blades, their eyes shining with determination, engaging in fierce close combat with the dark creatures, their figures agile and fierce as the blades flashed in the air like silver lightning, each slash packing immense power and unwavering resolution, as if they were guarding the most precious things in the world, refusing to let anyone infringe upon them. Meanwhile, the strategists stood calmly at the back, using their keen intellect to closely observe the battlefield, providing timely tactical guidance to their companions, skillfully coordinating their strength to ensure the battle proceeded smoothly. The strategists' eyes were deep and perceptive, they analyzed every subtle change on the battlefield, and through their clever commands, maximized the power of their allies, like excellent commanders firmly controlling the flow of battle. However, the sheer number of dark creatures was overwhelming, resembling an endless sea of black. Despite Neza and his companions' fierce resistance, the enemies continued to close in like a rising tide, threatening to engulf them. The mysterious figure watched coldly, occasionally waving its hands to unleash dark energy attacks, creating numerous troubles for Neza and his team. These dark energies streaked through the air like black lightning, tearing through the darkness with a destructive aura that sent chills down their spines. Neza knew very well that continuing like this was not a long-term solution. He needed to find the enemy's weakness quickly to turn the tide of this precarious battle. As he fought valiantly, he carefully observed the movement patterns of the dark creatures. Eventually, he sharply noticed that these dark creatures seemed to be under some form of mental control from the mysterious figure. Though their attacks were ferocious, they lacked the necessary autonomy and agility, acting like a group of puppets being manipulated. An idea sparked in Neza's mind. He decided to take a risk and directly attack the mysterious figure, hoping to break this mental control and effectively weaken the enemy's combat prowess. Neza shouted to his companions, "Hold them off for now, I'll deal with that mysterious guy." With that, he harnessed the magical power of the universe silk and shot toward the mysterious figure like a shooting star. The universe silk fluttered behind him, like a vibrant cloud, propelling him at breakneck speed across the battlefield. The mysterious figure's eyes flickered with a hint of panic at the sight, but it quickly regained its composure, hastily summoning a massive dark barrier to block Neza's impending attack. This dark barrier stood like a solid black wall, exuding a thick, evil aura, as if it aimed to swallow all light that approached. Neza's fire-tipped spear thrust fiercely into the dark barrier, creating a deafening clash as bright light and powerful energy waves burst forth. The brilliance was as intense as the sun exploding, illuminating the entire battlefield and blinding everyone momentarily. The energy waves surged outward like a roaring tide, causing a whirlwind that rustled the surrounding trees and sent dust flying everywhere. Neza felt a powerful resistance pushing against him, but he showed no signs of retreat, channeling all his divine energy into the fire-tipped spear. With his relentless determination, the dark barrier began to fracture, the cracks spreading like a spider's web until it finally shattered with a loud bang, scattering countless black shards. The mysterious figure staggered back from the impact of Neza's overwhelming power, surprise and anger flashing in its eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Neza launched another fierce attack, slowly infusing the pure and divine power of the light of purity into his fire-tipped spear, which immediately glowed with dazzling white light. This brightness shone like the first ray of dawn, filled with hope and strength, instilling a sense of unprecedented threat in the mysterious figure. It attempted to evade Neza's attack, but Neza's speed was too great. The fire-tipped spear darted toward its chest like a bolt of lightning. Just as the fire-tipped spear was about to hit the mysterious figure, it suddenly pulled out a black token from its robes, adorned with strange and mysterious runes. With a forceful push, it sent forth a torrent of powerful dark energy from the token, colliding violently with Neza's fire-tipped spear. In an instant, it felt as if the heavens and earth were being torn apart by a colossal force, warping the surrounding space. Black rifts appeared in the sky, looking like terrifying entrances to an endless abyss, exuding a chilling aura. The ground began to tremble violently, cracking open deep chasms that threatened to swallow the entire world. Neza was violently thrown back by the powerful backlash, crashing heavily to the ground and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood splattered in the air like blooming red flowers, vividly striking against the backdrop of chaos. His companions rushed forward in alarm. Struggling to stand up, Neza wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes still filled with determination and resilience, burning with a fierce flame as if declaring to the world that he would not be easily defeated, no matter the challenges he faced. The mysterious figure, too, was not unscathed. It trembled slightly, clearly having suffered considerable harm from the collision. Yet it laughed maniacally. "Neza, do you think you can defeat me? This is merely the beginning. You will all become stepping stones for my domination of the three realms." With that, it waved the token once more, and the dark creatures seemed to receive a surge of energy, becoming more frenzied and ferocious, charging recklessly toward Neza and his companions for a final assault. Their eyes turned a fiery red, roaring deafeningly as if they sought to destroy everything in their path. Neza surveyed the increasingly dire situation before him, feeling a surge of resolute courage. He knew this was a critical moment for survival. He had to give it his all to safeguard the peace of the three realms and the safety of all beings. Taking a deep breath, he summoned all his divine power, radiating a golden glow around him. This light was as warm and powerful as the sun, illuminating every corner around him, filling him with boundless strength and courage. His hair flowed in the light like burning flames, exuding power and authority. "Companions, let us fight side by side for the peace of the three realms," Neza shouted, his voice resonant and strong, filled with inspiring energy. His companions echoed in unison, their voices merging into a surging tide, shaking the entire battlefield. At that moment, their powers converged, forming a powerful energy field that enveloped them like a massive shield while radiating immense pressure to deter the approaching enemies. Neza, wielding his fire-tipped spear, led his companions into the fray against the frenzied dark creatures. The battlefield erupted into a final, desperate clash, with flames from the fire-tipped spear, beams of magic, and the gleaming edges of blades intertwining to create a spectacular and brutal tableau. Flames roared like fierce dragons, devouring everything in the darkness. Magical beams shone like brilliant stars, illuminating the dark corners with hope, and the glinting blades struck like lightning, inflicting deep wounds on the dark creatures. With their unyielding will and steadfast belief, Neza and his companions slowly gained the upper hand, yet the dark creatures continued to surge forward, undeterred, charging at them relentlessly. In the heat of battle, Neza keenly observed that the token in the mysterious figure's hand seemed to be the key controlling the dark creatures. Resolutely, he decided to take another risk and charge at the mysterious figure to seize the token. He signaled to one of his companions, who quickly understood and diverted some of the dark creature's attention, creating a perfect opportunity for Neza. Neza dashed toward the mysterious figure, who noticed Neza's intent and was startled, hastily commanding the dark creatures to block his path. But Neza had entered a state of reckless combat, dodging left and right. He skillfully evaded the enemy's attacks and finally closed in on the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure looked at Neza with fear as it wildly swirled the token, unleashing waves of dark energy to attack Neza. Neza adeptly parried these attacks with the universe silk, inching ever closer to the figure. The universe silk danced in the air like a lively ribbon, deflecting the dark energy one by one, each block ringing with a crisp sound as if it were engaging in an intense contest against the dark forces. Just as Neza was about to grasp the token, the mysterious figure let out a desperate scream, raising the token high and chanting incantations. The runes on the token suddenly glowed brightly,
and an extremely powerful dark energy erupted, engulfing Neza within it. This dark energy swirled like a massive vortex, threatening to consume Neza whole. Neza felt an overwhelming pressure and pain wash over him like a tidal wave, as if his body were being torn apart by the dark energy. Cracks began to appear on his skin, blood seeping slowly from them, but he gritted his teeth and resisted with all his might. His eyes widened, filled with fury and defiance, as if declaring a fierce war against the dark power. Yet the conviction in Neza's heart never wavered. Even within the swirling darkness, he gritted his teeth and fought against the overwhelming force. He recalled the sacred mission he bore and the expectations of all beings in the three realms. He could not give up easily. Under the impact of the dark energy, Neza's body began to undergo a miraculous transformation, golden patterns emerging on his skin, shimmering with mysterious light as if battling the dark energy. The golden patterns grew brighter, gradually pushing the dark energy back. Neza felt his strength steadily increasing, realizing that this power stemmed from his unwavering belief and determination to protect the three realms, an inexhaustible force. After what seemed like an eternity, the powerful dark energy finally began to dissipate. Neza stood wearily, tightly gripping the mysterious figure's token, which now lay dull and lifeless in his hand. The mysterious figure, barely conscious, looked up at Neza with fear and resentment in its eyes, asking, Who are you? Why can you always defeat me? Neza coldly gazed back, determination shining in his eyes as he declared, I am Neza, the messenger of peace for the three realms. As long as I am here, you shall never disrupt this harmony. His voice was strong and resonant, echoing across the battlefield, as if proclaiming his mission and resolve to the world, leaving all who heard it in awe. As the mysterious figure fell, the dark creatures lost their control, seeming to panic as they scattered in all directions, disappearing into the endless darkness. Neza and his companions finally triumphed in this grueling battle. The battlefield lay in ruins, littered with the bodies of dark creatures and the remnants of the fight, the air thick with the stench of blood. Yet their hearts were filled with joy and pride, smiles of victory illuminating their weary faces. Even though they were exhausted, their eyes still sparkled with hope and determination, as if they could already see the dawn of peace for the three realms. However, just as they prepared to celebrate their victory, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. This light sliced through the dark horizon like a sword, illuminating the battlefield and blinding everyone momentarily. It emanated a mysterious and powerful force, creating an invisible pressure, as if calling from another world. Neza looked up, a sense of foreboding rising within him. He sensed that a new crisis was about to descend. As the light gradually faded, an even larger and more terrifying figure emerged before them. This figure was shrouded in thick dark mist, obscuring its features yet radiating an oppressive and powerful aura that instilled a sense of dread and despair, as if the harbinger of death had arrived. What is this? One of Neza's companions asked in terror, their voice filled with unease and fear. Neza tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear, his eyes filled with vigilance, stating, No matter what it is, we cannot retreat. We are the guardians of the three realms, and we must fight until the end, no matter the challenges we face. Though his voice was calm, it resonated with determination, issuing a powerful challenge to the newly emerged foe. The flames of battle burned in his eyes, as if telling this mysterious enemy that he would not give up easily. He would fight to the last breath to protect the peace of the three realms, even at the cost of his life. A new crisis loomed ahead. What challenges awaited Neza and his companions? Who was this mysterious and powerful figure? What fate awaited the three realms? The suspense hung like a shroud over everyone's hearts, filling them with worry and anticipation. How would Neza, this indomitable hero, lead his companions to confront the new challenges and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the three realms? The story continued, the legend unfolded, and their destiny remained uncertain as the unknown loomed ahead. The massive and terrifying figure loomed like a towering mountain in the vast sky, dark mist swirling around it like a tumultuous sea of smoke. The overwhelming pressure it exuded felt like the weight of a mountain, a relentless shackle that instantly plunged the already chaotic battlefield into a profound silence, as if time itself had frozen. Neza and his brave companions looked up at the intimidating figure, an indescribable sense of vigilance and deep unease swelling within them, as if an invisible hand were gripping tightly at their hearts. Neza gripped his blazing fire-tipped spear with determination, trying to glean any hint from the mysterious figure cloaked in dark energy. Yet the dense darkness, as if capable of swallowing everything, acted like an impenetrable barrier, obstructing his sight and perception completely. As everyone braced themselves, ready for a life-and-death battle, the colossal figure suddenly unleashed a deep, resounding roar that reverberated like thunder across the heavens and earth, shaking everyone to their cores and making their eardrums feel as if they would burst from the sound. It then slowly extended a massive hand, akin to a towering pillar, waving gently toward the ground below, unleashing a wave of black energy that surged toward Neza and his companions like a raging torrent. Seeing this, Neza's heart tightened. He dared not hesitate for a moment. He immediately channeled his divine power into the fire-tipped spear, causing flames to erupt from its tip, illuminating the darkness around him. With all his might, he swung the spear, sending forth a towering pillar of fire like a dragon bursting forth from the sea to meet the oncoming wave of dark energy. However, the moment they collided, Neza felt an unprecedented force crashing against him like a violent tsunami, filled with endless darkness and evil, threatening to obliterate his very soul. He was pushed back repeatedly, his feet carving deep grooves into the hard ground, causing the earth itself to tremble under the force. His companions unleashed their own spells and skills, striving to fend off the overwhelming assault, but the power of the dark energy was too great. They were knocked around, seemingly on the verge of being consumed by the force.
This power, it's terrifying.
We've never faced such a powerful enemy, one companion said, his face pale and breathless, eyes filled with fear and anxiety. Neza frowned deeply, feeling as if his mind were a tangled mess. He understood that with their current strength, confronting this mysterious and powerful figure head-on was nearly impossible. Suddenly, he recalled an ancient legend he had heard during his long training about the chaotic power. It was said to be one of the most primal and powerful forces in existence, containing boundless energy, a remnant of the mysterious force from the universe's creation, yet also extremely dangerous. If not controlled, it could turn against its wielder and consume them. The aura emanating from the ominous figure bore striking similarity to that of the chaotic power.
Could it truly be connected to the chaotic energy? As Neza pondered, an intense internal struggle ensued.
Finally, he made a bold decision and addressed his companions. I will attempt to seek the source of this dark power.
Perhaps only by finding its root can we discover a way to break it.
You all protect me here, stay vigilant, and do not let the mysterious figure take advantage of any openings. Though filled with worry, his companions understood there was no alternative but to trust Neza at that moment, and they nodded in agreement. Neza took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and began to immerse his entire consciousness into the space engulfed with dark energy. He felt a strong pull, like a black hole, threatening to swallow his very soul.
But Neza, with his rock-solid determination, resisted the overwhelming force, pushing deeper into the darkness.
In the depths of that black void, he glimpsed a core flickering with faint light, surrounded by countless black threads resembling evil tentacles, pulsating with a disturbing energy that seemed ready to explode at any moment. Neza's heart stirred. He surmised this could be the source of the dark power, and if he could find a way to break it, he might eradicate this evil force entirely. As his consciousness neared the core, a powerful repulsive force slammed into him like a violent storm, laden with endless evil and darkness, threatening to tear his soul apart. Yet Neza showed no signs of retreat. Instead, he pressed forward with even greater resolve, aware that this was their only chance to vanquish evil. At that crucial moment, the divine power within him surged spontaneously, forming a solid protective barrier that shielded him from the powerful repulsion. Simultaneously, he sensed a mysterious force resonating with his consciousness, warm and potent, as if emanating from the depths of the universe, gradually merging with his soul, strengthening his will and amplifying his power. Filled with joy, Neza realized he had found the key to overcoming this challenge. He directed this mysterious energy to merge with his own divine power, achieving a perfect balance between the two. As the fusion progressed, his body began to undergo a marvelous transformation, golden patterns emerging on his skin, like the universe's mysteries leaving their mark on him, his eyes shimmering with a strange light, resembling two profound stars that could perceive everything in the world. He felt his strength continuously rising, as if he had broken through a certain limit, reaching a new level of power. At that moment, the mysterious figure seemed to notice Neza's transformation, emitting an enraged roar that could pierce the heavens and shake the stars. It launched another fierce attack, this time manipulating the forces of the earth itself, summoning countless black energy orbs that rained down like a storm onto Neza. Neza slowly opened his eyes, revealing an unprecedented confidence, resembling a war god ready to dominate the heavens and earth. With the fire-tipped spear in hand, he pointed its tip toward the sky, instantly condensing the chaotic power at its tip, radiating an aura of infinite majesty and strength. With a mighty swing, he unleashed a beam of chaotic light that shot forth like a rainbow piercing the sun, colliding with the descending black energy orbs.
In an instant, time seemed to freeze.
The entire battlefield fell into silence, as if the world itself had halted in that moment. Only the light emanating from Neza's fire-tipped spear remained brilliant, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Then, a colossal explosion of energy erupted from the mysterious figure, as if it were going to shatter the universe, sending Neza and his companions flying through the air, as if thrown by an unseen force. Neza felt as though his body were being torn apart, and darkness enveloped his vision. Yet in that darkness, he perceived the beings of the three realms, their longing for peace, their steadfast commitment to justice. This belief sustained him, keeping him conscious, preventing him from succumbing to the overwhelming force. After what felt like an eternity, Neza slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying among the rubble, surrounded by his companions. They bore various injuries but were still alive, which brought him a sense of relief. The mysterious figure had vanished, and the sky had returned to clarity, as if the fierce battle had never occurred.
Struggling to his feet, Neza surveyed his surroundings, filled with emotion.
They had finally triumphed over evil, safeguarding the peace of the three realms, a victory earned through their lives and blood. Yet he knew this was merely the beginning. Many more challenges awaited them, and they must train harder to elevate their strength to better protect the peace of the three realms.
"We won, we finally won," one of his companions said weakly, a look of relief and tears in their eyes. Neza nodded, stating, "Yes, we won.
But we must not forget the battle of today, the price we paid. We must work even harder to protect the peace of the three realms so that no being suffers again." At that moment, a golden light appeared once more in the sky. The figure of the ancient god slowly materialized, looking at Neza and his companions with a smile, saying, "You have done well, the peace of the three realms is preserved because of you. I hope you will continue to strive for greater contributions to the prosperity of the three realms, allowing the light of justice to forever shine upon them." With that, the ancient god's figure gradually faded, and the sky returned to calm. Neza and his companions gazed up at the sky, their hearts filled with hope and determination for the future. They understood they would shoulder greater responsibilities, becoming true guardians of the three realms, using their strength and courage to protect the happiness and peace of all beings.
Yet in the distant Chaos realm, a faint dark aura quietly stirred. Though the evil incarnation of the chaotic power had been defeated, it seemed that deeper secrets still lay hidden within the Chaos realm, secrets that could threaten the peace of the three realms once more. How would Neza and his companions face future challenges? What lay behind the mysterious and powerful figure? The suspense lingered, enveloping their hearts, filling them with both worry and anticipation.
And Neza, the indomitable hero, would lead his companions to face new challenges, safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the three realms. The story continued, the legend still unfolding, and their journey was far from over, as all remained uncertain. After enduring hardships and defeating the evil incarnation of chaotic power, Neza and his companions slowly returned to the heavenly palace, their bodies weary from battle. Their heroic exploits spread rapidly throughout the three realms like a blazing flame, quickly becoming a timeless legend recounted by many. However, Neza's heart was not at ease. He understood that the dark forces lurking behind the mysterious figure would not simply rest and would surely seek another opportunity to strike. At the celebratory banquet held in the heavenly palace, the gods praised Neza and his companions profusely, raising their cups to offer sincere congratulations and respect. Yet Neza sat quietly to the side, his gaze deep and focused, lost in thought. He replayed every detail of the battle in his mind, especially the overwhelming force that the mysterious figure had unleashed at the critical moment, along with the ominous words it had spoken, sensing that behind all this lay a larger and more terrifying conspiracy, like a venomous snake in the dark, waiting patiently for the perfect moment to strike. After the banquet concluded, Neza made his way alone to the observation deck of the heavenly palace. He stood there, gazing out over the vast and mysterious lands of the three realms, a powerful sense of duty swelling within him. As the guardian of the three realms, he bore the heavy responsibility of ensuring their peace and safety, and he could not allow himself to become complacent or careless due to their recent victory. He knew he must quickly uncover the truth behind all this and identify the hidden puppet master in the darkness, eliminating it to truly protect the peace of the three realms.
At that moment, a fairy named Lingyu quietly appeared beside Neza.
Lingyu was graceful and beautiful, tasked with gathering intelligence in the heavenly palace. Her sharp wit and careful observation allowed her to grasp all news within the three realms as if she were a keen butterfly, able to detect even the slightest movements. "Neza, I know what you are thinking," she said softly, her voice as clear and pleasant as a mountain spring.
Neza turned to look at Lingyu, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "You know? How could you possibly know what's on my mind?"
Lingyu smiled gently. "I have been closely monitoring the battle and the appearance of that mysterious figure. I can sense that there are certainly hidden secrets behind this, secrets that could impact the fate of the three realms.
Neza's heart stirred as he quickly asked, "Have you found anything? Do you have any leads about that mysterious figure?"
Lingyu took out a translucent crystal stone from her robe and handed it to Neza. This is something I stumbled upon while collecting intelligence. It seems to contain clues about that mysterious figure, but I cannot decipher the information within. I thought perhaps you could try, with your divine power, you might unlock its secrets.
Neza accepted the crystal stone and examined it closely.
The stone flickered with a faint and mysterious light, resembling a hidden world within the darkness, filled with endless secrets and unknowns. He closed his eyes and gradually infused his divine power into the crystal stone. Instantly, the light within the stone intensified, burning like a flame and illuminating the world around him. Images began to emerge in his mind, unfolding like an ancient scroll before his eyes. The images depicted a dark and twisted world, brimming with evil energy and bizarre creatures. At the center of this world stood a massive and eerie castle, its gates closed tight, resembling an entrance to hell, surrounded by powerful and mysterious magical barriers that seemed insurmountable. Neza saw a group of figures bustling inside the castle, their movements odd and secretive, as if engaged in some unspeakable ritual. Among these figures, a familiar face flashed by. It was the mysterious figure.
Neza's heart raced, and he quickly concentrated, wanting to discern what the mysterious figure was doing. But just then, the images began to blur, like smoke dissipating in the wind, gradually vanishing from view.
Neza slowly opened his eyes, confusion and shock filling them, as a wave of intense unease washed over him, as if an invisible hand were gently tugging at his heartstrings.
"What did you see?" Lingyu asked eagerly, her eyes glinting with anticipation. Neza recounted in detail what he had witnessed in the crystal stone.
Upon hearing this, Lingyu's expression became grave, and a hint of worry crossed her face. It seems our suspicions were correct. There must be a powerful organization supporting that mysterious figure, and their intentions likely extend beyond simply wanting to dominate the three realms. They aim to completely destroy the order of the three realms and plunge everything into endless darkness. Neza clenched the crystal stone tightly, determination gleaming in his eyes. No matter what their intentions are or how powerful their backing is, I will not let them succeed. We must quickly locate this dark world and thwart their plans to protect the peace and tranquility of the three realms. Lingyu nodded, saying, "I will continue gathering information and do everything I can to find more clues about this dark world. But you must be cautious. I sense that this matter hides enormous danger, and we must be fully prepared."
Neza smiled slightly. "Don't worry, I'm not the same Neza I used to be. I've emerged stronger and braver from this battle.
I will protect myself and the three realms, and I won't let the gods down."
From that point on, Neza began to travel extensively, searching for clues about the dark world.
He visited many reclusive masters in the three realms, inquiring about legends and secrets concerning the dark world. He studied numerous ancient texts, hoping to find traces of the dark world within the old writings. However, despite his significant efforts, he could not uncover any substantial breakthroughs, as if the dark world were a ghost hidden in the fog, always eluding his grasp. Yet Neza did not give up. He firmly believed that as long as he persevered, he would eventually find the answers and unveil the mysteries of the dark world.
Meanwhile, in a remote town in the human realm, something incredible occurred.
A young scholar suddenly became erratic overnight, mumbling strange phrases as if possessed by some evil force. The local villagers were terrified, believing the scholar to be afflicted by a malevolent spirit, and they called upon a Taoist priest to exorcise him. After performing various rituals, the priest discovered that a powerful and bizarre dark energy seemed to be hidden within the scholar. This energy resembled a demon from the darkness, tightly wrapping around the scholar's soul, rendering him unable to escape. The priest exhausted all methods to dispel the dark energy, but it was as if he were a warrior facing an abyss, unable to find a way through. In desperation, the priest brought the scholar to a nearby temple, hoping that the high monk there could assist him. Upon seeing the scholar, the high monk immediately sensed his abnormality. Through deep meditation, he attempted to communicate with the dark energy within the scholar to understand its source and purpose. After arduous efforts, the high monk finally uncovered some information about the dark energy. It turned out that the scholar had encountered a mysterious person in a cave a few days prior, who had given him a book. After reading the book, he had transformed into his current state. The high monk deemed the situation extraordinary and promptly reported it to the local authorities. Upon learning of the matter, they were equally shocked, realizing that it could potentially threaten the peace of the three realms, and they quickly escalated it to the heavenly palace. When Neza received the news, he felt a tightness in his chest, fully aware of the seriousness of the situation, and immediately headed to the town. Upon meeting the scholar and witnessing the fear and confusion in his eyes, Neza felt a wave of compassion. He attempted to use his divine power to help the scholar regain consciousness, but found the dark energy to be incredibly stubborn, like an impenetrable fortress, rendering his divine power ineffective. Just when Neza felt helpless and at a loss, he suddenly remembered the crystal stone. He took it out and held it to the scholar's forehead. The light within the crystal began to flicker, acting as a beacon in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. The dark energy within the scholar seemed to be drawn to the crystal, gradually converging toward it, like birds returning to their nest. After a while, the scholar finally regained consciousness. Looking at Neza with gratitude, he asked, "Thank you for saving me." What happened to me? How did I end up like this?" Neza helped the scholar to his feet and gently said, "It's alright, you're safe now. Do you remember the person you met in the cave? What did he look like? What did he give you?" The scholar struggled to recall, then said, "The person was shrouded in darkness, I couldn't see his face. He gave me a book, claiming it would grant me endless wisdom and power. Out of curiosity, I accepted it, but I didn't expect it would lead to this." Neza's heart stirred. He quickly asked, "Where is the book? Where did you put it?" The scholar produced a book from his robe and handed it to Neza. Neza opened it and found the pages filled with strange symbols and patterns, resembling a language from another world, incomprehensible to him. Yet he could sense that the book contained a powerful dark energy, strikingly similar to the aura he had encountered in the crystal stone, like a twisted sibling lurking in the darkness. Neza realized that this book might be the key to unraveling the mysteries of the dark world. He took it back to the heavenly palace and studied it with Lingyu. They meticulously analyzed every symbol and pattern in the book, attempting to find clues and insights. After much effort, they finally uncovered some hidden leads within the text. These clues seemed to point to a mysterious location on the edge of the three realms, rumored to hide an entrance to the dark world, like a passage connecting two different realms. Determined, Neza decided to venture to that mysterious place to uncover the truth. He gathered his companions, preparing to set out once more. Before departing, Neza looked at the fire-tipped spear and universe ring in his hands, a determined light shining in his eyes, like a flame lighting the way forward. He knew this journey would be filled with danger and challenges, akin to traversing a perilous wilderness filled with the unknown and uncertainty. But he was unafraid. After all, he was Neza, the guardian of the three realms. He bore the significant responsibility of safeguarding the peace and tranquility of the realms, and he must press forward, undeterred by obstacles, to unveil the mysteries of the dark world and uphold the peace of the three realms. Neza and his companions, carrying the mysterious book, embarked on their long journey to the enigmatic place at the edge of the three realms. Along the way, the weather shifted unpredictably, as if they were traversing a timeless tunnel, moving from the bustling heavenly palace to the vibrant human realm, gradually entering an area filled with unknowns and a mysterious aura. This mysterious place was characterized by rolling mountains shrouded in swirling clouds, the air thick with an eerie silence. The trees seemed twisted, as if whispering ancient and mysterious tales, while strange glimmers flickered in the grass, as if countless hidden eyes were secretly watching their every move. Neza gripped his fire-tipped spear tightly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, leading the way with vigilance, not overlooking any corner that might conceal danger. His companions also employed their abilities to carefully guard their surroundings, aware that every step could hide deadly traps. As they ventured deeper into this mysterious territory, the environment grew increasingly harsh. Strange lightning occasionally streaked across the sky, yet no thunder followed. The light illuminated the outlines of bizarre creatures lurking in the dark, some with massive, grotesque wings poised to take flight, while others floated like phantoms, sending chills down their spines. The ground trembled violently, as if an immense force lurked beneath, ready to erupt at any moment. "Everyone, be cautious, the atmosphere here is truly unsettling," Neza murmured, his voice cutting through the eerie silence, echoing in everyone's ears. His companions nodded, their vigilance heightened as they banded together more closely, carefully making their way along a rugged, winding path. Strange symbols and patterns covered the rocks beside the path, emanating a faint yet mysterious energy, as if conveying some unknown message. Neza halted, gazing intently at these symbols, a sense of déjà vu washing over him, as if he had seen them somewhere deep in his memory, but he couldn't quite recall where. "These symbols seem to harbor a mysterious power, as if guiding us forward," remarked one companion skilled in runes. Neza contemplated for a moment before speaking. "Perhaps these are the key clues leading us to the entrance of the dark world."
Let's follow their guidance and see what we can discover.
They continued along the path marked by the symbols, which grew increasingly dense, the energy fluctuations more intense. Eventually, deep within a shadowy valley, they came upon a massive stone door. The door towered into the clouds, intricately carved with complex and mysterious patterns that echoed the symbols they had seen on the rocks, as if representing a secret contract. A heavy darkness surrounded the door, resembling a gateway to the abyss, threatening to unleash endless evil at any moment. "This must be the place we have been searching for," Neza declared, his eyes shimmering with determination as he prepared to uncover the secrets behind the door. They stepped cautiously towards the stone door, feeling a powerful pressure bearing down on them, as if an invisible hand were squeezing their chests, making it hard to breathe. The patterns on the door seemed to come alive, flashing ominous light as if warning them to stay away from this forbidden place. Neza reached out, gently touching the door, a chilling sensation coursing through him. He realized his divine power was weakened upon contact, as if the door possessed some mysterious force repelling his energy. "This door seems to conceal mysteries. We must tread carefully," Neza warned, his voice laden with gravity. They began to explore ways to open the stone door, with companions utilizing their spells and skills to break the barriers. Some immortals employed their powers to attack key points on the door, hoping to discover its weaknesses, while others focused on deciphering the runes in search of an opening mechanism. Yet the door seemed impervious to their efforts, as if enchanted to remain closed, mocking their attempts. Just as they found themselves in a predicament, Neza suddenly remembered the mysterious book. He retrieved it from his robe and carefully opened its pages, noticing that the symbols and patterns within bore a resemblance to those on the door. Neza's heart raced. He attempted to channel the book's power into the door, hoping to unlock its secrets. As his divine energy merged with the book's power, the patterns on the door began to shift subtly, and the light grew brighter. A deep rumbling resonated from the door, as if awakened from slumber, echoing like a roar from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. As the rumbling intensified, the stone door began to slowly open, unleashing a torrent of dark energy that surged forth like a black flood, crashing toward Neza and his companions. Neza quickly swung his fire-tipped spear, creating a barrier of blazing flames to counter the dark energy's onslaught. His companions also unleashed their spells in unison to withstand the overwhelming dark force. With their combined effort, they gradually managed to push the dark energy back, allowing them to see the interior of the door. Inside lay a pitch-black world, devoid of sunlight, illuminated only by a blood-red moon hanging in the sky, casting an eerie and sinister glow as if a malevolent eye was watching them. The ground was barren, littered with black rocks and withered trees, the air thick with the stench of blood and decay, as if death itself pervaded the atmosphere. In the distance, a colossal castle loomed, its walls shimmering with mysterious runes, as if guarding something significant, exuding a disturbing power. "This is the Dark World? It truly reeks of evil," remarked one companion, frowning in disgust. Neza nodded, a determined glint in his eyes as he stated, "We must proceed with caution and find a way to dismantle the dark power. We cannot allow this evil world to spread into the three realms and endanger all beings." With careful steps, they ventured into the dark world, the ground creaking beneath them as if protesting their intrusion, resisting the light they brought. Strange sounds echoed around them, resembling beastly roars and ghostly wails, as if emanating from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. They navigated a narrow path leading to the castle when they encountered attacks from dark creatures. These creatures varied in form, some resembled giant spiders scuttling across the ground, while others flew like bats, swirling through the air, all aggressive and recklessly charging at Neza and his companions, aiming to consume them. Neza and his allies fought bravely, the flames of the fire-tipped spear lighting the path through the darkness, a beacon of hope amidst despair. They coordinated their efforts, with some focusing on offense and others on defense, gradually pushing back wave after wave of dark creatures. During the battle, Neza noted that these dark entities seemed to be formed from condensed dark energy. If they could pinpoint their energy cores, they could completely eradicate them. After a fierce struggle, they finally arrived at the castle's entrance. The massive door stood closed, adorned with various evil patterns and runes that seemed to curse anyone who approached, instilling fear. Neza sensed the immense dark power within the castle, likely the core of the dark world, and knew entering would bring unprecedented danger. They began searching for a way to open the castle doors. Next to the door, they discovered an ancient stone tablet etched with strange text. Neza studied the inscriptions closely and realized they resembled an ancient incantation. He attempted to recite the incantation aloud. As his voice resonated, the runes on the door began to glow, as if awakened by his words. The door slowly creaked open, a more potent wave of dark energy pouring forth, like a dark hand trying to pull them in.
Neza and his companions steeled themselves and entered the castle.
Inside was dark and damp, with torches burning green flames on the walls, their flickering light casting eerie shadows that resembled watching eyes. They saw strange instruments and containers in the castle's hall, filled with black liquid bubbling and exuding a nauseating odor, reminiscent of hell's venom.
These must be the evil tools used to generate dark power, one companion remarked, wrinkling their nose in disgust. Neza nodded, sensing the danger and evil saturating the air, knowing every corner might conceal deadly traps.
They continued deeper into the castle, discovering a massive book in a shadowy room. This book contained the origins of the dark world and the secrets of dark power, its text seemingly a dark curse that sent chills through Neza. He flipped through the pages, diligently seeking key clues to unravel the dark power. The text revealed that the dark world was originally a parallel realm to the three realms, but had become corrupt and evil due to the encroachment of dark power, posing a threat to the three realms. The source of dark power was a mysterious object known as the Heart of Darkness, which possessed limitless power capable of controlling minds and inciting wars and disasters, serving as the core of the dark world. The mysterious figure was the messenger of the dark world, attempting to infuse dark power into the three realms, destroying their peace and order, plunging the universe into darkness. Neza's heart raced, realizing they must locate the Heart of Darkness and destroy it to eliminate the threat of the dark world and rescue the three realms.
They continued searching the castle for clues, finally finding a passage leading deep underground.
The passage was thick with dark energy, resembling a swirling vortex that felt like stepping into an endless abyss, ready to consume them. Neza and his companions carefully descended the passage, the walls shimmering with eerie light, as if countless eyes were watching their every move, filling them with unease. As they advanced, they heard a low, rhythmic heartbeat echoing from the depths, growing louder, as if the entire underground world trembled in sync with the pulse, instilling fear into their hearts. "This must be the heartbeat of the Heart of Darkness," Neza remarked, his eyes scanning for danger. Eventually, they arrived at a massive cavern. In the center stood a gigantic black crystal, pulsating with eerie light, the low heartbeat emanating from it, as if the heart of the dark world was beating within.
"This is the Heart of Darkness,"
a companion exclaimed, eyes wide with shock. Neza approached, feeling the immense dark energy within the Heart of Darkness, as if an invisible force were pulling at him, nearly overwhelming his control.
He knew that destroying the Heart of Darkness would not be easy, requiring immense sacrifice, potentially even risking his life.
But he hesitated not, he resolved to step forward, willing to pay any price for the peace of the three realms. Gathering all his divine power, he aimed the fire-tipped spear at the Heart of Darkness, determination radiating from his eyes. Just as he prepared to strike, the Heart of Darkness suddenly emitted a blinding light, projecting an illusion of the mysterious figure, resembling a demon crawling from hell, filled with malice and menace.
"Neza, do you think you can defeat me?"
"This Heart of Darkness is the core of the dark world, its power is limitless.
If you dare to act, the entire dark world will perish with you."
The mysterious figure sneered, its voice echoing like a curse from the depths of hell. Unfazed, Neza shouted back, "Even if it means our mutual destruction, I won't let you succeed.
Darkness can never triumph over the light."
With that, Neza unleashed his attack, the fire-tipped spear charged with his divine power and resolve, piercing toward the Heart of Darkness. In that instant, the Heart of Darkness could no longer withstand the assault of the light. Under the illumination of the divine energy, the Heart of Darkness gradually dimmed, wilting under the light's invasive nature. Finally, with a resounding explosion, the Heart of Darkness shattered into countless fragments, marking the end of the dark world. As the Heart of Darkness broke apart, the dark world began to tremble violently, the blood-red moon vanished, and the land gradually regained its vitality, as if awakening from a nightmare. Neza and his companions gazed at the calming dark world, joy and pride swelling within them, knowing they had successfully saved the three realms, upholding peace and justice as heroes. Yet just as they prepared to leave the dark world, Neza suddenly sensed a mysterious force stirring in the shadows, as if a dark hand was attempting to stir the waters once more. He scanned the surroundings warily but found nothing, the mysterious force seemed hidden in the darkness, undetectable.
"What's wrong, Neza?" one companion asked, confusion marking their face.
Neza furrowed his brow, "I feel a mysterious force still lurking, seemingly watching us, waiting for a chance to attack again." The companions tensed up, starting to search for the source of the mysterious force, but found no clues, as if it had sprung from nothingness.
Just then, a black rift suddenly opened in the sky, releasing a powerful suction force, resembling a dark vortex trying to pull them in.
Neza quickly used the universe silk to ensnare his companions, attempting to resist the pull, but the force grew increasingly stronger, threatening to consume them entirely. In the end, they were sucked into the Black Rift, disappearing from the Dark World. The rift slowly closed, and the Dark World fell silent once more, as if nothing had ever happened.
What fate awaited Neza and his companions? Had they been transported to another unknown world, or had they fallen into a more dangerous trap? All remained uncertain, leaving endless suspense and filling everyone with worry and anticipation for their future. After Neza and his companions were suddenly sucked into the mysterious Black Rift, they found themselves plunged into an endless dark abyss. Their bodies seemed to be swept by an unseen force, racing through the ethereal void at an astonishing speed. Their consciousness gradually became chaotic, as if tightly bound by an invisible net, making it almost impossible to break free from the strange binding power no matter how hard they struggled. After an unknown amount of time, when they finally managed to regain their consciousness, what lay before them was a completely unfamiliar and extraordinarily strange world. The sky was shrouded in a light purple mist, like a thin veil that obscured the originally bright sunlight, making the scene appear particularly eerie. The ground exhibited a bizarre dark red hue, as if it had been soaked in blood, emanating a chilling aura. The surrounding mountains rose and fell, taking on all manner of peculiar shapes. Some resembled giant beasts lying in wait, as if they could awaken and attack at any moment. Others stood like twisted phantoms, giving off a bone-chilling feeling. The trees were even more bizarre, their trunks twisted and intertwined as if intentionally distorted by some mysterious force. Their leaves shimmered with a metallic sheen, releasing a strange and pungent smell in the dim light, as if they came from another world. "What on earth is this place? How did we end up here inexplicably?" one of Neza's companions exclaimed, eyes wide with terror, their voice filled with unease and confusion. Neza slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, warily surveying his surroundings. His eyes revealed deep doubt and vigilance, and he quietly contemplated, "I also have no clue. This place is full of unknown dangers, we must remain highly alert and find a way back as soon as possible." As he spoke, he tightly gripped the fire-tip spear in his hand, attempting to find any clues in the bizarre environment to unravel this mystery. They began to cautiously explore further into this strange world. Along the way, they encountered many bizarre creatures. One of them resembled a lizard but was astonishingly large, towering over them at more than 2 men tall, its body covered in scales as hard as iron. Those scales glimmered ominously in the dim light, as if containing some unfathomable power. Its eyes resembled blood-red gemstones, radiating a fierce and greedy gaze. Upon spotting Neza and the others, it immediately bared its teeth, lunging at them with claws outstretched, its ferocious momentum suggesting it intended to swallow them whole. Neza felt no fear, he shouted loudly and charged forward with the fire-tip spear. The flames on the spear ignited instantly, twisting through the air like an angry fire dragon, illuminating the surrounding darkness. He engaged in a thrilling and intense battle with the enormous lizard. The lizard's movements were incredibly agile, using its strong body and sharp claws like a fierce combat machine, constantly launching attacks that stirred up fierce winds with every strike. Neza, relying on his years of cultivated combat skills and nimble footwork, moved like a phantom, darting between the lizard's attacks while seeking its vulnerabilities, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. During a fierce clash, Neza keenly noticed that the lizard's abdomen was its fatal weakness. A cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he seized the opportunity, leaping up like a swift cheetah, thrusting the fire-tip spear like a bolt of lightning into the lizard's belly. The flames instantly pierced through the lizard's tough scales, and it let out a heart-wrenching roar of pain, its body shaking violently as if struck by lightning. However, this lizard did not perish easily. In its final moments, it fell into a frenzy, attempting a deadly counterattack with its last strength. Neza, utilizing his agility and reflexes, sidestepped the lizard's final strike with ease and then launched a fierce counterattack, ultimately defeating the enormous lizard and leaving it motionless on the ground. They continued their journey in this unfamiliar world and encountered a flying creature. This creature boasted crystal-clear wings that sparkled with a kaleidoscope of colors, appearing beautiful and enchanting against the dim sky. However, its mouth was filled with sharp, dagger-like fangs, and once it approached its prey, it would unleash a rapid assault before one could react. Neza and his companions had to remain highly alert, keeping their eyes fixed on the sky around them to prevent a sudden ambush from these flying creatures. During their prolonged exploration, they also discovered some strange ruins. These ruins appeared ancient and mysterious, with walls etched with symbols and patterns they had never seen before, as if they were cryptic codes from a bygone era. Neza attempted to decipher these enigmatic symbols but found himself facing a fog of confusion with no clues. These symbols seemed to contain profound wisdom and power, as if they were the keys to unlocking some mysterious treasure, yet they were obscured by the dust of time, becoming elusive and incomprehensible.
As they delved deeper into the exploration, they gradually realized that this world seemed to possess a unique and mysterious order of power. The magical energy fluctuations here were drastically different from those in the three realms, filled with wildness and uncertainty, as if they were in an untamed magical wilderness. Neza and his companions found their divine powers somewhat restricted here, unable to wield them freely as they could in the three realms, as if their hands and feet were bound. They had to use their powers more cautiously, carefully dealing with every potential danger to avoid falling into irretrievable peril. However, just as they felt lost and helpless, a mysterious figure suddenly appeared before them. This figure was enveloped in a hazy light, making it impossible to discern its face or form, as if it had emerged from the void. Its voice was deep and distant, echoing as if it came from another time and space, sending chills down their spines.
"You reckless adventurers, from where do you come? Why have you rashly intruded into this mysterious world?"
The mysterious figure slowly inquired, a hint of doubt and vigilance in its voice. Neza looked at it warily, a glint of caution in his eyes as he replied, "We are guardians from the three realms, accidentally caught in a black rift, which brought us here."
"Who exactly are you? What is this place?"
The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment, as if pondering something, then slowly said, "This is the lost alien world, a corner forgotten by time and space. It is filled with endless dangers and mysteries, while also hiding countless opportunities and secrets.
Your arrival here may be a twist of fate, or perhaps some unpredictable force is guiding you." Neza's heart stirred. He sensed that this mysterious figure might know how they could return.
"Then can you tell us how to leave this world and return to our familiar three realms?" he asked eagerly, his eyes shining with hope. The mysterious figure slightly shook its head, a hint of helplessness in its gaze as it replied, "Leaving here is not an easy task. There exists a powerful spacetime barrier between this world and the three realms. To break it and open a time-space passage, you must find the power of the heart of the world. The heart of the world is guarded by a formidable protector, and to obtain it, you must undergo numerous trials and overcome countless difficulties and dangers."
Neza and his companions exchanged glances, seeing determination and resolve reflected in each other's eyes.
"No matter how difficult it is, we must try. Please tell us, where is the heart of the world?
How do we find it?"
Neza declared resolutely, his tone filled with indomitable will. The mysterious figure pointed to a towering mountain peak in the distance and said, "The heart of the world is at the peak of that mountain. But the path to the peak is fraught with various dangers and challenges. You must be careful and fully prepared. I wish you good luck." With that, the mysterious figure gradually vanished into the air, as mysteriously and eerily as it had appeared. Neza and his companions decided to set off towards the mountain peak. They followed a rugged, winding mountain path, encountering various hidden traps and fierce monster attacks along the way. One kind of trap would suddenly spring sharp spikes from the ground, making it impossible to avoid. Just a moment of inattention could leave them covered in wounds. Once, one of Neza's companions nearly fell victim to these spikes, but Neza timely noticed and shattered the spikes with his fire-tip spear, averting a crisis and sparing his companions from injury. The monsters also grew increasingly powerful and cunning. One creature resembled a monkey, but it could use its special abilities to become invisible, quietly launching attacks from the shadows, catching them off guard. Neza and his companions had to remain highly vigilant, employing their divine powers and wisdom to keep an eye on everything around them, to prevent being ambushed by these invisible creatures. While climbing the peak, they also faced harsh weather. The howling winds roared like a raging beast, sweeping towards them, making it nearly impossible to stand, as if they would be swept away at any moment. The rocks on the mountain had become loose due to years of erosion, and one misstep could send them plummeting into the endless abyss below. However, Neza and his companions did not give up. They supported each other like brothers, slowly advancing step by step towards the summit, their hearts filled with a single belief: they must find the heart of the world and return to their three realms. Finally, after a long and arduous trek, they reached the peak of the mountain. There, they saw a huge stone platform, on which rested a crystal radiating dazzling light, as brilliant as the most radiant star in the universe. This was the heart of the world as described by the mysterious figure. However, as they approached the heart of the world, a powerful and terrifying force suddenly surged from all directions, as if it intended to engulf them. A massive figure appeared before them, towering dozens of feet high, its body composed of hard rock, resembling the embodiment of a mountain, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Its eyes glimmered with a red light, revealing anger and vigilance, as if it were guarding this precious treasure, the heart of the world.
"You outsiders dare to covet the heart of the world. This is my domain, you shall not take it. The rock giant roared, its voice echoing like thunder across the mountaintop, making their ears ring. Neza did not retreat, he stood at the forefront, his eyes shining with determination as he spoke to the rock giant. We mean no offense to your world, we only came here because we need to return to ours. The heart of the world is our only hope of going back, please allow us to take it, we will not harm you. The rock giant let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flashing in its eyes as it replied, then let's see if you have the ability. With that, it swung its massive fist down upon Neza and the others, the force so great it seemed capable of collapsing the mountain itself. Neza quickly sidestepped to evade while launching an attack with the fire-tip spear. The flame struck the rock giant's arm, producing a sizzling sound, yet only leaving a shallow mark on its skin, as if merely scratching an itch. The rock giant's body was as hard as iron, and ordinary attacks had little effect, as if it were an immovable fortress. His companions also unleashed their spells and skills, attacking the rock giant. Some released powerful magical light, while others hurled sharp treasures, trying to inflict damage on the giant. However, these attacks could only cause minor harm. The giant paid them no mind and continued its fierce assault, each blow carrying immense force and destructive power, plunging Neza and his companions into a dire situation. Just as they felt hopeless, Neza suddenly recalled a specific energy fluctuation they had discovered during their exploration of this world. This energy fluctuation seemed to have a restraining effect on the rock giant, capable of weakening its strength and defenses. He quickly shared his discovery with his companions, and together they began to attempt to use this special energy fluctuation to attack the rock giant. After a grueling effort, they finally found a way to harness this energy fluctuation. Neza infused this special energy into the fire-tip spear and launched another attack at the rock giant. This time, the spear's attack produced an unexpected effect. The flames, infused with special energy, pierced through the rock giant's defenses, leaving a massive wound on its body, blood gushing out. The rock giant let out a painful roar, its body beginning to tremble violently, as if struck by lightning. Seizing the moment, Neza launched an even fiercer attack, and his companions coordinated with him, relentlessly assaulting the rock giant in wave after wave. Through their combined efforts, they finally defeated the rock giant, its massive form crashing to the ground, turning into a pile of rubble scattered everywhere. Neza and his companions sighed in relief as they wearily approached the heart of the world. When they touched it, a powerful and warm force surged instantly into their bodies, as if a clear spring flowed through their veins, greatly revitalizing their exhausted bodies and minds. They began to utilize the power of the heart of the world, attempting to open the time-space passage. Under the combined effect of their divine powers and the heart of the world, a massive vortex appeared in the sky, shimmering with mysterious and brilliant light, as if it were a gateway to the three realms, filled with hope and anticipation. Neza and his companions excitedly stepped into the time-space passage. However, just as they were about to return to the three realms, a dark power suddenly surged from the depths of the passage, enveloping them once more like a dark demon. What is happening? Are we going to fall into danger again? One of Neza's companions exclaimed, eyes wide with fear and unease. Neza tightly gripped the fire-tip spear, his gaze revealing steadfast belief and indomitable will. No matter what we face, we cannot give up. We must return to the three realms. He declared loudly, his voice filled with power and determination, as if declaring war on the dark force. But the dark power grew stronger, as if it intended to completely swallow them, leaving them forever lost in this mysterious time-space passage. Neza and his companions struggled against the darkness, exerting all their strength to resist it, their figures flickering in and out of sight, engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the darkness. They held on to a single belief in their hearts: they must return to their familiar three realms and protect the peace and tranquility there. In the time-space passage, darkness and light intertwined, resembling an intense cosmic battle. Neza and his companions' fates once again fell into an unknown abyss. Would they be able to overcome this dark power and successfully return to their familiar three realms? Or would they be forever trapped in this mysterious time-space passage, becoming dust of history? All the suspense remained in that endless darkness, waiting for the next chapter to be revealed. In that mysterious and perilous time-space passage, Neza and his companions felt as if they were tightly wrapped in dark power, surrounded by chaos and confusion, as if they were deeply trapped in an endless night. The darkness was like thick ink that refused to dissolve, tightly binding every inch of their bodies. Each time they tried to struggle free, it felt as if a more powerful force relentlessly pulled them back, as if they were firmly imprisoned by a demon lurking in the darkness. Neza gripped the fire-tip spear tightly, the flames on its tip flickering desperately in the endless darkness, like a faint glimmer of light trying to illuminate a path ahead.
However, the darkness seemed to possess a terrifying power that could devour all light. Even the flame on the spear could only struggle within a very limited range, unable to disperse the darkness entirely. His companions huddled closely around him, each deploying their divine powers to form a solid defensive circle, doing their utmost to resist the relentless erosion of that dark force, as if guarding the last bastion of hope in the darkness.
Everyone, don't panic. We will definitely find a way out.
Neza shouted loudly, his voice echoing through the dark time-space passage with unwavering conviction, like a ray of dawn in the darkness, trying to bring a flicker of hope to his companions. They proceeded slowly through the dark passage, every step imbued with the scent of unknown fear and danger. Suddenly, pairs of red eyes appeared in the darkness ahead, flickering with eerie and sinister light, as if demons from the endless abyss were silently watching their every move. As they drew closer, the owners of those eyes gradually came into view, an array of shadowy creatures with indistinct shapes and twisted outlines, lunging at Neza and his companions with claws outstretched, as if a pack of beasts driven by dark power were ready to tear them apart. Without hesitation, Neza swung the fire-tip spear, and the flames at its tip transformed into scorching arcs, charging towards those dark creatures like ferocious fire dragons. The moment the fire-tip spear collided with the dark creatures, it produced a piercing sound reminiscent of metal clashing against rock, sending dazzling sparks flying. However, these dark creatures seemed utterly unafraid of the flame's power. They charged forward relentlessly, crashing against Neza and his companions' defense as if determined to shatter it completely. His companions also unleashed their attacks. Some used magical spells to summon radiant orbs of light, like shooting stars crashing down upon the dark creatures. Others wielded sharp blades, plunging into the fray to engage in fierce close combat, their blades gleaming coldly in the darkness, like daggers stabbing into the bodies of the dark creatures and eliciting their painful roars. But the sheer number of these dark creatures was overwhelming, resembling an endless ocean of darkness. Although their attacks could temporarily repel some of the dark creatures, more would soon surge forth like a tide, drowning their efforts. In the midst of the fierce battle, Neza keenly noticed that these dark creatures seemed to be controlled by an even more powerful dark force. Their movements, though chaotic, appeared to follow some specific pattern, as if they were executing a dark mission. A thought struck Neza. He realized that unless they found the source controlling these dark creatures, it would be difficult for them to escape this predicament.
Listen up! There must be a controller behind these dark creatures, we must find it.
Neza shouted, his voice filled with determination and resolve, as if sounding the battle horn in the darkness. As he continued to fight, he carefully observed every detail and change around him with his keen eyes. Finally, he detected a faint energy fluctuation in the darkness, like a lighthouse amidst the shadows. Although it was nearly imperceptible, it stood out prominently in the dark time-space passage. Neza's heart leaped with joy. He decided to follow the direction of this energy fluctuation to seek out the source controlling the dark creatures. Leading his companions, they gradually broke free from the entanglement of the dark creatures, moving toward the source of the energy fluctuation with unwavering faith and tenacity.
As they ventured deeper, the darkness thickened, as if it intended to completely swallow them in the endless void.
Yet Neza's conviction grew stronger. He believed that if they could locate the source of this dark power, they would surely discover a way to resolve their current crisis and find a path back to the three realms. At last, they arrived before a massive swirling vortex of darkness. The vortex resembled an entrance to an endless abyss, emanating powerful and terrifying dark energy, constantly rotating, as if it were a black whirlpool devouring everything. From this vortex, the dark creatures continuously poured forth, as if they were loyal servants of this swirling chaos. This must be the source controlling the dark creatures. Neza looked at the vortex, his eyes filled with vigilance and gravity, fully aware that immense danger and secrets lurked behind it. He attempted to use his divine power to probe the conditions within the vortex, but as soon as his divine energy made contact, it was repelled by an agonizingly powerful force, like a massive hammer striking him, nearly causing him to stumble.
This power is too strong. What should we do?
A companion asked anxiously, worry and fear evident in their eyes. Neza pondered for a moment, then replied with conviction, we cannot shrink back, we must find a way to destroy this vortex. I sense it is closely linked to the dark power we encountered earlier. Perhaps only by destroying it can we break free from this predicament and return to our three realms. His companions nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to stand with Neza and face this monumental challenge together. They began to gather, devising strategies to destroy the dark vortex. After intense discussion and brainstorming, they decided to unite their powers and cast a powerful sealing spell to seal the vortex, completely severing its connection to the outside world and preventing it from releasing more dark power. Neza infused his divine power into the fire-tip spear, causing the flames to blaze even hotter, resembling a burning sun. He thrust the spear forcefully into the ground as the core of the seal. His companions surrounded the spear, each channeling their divine energy to form mysterious runes and light, gradually constructing a powerful and stable sealing formation. As the sealing formation took shape, the dark vortex began to sense an unprecedented threat. It trembled violently, like a caged beast roaring in anger, releasing even more powerful dark energy in an attempt to break free from the seal. Neza and his companions gritted their teeth, undeterred, continuously amplifying their divine energy output, engaging in a thrilling confrontation with the dark vortex, as if they were locked in a life and death struggle. In this battle of power, Neza and his companions felt an unprecedented weight bearing down on them. Their bodies trembled involuntarily, sweat pouring down their foreheads and dripping to the ground, yet their eyes remained filled with determination and resilience, like flames that would never extinguish in the darkness. They knew this was a fight that concerned their lives and the fate of the three realms. They could not afford to fail and must persevere to the end. After a long and arduous effort, the sealing formation was finally completed. A brilliant light soared from the formation, illuminating the dark space like a flash of lightning, instantly brightening the entire area. The light enveloped the dark vortex, gradually compressing and sealing it, preventing it from releasing any further dark power. The dark vortex let out one final struggle, producing a deafening roar as if protesting its sealing, but ultimately it subsided under the immense strength of the sealing formation, disappearing into the shadows. With the dark vortex gone, the dark creatures also dissipated into the void, and the darkness in the time-space passage began to recede, as if being dispelled by the light of the sealing formation. Neza and his companions breathed a sigh of relief. They knew they had successfully overcome this tremendous crisis, finally breaking free from the shackles of the dark power. However, before they could celebrate this hard-won victory, they suddenly noticed strange changes occurring in the time-space passage. The walls of the passage, which had originally shimmered with mysterious light, began to grow hazy, as if corroded by the dark power. The surrounding space began to twist and warp, with unstable energy fluctuations spreading throughout the passage, causing them to feel a pang of anxiety, as if an unknown force was lurking in the shadows, watching their every move.
What is happening? Did our sealing cause other problems?
Neza asked, puzzled, his heart filled with unease and concern. Just as they were engulfed in confusion and anxiety, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the time-space passage. This crack resembled a portal to an unknown world, radiating a powerful suction, as if it intended to pull them into a realm filled with uncertainty and danger. Neza and his companions tried to resist the formidable pull, but they found their strength dwarfed by this overwhelming force, feeling like leaves swept up by a tempest, unable to withstand its might. They were gradually drawn toward the depths of the crack, and the scenery before them grew increasingly blurred, as if entering an illusory world. Neza gripped the fire-tip spear tightly, his heart filled with helplessness and worry. He had no idea where this crack would take them or what dangers and challenges awaited them. It felt as if an invisible force was guiding them through the darkness, leading them into an unknown fate. Just as they were on the brink of being pulled into the crack, Neza suddenly spotted a familiar light flickering in the distance. That light seemed to contain a powerful force, shining like a star of hope in the darkness, stirring a faint glimmer of optimism in his heart.
What is that?
A companion exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with curiosity and confusion.
Before Neza could answer, the powerful suction completely pulled them into the crack.
Their figures vanished within the rift, and the time-space passage fell silent again, as if consumed by the crack, leaving only the mysterious light flickering in the darkness, as if telling an unknown story, waiting for the next revelation. After being drawn into the crack, they found themselves enveloped in darkness, their bodies plummeting rapidly through an endless void, like birds lost in direction, helplessly struggling in the dark. Their consciousness gradually became fuzzy, as if they had entered a long and bizarre dream, filled with strange sights and sounds, making them feel as if they were in a terrifying and unfamiliar world. After an indeterminate amount of time, when they regained consciousness again, they discovered themselves in a completely unfamiliar realm. This world was utterly different from any place they had previously encountered. A layer of golden light enveloped the sky, as if it were a magical world made of light. The ground was flat and expansive, adorned with various strange plants that emitted a soft and mysterious glow, resembling vibrant life forms, creating an unprecedented sense of tranquility and harmony.
Where are we?
One of Neza's companions asked in confusion, their eyes filled with bewilderment and incomprehension.
Neza stood up, looking around with eyes full of surprise and curiosity. I don't know either, but there seems to be no hint of danger here.
Let's explore a bit, perhaps we can find some clues to help us return. They began to cautiously explore this radiant world. Along the way, they noticed that everything here was brimming with life and vitality, the air filled with a fresh and pure fragrance, reminiscent of nature, bringing them a sense of refreshment. They encountered some peculiar creatures, some resembled birds, others wild beasts, and some even resembled plants, yet they all appeared incredibly friendly. Upon seeing Neza and his companions, they warmly welcomed them, as if they were long-lost friends reuniting. At the center of this world stood a magnificent palace. Constructed of white jade, the palace radiated dazzling light, resembling a sacred sanctuary, as if it were the core and soul of this realm. Neza and his companions decided to approach the palace, hoping to find information about this world, perhaps even clues to return to their original realm. When they arrived at the palace entrance, an elderly man in a golden robe appeared before them. The elder had a benevolent expression, and his eyes reflected profound wisdom, as if he were the guardian of this world. He smiled warmly at Neza and his companions, as if he had been expecting their arrival. "Welcome, travelers from afar," the elder said, his voice gentle and rich, like a melodious tune carrying a mysterious power that instilled awe. Neza looked warily at the elder, filled with questions and unease. "Who are you? What is this place? Why have we come here?" The elder smiled slightly and replied, "I am the guardian of this world, this is the edge of light. Your arrival here is a twist of fate. In the long river of time and space, every life has its unique trajectory, and yours has intertwined with this world, a marvelous destiny indeed." Neza and his companions exchanged glances, feeling half convinced by the elder's words, yet they also understood that in this unfamiliar world, he might be their only lead. Perhaps only through the elder could they find a way back to their original realm. "Then how can we return to our world?" Neza asked urgently, his eyes filled with hope and longing. The elder pondered for a moment before saying, "Returning to your world is no simple task. You encountered interference from dark powers within the time-space passage, causing a disruption of the temporal order. Your current location has deviated from its original time-space trajectory. To return, you must find the Heart of Time and use its power to mend the rifts in time. However, the Heart of Time is hidden in a very dangerous place, filled with various challenges and trials that will require you to possess sufficient courage and strength to reach." Without hesitation, Neza declared, "No matter how difficult it is, we will find the Heart of Time. Please tell us where it is." The elder looked at Neza, a hint of admiration in his eyes. "The Heart of Time lies deep within this world, in a place known as the Dark Abyss. It is the junction between light and darkness, filled with formidable dark powers and unknown dangers. But only by traversing through there can you find the Heart of Time and return to your world." Neza and his companions felt a sinking sensation in their hearts. Having just escaped from darkness, they now found themselves facing another realm filled with peril. Yet they did not falter. They knew that to return to the three realms, to protect peace, they must press on, confronting every difficulty and challenge. Guided by the elder, Neza and his companions set off towards the dark abyss, their hearts filled with steadfast resolve. Along the way, they felt the alternating changes between light and darkness, as if crossing a mysterious boundary. The environment gradually grew ominous and terrifying, the once gentle glow replaced by encroaching shadows, and a suffocating, eerie atmosphere permeated the air, as if countless souls were weeping and wailing in the darkness. When they finally arrived at the entrance of the dark abyss, a powerful force of darkness surged towards them, akin to a black tide that made it nearly impossible to breathe. Black mist enveloped the abyss, obscuring its depths, and the occasional roars echoing from within sounded like demons from hell, sending chills down their spines. "Everyone, be careful. This place is filled with danger," Neza whispered, gripping the fire-tip spear tightly, his gaze fixed on the entrance of the dark abyss, as if facing a colossal demon. They cautiously entered the dark abyss. The path within was rugged and uneven, walls flickering with eerie light, as if the eyes of dark forces were watching their every move. As they walked, they suddenly heard sharp cries, and a swarm of dark creatures surged from all directions, launching a fierce attack against them. These dark creatures differed from those they had encountered in the time-space passage. They were more ferocious and powerful, emanating a strong aura of darkness, as if they were embodiments of demons. Neza and his companions immediately engaged in fierce combat, the flames of the fire-tip spear illuminating their figures, resembling burning swords in the darkness. The battle was exceptionally intense. Despite their efforts to resist, the number of dark creatures continued to swell, and they gradually found themselves in dire straits, as if being overwhelmed by waves of darkness. Just as despair began to settle in, Neza suddenly discovered the creatures' weakness. Their eyes were the source of their power. Attacking their eyes would weaken them. Attack their eyes. Neza shouted, his voice filled with determination and resolve, as if sounding the trumpet of victory in the darkness. Upon hearing this, his companions quickly adjusted their attacks, focusing their strength on the dark creature's eyes. Through their combined efforts, the creature's assaults began to weaken, and they grew increasingly disoriented, akin to a disorganized army losing its command. Finally, under their relentless onslaught, the dark creatures were repelled, granting them a temporary victory in the battle. They continued deeper into the dark abyss, where they discovered a vast cavern. Mysterious light flickered within the cavern, and a powerful energy fluctuation emanated from inside, as if a hidden treasure awaited their discovery.
Neza sensed that the Heart of Time might be within this cavern.
As they entered the cavern, they saw a stone platform at its center, upon which rested a crystal radiating blue light. This was the Heart of Time. However, as they approached the Heart of Time, a surge of even greater dark power erupted from the depths of the cavern, and a massive dark figure appeared before them.
You outsiders dare to covet the Heart of Time.
This is my domain, and you will all become my sacrifices. The dark figure roared, its voice filled with anger and malice, as if intent on obliterating them.
Neza gazed at the looming dark figure, a fierce desire to fight surged within him, as if facing an invincible foe.
He knew this would be an unprecedented battle, and they must give their all to win and find their way home. Facing the enormous dark figure in the dark abyss, Neza and his companions felt no fear. Instead, they were ignited with an intense fighting spirit, like a blazing fire that fueled their determination. They understood deeply that this battle was of great significance, not only determining whether they could return to the three realms but also the future fate of countless beings.
Neza tightly gripped the fire-tip spear, its flames roaring like a fierce fireball, expressing his unwavering resolve.
His gaze was sharp, akin to two gleaming swords, directly locking onto the dark figure. His divine power surged like a tide, radiating dazzling brilliance. His companions also entered battle mode, surrounding Neza like a wall of steel, forming a tightly knit combat formation. Each of them prepared their unique skills, ready to engage in a life-and-death struggle with the dark figure.
Ha! Evil power, don't harbor any delusions. We will never let you succeed.
Neza roared, his voice echoing in the dark abyss, filled with boundless strength and courage. The dark figure let out a low, rumbling growl, akin to thunder rolling in the abyss, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. It swung its massive arms, unleashing a surge of dark energy like a colossal black wave, sweeping towards Neza and his companions. This dark energy was unstoppable, devouring all light in its path, as if the entire dark abyss was shrouded in darkness. Unfazed, Neza charged into the dark energy, the fire-tip spear tracing a dazzling arc before him. The flames collided violently with the dark energy, igniting an earth-shattering explosion. The shockwave from the explosion spread like a raging storm, violently impacting Neza and his companions. They were knocked back repeatedly, their figures swaying precariously in the darkness, but with their indomitable will, they quickly regained their footing. Neza felt deeply that the power of this dark figure was far greater than he had imagined. This brief exchange had already placed an unprecedented burden on him.
However, his conviction remained as solid as a rock, unyielding.
He knew that to protect the peace of the three realms and return to his loved ones, he must defeat this terrifying enemy.
Partners, let's launch a fierce attack together. We cannot give it a moment of respite.
Neza shouted, his voice filled with determination and decisiveness. His companions responded in unison, launching a relentless assault. Some wielded powerful spells, shooting beams of light like sharp swords towards the dark figure. Some warriors brandished their blades, dashing into close combat with lightning speed, while strategists in the back utilized their intellect to carefully identify the weaknesses of the dark figure, providing precise tactical support. The dark figure roared in anger under their continuous assault. Thick dark energy surrounded its body, forming an impenetrable barrier that stubbornly resisted Neza and his companions' attacks. At the same time, it counterattacked repeatedly, each strike carrying immense destructive power, forcing Neza and his allies to remain vigilant and respond cautiously. Amid the fierce battle, Neza keenly observed that while the dark figure's attacks were powerful, its movements appeared slightly sluggish. A thought struck him: this might be the key to overcoming the dark figure. He immediately shared his discovery with his partners, who quickly adjusted their tactics to focus their efforts on the dark figure's weaknesses. Employing his agile movements, Neza darted around the dark figure, searching for the perfect moment to strike. He leapt high like an eagle, thrusting the fire-tip spear towards the dark figure's head. At other times, he dashed behind it like a cheetah, launching a fatal attack against its back. His companions coordinated seamlessly, attacking from different angles to divert the dark figure's attention, preventing it from concentrating its defenses. Gradually, the dark figure found itself in a passive position, its attacks becoming chaotic and its defenses showing cracks. Seizing the opportunity, Neza gathered all his divine power, elevating the flames of the fire-tip spear to their zenith.
The flames at the spear tip roared like a raging dragon, infused with boundless strength and majesty, and he aimed it directly at the dark figure's chest. The dark figure sensed Neza's impending strike and attempted to block with its arm. However, in the face of such powerful flames, its defenses were woefully inadequate. The fire-tip spear pierced deep into the dark figure's chest like a fierce lightning bolt, and it let out a blood-curdling scream as its body began to tremble violently, the dense dark energy around it gradually dissipating. However, just as Neza thought victory was within reach, the dark figure suddenly erupted with a surge of even more powerful dark energy. This energy erupted like a volcanic explosion, instantly sending Neza and his companions flying. They crashed to the ground like shooting stars, spitting out blood. Struggling to rise, Neza looked up at the dark figure in astonishment, confusion and shock swirling in his heart. How is this possible? It was clearly injured, he muttered, disbelief etched on his face. At that moment, the dark figure let out a maniacal laugh, echoing like a demon's roar throughout the dark abyss. Do you think this is enough to defeat me? You are too naive. I am the embodiment of darkness, an eternal and indestructible existence. As it spoke, its form began to undergo bizarre transformations, becoming even more twisted and terrifying, the dark energy intensifying to the point where it seemed ready to engulf the entire dark abyss. Neza and his companions were engulfed in despair at this sudden change. They had exerted themselves to the utmost, yet the dark figure appeared unyielding. However, Neza refused to give up. He understood that as long as they had breath left, they could not abandon hope and must continue the fight. Partners, we cannot give up like this. We are the guardians of the three realms, bearing the mission and responsibility to protect all beings. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope, we must fight to the end. Neza declared, his voice resonating with inspiring strength, as if piercing through the darkness to reach each partner's heart. His companions, ignited by Neza's words, rose to their feet, regrouping and preparing to face the dark figure's final assault. The dark figure glared at them, eyes glinting with hatred as it opened its massive mouth and unleashed a beam of black light like a gigantic black dragon. It shot towards Neza and his companions. Neza quickly swung the fire-tip spear, creating a blazing barrier in front of him, attempting to block the black beam. But the beam's power was too overwhelming, the flame barrier shattered instantly, and the black light continued its assault, seemingly intent on completely engulfing them. In that critical moment, Neza suddenly felt a mysterious power surging within him. This power was warm and strong, as if awakening a belief and strength from deep within his heart. He didn't know where this power came from, but he recognized it as their last hope, and he had to seize it tightly. Without hesitation, Neza infused this mysterious energy into the fire-tip spear. Instantly, the spear emitted a dazzling light, containing mysterious runes and power, as if it were the key to another world. With all his strength, Neza thrust the fire-tip spear forward, the light colliding violently with the black beam, producing a deafening roar that resonated like the cosmos itself. In an instant, the entire dark abyss was enveloped in light and energy, as if the end of the world had arrived. Neza and his companions tightly closed their eyes, feeling this tremendous force impact their bodies and souls. After what seemed an eternity, the light and energy gradually faded, and Neza slowly opened his eyes, amazed to find that the dark figure had vanished without a trace, while they remained unharmed in the dark abyss. We did it! One companion shouted excitedly, tears of joy sparkling in their eyes. The others cheered, their faces glowing with the joy of victory, as if forgetting the hardships they had endured. Neza also smiled with relief, knowing they had finally triumphed over the dark power and won this arduous battle. They approached the stone platform where the Heart of Time rested, carefully lifting it. The Heart of Time emitted a soft blue glow, as if speaking a mysterious language, revealing its powerful essence. Neza sensed that the heart contained immense energy, perhaps the key to their return to the three realms. What should we do now to use the Heart of Time to return to the three realms? A companion asked, puzzled. Neza pondered for a moment and replied, I believe we need to find a suitable place to harness the heart's power to open a time-space passage. We cannot attempt this here in the dark abyss, which is filled with unstable energy. We should leave and find a safer location. His companions nodded in agreement. They cautiously exited the dark abyss and returned to the edge of light. However, upon seeing the scene before them, they were stunned. The once vibrant and lively edge of light was now in disarray. The golden radiance had dimmed, many of the lively plants had withered,
and the once friendly creatures were filled with fear and unease, as if overshadowed by a terrible calamity.
What happened? Neza asked, puzzled.
An elderly man hurried over, his face etched with worry and anxiety.
After you left, a dark force suddenly attacked here.
We don't know where it came from, but its power is tremendous, and we couldn't resist it, the elder explained.
Neza realized that this might be the result of dark power leaking from the dark abyss.
They needed to return to the three realms quickly, otherwise, this dark force could continue to spread, causing greater calamity to this world. We must find a safe place to open the time-space passage immediately, Neza said firmly. They searched the edge of light until they found a relatively stable location.
Neza took out the Heart of Time, concentrating to channel his divine energy into it.
The heart began to shimmer in his hand, its blue glow intensifying, while the surrounding space displayed subtle fluctuations. With Neza continuously infusing his divine power, a time-space passage gradually formed before them. The passage sparkled with mysterious light, resembling a bridge connecting two worlds, filled with endless allure. Neza and his companions gazed at the time-space passage with excitement, knowing they were about to embark on their journey home.
Everyone, get ready! We're going home!
Neza shouted, his voice brimming with anticipation and joy. The companions stepped into the time-space passage one by one, and Neza was the last to enter. As he stepped into the passage, his heart swelled with longing for home and hope for the future. However, as they traversed the time-space passage, they suddenly felt a powerful force pulling at them, as if an invisible hand were tugging them toward an unknown direction. A sense of foreboding surged within Neza. He tried to stabilize himself, but the force was overwhelming, pulling their bodies uncontrollably toward an uncertain destination.
What's happening? Are we in danger?
A companion cried out, fear evident in their eyes.
Neza was also unsure of what was happening, but he knew they had to stay calm and not panic. Everyone, don't panic. Let's think of a way to cope together.
He shouted, his voice revealing a hint of determination. Yet the force grew stronger, their bodies twisting and rolling within the time-space passage, as if caught in a terrifying storm. Neza felt his consciousness fading, the scenery around him becoming increasingly blurred, as if the entire world was collapsing. Just as he was on the verge of losing consciousness, he suddenly spotted a familiar light flickering in the distance. That light seemed to contain a powerful essence, stirring a glimmer of hope within him.
What is that? Could it be our hope of returning to the three realms?
Neza wondered, but before he could clearly discern the light, he was engulfed in darkness.
Where exactly has Neza and his companions been taken by this mysterious force? Will they be able to return to the three realms? Have new changes occurred in the three realms? All the suspense lingers in this unknown darkness, awaiting the next revelation.
In the boundless expanse of darkness and chaos, Neza and his companions felt as if they were lost in a complex maze of time and space. Their bodies were mercilessly pulled by a mysterious and immensely powerful force, rendering them unable to resist, like puppets firmly controlled by a giant hand of darkness. Their consciousness gradually became hazy under the relentless onslaught of this chaotic power, as if they could be completely swallowed by the endless darkness at any moment, leaving no trace behind. Time seemed to lose its meaning, and eventually, Neza slowly regained a flicker of consciousness. He felt himself enveloped by an extremely strange energy, one that felt familiar, reminiscent of the divine energy he had known in the three realms, yet also carried an utterly unfamiliar aura, as if it were the primordial power from the era before time began. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes, only to be shocked by the scene before him. They found themselves in a mysterious world that resembled the chaotic origins of creation. A thick, syrupy mist enveloped the surroundings, shimmering with bizarre and ever-changing lights, interspersed with faintly visible mysterious runes, as if these lights and runes were softly narrating the ancient and enigmatic past of this world. The ground exhibited a chaotic array of colors, constantly pulsating with unknown energy flows. These energy streams leapt wildly like blazing flames at times, while at other moments, they flowed gently like water, yet they were not merely flames or water, but rather a unique existence that blended the characteristics of both. The sky was devoid of the sun, moon, and stars. Instead, it was replaced by a profound darkness that seemed endless. Occasionally, mysterious lights streaked across the dark expanse, reminiscent of the chaotic lightning from the universe's inception, exuding an aura of primal mystery.
What is this place? Why are we here?
One of Neza's companions murmured weakly, their voice laced with profound fear and confusion, as if the fear were a ghost in the darkness, tightly entwining their hearts. Neza slowly stood up, trying to mobilize the divine power within him, but was alarmed to discover that his divine energy was greatly restricted here, as if bound by an invisible yet unbreakable rule, unable to be freely unleashed. He tightened his grip on the fire-tip spear, its once blazing flames now flickered weakly, as if in this strange and eerie world, it had lost its former might, resembling a candle flickering on the verge of extinguishment. "I'm not sure either, but we must find a way to leave this place," Neza said firmly, his eyes still shining with indomitable light. Despite being in such a bizarre and terrifying situation, the belief he held to protect the three realms remained unwavering, like a towering mountain, unshaken. They cautiously began to explore this mysterious world. Each step they took resonated with a subtle tremor from the ground beneath them, as if the earth itself possessed life and breath, silently revealing the mysteries of this world to them. The mist around them occasionally echoed with strange sounds, some like deep, muffled roars, akin to a giant beast raging from the abyss, others sharp and piercing, reminiscent of malevolent spirits crying out in the night sky. Each sound sent chills down their spines, as if dark demons whispered from the shadows.
During their exploration, they stumbled upon strange ruins.
These remnants appeared as ancient architectural ruins, yet they differed entirely from any style they had encountered in the three realms. The structures seemed made of an unknown material they had never seen before, emitting a faint ghostly glow, etched with intricate and mysterious runes. These runes bore some resemblance to those they had seen in the time-space passage, but were even more profound and incomprehensible, as if they were the keys to unlocking the secrets of this world. Neza attempted to decipher these runes, hoping to find clues about this world and a way to escape. He closed his eyes, slowly sinking his consciousness into the runes, trying to establish a mysterious connection with them. Instantly, a torrent of chaotic information flooded into his mind, overwhelming him with its disorder, filled with confusion and unknowns, as if countless puzzles intertwined, causing his head to throb as if a sharp dagger pierced through his thoughts. Just as Neza struggled to sort through this chaotic information, a dangerous aura suddenly crept upon them like a specter. The mist around them seemed to react to some stimulus, swirling rapidly as a group of peculiar creatures emerged from within. These creatures were small and grotesque, resembling gnomes, but bore sharp, dagger-like fangs and claws as sharp as blades, their eyes gleaming with a red light that exuded endless aggression, as if they were evil beings driven by dark power. "Be careful!" Neza shouted, exerting all his strength to swing the fire-tip spear, causing the flames to surge and barely repel the first wave of the creature's attacks. However, there were too many of these small creatures, pouring in like a relentless tide, fearlessly lunging at them, as if they were a swarm of tireless demons. His companions also unleashed their abilities, some conjured shields of shimmering light to block the creatures' assaults, others drew weapons, engaging in close combat with the approaching creatures, their weapons seemingly imbued with life as they clashed fiercely. Yet their attacks were less effective than hoped. These creatures appeared to possess a certain resistance to their powers, moving with incredible agility, making them hard to hit, much like adept assassins skilled in evasion. In the heat of battle, Neza astutely noted a pattern in the creatures' attacks. It seemed they operated according to an instinctive group consciousness, coordinating seamlessly as they formed an unbreakable offensive formation. He immediately communicated this observation to his partners, prompting them to adjust their tactics and work together to disrupt the creature's attack rhythm, seeking an opportunity for breakthrough. After a grueling struggle, they finally identified the creature's weakness. On their backs, there was a tiny glowing spot, a core of their power. Striking this weak point could deal them a fatal blow. Neza and his companions concentrated their fire on this vulnerability, gradually gaining the upper hand. The small creatures began to falter under their fierce attacks, retreating like leaves blown away by a storm, disappearing back into the mist without a trace. Once the battle concluded, Neza and his companions collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily as if they had just endured a life-and-death struggle. They understood that in this strange and dangerous world, every battle could be a test of survival, and they needed to find a way out quickly, or face the endless darkness and unknown fears that awaited them. While they rested for a moment, Neza suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation approaching from not far away. This energy was different from what they had felt in this world before. It carried an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it were the call of the core power of this realm, guiding them towards the path of escape. "Does anyone feel that energy fluctuation? It might be the key to our escape," Neza announced, standing up with renewed hope in his eyes, like a beacon of light illuminating their path through the darkness. His companions also stood up, closely following Neza as they made their way toward the source of the energy fluctuation. As they drew nearer, the energy intensified, and the environment around them began to undergo subtle changes. The mist gradually cleared, as if driven away by the mysterious energy, revealing a faintly visible path ahead, flanked by flickering lights that seemed to silently guide them onward. Cautiously, they followed the path, filled with anticipation and unease. At last, they arrived at a vast square. In the center stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a sphere radiating dazzling light. The sphere pulsed with chaotic energy, as if the mysteries of the entire world were condensed within, evoking a sense of awe.
Is this the source of that energy?
One companion gasped, eyes wide with disbelief. Neza stepped forward, carefully observing the mysterious sphere. He could feel the energy contained within it was both powerful and alarming. If harnessed correctly, it might indeed open a path for them to leave this world and return to the three realms.
However, if mishandled, it could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially dragging the entire world into disaster.
As he pondered how to utilize this energy, a deafening roar suddenly echoed from the sky. They looked up to see a massive crack appearing in the previously deep dark sky. The crack resembled a wound in the dark world, from which an overwhelmingly powerful dark force surged forth, quickly spreading like a black tide, engulfing the entire square and rendering the already eerie atmosphere even more terrifying.
Oh no! The dark power is chasing us again!
Neza exclaimed, feeling an intense sense of crisis wash over him, as if a cold hand had gripped his heart. From that dark crack emerged a massive figure, similar to the dark being they had encountered in the dark abyss, yet larger and more horrifying, as if a demon had crawled out from the depths of hell. It exuded a dense aura of darkness, akin to toxic smoke that suffocated the air. Its eyes glimmered red, like two burning stars, radiating endless malice and authority. You unwitting intruders dare to touch the source of chaos. This is my world, and you shall all become my sacrifices. The dark figure roared with a deep and commanding voice, sending chills of fear through their spines. Neza tightened his grip on the fire-tipped spear, a surge of resolute courage swelling within him as he faced this life-or-death moment.
No matter who you are, we will not let you succeed.
We are the guardians of the three realms, and we will not fall here. The dark figure sneered, swinging its massive arm and unleashing a sweeping dark storm that felt like the howling winds of the dark world, engulfing everything in its path. Unafraid, Neza immediately channeled his divine power into the fire-tipped spear, causing the flames to blaze fiercely, resembling an enraged fire dragon charging into the dark storm. Upon contact with the dark storm, Neza felt an overwhelming pressure, as if a mountain were crushing down on him, threatening to tear his body apart. Yet he gritted his teeth, fueled by indomitable will, continuously injecting divine energy into the fire-tipped spear, striving to break free from the dark storm's grasp and carve a path for his partners. His companions also unleashed their final attacks, pouring their remaining strength into the effort, standing united against the terrifying dark figure. However, the power of the dark figure was far too formidable. Their attacks barely scratched its surface, as if they were attacking an unmovable mountain, utterly futile. The dark figure unleashed relentless strikes, the dark storm intensifying, threatening to consume them entirely in the abyss, and Neza and his companions gradually found themselves in a desperate situation, entangled tightly in a web of darkness with no means of escape. Just as despair began to set in, a thought struck Neza. He recalled the mysterious power he had acquired at the edge of light.
With newfound determination, he decided to take a risk. He focused his mind, attempting to channel that mysterious power. To his surprise, it surged within him like a slumbering dragon awakening, flowing through him and merging with his divine energy, creating a wondrous transformation. Neza felt his strength swelling, a golden glow began to envelop his body, shimmering with mysterious runes. With a mighty shout, he channeled this newfound power into the fire-tipped spear. The spear emitted an incandescent light, like an indestructible sword, piercing through the dark storm and striking the dark figure. The dark figure let out a pained roar as the light struck it, its body shaking violently as if struck by lightning. The dense aura of darkness around it began to dissipate, as if being banished by the light. But the dark figure did not fall easily. Instead, it became even more frenzied, absorbing the surrounding dark energy and swelling in size, as if merging with the entire world, determined to engulf all light. Neza stared in shock at the horrifying scene unfolding before him, filled with dread and concern. He understood that if they did not stop the dark figure quickly, they would lose their chance to escape this world, possibly becoming permanent victims of darkness. Partners, we cannot give up. Everyone, gather your strength and lend it to me, together we will defeat it. Neza shouted, his voice brimming with determination, as if declaring a final war against the darkness. Without hesitation, his companions transmitted their powers to Neza, holding hands to form a tight energy loop. Neza felt their trust and strength, a warm current flowing through his heart, filling him with vigor. He gathered all this energy into the fire-tipped spear, its glow becoming blinding, illuminating the dark square as the sole beacon of light.
Neza raised the fire-tip spear high, resembling a warrior ready for battle, and charged at the dark figure. His body merged with the spear, transforming into a golden light, streaking through the dark sky like a shooting star aimed at the massive dark figure. Upon contact with the dark figure, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, light and darkness intertwining, reminiscent of the moment of the universe's birth, illuminating everything and leaving all living beings awestruck. The shockwave from the explosion spread outward, sending Neza and his companions flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Their consciousness faded once more, and the world before them plunged into darkness, as if they had entered an endless dream. After an indeterminate amount of time, Neza slowly opened his eyes. He found himself lying in a familiar place, surrounded by his companions. They were in a tranquil and beautiful valley, bathed in sunlight, filled with the scent of flowers and birdsong, a stark contrast to the chaotic and dark world they had just escaped, as if they had crossed from one world to another.
"Where is this?" Neza asked in confusion, bewilderment etched across his face. One companion sat up, looking around with a surprised expression.
"It seems we've returned to the three realms." Neza's heart leaped with joy. He stood up, inhaling the familiar atmosphere that felt like a mother's embrace, bringing him immense comfort.
They had truly come back. But a flicker of doubt remained. How had they escaped that dark realm? What was the source of that mysterious power, and why was it so potent?
As they rejoiced in their return to the three realms, a strange light suddenly appeared in the sky. A mysterious voice emanated from the light. "Neza, your mission is not yet complete. The dark power has not fully dissipated, it is quietly reviving in some corner of the three realms. You must find it and eliminate it completely, or the three realms will face another crisis."
Neza looked up at the light in the sky, his eyes filled with determination and a sense of duty.
"We will find the dark power and protect the peace of the three realms." As the light gradually faded, Neza and his companions understood that their new journey was about to commence.
What challenges lay ahead? Where was the dark power hidden?
All the suspense lingered in the vast expanse of the three realms, waiting for them to unveil the mysterious veil. In that tranquil valley, where sunlight gently cascaded upon Neza and his companions, a lingering sense of foreboding stirred within them, born from the mysterious voice they had heard. They understood deeply that their recent victory was merely a temporary reprieve. A far greater crisis loomed, like a beast lurking in the shadows, quietly brewing in some corner of the three realms, ready to pounce and bring about catastrophic destruction.
"We cannot remain idle and wait for disaster to strike. We must find the traces of the dark power as quickly as possible and eliminate it completely,"
Neza declared, gripping the fire-tip spear tightly. His resolute gaze radiated an unshakable determination, like a sharp sword poised to cut through the mists of darkness. His companions nodded in agreement, quickly preparing their gear for another journey filled with unknown challenges. However, the vastness of the three realms felt like an immense ocean, making the task of locating the hidden dark power as daunting as finding a needle in a haystack. After some discussion, they decided to return to the heavenly court to consult with the gods, leveraging the vast power of the heavens to launch a thorough search operation. Upon their return to the heavenly court, they were met with a solemn and grave atmosphere. Neza recounted their perilous encounters in the chaotic world and the ominous warning from the mysterious voice without omitting a single detail. The gods listened intently, their expressions turning serious. After a moment of contemplation, the heavenly emperor spoke slowly. "The resurgence of this dark power is no trivial matter. The threat it poses far exceeds our expectations. We must give it our all and cannot afford to be careless. Neza, you and your companions are key figures in this crisis, and the heavenly court will fully support you, providing all necessary assistance." Neza felt a surge of warmth and gratitude towards the heavenly emperor. He knew the weight of the mission he bore, to lead his companions through this unprecedented crisis and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the three realms. They began to seriously discuss their search plan, deciding to split into several groups to conduct thorough investigations in various corners of the three realms. Neza personally led a team to the human realm, understanding that any disturbances from dark powers were likely to manifest there first. Arriving in a bustling town in the human realm, which should have been alive with activity and peacefulness, Neza sensed an unusual aura. People seemed to be shrouded in a veil of gloom, their faces subtly revealing anxiety, and the air was thick with a stifling tension that made it hard to breathe. Neza and his companions wandered through the town, seeking clues from the townsfolk about any recent unusual occurrences. In a dark alley, they encountered a weary old man whose eyes were filled with deep fear. Neza approached him with concern, and after a moment of hesitation, the old man spoke slowly. "Recently, strange sounds have been coming from the forest outside the town.
At night, eerie lights flicker within the woods. Moreover, those who ventured into the forest to hunt have not returned. We all feel that something sinister lurks within that forest, chilling us to the bone.
Neza's heart raced. He sensed that this forest might be closely linked to the dark power. Without a moment's hesitation, they hurried towards the forest outside the town. The air was thick with fog, and towering trees stood like silent guardians, eerie and strange, as if hiding countless untold secrets. They cautiously ventured deeper into the forest, strange sounds occasionally echoing around them, as if some malevolent force lurked in the shadows, watching their every move, sending chills down their spines. As they pressed on, they stumbled upon peculiar traces. Gigantic footprints marred the ground, so large they were astonishing, as if left by some colossal creature.
The earth around the footprints bore scorched marks, as if trampled by overwhelming force, leaving deep imprints.
Neza crouched down to examine the prints more closely, a sense of foreboding washing over him, and unease began to creep into his heart. These footprints are unlike anything a normal creature would leave.
Could they be remnants of the dark power?
A companion voiced, fear evident in their eyes, as if they foresaw impending danger. Standing up, Neza gripped the fire-tip spear firmly, his gaze shining with unwavering resolve. He understood they had entered a perilous domain and needed to remain on high alert, prepared for any potential threats. They continued onward, but suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Shocked, they rushed forward, discovering a figure collapsed on the ground, lifeless. Upon closer inspection, they recognized this individual as one of the hunters who had gone missing in the forest. His body was contorted, as if he had suffered immense pain and torment before his demise.
What on earth happened?
His companions gasped, surrounding the body, their faces reflecting shock and fear. They had never seen such a brutal scene, and dread of the unknown filled their hearts. Neza knelt beside the corpse, examining it closely.
He sensed a lingering dark aura. It seems we've found the right place. The dark power is indeed lurking in this forest, continuously devouring innocent lives.
We must eliminate it swiftly. Anger flared in Neza's eyes as he gripped the fire-tip spear tighter, determined to obliterate the dark force. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into the forest, a fierce wind suddenly swept through. The wind howled, mixed with black mist, as if it were a harbinger of the dark power, instantly enveloping the entire forest in darkness, severely obstructing their visibility. Then, a massive figure emerged from the swirling fog. This figure towered over them, resembling a ferocious beast covered in black scales that flickered with an eerie glow, like a multitude of evil eyes.
Its eyes glowed like two burning lanterns, radiating an aura of malevolence and authority. What kind of monster is this? One companion shouted in terror, their voice trembling with fear.
Neza fixed his gaze on the creature, a fierce desire to fight igniting within him. He knew this was the enemy they must confront, and retreat was not an option. No matter what it is, we cannot allow it to continue terrorizing the human realm.
We must defeat it.
Neza shouted as he charged forward, fire-tip spear in hand, racing towards the monster. The creature roared, a sound akin to hell's fury that shook the very forest. It swung its massive claws at Neza, the claws flickering with black energy, capable of tearing him to shreds. Neza swiftly dodged the attack, skillfully evading the creature's strike, and thrust the fire-tip spear towards its abdomen. However, its scales were as hard as iron, and Neza's attack merely left a shallow mark, as if it were nothing more than an itch. Enraged by Neza's assault, the creature opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames. The flames were fierce and scorching, threatening to incinerate everything in their path. Neza hastily used the heavenly silk to shield himself. The fabric crackled under the force of the flames, but ultimately managed to block the attack, preventing harm to Neza. However, the sheer force still knocked him back a few steps, leaving him momentarily stunned. His companions also sprang into action. Some wielded powerful spells, summoning bolts of lightning and storms to strike the monster, as if invoking the wrath of the heavens. Others charged from the side, attempting to strike the beast where it was vulnerable. Yet, the creature's might was overwhelming. Each of its attacks carried immense destructive power, plunging Neza and his companions into a fierce battle.
In the heat of combat, Neza suddenly discerned a pattern in the creature's movements.
Though it possessed great strength, its agility was lacking. Furthermore, he noticed that while its eyes radiated a powerful aura, they also appeared to be its weakness. If they could strike its eyes, they might deal a fatal blow. He quickly shared this insight with his companions, who agreed to focus their efforts on attacking the creature's eyes. Neza leaped high like an agile eagle, aiming the fire-tip spear at the monster's eye with all his might. The creature sensed Neza's intent and attempted to block with its claws, but due to its sluggishness, it was a moment too late. The fire-tipped spear struck true, piercing the creature's eye, eliciting a cry of agony as its body began to tremble violently, as if it were in great pain.
Seizing the opportunity, Neza's companions unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks.
Spells and skills rained down upon the creature, forcing it to retreat under their relentless assault. Together, they finally overwhelmed the creature, which collapsed to the ground and gradually disintegrated into a cloud of black ash, scattering into the wind. However, just as they thought the battle was over, a powerful dark energy surged from the remnants of the ash. This dark energy coalesced into a black sphere, from which a chilling laughter emanated. "Neza, do you think this can defeat me? You are so naive. I am the embodiment of dark power, and I shall never be extinguished." The voice from the black sphere dripped with mockery and arrogance, as if it were taunting Neza and his companions for their perceived incompetence. Neza stared at the black sphere, filled with vigilance. He understood this was merely a fragment of the dark power, the true source of darkness still lay hidden somewhere, and they must continue their pursuit.
"What are you? Why do you threaten the three realms?"
Neza demanded, his gaze piercing with doubt and confusion. The voice from the black sphere sneered, "I am the Forgotten One, once sealed in the abyss of darkness, unable to unleash my power. But now that the seal is broken, I will reign over the three realms, plunging everything into darkness and making you all taste my wrath." Neza realized that this black sphere was the very dark power they had been seeking. It must be destroyed to eradicate the dark influence entirely.
He resolved to do whatever it took to obliterate this black sphere with his companions.
Once more, he gathered all his divine power, elevating the flames of the fire-tipped spear to their maximum intensity, the flames resembling a burning sun, emanating boundless heat and light.
"No matter what you are, I will not allow your schemes to succeed,"
Neza shouted, pouring all his strength into the fire-tipped spear and charging at the black sphere. The black sphere unleashed a surge of dark energy to meet Neza's attack, and a thunderous collision erupted, echoing like a cosmic explosion. The dark space trembled violently under the impact of this powerful force, as if on the verge of collapse. The dark figure felt the strength of Neza's attack and began to resist with all its might, but it found its dark energy being gradually suppressed by the mysterious golden light, as if a tiny insect faced a fierce beast.
Neza and his companions seized the moment to launch one final attack.
They combined all their strength, charging at the dark figure. Under their collective effort, the dark figure finally succumbed, letting out a scream before dissolving into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from sight. Yet, just as they believed the battle was over, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the sky. An even greater surge of dark energy flowed from the crack, quickly enveloping the entire three realms, as if a terrible disaster were about to descend.
"What's happening? Is the dark power not completely vanquished?"
Neza gazed up at the crack, filled with confusion and concern, realizing their mission was far from over, and more daunting tasks awaited them. As they were at a loss for what to do, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears once more, "Neza, you have only defeated a portion of the dark power. The true source of darkness lies in the chaotic void beyond the three realms. To eradicate darkness completely, you must venture into the chaotic void, find the source of darkness, and destroy it. But the chaotic void is fraught with endless dangers, you must be prepared." Neza and his companions exchanged determined glances, seeing conviction reflected in each other's eyes. They knew their mission continued, and for the sake of peace and tranquility in the three realms, they would bravely embark on this journey filled with uncertainty and peril. Neza and his companions stood resolutely in the tranquil valley, sunlight gently cascading over them, yet the shadow cast by the mysterious voice lingered ominously, refusing to dissipate. They understood fully that their recent victory was merely a brief respite. A much greater crisis loomed, like a beast lurking in the shadows, quietly brewing in some corner of the three realms, ready to strike with catastrophic consequences. "We cannot sit idly by and wait for disaster to strike. We must swiftly find the traces of the dark power and eliminate it completely," Neza declared, gripping the fire-tipped spear tightly, determination radiating from his eyes like a sharp sword poised to cut through the mists of darkness. His companions nodded, quickly preparing their gear for another journey filled with uncertainty and challenges. However, the vastness of the three realms felt like an immense ocean, making the task of locating the hidden dark power as daunting as searching for a needle in a haystack. After much discussion, they decided to return to the heavenly court to consult with the gods, leveraging the vast power of the heavens to launch a thorough search operation. Upon their return to the heavenly court, they were met with a solemn and grave atmosphere. Neza recounted their harrowing encounters in the chaotic world and the ominous warning from the mysterious voice in detail. The gods listened intently, their expressions turning serious. After a moment of contemplation, the Heavenly Emperor spoke slowly. The resurgence of this dark power is no trivial matter. The threat it poses far exceeds our expectations. We must give it our all and cannot afford to be careless. Neza, you and your companions are key figures in this crisis, and the Heavenly Court will fully support you, providing all necessary assistance. Neza felt a surge of warmth and gratitude towards the Heavenly Emperor. He understood the weight of the mission he bore, to lead his companions through this unprecedented crisis and safeguard the peace and tranquility of the three realms. They began to seriously discuss their search plan, deciding to split into several groups to conduct thorough investigations in various corners of the three realms. Neza personally led a team to the human realm, knowing that any disturbances from dark powers were likely to manifest there first. Upon arriving in a bustling town within the human realm, which should have been alive with activity and peacefulness, Neza sensed an unusual aura. The people appeared to be shrouded in a veil of gloom, their faces subtly revealing anxiety, and the air was thick with a stifling tension that made it hard to breathe. Neza and his companions wandered through the town, seeking clues from the townsfolk about any recent unusual occurrences. In a dim alley, they encountered a weary old man whose eyes were filled with deep fear. Neza approached him with concern, and after a moment of hesitation, the old man spoke slowly. Recently, strange sounds have been coming from the forest outside the town. At night, eerie lights flicker within the woods. Moreover, those who ventured into the forest to hunt have not returned. We all feel that something sinister lurks within that forest, chilling us to the bone. Neza's heart raced. He sensed that this forest might be closely linked to the dark power. Without delay, they hurried towards the forest outside the town. The air was thick with fog, and towering trees stood like silent sentinels, eerie and strange, as if hiding countless untold secrets. They cautiously ventured deeper into the forest, strange sounds occasionally echoing around them, as if some malevolent force lurked in the shadows, watching their every move, sending chills down their spines. As they pressed on, they stumbled upon peculiar traces. Gigantic footprints marred the ground, so large they were astonishing, as if left by some colossal creature. The earth around the footprints bore scorched marks, as if trampled by overwhelming force, leaving deep imprints. Neza crouched down to examine the prints closely, a sense of foreboding washing over him, and unease began to creep into his heart. These footprints are unlike anything a normal creature would leave. Could they be remnants of the dark power? A companion voiced, fear evident in their eyes, as if they foresaw impending danger. Standing up, Neza gripped the fire-tip spear firmly, his gaze shining with unwavering resolve. He understood they had entered a perilous domain and needed to remain on high alert, prepared for any potential threats. They continued onward, but suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. Shocked, they rushed forward, discovering a figure collapsed on the ground, lifeless. Upon closer inspection, they recognized this individual as one of the hunters who had gone missing in the forest. His body was contorted, as if he had suffered immense pain and torment before his demise. What on earth happened? His companions gasped, surrounding the body, their faces reflecting shock and fear. They had never seen such a brutal scene, and dread of the unknown filled their hearts. Neza knelt beside the corpse, examining it closely. He sensed a lingering dark aura. It seems we've found the right place. The dark power is indeed lurking in this forest, continuously devouring innocent lives. We must eliminate it swiftly. Anger flared in Neza's eyes as he tightened his grip on the fire-tip spear, determined to obliterate the dark force. Just as they prepared to delve deeper into the forest, a fierce wind suddenly swept through. The wind howled, mixed with black mist, as if it were a harbinger of the dark power, instantly enveloping the entire forest in darkness, severely obstructing their visibility. Then, a massive figure emerged from the swirling fog. This figure towered over them, resembling a ferocious beast covered in black scales that flickered with an eerie glow, like a multitude of evil eyes. Its eyes glowed like two burning lanterns, radiating an aura of malevolence and authority. What kind of monster is this? One companion shouted in terror, their voice trembling with fear. Neza fixed his gaze on the creature, a fierce desire to fight igniting within him. He knew this was the enemy they must confront, and retreat was not an option. No matter what it is, we cannot allow it to continue terrorizing the human realm. We must defeat it. Neza shouted as he charged forward, fire-tip spear in hand, racing towards the monster. The creature roared, a sound akin to hell's fury that shook the very forest. It swung its massive claws at Neza, the claws flickering with black energy, capable of tearing him to shreds. Neza swiftly dodged the attack, skillfully evading the creature's strike, and thrust the fire-tip spear towards its abdomen. However, its scales were as hard as iron, and Neza's attack merely left a shallow mark, as if it were nothing more than an itch.
Enraged by Neza's assault, the creature opened its gaping maw and unleashed a torrent of black flames.
The flames were fierce and scorching, threatening to incinerate everything in their path. Neza hastily used the heavenly silk to shield himself. The fabric crackled under the force of the flames, but ultimately managed to block the attack, preventing harm to Neza. However, the sheer force still knocked him back a few steps, leaving him momentarily stunned. His companions also sprang into action. Some wielded powerful spells, summoning bolts of lightning and storms to strike the monster, as if invoking the wrath of the heavens. Others charged from the side, attempting to strike the beast where it was vulnerable. Yet, the creature's might was overwhelming. Each of its attacks carried immense destructive power, plunging Neza and his companions into a fierce battle.
In the heat of combat, Neza suddenly discerned a pattern in the creature's movements.
Though it possessed great strength, its agility was lacking. Furthermore, he noticed that while its eyes radiated a powerful aura, they also appeared to be its weakness. If they could strike its eyes, they might deal a fatal blow. He quickly shared this insight with his companions, who agreed to focus their efforts on attacking the creature's eyes. Neza leaped high like an agile eagle, aiming the fire-tip spear at the monster's eye with all his might. The creature sensed Neza's intent and attempted to block with its claws, but due to its sluggishness, it was a moment too late. The fire-tip spear struck true, piercing the creature's eye, eliciting a cry of agony as its body began to tremble violently, as if it were in great pain.
Seizing the opportunity, Neza's companions unleashed a barrage of fierce attacks.
Spells and skills rained down upon the creature, forcing it to retreat under their relentless assault. Together, they finally overwhelmed the creature, which collapsed to the ground and gradually disintegrated into a cloud of black ash, scattering into the wind. However, just as they thought the battle was over, a powerful dark energy surged from the remnants of the ash.
This dark energy coalesced into a black sphere, from which a chilling laughter emanated. Neza, do you think this can defeat me? You are so naive.
I am the embodiment of dark power, and I shall never be extinguished. The voice from the black sphere dripped with mockery and arrogance, as if it were taunting Neza and his companions for their perceived incompetence. Neza stared at the black sphere, filled with vigilance. He understood this was merely a fragment of the dark power. The true source of darkness still lay hidden somewhere, and they must continue their pursuit.
What are you? Why do you threaten the three realms?
Neza demanded, his gaze piercing with doubt and confusion. The voice from the black sphere sneered, I am the Forgotten One, once sealed in the abyss of darkness, unable to unleash my power. But now that the seal is broken, I will reign over the three realms, plunging everything into darkness and making you all taste my wrath. Neza realized that this black sphere was the very dark power they had been seeking. It must be destroyed to eradicate the dark influence entirely.
He resolved to do whatever it took to obliterate this black sphere with his companions.
Once more, he gathered all his divine power, elevating the flames of the fire-tip spear to their maximum intensity, the flames resembling a burning sun, emanating boundless heat and light.
No matter what you are, I will not allow your schemes to succeed.
Neza shouted, pouring all his strength into the fire-tip spear and charging at the black sphere. The black sphere unleashed a surge of dark energy to meet Neza's attack, and a thunderous collision erupted, echoing like a cosmic explosion. The dark space trembled violently under the impact of this powerful force, as if on the verge of collapse. The dark figure felt the strength of Neza's attack and began to resist with all its might, but it found its dark energy being gradually suppressed by the mysterious golden light, as if a tiny insect faced a fierce beast.
Neza and his companions seized the moment to launch one final attack.
They combined all their strength, charging at the dark figure. Under their collective effort, the dark figure finally succumbed, letting out a scream before dissolving into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing from sight. Yet, just as they believed the battle was over, a massive crack suddenly appeared in the sky. An even greater surge of dark energy flowed from the crack, quickly enveloping the entire three realms, as if a terrible disaster were about to descend.
What's happening? Is the dark power not completely vanquished?
Neza gazed up at the crack, filled with confusion and concern, realizing their mission was far from over, and more daunting tasks awaited them. As they were at a loss for what to do, a mysterious voice echoed in their ears once more, Neza, you have only defeated a portion of the dark power. The true source of darkness lies in the chaotic void beyond the three realms. To eradicate darkness completely, you must venture into the chaotic void, find the source of darkness, and destroy it. But the chaotic void is fraught with endless dangers, you must be prepared. Neza and his companions exchanged determined glances, seeing conviction reflected in each other's eyes. They knew their mission continued, and for the sake of peace and tranquility in the three realms, they would bravely embark on this journey filled with uncertainty and peril. Neza stared intently at the enigmatic figure, gripping the slightly trembling fire spear tightly in his hand. His divine power surged within him like a hidden current, keeping him on high alert, ready to respond to any sudden situation that might arise. The mysterious figure stood beneath a soft glow, resembling an unfathomable riddle, quietly positioned in the atmosphere filled with a sense of mystery. The aura it emanated was elusive like fog, as if concealing endless secrets. The mysterious figure finally spoke slowly, its voice deep and distant, as if coming from the depths of an ancient time. Neza, your battle has just begun. The temporarily sealed source of darkness, its power is like a slumbering giant beast, capable of awakening at any moment and bringing catastrophic disasters to the world. And I am merely an observer from a distant time, fortunate to witness this relentless struggle between light and darkness. Neza furrowed his brow tightly, confusion filling his eyes as he asked, Observer? Why are you here? How much do you know about that source of darkness? The mysterious figure shook its head slightly and replied, I traverse the seams of time and space, witnessing the rise and fall of countless worlds. The source of darkness is an existence that transcends your current understanding. Its birth is closely linked to the chaos of the universe's beginning. Each time it awakens, it brings forth a terrifying disaster, delivering endless destruction and suffering to the entire world. What you are experiencing is merely a tiny fragment of this long war. Neza's heart sank suddenly as he deeply realized that the enemy they faced was far more terrifying and mysterious than they had imagined. Then how can we completely destroy that source of darkness? Since you are an observer, you must know the way. The mysterious figure fell silent for a moment before slowly stating, to completely eliminate the source of darkness, you must find the heart of the universe. It is the source of all cosmic power, containing the pure and potent energy capable of destroying the source of darkness. However, the heart of the universe is hidden at the edge of time and space, a place filled with countless unknown dangers and severe challenges. Even I cannot know its exact location. Neza exchanged glances with his companions. In each other's eyes, they saw unwavering faith and fearless determination. No matter how difficult the road ahead may be, we must find the heart of the universe to completely end the threat of the source of darkness and protect the peace and tranquility of the universe, Neza said firmly. The mysterious figure nodded slightly, approvingly stating, your courage is indeed commendable, but before embarking on this perilous journey, you must first restore your own strength and continuously enhance your abilities. This mysterious space contains an abundance of primal energy you can safely cultivate here and deeply comprehend the mysteries of the universe. After finishing, the mysterious figure transformed into a brilliant light and instantly vanished from the mysterious space. After discussing among themselves, Neza and his companions decided to heed the mysterious figure's advice and began their arduous journey of cultivation in this enigmatic space. Neza sat quietly on the ground, closing his eyes in concentration, immersing his consciousness deeply in the rich energy surrounding him. He could clearly feel that this energy contained the fundamental laws of the universe, like ancient and mysterious codes waiting for him to decipher and explore their secrets. As his cultivation deepened, Neza's body began to emit a faint glow, and his divine power was continuously restored and enhanced. Various intense battle scenes and profound understandings of the source of darkness continuously surfaced in his mind. He gradually realized that to defeat the source of darkness, not only was powerful strength required, but a deep comprehension and grasp of the laws of the universe were also necessary. His companions were also diligently cultivating in their respective fields, each undergoing varying degrees of transformation. Some immortals became more skilled and adept in their techniques, able to manipulate complex elemental powers with greater flexibility, as if merging with all of nature. Some warriors became stronger and more powerful after their training, with significant enhancements in strength and speed, resembling invincible war gods on the battlefield, and some strategists grasped deeper wisdom during their cultivation, enabling them to analyze and respond to various complex and changing situations with greater acuity, as if possessing the wisdom to see all. During the cultivation process, Neza also discovered some peculiar phenomena in this mysterious space. Here, time and space seemed to become blurred and intertwined. He sometimes felt as if he had traversed 1,000 years, witnessing the entire process of the universe's birth and evolution. At other times, he felt as if he were in an infinitely small microscopic world, quietly observing the marvelous movements of tiny particles, as if he could sense the microscopic mysteries of the universe. These unique experiences deepened Neza's understanding of the universe's secrets, and his state of mind became broader and more resolute, as if he possessed a vast universe within his heart. After a long and arduous period of cultivation, Neza and his companions experienced a qualitative leap in their strength. They felt as if they had endless power and confidence, as if they had become powerful beings in the universe, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Just as they prepared to leave this mysterious space and embark on the journey to find the heart of the universe, the mysterious figure appeared again silently. You are now ready. It is time to embark on the journey filled with the unknown and perilous challenges. During this process, you will undoubtedly encounter various difficulties and challenges, but remember, the belief and courage in your hearts will be your strongest weapons. No matter what hardships you face, do not retreat, the mysterious figure said, suddenly producing a sparkling compass from its hand. This compass will guide you in the right direction, but it can only function at critical moments. As you gradually approach the heart of the universe, the compass will emit a strong signal to guide your path. Now, go forth, brave warriors, the fate of the universe is in your hands. The mysterious figure handed the compass to Neza, eyes sparkling with expectation. Neza took the compass, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes as he solemnly said, "Thank you, observer. We will surely find the heart of the universe and protect the peace and tranquility of the universe." The mysterious figure smiled slightly and then transformed into a beam of light, disappearing without a trace, leaving only the glowing compass in Neza's hand. Neza and his companions left the mysterious space and re-entered the chaotic void filled with chaos. They tightly held the compass in their hands, carefully proceeding according to its guidance. The energy in the chaotic void remained chaotic and powerful, like a raging beast roaring wantonly, but at that moment, they had enough strength and courage to face it all. Along the way, they encountered many strange celestial bodies and energy phenomena. At times, they would see massive stars erupting violently, releasing energy like waves of a tsunami, sweeping in all directions. Neza and his companions would work together, using their powers to carve out a safe passage through the surging waves of energy, resolutely moving forward. At other times, they would encounter mysterious black holes, with gravitational forces strong enough to consume all matter and energy, like an endless abyss. They had to carefully circumvent the black holes, searching for alternative paths to avoid being swallowed by their fates. During this long and arduous journey, Neza continued to study the compass in his hand, trying to understand its working principles and hidden information. He discovered that the pointer on the compass would occasionally jump, as if sensing some distant and mysterious force. Whenever the pointer moved, subtle changes would occur in the surrounding space, as if an invisible force was secretly guiding their direction. After a long and difficult journey, they finally arrived at a mysterious area. The chaotic energy here became extraordinarily thick, forming a dense fog that completely obscured the path ahead, making it impossible to see what lay in front. The pointer on the compass began to spin wildly, emitting a strong light, as if conveying important information to them. "We must be close to the heart of the universe," Neza said, excitement sparkling in his eyes. His companions were also filled with anticipation and tension, closely following behind Neza, cautiously stepping into the fog while remaining highly vigilant against any potential dangers. Within the fog, they felt a powerful pressure, as if countless eyes were silently watching their every move. The surrounding environment became increasingly bizarre, with strange sounds occasionally echoing, as if ancient beings were whispering, revealing secrets unknown to man. Suddenly, a black lightning bolt shot out from the fog like an arrow, heading straight for Neza. Neza reacted quickly, the fire spear in his hand ignited in fierce flames, charging towards the black lightning like a fire dragon. At the moment of contact, a deafening roar erupted, and the fire and lightning intertwined, creating a dazzling light. Neza was pushed back a few steps by the powerful force, but he gritted his teeth, steadying himself, his eyes still radiating determination. "Everyone be careful, danger lurks here," Neza shouted, his voice echoing through the fog as a warning. His companions immediately formed a circle, back to back, vigilantly watching their surroundings, weapons tightly gripped, ready to respond to any potential attacks. At that moment, figures began to emerge from the fog. These figures were tall and distorted, emanating a dense aura of darkness, as if they were the embodiments of the source of darkness, slowly approaching them. "What are these things?" one of Neza's companions said fearfully, whispering. Neza fixed his gaze on these figures, a foreboding feeling surging within him. They are likely the guardians of the source of darkness, possessing powerful abilities and malevolent intentions. We must unite and defeat them to find the heart of the universe. With that, Neza surged forward against the dark figures, his fire spear dancing like a whirlwind, the flames at its tip burning more fiercely, as if to ignite the entire fog. The figures were equally fierce, letting out deep roars like beasts as they lunged at Neza and his companions, wielding sharp weapons, attempting to tear them apart. The battle erupted instantly, with Neza and his companions engaging in a fierce and brutal fight against the Dark Guardians. The flames of the fire spear collided with the powers of darkness, producing brilliant light and deafening sounds, as if a battle between heaven and earth was taking place. Each companion displayed their unique skills, the brilliance of their spells and the glint of their weapons intertwining in the fog, creating a dazzling and terrifying scene, like a battle between dreams and reality. These Dark Guardians possessed tremendous strength, and their attacks carried a corrosive and eroding force, gradually weakening Neza and his companions' divine power and bodies.
But Neza and his friends, relying on their unwavering faith and seamless cooperation, gradually gained the upper hand, continuously searching for the Dark Guardians' weaknesses to deliver fatal blows.
Neza discovered that the weak points of these Dark Guardians lay in their core areas, which flickered with faint light, as if they were the source of their power. He shouted to his companions to focus their attacks on these weak points. Through their combined efforts, one by one, the Dark Guardians were defeated, dissipating into clouds of dark mist within the fog. However, just as they thought victory was within reach, a more powerful force of darkness surged from the depths of the fog. A colossal dark figure slowly emerged, larger and more terrifying than the previous guardians, as if it were the ultimate embodiment of the source of darkness.
You think you can find the heart of the universe this way?
How naive, the dark figure growled in a low, furious voice, as if it had risen from the depths of hell.
Neza looked at this enormous dark figure, a surge of fighting spirit welling up inside him. No matter who you are or how powerful you are, we will not give up.
The heart of the universe must be here, we will find it and destroy the source of darkness to protect the peace of the universe. He concentrated all his divine power again, igniting the flames on the fire spear to their utmost intensity, as if to set the entire chaotic void ablaze. His companions also boosted their strengths, preparing for the final showdown with this formidable enemy. The dark figure swung its massive arms, creating a powerful storm of darkness, sweeping towards Neza and his companions like a dark cloud. Neza did not retreat, he charged into the dark storm, with the fire spear tracing a bright trajectory through the storm, as if a lightning bolt slicing through the darkness. At the moment of contact with the dark storm, Neza felt an immense pressure, as if a mountain were weighing down upon him, making it nearly impossible to breathe. But he clenched his teeth, drawing on his stubborn will, continuously channeling divine power into the fire spear, trying to break free from the dark storm's constraints. His companions also launched their attacks, pooling their powers together to form a powerful torrent of energy rushing towards the dark figure.
In the heat of battle, Neza suddenly noticed a momentary delay in the dark figure's movements.
He keenly seized this opportunity, launching a full-scale attack, with the fire spear carrying his determination and the hopes of all, piercing toward the core of the dark figure. Just as the fire spear was about to hit, the dark figure suddenly emitted a strong light, containing a powerful force, like an invisible hand, violently throwing Neza and his companions back. They crashed heavily to the ground, spitting blood, their divine power nearly depleted, their bodies feeling as if they were being torn apart in pain. Neza struggled to rise from the ground, looking at the still-standing dark figure, his heart filled with unwillingness and despair. Could it be that they really could not defeat this powerful darkness? Where exactly was the heart of the universe? Would all their efforts be in vain? At that moment, the compass suddenly emitted a dazzling light, shooting directly toward the back of the dark figure. Neza's heart stirred, as if he understood something.
Partners, our opportunity has come.
The heart of the universe must be in that direction, let's charge over together.
Neza shouted, his eyes rekindling with flames of hope.
Although his companions were exhausted, upon hearing Neza's words, determination flickered once more in their eyes. They supported each other, stood up, and charged toward the direction indicated by the compass. The dark figure sensed their intent and tried to block them, but it had just been injured by Neza's attack and was no longer as agile as before.
Neza and his companions seized the opportunity to break through its blockade, rushing toward the source of the light.
As they moved forward, the fog gradually dissipated, revealing a massive glowing entity before them. This glowing entity radiated a soft yet powerful light, surrounded by mysterious runes, as if the heart of the universe was beating, emanating endless mysteries and power.
Is this the heart of the universe?
Neza's eyes sparkled with excitement, his voice filled with joy. They had finally found the heart of the universe, but they also knew that the real challenge was just beginning. They needed to find a way to utilize the power of the heart to destroy the source of darkness, a task that would not be easy and would require tremendous effort and sacrifice. As they approached the heart of the universe, a powerful force enveloped them. This force was filled with warmth and light, as if the universe were embracing them, but it also carried an immense pressure that made it nearly impossible to breathe. Neza struggled to adjust his state, trying to establish a connection with the heart of the universe. He gradually merged his consciousness into the gentle light, feeling the power and mysteries of the heart. At the moment his consciousness touched the heart of the universe, he seemed to witness the entire process of the universe's birth, development, and destruction, and saw the birth and extinction of countless lives, witnessing the eternal struggle between light and darkness. He understood the mission of the heart of the universe and gained a deeper understanding of the responsibilities they bore. Neza conveyed his feelings and insights to his companions, and together they endeavored to harness the power of the heart of the universe. After a grueling effort, they finally succeeded in establishing a connection with it and began to channel its power. The light of the heart of the universe became even more brilliant, its energy surging into Neza and his companions' bodies like a torrent. They felt their bodies filled with endless power, a force surpassing everything they had previously possessed, as if they had become the envoys of the universe, wielding the ability to control the cosmos. Holding the fire spear, Neza infused it with the power of the heart of the universe. The fire spear underwent a tremendous transformation, becoming crystal clear as if made of pure energy, the light at its tip shining like stars, seemingly possessing infinite might. "It's time to end this," Neza shouted, leading his companions to turn and charge at the still-standing dark figure. The dark figure sensed the power of the heart of the universe. It emitted roars of fear and anger but could not escape its impending fate. Neza swung the fire spear, infused with the heart of the universe's power, launching the final strike against the dark figure. The light illuminated the entire chaotic void, like the most magnificent fireworks of the universe blooming. The dark figure gradually dissipated under this powerful force, turning into nothingness as if it had never existed. With the disappearance of the dark figure, the dark energy in the chaotic void began to dissipate, the previously chaotic energy calming down, and time and space restored to normal order, as if everything had returned to its initial tranquility. Neza and his companions looked at the gradually calming chaotic void, their hearts filled with joy and pride. They had successfully found the heart of the universe and utilized its power to destroy the guardians of the source of darkness, taking a crucial step towards completely eradicating the source of darkness. However, just as they thought everything had come to an end, they suddenly felt a faint dark aura surging from the depths of distant time and space. Though this aura was weak, it stirred a sense of unease within Neza. Could it be that the source of darkness has not been entirely eradicated? Neza frowned, worry flashing in his eyes. His companions also showed worried expressions, well aware that as long as the threat of the source of darkness remained, the three realms and even the entire universe would not know peace. "We cannot let our guard down, we must continue the pursuit to ensure the source of darkness is completely annihilated," one companion said firmly. Neza nodded, determination shining in his eyes. "That's right, our mission is not yet complete. This dark aura might be the remnants of the source of darkness. We must find its origin and eliminate it completely to restore true peace and tranquility to the universe." They decided to follow the traces of the faint dark aura, seeking the final secrets of the source of darkness. They did not know what dangers and challenges awaited them ahead, but their belief was unwavering as they continued to forge ahead, fighting for the peace and tranquility of the universe. Neza and his companions continued to follow the faint dark aura, pressing forward in the chaotic void. Their hearts remained tense, filled with vigilance and determination. Each step felt as though it crossed endless dimensions of time and space, with the surrounding scenery constantly changing under the violent fluctuations of chaotic energy. At times, strange stars flickered with mysterious lights, and at other times, they sank into the profound and endless darkness. As they delved deeper in pursuit, the dark aura gradually thickened, a familiar sense of oppression once again enveloping their hearts like dark clouds. Neza gripped the fire spear, now enhanced by the power of the heart of the universe, tightly in his hands. The light at the spear's tip flickered slightly, as if silently responding to the imminent challenges ahead, ready to unleash its formidable power. "Everyone stay alert, dark forces seem to be gathering. We are likely about to face a fierce battle," Neza said quietly, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, scanning the surroundings for any signs of hidden danger. His companions nodded in agreement, each tightly holding their weapons, prepared for any sudden situations. They formed a tight battle formation in the chaotic void, their divine powers resonating with one another, creating an impenetrable invisible barrier to withstand any potential dark assaults from all directions. Finally, they reached a core area where dark energy was converging. The dark aura here was so thick that it seemed to take on a physical form, creating a massive and terrifying vortex that spun incessantly, as if possessing the endless power to swallow everything, intending to drag all intruders into its depths, forever lost in this chaotic void. At the center of the vortex was a shadowy figure, exuding a chilling and evil aura, as if it were a manifestation of the residual power of the source of darkness. Right there! That is undoubtedly where the remnants of the source of darkness reside. Neza pointed at the shadow in the center of the vortex, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Cautiously, they approached the dark vortex, only to be met with a powerful repelling force attempting to stop them from getting closer to the shadow. However, with their unwavering will and the immense power granted by the heart of the universe, Neza and his companions gradually overcame this resistance, step by step advancing toward the center of the vortex, unafraid of the approaching danger. As they drew closer, the shadow suddenly emitted a low, furious roar, filled with endless rage and deep-seated hatred, as if the source of darkness was letting out its last roar in a desperate struggle. With the roar, countless dark tendrils surged forth from the vortex, agile as living beings, sweeping toward Neza and his companions like a tidal wave, as if intending to devour them instantly. Neza showed no hesitation. He swung the fire spear fiercely, and the light at its tip transformed into sharp blades, slicing through the incoming dark tendrils like lightning. His companions also launched their attacks. Some immortals cast powerful spells, summoning radiant orbs of light that crashed down upon the dark tendrils like meteors. Some warriors nimbly maneuvered through the tendrils, wielding their blades to sever the roots of the dark appendages. However, the dark tendrils seemed endless. For every one that was severed, another wave surged forth immediately. Moreover, these tendrils grew stronger, beginning to wrap around Neza and his companions, attempting to bind their movements and trap them in a predicament where they could not unleash their divine powers. Neza felt the dark tendrils tightening around his body, the flow of his divine power slowing as if suppressed by an invisible force. He understood that he could not allow himself to be bound like this, or they would fall into a dangerously precarious situation, perhaps never escaping the clutches of darkness. He concentrated, drawing upon the power of the heart of the universe. A brilliant light erupted from him instantaneously, as dazzling as the sun, shattering the dark tendrils wrapped around him into countless black wisps that faded into the void. Don't let those tendrils trap you. Focus your power on attacking the shadow at the center of the vortex. Neza shouted, his voice filled with determination and encouragement. Hearing Neza's call, his companions struggled to break free from the dark tendrils' grasp, redirecting their attacks toward the shadow at the vortex's center. They combined their divine powers, forming a powerful and radiant energy beam that shot directly toward the shadow's core. When the energy beam struck the shadow, a tremendous noise erupted, and the dark vortex trembled violently, as if struck at its vital point. The shadow emitted a cry of pain, filled with despair and fear, like the lament of the source of darkness facing its impending demise. But the shadow was not completely destroyed by this blow. Instead, it absorbed more dark power from the vortex, becoming larger and stronger, as if it were a demon that could not be easily defeated. No! At this rate, we can't completely eliminate it. It seems to continuously draw power from the dark vortex, restoring and enhancing its strength, one companion said anxiously, worry evident in their eyes. Neza furrowed his brows deeply, lost in thought. He recalled their battle against the source of darkness and his profound understanding of the heart of the universe's power. Suddenly, an idea struck him, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. He realized that mere attacks might not thoroughly eliminate the remnants of the source of darkness. They needed to find a way to sever the connection between the shadow and the dark vortex and then purify it with the heart of the universe's pure energy to truly eliminate this threat. We need to find a way to seal this dark vortex to prevent the shadow from continuing to absorb power. Then, I will use the power of the heart of the universe to purify the shadow directly, Neza declared firmly, a glimmer of wisdom shining in his eyes. His companions nodded in agreement, and they began to encircle the dark vortex, searching for a method to seal it. In the process, they discovered some mysterious runes surrounding the dark vortex. These runes seemed to be the key to maintaining the vortex's operation. If destroyed, the vortex would lose its power and gradually cease to function. Neza carefully observed the runes, trying to understand their meanings and functions. After much effort and contemplation, he finally discerned the patterns and vulnerabilities of the runes. He led his companions in using the power of the heart of the universe to cleverly modify and seal these runes. As they acted, the rotation speed of the dark vortex gradually slowed, and the dark tendrils it produced diminished, as if the sealing power was weakening. The shadow sensed the change and began to struggle wildly, attempting to break free from their seal. But at this point, it had lost the support of the dark vortex's power and had become significantly weaker, resembling a once mighty beast that had its teeth pulled, stripped of its former might. Now's our chance.
Neza seized the opportunity, channeling all the power of the heart of the universe into the fire spear.
The spear emitted a dazzling light, imbued with pure cosmic energy and Neza's unwavering will, resembling a divine sword capable of severing all evil. He leaped high, soaring like an eagle, and aimed for the shadow. The light of the fire spear enveloped the shadow instantly, which let out a cry of despair filled with fear of death and helplessness toward its fate. The power of the heart of the universe began to purify the shadow. Under the radiance, the dark power gradually dissipated, and the shadow's form grew increasingly indistinct, as if melting away like ice under the sun, slowly disappearing into the void. After an intense struggle and purification, the shadow was finally completely purified, and the dark vortex vanished entirely. The chaotic void around them returned to calm, as if nothing had ever happened. Neza and his companions wearily sat on the ground, victorious smiles gracing their faces. They had successfully eradicated the remnants of the source of darkness, bringing true peace and tranquility to the three realms. "We finally did it," Neza whispered, his voice filled with fatigue, but more so with joy and a sense of accomplishment. His companions exhaled in relief, looking at each other with glimmers of victory and hope for the future, as if they could see a new world filled with light and promise. However, just as they prepared to return to the three realms to enjoy the hard-won peace, an unexpected situation arose. The fire spear in Neza's hand suddenly vibrated violently, its light growing exceedingly bright, as if conveying some urgent and mysterious message. Neza's heart jolted, he gripped the fire spear tightly, trying to comprehend the meaning of this strange disturbance. Just then, a mysterious voice emanated from the spear. "Neza, the source of darkness has not been completely eradicated. Its core power has hidden itself deep within the three realms and could awaken at any moment. You must find it as soon as possible, or the three realms will face catastrophic disaster." Neza and his companions' expressions instantly turned grave, the relaxation they had just felt faded, replaced by worry and unease. "How is this possible? We clearly purified the remnants of the source of darkness," one companion said incredulously, confusion visible in their eyes. Neza pondered for a moment before responding slowly, "It seems we underestimated the cunning and power of the source of darkness. It likely concealed part of its core power during our battle with it, waiting for an opportunity to rise again. We cannot let our guard down, we must return to the three realms immediately, locate the core power of the source of darkness, and destroy it thoroughly. We cannot allow it to threaten the three realms again." His companions nodded in agreement, showing no hesitation as they turned and soared toward the direction of the three realms, filled with a sense of mission and urgency, like warriors preparing to return to battle for the peace and tranquility of the three realms. When they returned to the three realms, they discovered some abnormal signs. Black lightning occasionally flashed across the sky, as if the remnants of the source of darkness were making their last desperate struggle. The ground trembled slightly, as if anxious for the impending crisis. Some originally tranquil and beautiful places began to fill with a strange dark aura, as if the shadows of the source of darkness were gradually spreading. Neza and his companions knew they had to act quickly, or the consequences would be unthinkable, plunging the three realms into true peril. They began to search for traces of the core power of the source of darkness throughout the three realms. Neza utilized the fire spear's connection with the heart of the universe to sense the source of the dark power. After much effort and exploration, they finally discovered an exceptionally strong wave of dark energy in a remote valley. This valley, once a picturesque and vibrant place, now lay shrouded in dark energy, its plants wilted and dull, as if robbed of life. The animals had fled in terror, as if it had transformed into a horrific hell. Cautiously, Neza and his companions entered the valley, a powerful pressure hitting them as if the source of darkness was squeezing their spirits. Deep within the valley was a dark cave, from which the dark energy flowed incessantly, resembling the lair of the source of darkness. Neza looked at the cave, a strong sense of crisis swelling within him. He knew that the core power of the source of darkness was likely hidden within this cave, and they had to be careful, adequately prepared. "Everyone be careful, the cave may hide endless dangers," Neza warned, a hint of caution in his gaze. His companions readied themselves for battle, closely following Neza, weapons in hand, their eyes vigilant as they gazed ahead. They slowly entered the dark cave, where thick dark energy blurred their vision, making it hard to see the path ahead, as if they had entered a dark labyrinth. They could only rely on their divine powers and the light of the fire spear to slowly progress, cautiously exploring every corner, fearing they might trigger hidden traps or dangers. As they ventured deeper into the cave, the dark energy thickened, and the pressure grew heavier, as if an invisible hand was squeezing their bodies, making it hard to breathe. Suddenly, a low roar echoed through the cave, filled with rage and threat, as if the source of darkness was issuing one last challenge. "Prepare for battle." Neza shouted, his voice echoing in the cave like a battle horn. He gripped the fire spear tightly, his eyes sharp and alert, ready to respond to any danger that might arise. Before them, a massive dark figure slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. This figure was larger and more powerful than any dark creature they had encountered before, its body composed of pure dark energy, resembling the embodiment of darkness, surrounded by black flames that emitted a suffocating evil aura. Is this the core power of the source of darkness? One of Neza's companions said, their voice trembling with fear. Neza nodded, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. No matter what it is, we must eliminate it. For the peace of the three realms, we shall not retreat. With that, Neza led the charge against the dark figure. He swung the fire spear, and its light transformed into a long arc, shooting toward the dark figure like lightning. The dark figure roared, extending a massive black hand that easily blocked Neza's attack, as if it were forged from steel, impervious to harm. Neza felt a powerful recoil, his body pushed back a few steps, surprise swelling within him. Seeing this, his companions launched their attacks, spells and skills raining down on the dark figure like a torrential downpour, as if determined to drown this dark demon. However, the dark figure's defenses were formidable, and their attacks seemed to inflict little damage, as if they were assaulting an immovable mountain. The dark figure began to counterattack, swinging its arms and unleashing dark energy beams. These beams were immensely powerful. Wherever they struck, rocks shattered, and the ground split open, resembling a horrific disaster. Neza and his companions had to dodge and seek opportunities to counterattack, their figures weaving through the dark cave like warriors battling in the shadows. In the heat of battle, Neza suddenly noticed that the movements of the dark figure seemed somewhat sluggish. Though it possessed immense power, it lacked agility. Moreover, he observed that the dark figure's attacks, while powerful, followed a certain pattern, always striking at fixed times and locations. He immediately shared his discovery with his companions, and they began to cleverly dodge the attacks based on the figure's patterns, searching for its vulnerabilities. After a series of observations and attempts, they finally identified a weakness in the dark figure. On its chest was a small core that emitted a faint glow, seemingly the source of its power. Neza decided to take a risk, utilizing the fire spear's agility and his own speed. He dashed toward the dark figure, aiming for the core in its chest. He evaded one of the dark figure's attacks, and with a surge of divine power, he accelerated towards it. The dark figure sensed Neza's intent and attempted to block his strike with its arm, but Neza was too fast, and it couldn't fully react in time. Neza's fire spear struck true, piercing the dark figure's core. The core erupted with a brilliant light under the spear's assault and began to crack. The dark figure let out a howl of pain, its body trembling as dark energy gradually dissipated, like a wounded beast losing its vitality. Seeing Neza successfully strike the core, his companions were emboldened, increasing their assault, unleashing their remaining divine power for one final attack against the dark figure. Through their combined efforts, the dark figure's core was ultimately destroyed, and it disintegrated into nothingness, as if it had never existed. With the dark figure's disappearance, the dark aura in the cave began to dissipate, sunlight streaming back into the valley, as if a dark nightmare had finally concluded. Neza and his companions sat wearily on the ground, victorious smiles on their faces. They had thoroughly eradicated the source of darkness, bringing true peace and tranquility to the three realms. Finally, we did it, Neza murmured, his voice filled with exhaustion, but more so with joy and a sense of achievement. His companions breathed a sigh of relief, exchanging glances filled with victory and hope for the future, as if they could see a bright new world ahead. However, just as they relaxed their guard, Neza suddenly sensed a mysterious force surging in the valley. This energy was different from that of the source of darkness but still made him uneasy, as if an unknown threat was silently approaching. He immediately stood up, warily scanning the surroundings, his heart filled with doubt and caution. Everyone be careful, there's still a mysterious power present, Neza warned, a hint of concern evident in his gaze. His companions also stood up, looking around in an attempt to locate the source of this mysterious power. Just then, a peculiar light appeared in the sky, revealing a mysterious rune. This rune shimmered with golden light, radiating powerful energy waves, as if it were a mysterious summons. Neza stared at the rune in the sky, confusion filling his mind. What is this rune? Why has it appeared here? What secrets and powers does it conceal? As they pondered these mysteries, the rune suddenly emitted a powerful beam of light, enveloping Neza and his companions within it. Once surrounded, their bodies felt as if they had been frozen in place, unable to move, and their consciousness began to blur, as if they were slipping into a mysterious illusion.
In the final moment before their consciousness faded, a surge of intense unease welled up within Neza. He had no idea where they would be taken next or what the future of the three realms would hold. All the suspense lingered in that mysterious beam, waiting for them to unveil the truth hidden behind the darkness. Neza and his companions found themselves trapped within the beam of light emitted by the mysterious rune, their bodies seemingly immobilized, unable to move an inch, while their consciousness gradually became shrouded in a foggy haze. It felt as if they had been thrown into an endless abyss of darkness, with everything around them becoming ethereal, like a fleeting dream. Yet, amidst this endless darkness, Neza's heart remained clear and vigilant. He exerted every effort to understand the cause of this sudden and strange event. It was unclear how much time passed before they regained their awareness, only to be astonished to find themselves in an extremely peculiar space. This space was filled with a soft and warm light, while the walls were densely etched with various mysterious runes and patterns, shimmering with a faint glow, as though whispering ancient and enigmatic tales. The ground was adorned with a vast star map, where the stars gleamed with brilliant light, seemingly containing the endless mysteries of the universe. "Where on earth are we?" one of Neza's companions asked in astonishment, their voice echoing in the spacious and silent environment, as if awakening slumbering souls. Neza slowly stood up, his gaze scanning the surroundings like lightning, filled with confusion and vigilance. "I'm not sure, but this place exudes a mysterious aura. We must tread carefully and not let our guard down." He gripped his fire spear tightly, trying to find some clues in the environment to unravel the mystery of this strange space. They began to cautiously explore this mysterious realm. With every step, they felt a faint pulse of energy beneath their feet, as if the very ground possessed its own consciousness, silently communicating something to them. The runes and patterns on the walls resembled pairs of mysterious eyes, drawing their attention. Neza attempted to decipher the meanings of these runes, but soon realized their complexity exceeded his previous understanding, as if they were a form of ancient language that was elusive and hard to grasp. Just when they were feeling utterly perplexed, the mysterious rune reappeared before them. The rune hovered in midair, radiating a strong and dazzling light, illuminating the entire mysterious space like a lighthouse. At the same time, an ancient and solemn voice slowly resonated in the space. "Brave warriors, you have triumphed over the dreadful source of darkness with your unyielding will and fearless courage, bringing long-awaited peace and tranquility to the three realms. However, the wheel of cosmic balance still trembles slightly, and new challenges and crises are about to surge like a tide. This rune is a revelation from the universe. It will guide you on a new journey to explore deeper cosmic mysteries, safeguarding the order and harmony of the universe, and restoring its former tranquility and balance." Neza looked up at the mysterious rune, a strong sense of mission swelling within him. "Who are you? What does this rune represent? What do we need to do next?" he asked loudly, his voice resonating in the space, as if seeking answers from the universe. The solemn voice replied slowly, "I am the embodiment of cosmic consciousness, existing in the river of time and space, silently witnessing the birth, development, and evolution of the universe. This rune symbolizes cosmic order, containing boundless wisdom and powerful energy. You have been chosen because you possess steadfast belief, dauntless courage, and formidable strength. Your mission is to closely follow this rune's guidance, traverse the barriers of time and space, and seek out the lost fragments of the heart of the universe, reuniting them to restore the completeness and balance of the universe." Lost fragments of the heart of the universe? Neza and his companions exchanged glances, astonished and confused. They had just endured a grueling battle with the source of darkness, and now they were faced with such a daunting and challenging task. The heart of the universe is the source of cosmic power. Its wholeness is crucial for maintaining the balance and stability of the universe. However, over the long course of time, the heart has been violently impacted by unknown forces, shattering into countless fragments scattered throughout the cosmos. These fragments contain immense energy, and if acquired by evil forces, they would bring catastrophic disaster to the entire universe. You must find these fragments before those evil forces do, bring them back here, and undergo reassembly and repair, the voice of cosmic consciousness patiently explained, as if teaching a group of naive children. Neza pondered for a moment before saying resolutely, "We are willing to accept this sacred mission. Although our understanding of the universe is still limited, we believe that as long as we unite, drawing upon our wisdom and courage, we can find these lost fragments and fulfill our mission." The mysterious rune seemed to comprehend Neza's words. It flickered brightly and projected a vast cosmic map into the air. The map marked several glowing points, each representing a potential location of the fragments of the heart of the universe. This is the approximate location of the lost fragments, but the specific search process requires you to rely on your own wisdom and courage to explore and attempt repeatedly.
Throughout this journey, you will face various unknown dangers and arduous challenges, but I believe you can overcome all difficulties and successfully complete your mission, the voice of cosmic consciousness said, filled with encouragement. Neza gazed at the points of light on the map, a surge of ambition swelling within him. Partners, we have a new mission and goal. Although the path ahead is fraught with the unknown and peril, for the peace and tranquility of the universe, we must forge ahead without hesitation.
His companions nodded, their eyes shimmering with determination, as if they were pledging their resolve.
They understood this would be an even greater challenge, but they were unafraid, for they were the guardians of the three realms, brave and fearless warriors. Guided by the mysterious rune, Neza and his companions resolutely set off on their quest for the fragments of the heart of the universe. They first arrived at a mysterious star system called the Sea of Stars. This star system was filled with countless dazzling stars, shimmering with mysterious energy beams, resembling an infinite ocean. According to the map, the fragments of the heart of the universe were likely hidden on an ancient planet within this star system. They piloted their sturdy spaceship through the dense star field, slowly approaching the mysterious planet. However, during their approach, they were ambushed by a group of fierce interstellar pirates. These pirates commanded advanced and formidable warships, equipped with powerful weaponry. Upon spotting Neza and his companion's ship, they mistook it for a treasure-laden merchant vessel and launched a relentless attack without hesitation. Neza immediately calmed himself and directed his companions to retaliate. He skillfully piloted the ship, darting through space like a nimble fish, evading the pirates' attacks while utilizing the ship's weapon systems to counterattack. The fire spear glowed fiercely in space, unleashing sharp energy beams toward the pirates' vessels. His companions also showcased their special abilities. Some immortals used magical spells to create powerful energy shields in space, fiercely protecting the ship from pirate attacks. Some brave warriors operated the ship's heavy artillery, engaging in fierce exchanges of fire with the pirates, the booming sounds of artillery echoing in space as if narrating the intensity of the battle. After a fierce and brutal fight, Neza and his companions successfully repelled the vicious interstellar pirates. Their ship sustained some damage, but fortunately, they managed to land on the ancient planet. The planet's environment was harsh, covered with massive rocks and bottomless ravines, the air filled with a pungent odor, resembling a perilous hell. Neza and his companions cautiously exited the ship, weapons in hand, and began meticulously searching for clues about the fragments of the heart of the universe. They carefully followed a deep canyon, where strange sounds occasionally echoed, as if unseen creatures were watching their every move, filling their hearts with vigilance. As they walked, they suddenly discovered a massive cave. The entrance to the cave shimmered with mysterious light, somewhat reminiscent of the aura of the earlier mysterious rune, as if inviting them in. Neza felt a stir within him. He sensed that the fragment of the heart of the universe was likely within this cave. They cautiously entered the cave, where thick fog enveloped them, greatly obstructing their vision, as if they had entered a surreal world. They could only rely on their divine powers to sense their surroundings, carefully progressing through the cave, each step filled with caution and unease. Deep within the cave, they finally discovered a large stone platform. On the platform rested a glimmering crystal, emanating a powerful wave of energy that was strikingly similar to the power of the heart of the universe, as if it were a part of the heart itself.
Is this the fragment of the heart of the universe we've been searching for? One companion exclaimed, excitement sparkling in their eyes.
Neza quickly approached, examining the crystal closely. He could distinctly feel the pure and powerful energy contained within, but he also noticed a formidable protective mechanism surrounding the crystal, seemingly preventing them from easily approaching and obtaining it. As he attempted to touch the crystal, a powerful energy barrier suddenly appeared, violently rebuffing him like a fierce beast. Neza staggered back a few steps, steadying himself, his eyes filled with surprise and confusion.
It seems we need to find a way to break this energy barrier before we can obtain the fragment of the heart of the universe, Neza said, furrowing his brow, deep in thought.
They began searching the cave for clues, trying to find a mechanism or method to deactivate the energy barrier.
After thorough searching and exploration, they discovered some strange runes on the cave walls.
These runes resembled those they had seen in the mysterious space, but were different, appearing to be a more ancient and mysterious code.
Neza concentrated again, channeling his divine power into the runes.
Gradually, he began to understand their meanings, as if communicating with the wisdom of the universe. These runes formed an ancient code that needed to be touched in a specific order and manner to deactivate the powerful energy barrier. Following the hints from the runes, Neza carefully touched the runes on the wall. With each contact, the glow of the energy barrier gradually dimmed until it finally vanished completely. They successfully disabled the barrier, and Neza quickly stepped forward to gently lift the crystal. The moment he touched it, he felt a warm and powerful energy surge into his body, resonating with his divine power, as if there were a soulful connection.
We found the first fragment of the heart of the universe. Neza exclaimed joyfully, his eyes sparkling with delight, as if celebrating a significant victory.
His companions cheered, their efforts finally bearing fruit, filling their hearts with a sense of accomplishment. However, they knew this was just the beginning, and they still had more fragments to seek and collect. With the first fragment of the heart of the universe in hand, they exited the mysterious cave and returned to their ship. Guided by the mysterious rune, they continued toward their next target, embarking on an adventure filled with unknowns and challenges. In the following journey, they encountered a variety of challenges and difficulties. On some planets, they faced powerful alien creatures, with bizarre abilities and formidable offensive strength, as if they were demons from another world. In other areas, mysterious time-space traps awaited them, threatening to ensnare them in a flowing river of time and space, leaving them lost forever, and in other regions occupied by dark forces, they had to engage in fierce battles to press onward.
Yet, Neza and his companions never faltered. With steadfast belief, exceptional wisdom, and fearless courage, they overcame obstacles time and time again, gradually collecting more fragments of the heart of the universe. As they gathered more fragments, they felt their powers continuously enhance. The fragments seemed to establish a special connection with them, not only enhancing their divine powers but also deepening their understanding and insights into the mysteries of the universe. However, just as they were on the verge of collecting all the fragments of the heart of the universe, a powerful dark force suddenly became aware of their actions. This dark force originated from a distant galaxy and had been secretly plotting an evil scheme to dominate the universe. Upon learning that Neza and his companions were gathering the fragments in an attempt to restore cosmic balance, they decided to strike and seize them to thwart their plans and fulfill their malevolent ambitions. The Dark Force dispatched a massive and powerful fleet, rushing toward Neza and his companions' location. This fleet consisted of a gigantic flagship and numerous warships, equipped with advanced weapon systems and dark energy shields, exhibiting overwhelming power, resembling an invincible force. Neza and his companions spotted the fleet in space and immediately realized that an intense battle was imminent.
They quickly prepared for combat, activating all weapon systems on their ship, channeling their divine powers to the maximum, as if gearing up for a life-and-death showdown.
Partners, we cannot let the Dark Force seize these fragments of the heart of the universe. This is our mission and the hope of the universe. Regardless of the cost, we must resolutely protect these fragments.
Neza shouted, his voice filled with determination and resolve, igniting the fighting spirit within his companions. His companions responded in unison, their eyes burning with fierce battle flames, resembling a group of warriors ready to engage in combat. They piloted their ship toward the Dark Fleet, as if preparing for a deadly clash with the Dark Forces. A fierce and brutal battle erupted in space. The warships on both sides darted across the starry expanse, cannon fire intertwining, lights flashing, resembling a cosmic scale war. Neza maneuvered the ship skillfully, evading enemy attacks like a skilled pilot while unleashing powerful energy beams from the fire spear at the enemy vessels. His companions also played to their strengths. Some immortals used magical spells to create various peculiar attack methods in space, disrupting enemy movements. Some valiant warriors operated the heavy artillery on the ship, engaging in fierce exchanges of fire with the enemies, the roar of cannon fire echoing through space, narrating the ferocity of the battle. Though the Dark Fleet was formidable, Neza and his companions exhibited excellent teamwork, their attacks sharp and effective, gradually gaining the upper hand. One by one, enemy vessels were destroyed under their assault, exploding into fiery orbs in space, heralding their victory. However, the flagship of the Dark Force was exceptionally powerful, its dark energy shield capable of withstanding most attacks, like an impregnable fortress. Neza realized that to decisively defeat the Dark Forces, they must first destroy the flagship's shield. Focusing his mind, he infused the power from the collected fragments of the heart of the universe into the fire spear. The spear erupted with dazzling light, containing powerful cosmic energy, resembling a divine sword capable of severing all.
Neza aimed at the flagship's shield and launched an all-out attack.
A powerful energy beam shot from the fire spear, striking the shield like a silver dragon. The shield began to crack under the impact of the energy beam, as if bearing immense pressure. With the continued assault of the energy beam, the cracks multiplied until the shield finally shattered.
Seeing the flagship's shield destroyed, Neza's companions rejoiced, launching even fiercer attacks.
Spells and artillery fire rained down upon the flagship like a torrential downpour, causing violent explosions, resembling a mountain on the verge of collapse.
Ultimately, the Dark Fleet was thoroughly defeated, and their sinister plot unraveled.
Neza and his companions successfully protected the fragments of the heart of the universe and completed their collection mission, their hearts brimming with joy and pride. With the precious fragments in hand, they returned to the mysterious space. Under the guidance of cosmic consciousness, they placed all the fragments onto a special device. As the fragments converged, the heart of the universe began to reassemble, emanating powerful and pure energy, as if the heart of the universe was beating. The light of the heart of the universe illuminated the entire mysterious space and the faces of Neza and his companions, who felt as though they were bathed in sacred light. They gazed at the reassembled heart of the universe, their hearts filled with joy and pride, as if they had accomplished a great feat. You have accomplished a magnificent mission. The universe will be a better place because of your efforts. The voice of cosmic consciousness resonated in the space, filled with appreciation and contentment.
Neza and his companions expressed their gratitude to cosmic consciousness, fully aware that this was the result of their collective efforts and their responsibility toward the universe. However, just when they believed everything had concluded, a sudden and intense energy fluctuation erupted in the mysterious space. This energy wave was extraordinarily powerful, even surpassing the strength of the heart of the universe, as if a mysterious force from deep within the cosmos had awakened. Neza and his companions immediately became alert, uncertain of what had transpired, their hearts filled with unease and confusion. As the energy fluctuations intensified, a mysterious figure slowly emerged from the void. The figure was shrouded in a layer of dark aura, obscuring its features and form, resembling a demon that had emerged from the depths of darkness. Yet the evil aura emanating from it instilled fear and unease, as if challenging their courage and conviction. Did you think this was the end? Too naive. The fate of the universe will be controlled by me.
The mysterious figure spoke with a low, hoarse voice, filled with ambition and hatred, as if declaring its dominion.
Neza tightly gripped the fire spear, watching the mysterious figure warily. Who are you? Why do you want to disrupt the peace of the universe? He demanded, his voice filled with anger and authority, as if challenging the evil force. The mysterious figure scoffed. I am the master of darkness, the ender of cosmic order. Everything you have done is merely delaying the universe's destruction. Today, I will show you the true power of darkness. With that, the mysterious figure extended its hands, unleashing a powerful wave of dark energy. The dark energy surged like a black torrent toward Neza and his companions, as if intent on engulfing them in darkness. Neza and his companions immediately summoned their divine powers to resist. They infused the power of the heart of the universe into their attacks, attempting to block the oncoming dark energy. Light and darkness clashed fiercely in the space, resembling a cosmic-level energy battle. However, the dark force of the mysterious figure was immensely powerful, and their attacks seemed to have little effect on it. The dark energy relentlessly battered their defenses, gradually pushing them into a corner, as if they were struggling to survive in a sea of darkness. At this critical moment, Neza suddenly felt a warm and powerful force emanating from the heart of the universe. This force seemed to tell him to trust in the power of the universe, to hold on to his beliefs, and not to be defeated by darkness. Neza's heart stirred as he grasped the revelation from the heart of the universe. He merged his consciousness with the heart, feeling the vastness and greatness of the universe, as if becoming one with it. Empowered by the heart of the universe, Neza and his companions found themselves enveloped in the radiant light of the heart of the universe, their eyes glued to the shimmering runes and patterns, filled with intense curiosity about the unknown world and anticipation for the marvelous experiences to come. They understood that every adventure in this vast universe was not just a challenge to their abilities but also an opportunity for growth, with the endless mysteries of the cosmos, like the boundless starry sky, forever holding countless surprises waiting for them to bravely explore. These runes seem to be guiding us toward a completely new direction, Neza murmured thoughtfully, his gaze locked onto the runes in the light, striving to decipher the obscure messages contained within. His companions gathered around, closely studying the fantastical symbols. After an enthusiastic discussion and contemplation, they roughly determined a path forward, leading to a highly mysterious region deep in the universe. According to the information they had gathered, this area was filled with various mysterious energy fluctuations and astonishing celestial phenomena. With the powerful energy of the heart of the universe boosting their ship, they soared like a dazzling meteor through the vast cosmic starry sky, racing toward the region imbued with mystery. During this long journey, they traversed countless brilliant star systems and colorful nebulae, witnessing breathtaking and wondrous sights within the universe.
In some star systems, planets rotated around their stars like loyal dancers, forming dreamlike rings. In some nebulae, matter gathered and collided like playful children, birthing new stars and planets, as if the universe were engaged in a mysterious game of creation. However, as they gradually approached their destination, the surrounding environment began to grow increasingly strange and dangerous. Cosmic rays became extraordinarily intense, like frenzied beasts, exerting tremendous pressure on the ship's shields, as if attempting to break through the defenses and invade the ship. They had to remain vigilant at all times, continually adjusting the energy output of the ship to ensure the shields could withstand the onslaught of the surging cosmic rays. Meanwhile, mysterious energy vortices began to appear along their flight path, akin to black holes in the cosmos, emanating a terrifying gravitational pull. A moment of carelessness could lead to their ship being sucked in, lost in the endless depths of the universe, never to find its way back. With his sharp instincts akin to a cat and extensive experience in cosmic navigation, Neza carefully piloted the ship, much like a skilled captain navigating through treacherous seas, avoiding one deadly hazard after another. Under his wise leadership, his companions worked together to tackle the various difficult challenges on their journey. Whether it was the intense cosmic rays or the mysterious energy vortices, they faced them calmly and fearlessly. After a long and arduous voyage, they finally reached the edge of the mysterious area. The starry sky here displayed a distinctly different hue, where darkness intertwined with vibrant lights, resembling a mysterious painting crafted by the hand of the universe. Uniquely shaped celestial bodies traversed this region, some appearing distorted as if warped by powerful forces, while others flickered with eerie light, their frequencies and intensities constantly changing, resembling a mysterious life form blinking its eyes, making it difficult to grasp its true intentions. "This place is truly strange, filled with endless unknown dangers," one companion said anxiously, a hint of unease in their voice. Neza nodded gently, yet his eyes still sparkled with determination. "But precisely because of that, it's possible that deeper cosmic secrets are hidden here. We must proceed with caution. I believe that as long as we stay alert, we will discover something." They carefully piloted the ship into the mysterious region. The various instruments aboard began to flash and beep wildly, as if warning them that the surrounding energy fields were extremely complex and unstable, posing a significant threat to the ship at any moment. Neza focused intently on the data on the instruments, trying to locate a relatively safe path to navigate through this perilous area. Suddenly, a powerful and jarring energy wave surged from ahead, crashing against the ship like a violent wave and causing it to tremble violently. Neza quickly steadied the ship's control systems while urging his companions to swiftly check and maintain all systems to ensure the ship could remain stable against the sudden energy impact. Just as they scrambled to respond to this energy surge, they suddenly spotted a colossal celestial body ahead. Its surface was covered in astonishingly bizarre patterns, like a cosmic tattoo, shimmering with mysterious light, as if it were a massive living being quietly standing in the universe. "What on earth is that?" the companions exclaimed in surprise, their eyes filled with confusion and fear. Neza frowned tightly. It was the first time he had encountered such a peculiar celestial body, and he was filled with doubt and puzzlement. "Whatever it is, we must approach with caution. The energy it emits is incredibly strong and may pose a lethal threat to us." They carefully approached the mysterious celestial body, gradually realizing that the space around it seemed to be distorted by a unique force, as if it were a realm cloaked in magic. The rules of time and space appeared to have subtly changed here, becoming less stable and predictable. When the ship neared a certain distance, a powerful gravitational pull gripped the ship like an invisible hand, trapping them in a quagmire from which they could not escape, no matter how hard they tried. "What should we do? It seems we're trapped by this celestial body," a companion said anxiously, their voice filled with helplessness and frustration. Neza calmly thought of a strategy. He attempted to draw upon the powerful energy of the heart of the universe, combining it with the ship's propulsion system, seeking a way to break free from the gravitational constraints. After much effort and experimentation, the ship finally slowly released itself from the gravitational pull, but they realized they had entered a more complex and dangerous energy field. In this energy field, various energy beams crisscrossed like a gigantic maze, forming an extremely intricate spatial structure. The ship navigated laboriously, each turn requiring careful calculations of the intensity and direction of the energy beams. A moment of carelessness could result in a powerful energy beam striking the ship, causing significant damage. Neza concentrated on piloting the ship, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his gaze resolute and focused, as if engaged in a silent contest against the complex energy field. After a challenging period, they finally found a relatively safe passage and successfully navigated through the perilous energy maze.
However, before they had time to breathe a sigh of relief, they were horrified to find a group of mysterious flying vessels appearing ahead. These vessels had the most peculiar triangular shapes, shimmering with a metallic sheen, covered in bewilderingly complex runes, emanating a bizarre aura combining high technology and mysterious power. Where did these flying vessels come from? They don't look like ordinary spacecraft, Neza said warily, a hint of unease in his gaze. Before they could react, the mysterious vessels launched a fierce attack on them, akin to hungry beasts. Energy beams shot from the vessels like lightning, moving at breathtaking speeds with enough power to annihilate an ordinary ship in an instant. Neza quickly maneuvered the ship left and right, trying to dodge the lethal energy beams while urging his companions to activate the ship's weapon systems for a counterattack. The fire spear radiated brilliance in space, joining the ship's artillery fire to confront the mysterious vessels like two fierce dragons facing the onslaught. A fierce and terrifying battle erupted in the cosmos, the intensity of the fight resembling a cosmic war, showcasing the universe's endless brutality and ruthlessness. The mysterious vessels exhibited remarkable maneuverability, darting through space like agile birds, evading Neza and his companions' attacks while constantly shifting formations, launching wave after wave of fierce offensives. Neza and his companions gradually found themselves in a precarious situation, their ship sustaining damage from the enemy's relentless assault, and their energy reserves began to dwindle, like a small boat in a storm, on the verge of being swallowed by the surging waves. But they did not give up. Neza continuously observed the enemy's attack patterns and weaknesses, seeking a way to break through the predicament. Just then, he suddenly noticed that the attacks of these mysterious vessels appeared to follow a certain pattern. They always coordinated their attacks around a central point, like a meticulously choreographed battle sequence. Inspired, Neza decided to take a risk. He instructed his companions to concentrate their fire on the vessel at the central point while he piloted the ship, using his agility to draw the enemy's attention and create an opening for his companions to attack. Following Neza's plan, his companions united and launched their attacks. Powerful energy beams converged like arrows, targeting the central vessel. Under the onslaught of their combined power, the vessel's shield shattered instantly, like a balloon being popped, resulting in a violent explosion. With the explosion of the central vessel, the formation of the other vessels fell into chaos, leading to collisions and disruptions among them, losing their original combat order. Seizing this rare opportunity, Neza and his companions launched a fierce counterattack. Their assaults rained down upon the enemy vessels like a torrential downpour, each vessel crumbling beneath their onslaught, exploding into fiery orbs that illuminated the dark cosmic space. Ultimately, the group of mysterious vessels was successfully repelled, and a moment of tranquility returned to the universe. After this intense battle, Neza and his companions were utterly exhausted, their bodies and spirits greatly drained, but they had no time to rest, fully aware that more unknown challenges awaited them in this mysterious region. After a brief respite, they continued piloting their ship deeper into the unknown. As they ventured further, they finally discovered a colossal planet. The size of this planet far exceeded any they had seen before, its surface covered with thick clouds, which flickered with frequent and eerie lightning, giving it a mysterious and majestic aura, as if it were a cosmic giant harboring endless secrets. As the ship approached the planet, they received a strange signal. This signal's frequency and pattern were unique, entirely different from any cosmic communication signals they were familiar with, resembling a mysterious language from another world, filling them with both strangeness and curiosity. Neza decided to track and analyze this signal, believing that through studying it, they might uncover important clues about the planet and the mysterious region. Following the signal's guidance, they arrived at a specific area on the planet. There, they discovered a massive architectural ruin. The style of the ruin was ancient and mysterious, somewhat reminiscent of ancient civilizations they had seen on Earth, yet more grand and complex, appearing like a gigantic labyrinth constructed by the hands of the universe. The walls of the structure were adorned with various strange patterns and runes, seemingly connected to some of the mysterious symbols they had encountered in the universe, as if narrating an ancient and terrifying story. Neza and his companions cautiously exited the ship, carefully approaching the architectural ruin, as if nearing a treasure filled with unknown dangers. The moment they stepped into the ruin, a powerful, suffocating energy wave hit them, akin to a violent storm, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Neza could distinctly sense that this ruin contained an incredibly powerful force, as if the heart of the universe was beating within it, holding the secrets of its origin and development, the key to the deeper mysteries they had been searching for. They cautiously explored the ruin, attempting to unravel its mysteries. In a spacious hall,
they discovered a massive stone platform, on which rested an object resembling a crystal ball. This crystal ball emitted a soft and mysterious glow, seemingly containing countless pieces of information, akin to a cosmic database waiting for them to excavate and interpret.
Neza approached the crystal ball, carefully observing it.
The moment his hand touched the crystal, a powerful consciousness surged into his mind like a tidal wave. This consciousness contained fragments of information about the planet, the mysterious region, and the origins of the universe, like pieces of a puzzle gradually assembling in his mind. It turned out that this planet was once the home of a highly advanced civilization, which possessed extraordinarily advanced technology and mysterious powers. They were dedicated to exploring the mysteries of the universe, attempting to decode its ultimate secrets and seek the origins and destinies of the cosmos. However, during a grand experiment, they inadvertently triggered a powerful and mysterious force, akin to a sealed demon, which, once unleashed, could bring catastrophic disasters to the entire universe. To prevent this power from continuing to harm the cosmos, they sealed it on this planet, leaving behind this architectural ruin, hoping that one day, beings with enough wisdom and courage would find this place, unlock the mystery, master this power, and use it to maintain peace and order in the universe. From this consciousness, Neza understood that the deeper mysteries of the universe they had been pursuing were likely connected to this mysterious force. Yet to unravel this mystery and master this power would not be easy. They needed to undergo a series of tests and challenges to truly understand and control it. As Neza fell into contemplation about how to face the upcoming challenges, a low, eerie rumbling echoed through the ruin. The entire structure began to tremble violently, the runes on the walls glowing brightly, as if an ancient mechanism had been activated, about to unleash a powerful force.
"Everyone be careful, something seems to be happening here,"
Neza shouted, his voice tinged with tension and unease. The companions quickly gathered together, warily observing the changes around them, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to face any potential danger. From the depths of the ruin, a group of guardians emerged, protectors of the mysterious power. These guardians were tall and imposing, clad in armor as hard as iron, wielding razor-sharp weapons, their eyes flickering with cold and sharp light, resembling demons risen from hell, ready to defend the secrets they protected.
"Outsiders, you cannot touch the power here.
This is a forbidden place of the universe, and your intrusion has violated the rules.
Now, you must face punishment."
The leader of the guardians bellowed, his voice echoing throughout the ruin, as if declaring their authority and inviolability to the cosmos. Neza looked at the guardians, understanding that a fierce battle was inevitable. They had invested too much effort and sacrifice in exploring the mysteries of the universe and maintaining its peace to back down now. "We mean no offense, but we bear the mission of exploring the mysteries of the universe and safeguarding its peace.
We must understand this mysterious power to prevent its misuse.
We hope you can understand our intentions and let us work together to unravel this mystery." Neza attempted to communicate with the guardians, hoping to avoid unnecessary conflict. However, the guardians seemed unmoved, their cold light unwavering in their eyes, as if they were emotionless machines.
"There is no point in talking, only through battle can you prove your worth,"
the leader of the guardians declared, raising his weapon and leading the others toward Neza and his companions.
Neza and his companions immediately prepared for battle.
Neza held the fire spear, emanating powerful divine energy, charging bravely toward the guardians. The fire spear clashed with the guardians' weapons, producing a crisp and resonant sound, as if performing an intense battle symphony. The companions unleashed their unique abilities, engaging in a fierce melee with the guardians. The guardians were extraordinarily powerful, their combat skills exceptionally refined, and their teamwork was as synchronized as a single entity, which put Neza and his companions in a difficult position from the start. The guardians' attacks were sharp and orderly, each strike seemingly capable of penetrating their defenses, exerting immense pressure on them. Although Neza and his companions fought valiantly, they gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, struggling to keep up with the guardians' relentless onslaught. Yet Neza did not lose heart. He constantly observed the guardians' attack patterns and weaknesses, seeking a way to break through the impasse. He discovered that while the guardians' armor was as hard as iron, there were some weak points at the joints.
If they could hit these vulnerabilities, they might weaken the guardians' combat effectiveness.
He immediately shared this discovery with his companions, and they adjusted their tactics to focus their attacks on the guardians' joints. After a fierce battle, they gradually identified the guardians' flaws and began to gain the upper hand. Neza utilized the fire spear's agility to continuously target the guardians' joints, slowing their movements. His companions seized the opportunity to launch more powerful attacks, defeating each guardian and sending them crashing to the ground of the ruin. Ultimately, through the combined efforts of Neza and his companions, all the guardians were repelled. They stood exhausted in the ruin, panting heavily, their bodies marked with injuries and blood, yet their eyes sparkled with the joy of victory and anticipation for the future. However, just as they believed the battle was over, a sudden change occurred within the ruin. The stone platform holding the crystal ball began to rise slowly, and enormous stone doors appeared along the walls. The doors were covered in mysterious runes, glowing with eerie light, as if telling an ancient and terrifying story. Neza and his companions watched the changes warily, their hearts filled with confusion and unease, unsure of what challenges lay ahead. Just as they pondered, the crystal ball suddenly emitted a powerful beam of light, directing it toward one of the stone doors. Under the illumination of the light, the door slowly opened, releasing a powerful and mysterious aura, as if it were a gateway to another world. Neza looked at the open door, a surge of curiosity and desire to explore welled up within him. He knew that what lay within might conceal the deeper mysteries of the universe and could be the key to unraveling this enigma. "Partners, let's go inside and take a look," Neza said, his voice filled with determination and anticipation. His companions nodded in agreement, following Neza as they cautiously stepped through the stone door. Inside was a vast space permeated with a strange, of enormous, jagged rocks and deep, ominous chasms, the air thick with a pungent, toxic smell that hinted at the dangers lurking within. The landscape was desolate and eerie, devoid of any signs of life, as if an unseen force had drained the planet of all vitality. "This place is terrifying. It feels like we're walking into a trap," one of Neza's companions said, their voice trembling with fear. Neza nodded, his expression grave. "We need to stay alert. Whatever has caused this desolation may still be nearby." He gripped his fire spear tightly, ready for any surprises. As they cautiously moved forward, they noticed strange shadows flitting in the corners of their vision, and unsettling sounds echoed through the air, heightening their sense of unease. The ground trembled slightly beneath their feet, as if the planet itself was warning them to leave. Suddenly, a low rumble reverberated through the air, and the ground split open, revealing a dark chasm that seemed to lead to the planet's core. From within, a chilling aura emanated, reminiscent of the dark energy they had sensed before. "That must be where the dark energy is coming from," Neza exclaimed, pointing toward the chasm. "We need to investigate." They approached the edge of the chasm, peering into the darkness below. The air felt charged with energy, and a sense of foreboding washed over them. Neza took a deep breath, steeling himself for what lay ahead. "Ready yourselves," he instructed his companions. "We don't know what we'll face down there, but we must confront it to uncover the truth behind this darkness." With a firm resolve, they descended into the chasm, using ropes and their skills to navigate the treacherous descent. The deeper they went, the more intense the dark energy became, wrapping around them like a suffocating shroud. Finally, they reached a vast underground chamber illuminated by a strange, pulsating light. At the center of the chamber was a massive dark crystal, radiating a potent dark energy that resonated with the feelings of dread they had experienced above. "There it is!" Neza shouted, pointing at the crystal. "This must be the source of the dark energy affecting the universe." As they moved closer, the dark energy from the crystal surged violently, and the chamber began to shake. Shadows erupted from the walls, morphing into twisted beings that seemed to be composed of pure darkness. "Defend yourselves!" Neza commanded, raising his fire spear as the dark figures charged at them. The battle that ensued was fierce. Neza and his companions fought valiantly against the dark beings, using their powers and teamwork to push back the encroaching darkness. Each strike resonated with the energy of the heart of the universe, illuminating the chamber in bursts of light against the overwhelming dark. "Focus on the crystal," Neza shouted amidst the chaos. "We need to destroy it to weaken the dark creatures." They pushed their way through the horde of dark beings, determined to reach the crystal. Neza unleashed a powerful wave of energy from the fire spear, striking the crystal directly. It trembled under the force of the attack, and cracks began to spread across its surface. "Keep attacking," Neza urged, as his companions joined him in channeling their powers toward the dark crystal. With each strike, the crystal's dark energy faltered, and the dark beings around them began to dissipate. With one final surge of combined strength, the crystal shattered, releasing a burst of dark energy that swept through the chamber. The remaining dark beings shrieked in agony, collapsing into shadows before vanishing completely. As the dust settled, Neza and his companions stood amidst the remnants of their battle, breathing heavily. They had confronted the source of the darkness and emerged victorious. "Is it over?" one companion asked, looking around at the now still chamber.
Neza nodded, though a lingering unease remained in his heart.
For now, but we must remain vigilant. This darkness was only a part of something larger.
We need to ensure that it doesn't return.
As they ascended back to the surface, they felt a sense of relief mixed with determination. They had faced the darkness and won, but they knew their journey was far from over. The universe held many more secrets, and it was their duty to uncover them and protect the balance of all existence.
Let's return to our ship and regroup, Neza said, leading the way. We still have much to learn and many more challenges ahead.
With newfound resolve, they climbed back up, ready to face whatever the cosmos had in store for them next.
The repository of the Dark Power's history and essence.
It contained the echoes of the civilization that once harnessed this power and the catastrophic event that led to its sealing. Neza could feel the weight of the knowledge flowing into him, unveiling the dark legacy that had been hidden away. He learned that the civilization had thrived on the very power that had now become their curse. In their pursuit of knowledge and control, they had unleashed forces they could not contain, resulting in their downfall and the creation of this dark realm. The crystal held the memories of their mistakes, the warnings of what could happen if such power fell into the wrong hands again. We need to ensure that this knowledge doesn't fade away, Neza said, turning to his companions.
It is crucial that we learn from the past, so we can prevent similar tragedies in the future.
His companions nodded in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. They knew that the dark forces might not be entirely vanquished and that they must prepare for any potential resurgence.
Neza concentrated once more, channeling the power of the heart of the universe into the crystal.
As he did, the runes and patterns on the crystal began to glow brightly, resonating with his energy. The information transformed into a clearer vision, revealing the locations of ancient seals that had contained fragments of the dark power scattered throughout the universe.
Look! Neza exclaimed, pointing to a series of coordinates that appeared in his mind. These are locations where remnants of the dark power are sealed.
If we can gather these remnants, we can either destroy them or ensure they are kept safe from those who would misuse them.
With their mission clear, Neza and his companions began to strategize their next steps.
They knew that they needed to act quickly, as other dark forces could be seeking the same power. They carefully collected the remnants of the shattered crystal, sealing them away while ensuring no trace of the dark energy remained to threaten the universe. As they prepared to leave the castle, a sense of purpose filled them. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, but the journey was far from over. They were now tasked with a greater responsibility to safeguard the universe from the darkness that lurked in the shadows. Stepping back into their ship, they set the coordinates for the first location revealed by the crystal. The ship's engines roared to life, and they soared into the cosmos, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. Neza looked out at the vastness of space, feeling a renewed sense of determination. The universe was vast and mysterious, and he was ready to uncover its secrets, protect its peace, and ensure that the darkness would never rise again. With his companions by his side, he knew they could face anything that awaited them in the depths of the cosmos. Neza and his companions piloted their ship like an arrow released from a bow, racing toward the source of the mysterious signal. In the deep, endless darkness of the cosmos, the ship shone like a meteor streaking across the sky, leaving a brilliant trail against the vast starry backdrop. Their hearts were filled with curiosity about the unknown and excitement for the cosmic mysteries about to be unveiled, as if the entire universe was stirring in anticipation of their journey. As they drew closer to the source of the mysterious signal, they were astonished to find the area filled with various strange energy fluctuations and mysterious celestial phenomena. The surrounding stars seemed to twinkle with magic, flashing peculiar lights, some pulsating at a breathtaking frequency, as if conveying some unknown message in a unique language. Others orbited peculiar rings, with energy lines weaving intricate patterns like complex tapestries. Everything here is extraordinary. It feels like we're approaching a whole new realm of the universe, a mysterious place that has never been trodden by humans, one of Neza's companions remarked, their eyes sparkling with excitement, a mix of thrill and tension evident in their expression. Neza nodded slightly, his gaze focused like an eagle on the ship's navigation screen, which displayed complex data and subtle changes in the strength of the mysterious signal.
Everyone, stay vigilant. We have no idea what awaits us ahead. But no matter what, we must uncover the secret behind this mysterious signal.
Even if it means facing a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, we will not back down, he declared firmly, gripping the control stick of the ship tightly, prepared for any sudden emergencies. The ship carefully navigated through this mysterious region, akin to an explorer feeling their way through a labyrinth, dodging sudden energy beams and small energy vortices. These energy phenomena seemed chaotic, but Neza's keen intuition hinted at a hidden pattern that governed them, one they could not fully comprehend with their current knowledge. Finally, they arrived before a colossal nebula. This nebula radiated vibrant shades of purple and blue, as if nature itself had painted a magnificent canvas with the most magical of brushes. The gases and dust within the nebula swirled and surged, resembling a living celestial body breathing slowly in slumber. The mysterious signal emanated from the heart of the nebula, where the light was the brightest and most enigmatic, as if the heart of the universe was pulsing, radiating endless mysteries. It seems our destination is here. This mysterious nebula holds the key to unraveling the mystery of the signal, Neza said slowly, cautiously piloting the ship closer to the nebula's center. However, as the ship approached a certain distance, they suddenly experienced a powerful gravitational pull, as if an invisible hand were yanking the ship into the depths of the nebula. The ship's speed surged uncontrollably, propelled by this overwhelming force, plunging toward the nebula's abyss.
This isn't good, it's a gravity trap of the nebula. We're in grave danger.
Neza's expression changed dramatically as he shouted, immediately exerting all his strength to control the ship's propulsion system, trying to escape the powerful gravitational grip. But the force was beyond their imagination, far exceeding their expectations. The ship's propulsion system struggled against the gravitational force, like a tiny ant facing an insurmountable mountain.
The companions sprang into action, with some assisting Neza in adjusting the ship's power output while others utilized their divine powers to counteract the gravitational effect. They worked together as a united team, battling the gravitational pull in the depths of the universe. With their combined efforts, the ship managed to stabilize just before it was about to plunge into the nebula's core, but it remained firmly held at the nebula's edge, unable to break free. What do we do now? We can't stay trapped here. We must find a way to escape the gravitational pull, one companion said anxiously, a hint of despair in their eyes. Neza thought for a moment before speaking with determination. First, let's try to establish a closer connection with the mysterious signal and see if we can find clues to escape the gravitational pull.
Meanwhile, everyone, check the ship's equipment to see if we can enhance its power to fight against this strong gravitational force.
They immediately followed Neza's plan.
Neza concentrated, merging his consciousness with the power of the heart of the universe, attempting to communicate deeply with the mysterious signal. His awareness extended like a fine thread toward the source of the signal in the cosmos, weaving through the void in search of answers. As he persevered, he began to feel a faint response, as though the mysterious signal was conveying some obscure information, hinting at the key to overcoming the gravitational force. Meanwhile, the companions were diligently checking the ship's systems. They discovered that some of the energy conduits had been severely damaged during the gravitational pull, severely limiting power output. They quickly set to work, utilizing spare parts and their powers to repair the damaged conduits with the finesse of skilled craftsmen, racing against time to restore the ship's propulsion system. After a strenuous effort, they managed to partially restore the ship's propulsion system. Neza also made significant progress in understanding the information relayed by the mysterious signal. He realized that it contained a hidden pattern related to energy frequency. If they could cleverly adjust the ship's energy frequency to match the nebula's, they might find a way to escape the gravitational trap.
Listen up!
Let's try adjusting the ship's energy frequency based on the parameters I provide, Neza called out, detailing the energy frequency information he had gathered from the mysterious signal. The companions quickly acted on Neza's instructions, carefully adjusting the ship's energy control system. Each operation was like performing a delicate surgical procedure, requiring focus and precision. They experimented with different frequency combinations, feeling their way through the dark until they found a faint glimmer of hope. After numerous attempts and adjustments, the ship finally reached a delicate balance with the nebula's energy frequency. The gravitational grip began to weaken, as if a bound soul had finally regained its freedom.
Success! We've broken free from the gravitational hold. Neza exclaimed with excitement, increasing the ship's power output to slowly pull away from the nebula's gravitational field. In that moment of liberation, the ship trembled violently, as if celebrating their victory or marveling at the wonders of the universe. They continued toward the source of the mysterious signal, navigating through the layers of the nebula until they arrived in a mysterious spatial region. The space exhibited a distorted state, with light refracting in strange ways, as if they were in a dreamlike world. Every particle in the space seemed alive, joyfully dancing in the twisted realm, welcoming their arrival. At the center of this space floated a massive luminous body, spherical in shape, its surface shimmering with intricate runes and light, resembling the most enigmatic artwork in the universe.
The mysterious signal continuously emanated from within, like a beacon guiding them forward.
Is this the source of the mysterious signal?
It looks incredible, as if the soul of the universe is shining, one companion marveled, their gaze captivated by the luminous body, as if drawn by a mysterious force.
Neza piloted the ship closer to the luminous body.
As they approached, the body suddenly emitted a powerful beam of light, striking their ship like a sword. The light enveloped the ship, forming a massive cocoon of light around them. Under the radiance, Neza and his companions felt a surge of powerful energy flowing into their bodies, filled with warmth and vitality, as if the universe's mother was embracing them, bestowing strength and courage. Yet this power also contained an incomprehensible, mysterious energy, like a double-edged sword, capable of granting them strength but also potentially causing harm. "Everyone, be cautious, this force may affect us, we need to remain vigilant," Neza warned. He attempted to use his divine power to resist the impact of this energy, but he found that it seemed to carry no malice, rather, it was engaging in a special form of communication, revealing the mysteries of the universe and the essence of powerful forces. As the light enveloped them, strange images and information began to materialize in Neza's mind. He saw a distant galaxy, with a beautiful blue planet teeming with life and wisdom. The inhabitants of this planet were diverse, possessing advanced technology and a highly developed civilization, yet they faced an enormous crisis. In the vision, a dark force was gradually rising, casting a massive shadow over the entire galaxy. They wielded powerful dark magic and technological might, attempting to conquer the universe and subjugate all life. The beings on the blue planet, in their struggle against this dark force, sent out the mysterious signal, seeking assistance from the depths of the cosmos. Neza realized that they had inadvertently received this distress signal, and the luminous body was its transmitter, a bridge for the inhabitants of the blue planet to communicate with the outside world. They bore a significant mission, to assist the beings of the blue planet in combating this dark force and safeguarding the peace of the universe. "We must help them, it is our responsibility and mission," Neza declared, his eyes filled with a sense of justice and purpose, like a warrior preparing to head into battle. His companions nodded in agreement, determined to follow Neza and explore this distant galaxy, aiding the inhabitants of the blue planet in their fight against the dark force. However, just as they prepared to depart, the luminous body began to change. Its glow became unstable, flickering rapidly, as if a light bulb was about to extinguish. At the same time, it released a powerful wave of energy that swept through the entire space, distorting it further, causing the ship to shake violently, as if struggling in a storm.
"What's happening? Is the luminous body malfunctioning?"
Neza exclaimed, alarmed, as he tried to stabilize the ship, but the situation was beyond his control. The ship began to lose control, hurtling toward the unknown. Under the influence of the energy wave, the luminous body began to deform, its surface cracking like shattered glass. Black beams of light erupted from the cracks, distinctly different from the previous glow, radiating an evil and dark aura, as if the minions of darkness were challenging them. "This is bad, the luminous body may have been corrupted by the dark force.
We're in even greater danger,"
Neza shouted, realizing they might have fallen into a perilous trap, with the dark forces using the luminous body to attack them. The black beams quickly spread out, tearing the space apart, creating dark fissures like a massive black spider web enveloping the entire area. The ship found itself in a perilous situation under the dual threat of the black beams and the spatial fissures, like prey being hunted by a relentless predator. Neza and his companions fought valiantly against this sudden crisis. They utilized the ship's weapon systems in an attempt to block the black beams, like brave warriors engaging in a life-or-death battle on the battlefield. Simultaneously, they adjusted the ship's position, dodging the encroaching fissures, moving like agile dancers on a treacherous stage. Yet, the number of black beams multiplied, and the fissures continued to expand. Their predicament grew increasingly dire, as if racing against time, with the constant threat of being consumed by the dark forces. In this critical moment, Neza suddenly felt a surge of mysterious and warm energy from the heart of the universe. Instantly, he established a deeper connection with the heart, seeking to harness its power to resolve this crisis. The heart of the universe seemed like an endless treasure trove, containing infinite strength and wisdom. With Neza's efforts, a protective barrier began to form around the ship, created by the power of the heart, acting as a solid shield against the dark beams' attacks. This barrier emitted a gentle glow, clashing with the black beams and producing a series of thunderous booms, as if two cosmic forces were colliding. Simultaneously, the power of the heart seemed to have a restorative effect on the fissures, slowing their expansion, as if a magical force was mending the wounds of the universe.
Neza and his companions saw a glimmer of hope. They continued to focus their energies, merging their powers with that of the heart, reinforcing the protective barrier and repairing the fissures. After considerable effort, they finally repelled the black beams completely, and the luminous body gradually calmed, its glow stabilizing into a soft, steady light, like a child awakening from a nightmare, finding peace once again. "We did it," Neza panted, a tired yet relieved smile spreading across his face. His companions also exhaled in relief, having felt unprecedented pressure and challenges during this crisis, but their resolve to continue pressing forward had only grown stronger. They understood that more difficulties and challenges awaited them, but they would not back down. They were determined to fight for the peace of the universe. After the luminous body settled down, it communicated with Neza again. It expressed gratitude and explained that due to the interference from the dark forces, its previous message had become somewhat chaotic and distorted. Now, it had reset itself and would provide Neza and his companions with the accurate route to the blue planet and additional information regarding the dark forces. Guided by the luminous body, Neza and his companions piloted their ship once more toward their destination. They traversed one star system after another, enduring a long interstellar journey until they finally arrived at the distant galaxy, spotting the beautiful blue planet. The blue planet shone with a unique brilliance in the galaxy, its atmosphere displaying a soft blue hue, resembling a sapphire embedded in the cosmos. Oceans and landmasses were evenly distributed, brimming with life and vitality, embodying a world filled with hope. However, as they approached the planet, they noticed that it was shrouded in a layer of dark shadow, emanating an evil aura, as if a colossal demon were guarding this realm. "Is this the influence of the dark forces? It looks terrifying, as if it's an invincible enemy," Neza remarked, frowning as he sensed the strength of the dark forces, feeling a deep concern for the lifeforms on the blue planet. They piloted their ship into the planet's atmosphere, descending toward the surface. During their flight, they witnessed the remnants of destroyed cities and villages, with the air thick with the scent of smoke and remnants of war, as if a brutal conflict had just concluded. Clearly, the life forms on the blue planet had engaged in fierce battles against the dark forces and had suffered severe losses. Their homes were devastated, loved ones killed, and the entire planet plunged into chaos and despair. When the ship landed in an abandoned city square, a group of Blue Planet residents immediately surrounded them. Their appearance was somewhat similar to that of humans, but their skin displayed a faint blue hue, and their eyes sparkled with wisdom. They looked exhausted and despondent, but when they saw Neza and his companions, a spark of hope reignited in their eyes, as if catching a glimpse of light in the darkness. "Are you the saviors from deep in the universe? We have been waiting for you for so long," an elder resident stepped forward, speaking with excitement and hope, as if they had finally seen a long-awaited source of water in a desert. Neza nodded, saying, "We received your distress signal and have come to help you combat the dark forces. Please tell us everything about the dark forces so we can figure out a way to defeat them." The residents recounted the invasion of the dark forces and the suffering they had endured. It turned out that the dark forces were an evil organization from a distant galaxy, wielding powerful dark magic and technological prowess, akin to a horde of wicked demons attempting to conquer the entire universe and subjugate all life. Although the life forms on the blue planet had fought valiantly, the dark forces were overwhelmingly powerful, and they gradually fell into despair, unable to resist further, as their weapons and technology proved insufficient against the dark forces. Filled with anger and compassion after hearing the residents' stories, Neza and his companions resolved to fight alongside the inhabitants of the blue planet against the dark forces. They first helped the residents repair damaged defensive structures, employing their knowledge and skills to provide strategies and methods to combat the dark forces. They emphasized that while the dark forces were strong, they also had weaknesses, and by uniting and employing their wisdom and strength, they could surely overcome them. As preparations progressed, Neza and his companions also explored the blue planet, seeking to uncover more information about the dark forces and the planet's secrets. They discovered that the blue planet contained a special energy source, which the dark forces coveted. They aimed to control this energy source to enhance their power and fulfill their ambition of dominating the universe. Neza realized that to utterly defeat the dark forces, they must protect this energy source and find a way to convert it into a weapon against them. They began collaborating with the blue planet scientists and sages to research how to utilize this energy source. By applying their technological knowledge and divine powers, they conducted in-depth studies and successfully developed a weapon system based on the energy source, capable of inflicting significant damage on the dark forces, like a sharp sword that could sever the claws of darkness. Simultaneously, they analyzed the dark forces' patterns and weaknesses, devising a detailed battle plan.
They divided the blue planet's residents into several groups, each responsible for different tasks, some for defense, some for offense, and some for intelligence gathering. They coordinated their efforts, forming a tight-knit combat system akin to an impregnable fortress, ready to withstand the Dark Force's assaults.
Once all preparations were complete, Neza and his companions led the blue planet's residents into a final confrontation against the Dark Forces. Battles erupted across the planet, fierce and brutal, resembling a cosmic-level war.
Neza wielded the fire spear, radiating powerful divine energy, as he charged into battle like a streak of lightning. After successfully repelling the mysterious object, Neza and his companions found that their doubts only grew stronger rather than dissipating. They stared blankly at the debris slowly floating in space, lost in deep contemplation. The fragments emitted an extremely peculiar energy fluctuation, which was distinctly different from any energy they had encountered before, as if each piece hid a deeper secret, quietly waiting for them to uncover it. The appearance of this mysterious object is truly too strange.
Where on earth could it have come from?
One of the companions furrowed his brow tightly and said with a puzzled expression.
Neza gently shook his head, a glimmer of thought in his eyes, and slowly replied, "At present, we cannot be certain, but one thing is for sure, it is anything but ordinary. We must not let our guard down, perhaps this is merely the beginning of a much larger mystery." They resolutely decided to collect some pieces of the mysterious object and bring them back to the spaceship for more in-depth research. With careful and focused operations, they successfully retrieved several larger fragments and carefully placed them in the spaceship's special laboratory. Upon returning to the spaceship, Neza and his companions immediately devoted themselves to studying these fragments. They utilized various advanced instruments and marvelous spells, attempting to conduct a detailed analysis of the fragments' composition and energy properties. However, the final results left them greatly astonished. These fragments contained an extremely complex energy structure, which included both incredibly powerful technological energy and mysteriously fused magical power, and this energy seemed to possess miraculous abilities of self-repair and evolution. How is this possible? The way this energy is combined completely exceeds our previous understanding,
exclaimed one of Neza's companions, who was skilled in technological research, his eyes wide with surprise. Neza pondered for a moment and slowly said, "This indicates that what we are facing now is an existence far beyond our imagination. Perhaps in some distant corner of the universe, there exists a highly advanced civilization that has mastered this advanced and mysterious technology. And this mysterious object could very well be some product or tool of theirs." In order to uncover clues about this mysterious civilization, Neza and his companions began searching the vast cosmic database. They carefully reviewed a large amount of interstellar history, civilization records, and energy fluctuation data, but found nothing. This mysterious civilization seemed to be hidden in the dark corners of the universe, leaving no obvious traces, as if it were a secret forgotten by time. Just when they felt utterly confused and deeply frustrated, the heart of the universe suddenly emitted a faint wave once again. Neza's heart stirred, and he immediately established a close connection with the heart of the universe, trying to gain some valuable insights from it. In a hazy and mysterious exchange of consciousness, he seemed to see some vague images and mysterious symbols, which appeared to be guiding a specific direction, like a ray of light in the darkness.
"Friends, I feel that the heart of the universe is giving us a hint.
If we continue moving in this direction, we might find clues about the mysterious civilization," Neza said excitedly, his eyes shining with anticipation. His companions nodded in agreement, and they immediately adjusted the spaceship's course, racing toward the direction indicated by the heart of the universe. During the long and unknown interstellar journey, they continued their research on the fragments of the mysterious object while also constantly improving their own strength and skills, fully preparing for the unknown challenges they might face ahead. As the spaceship continued its journey, they gradually entered a completely unfamiliar star system. The distribution of stars in this system was extremely sparse, and most of the stars exhibited a dim red color, emanating an eerie and chilling atmosphere. The system was filled with thick interstellar dust and energy clouds, making navigation incredibly difficult for the spaceship, as if they were enveloped in a dangerous fog that blocked their path forward. Neza carefully piloted the spaceship, struggling to weave through the interstellar dust and energy clouds. Suddenly, the spaceship's precise instruments detected a strong energy signal, whose frequency and intensity were surprisingly similar to that of the fragments of the mysterious object.
"Everyone, pay attention.
We might be getting close to our target," Neza said cautiously, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. They slowly advanced in the direction of the energy signal and finally discovered a massive planet. This planet was tightly wrapped in a thick energy shield, which shimmered with complex and mysterious runes and lights, astonishingly similar to the energy structure found on the fragments of the mysterious object, as if they were twin brothers. This planet must be closely related to that mysterious civilization.
Everyone, pay attention. We may be getting close to our target,
Neza said cautiously, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. They slowly advanced in the direction of the energy signal and finally discovered a massive planet. This planet was tightly enveloped by a thick energy shield, which shimmered with complex and mysterious runes and lights, astonishingly similar to the energy structure found on the fragments of the mysterious object, as if they were twin brothers. This planet must be closely related to that mysterious civilization, Neza said slowly, excitement and tension gleaming in his eyes. They attempted to communicate with the energy shield surrounding the planet, but received no response. This energy shield seemed to possess strong defensive and autonomous qualities, resolutely rejecting any external contact and interference, like an impenetrable fortress guarding the planet's secrets.
Neza decided to take cautious yet wise action.
He first had the spaceship slowly orbit the planet, carefully observing the shield's changes and the planet's conditions. After a period of patient observation, they noticed that the shield experienced a brief energy fluctuation dip at regular intervals, which might be the best time to break through the shield. After patiently waiting through several cycles, Neza seized the moment, piloting the spaceship at maximum speed toward the energy shield. At the moment of approach, he skillfully combined the power of the heart of the universe with the spaceship's propulsion system to form a powerful and mysterious energy shockwave. This energy shockwave coincided perfectly with the shield's energy fluctuation dip, as if it were a precise key, successfully opening a brief gap in the shield.
The spaceship swiftly passed through this gap and entered the planet's atmosphere. However, as soon as they entered the atmosphere, they immediately encountered strong turbulent air currents and electromagnetic interference.
The spaceship was tossed violently in the fierce turbulence, resembling a leaf swaying in a storm, while the instruments began to malfunction, emitting a series of piercing alarms.
Everyone, hold steady.
We must find a safe landing spot quickly, Neza shouted, determination evident in his gaze. He exerted all his effort to control the spaceship, trying to escape the influence of the air currents and land smoothly on the ground. After a challenging flight, they finally spotted a relatively flat area of land. Neza piloted the spaceship down gently, and after a cloud of dust settled, the spaceship came to a steady stop on the surface. They cautiously exited the spaceship and were immediately struck by the sight before them.
The environment of this planet was vastly different from any they were familiar with.
The ground was covered in a strange and brilliant crystalline substance, which shimmered with a myriad of colors, resembling a giant energy reservoir, emanating a rich energy aura that made them feel as if they were immersed in an ocean of energy. In the distance, a massive city ruin stood proudly. The architecture of this city was unique and grand, imbued with a sense of futurism and technological advancement, as if it were a miracle of civilization. However, the city was now in a state of decay, with only crumbling walls and collapsed buildings remaining, as if telling the story of its former glory and decline. A mysterious force subtly emanated from the ruins, seemingly beckoning Neza and his companions to explore and uncover the secrets hidden behind the ruins.
What exactly happened here? Why did this mysterious civilization decline?
One of Neza's companions said, his face filled with confusion and curiosity. Neza did not respond immediately, he simply gazed silently at the ruins, a strong sense of curiosity and desire to explore swelling within him. He knew that within these ruins lay the key clues to unraveling the mystery of the civilization. If they could delve deeper, they would surely find the answers. They carefully stepped into the city ruins, the crystalline ground beneath their feet producing a crisp and melodious sound, as if narrating the city's past splendor and prosperity. A silent yet oppressive atmosphere pervaded the ruins, with occasional faint energy fluctuation sounds reminding them of the dangers and mysteries present, prompting their vigilance. At the center of the ruins, they discovered a massive plaza. In the plaza stood a towering monument, etched with strange and mysterious symbols and patterns, which were strikingly similar to those they had seen on the fragments of the mysterious object and the energy shield, as if marking the imprint of the same civilization. Neza approached the monument slowly, carefully observing the symbols. He attempted to decipher their meanings, but found them exceedingly complex and profound, like an ancient celestial text beyond his current comprehension. Just as he felt utterly perplexed, the monument suddenly emitted a faint glow, and within the glow, some images began to emerge. These images displayed the rise and fall of this mysterious civilization. It turned out that this civilization had once been highly advanced, mastering sophisticated technology and powerful magical abilities, capable of traversing the universe freely and exploring various precious resources. However, as their pursuit of power grew increasingly frenzied, they gradually began to touch upon some forbidden realms, triggering an unprecedented catastrophe. An extremely powerful and dark force was inadvertently unleashed by them, spreading rapidly like a fierce beast, eroding the entire civilization. To resist this dark force's encroachment, they expended tremendous effort to construct this energy shield, attempting to seal it within the planet to protect the continuity of their civilization. However, the dark force was far too powerful and ultimately broke through their defenses, destroying their civilization and leaving only these ruins and remnants of energy, as if narrating tales of former glory and despair. Neza and his companions were filled with shock and emotion as they finished viewing these images. They realized that the fate of this mysterious civilization served as a warning bell for them, deeply understanding that the pursuit of power must be tempered, otherwise, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Just as they fell into deep thought, a low and muffled rumbling echoed through the ruins. The ground began to shake violently, and surrounding buildings started to collapse, as if a terrible earthquake was descending upon them. Neza and his companions immediately became alert as they looked around and noticed a powerful dark energy surging from deep within the ruins, as if a monster was about to awaken. "This is bad, it's that dark force. It may not have been completely sealed," Neza exclaimed, his expression grave, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. They quickly gathered together, preparing to face the impending danger. The dark energy surged toward them like a black flood, seemingly intent on swallowing them whole. Under the fierce onslaught of dark energy, they felt immense pressure as if bound by an invisible force, making their movements sluggish and difficult. Neza strained to summon the divine power within him, attempting to resist the encroachment of the dark energy. The spear in his hand ignited in blazing flames, the flames infused with the mysterious power of the heart of the universe, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the dark energy. His companions also unleashed their own powers, collectively resisting the assault of the dark energy, their figures appearing especially resolute under its impact. However, the dark energy grew increasingly formidable, and their resistance gradually became strenuous. Just when they felt overwhelmed, Neza suddenly noticed a faintly glowing object at the core of the dark energy. This object appeared to be the heart of the dark energy, radiating a strange light, as if it held the key to controlling the dark force. "Everyone, focus your strength on that glowing object. It's likely the core of the dark energy," Neza shouted, determination shining in his eyes. Upon hearing this, his companions immediately redirected their attacks toward the glowing object. They pooled all their power together, forming a powerful and dazzling beam of energy aimed at the core of the dark energy. The attack beam collided fiercely with the core of the dark energy, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. Light and darkness intertwined in an instant, resembling a cosmic spectacle, as the entire ruins were enveloped in the explosive energy, producing deafening roars. Neza and his companions were violently thrust away by the blast, their bodies tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, losing consciousness. After a long while, as the light and darkness gradually dissipated, calm returned to the ruins. Neza struggled to rise from the ground, his body exhausted as if he had undergone a life-and-death trial. Yet, his gaze remained resolutely fixed on the core of the dark energy, where the glowing object had shattered into countless fragments during the explosion, and the dark energy began to slowly fade, as if it had been utterly defeated. "We did it," Neza murmured softly, a glimmer of relief in his eyes. His companions also rose from the ground, filled with joy and pride as they watched the dark energy dissipate. They had once again triumphed over the powerful dark force, safeguarding this mysterious planet and the peace of the universe, as if they were a band of heroes who had completed a great mission. After the dark energy disappeared, Neza and his companions began to explore the ruins more deeply. They discovered remnants and documents related to the technology and magic of the mysterious civilization, which provided them with a more profound understanding of this civilization. They found that the technology and magic of this mysterious civilization were intricately intertwined and complementary. They had utilized a special energy conversion technology to transform mystical magical power into technological energy, achieving various wondrous and powerful functions. For instance, their energy shield was constructed based on the principles of combining magic and technology, possessing strong defensive capabilities while also being able to self-repair and evolve to adapt to various combat environments. Neza and his companions decided to bring this valuable knowledge and technology back to the three realms to share with the people. They believed that this knowledge and technology would profoundly influence the development and progress of the three realms, helping them better face the various challenges that might arise in the future, making the three realms more prosperous and powerful. Before leaving the mysterious planet, Neza and his companions left behind a commemorative marker in the ruins to honor their adventure and discoveries here. This marker served as a lighthouse, shining its light in the depths of the universe, letting future generations know that in some corner of the universe, there once existed a great and mysterious civilization, along with the heroic tales of their struggle against dark forces. As they boarded the spaceship and prepared to leave the mysterious planet, Neza was filled with emotion. This adventure had not only unraveled the mystery of a civilization but had also brought them valuable knowledge and experience. They had come to a deeper realization of the vastness and mystery of the universe, as well as humanity's smallness and ignorance within it, like a group of children who had just stepped into the cosmic doorway, with endless unknowns awaiting their exploration. Our adventure will continue, as there are many unknown mysteries in the universe waiting for us to unveil, Neza said, gazing out at the starry sky, determination glimmering in his eyes. His companions nodded in agreement, their expressions filled with anticipation and courage for the future, resembling warriors ready to embark on a new journey to face upcoming challenges. The spaceship slowly powered up, leaving the planet's atmosphere and flying into the depths of the universe, leaving a long trail behind, as if writing their legendary story in the cosmos. However, just as they traveled through interstellar space, the spaceship's instruments suddenly detected an unusual energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was extremely strong and of unknown origin, its frequency and characteristics entirely different from any energy they had encountered before, resembling a messenger from an unknown world, challenging them.
What is this? Is there another danger emerging?
One companion said nervously, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes.
Neza furrowed his brow tightly, staring at the data on the instrument, a wave of ominous premonition rising within him.
We must respond cautiously and first try to determine the source and nature of this energy fluctuation. They immediately began to track and analyze the energy fluctuation, and as they drew closer, they discovered that it originated from a massive spatial rift. This spatial rift was located within a dark and mysterious nebula, with the surrounding space appearing distorted and radiating powerful energy emissions, resembling a portal to another world, filled with unknowns and dangers.
How did this spatial rift form? What exactly is hidden within it?
Neza wondered, curiosity and doubt swirling in his mind, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful glimmer. Just as they hesitated over whether to approach the rift for further exploration, a powerful pulling force emanated from within, as if an invisible hand was tightly grasping their spaceship. Neza hurriedly controlled the spaceship with all his might, trying to escape this strong attraction, but the spaceship slowly drifted closer to the spatial rift, as if drawn by an irresistible force.
Everyone, hold tight. We might be entering an unknown realm.
Neza shouted, his eyes revealing a vigilant gleam. His companions braced themselves, gripping their seats tightly, filled with tension and anticipation. The spaceship gradually accelerated under the powerful attraction, flying toward the spatial rift. In the moment they entered the rift, the surrounding space twisted and changed violently, light and darkness intertwining to create a strange and mysterious scene, as if entering a dreamlike world. Neza and his companions felt an intense sense of pressure on their bodies, as if countless forces were squeezing them, making it nearly impossible to breathe. They struggled to maintain clarity of mind, attempting to adapt to the changes in their environment and seek a way out of the spatial rift. When the light brightened again, they found themselves in an entirely new space. This space was filled with strange lights and energy lines, with the surrounding stars and celestial bodies exhibiting distorted forms, as if they were in a warped cosmic dimension, brimming with mysteries and uncertainties.
Where are we?
One of Neza's companions exclaimed in astonishment, confusion and fear filling his eyes.
Neza gently shook his head, he too could not determine their current location.
It seems we have entered an unusual spatial dimension, where the rules and physical laws may differ from those in the universe we are familiar with. Everyone, please observe carefully and do not act recklessly, lest we fall into even greater danger. They cautiously piloted the spaceship, slowly exploring this peculiar space. They discovered that the energy fluctuations here were incredibly strong and filled with uncertainty, resembling a swamp full of traps. A moment's carelessness could lead to them sinking into it. Sometimes, a powerful energy flow would suddenly appear, as if a fierce dragon was pushing their spaceship into unknown directions. At other times, the surrounding space would suddenly distort, like a warped mirror, rendering their vision unclear and direction indistinguishable.
During their exploration, they also encountered some strange phenomena and objects.
Once, they saw a massive energy vortex shimmering with various colors, resembling an entrance to another world, filled with temptation and danger. Another time, they discovered some crystalline fragments floating in space, radiating powerful energy fluctuations, somewhat similar to the crystalline substance they had encountered on the mysterious planet, yet even more mysterious and potent, as if they were relics from ancient times. Neza and his companions attempted to study and analyze these peculiar phenomena and objects, but due to the uniqueness and complexity of the environment, their progress was exceedingly slow. After breaking free from the spatial vortex, Neza and his companions were utterly exhausted, both physically and mentally. However, they knew they could not linger in this place for long. In this strange space, danger lurked everywhere. Every moment spent here was like walking on the edge of a knife, with new disasters potentially looming at any time. Neza gazed out at the still slightly distorted space through the ship's window, filled with deep concern. He slowly spoke, "Everyone, quickly check the status of the ship. We must leave this seemingly cursed place as soon as possible." His voice was slightly hoarse, a unique timbre born of fatigue and tension intermingling. Upon hearing this, his companions immediately sprang into action, fully dedicating themselves to assessing the damage to various systems. Following this series of heart-pounding impacts, the ship had sustained severe malfunctions, and its energy reserves were nearly depleted due to the fierce battle and the effects of the spatial distortion. Some critical navigation and communication devices were flickering with unstable lights, silently protesting the immense torment they had endured. In this tense and busy repair process, they were horrified to find that the energy of this space seemed to be causing extremely strange interference with their repair efforts. The spells and advanced technologies they usually wielded with ease now felt inadequate, and the energy transmission between tools and parts was disordered, as if this space was secretly trying to prevent their escape, like an evil presence setting up numerous obstacles. "The energy field here is really bizarre, it seems to be deliberately hindering our repair work," said one companion, who was usually skilled in mechanical repairs, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat and his voice revealing a hint of unease. Neza pondered in silence for a moment, then slowly said, "It seems we can no longer repair using conventional methods. Everyone, try to channel the power of the heart of the universe into the repair process. Perhaps it can help us overcome the interference caused by this spatial energy." Carefully, they began to infuse the gentle yet powerful energy of the heart of the universe into their repair work. Under the warm glow of the heart, the ship's repairs gradually became smoother. The damaged circuits seemed to reconnect with the aid of magical energy, and the malfunctioning instruments appeared to be rejuvenated, slowly returning to normal. The energy reserve system began to stabilize and absorb surrounding energy, making a slow but steady replenishment. Just as they thought everything was progressing positively and they were about to escape this predicament, the ship's detection system suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. The screen clearly displayed that a large number of variously shaped, unidentified objects were rapidly approaching the ship at high speed. Some of these objects resembled enormous metallic beetles, their shells glinting with a cold light, others flowed like black liquid, exuding a chilling and eerie aura. "Prepare for battle. These things clearly have ill intentions, and we cannot let them get close to the ship," Neza said, gripping his fire spear tightly, his eyes flashing with determination, the steadfastness and fearlessness faced with a formidable foe. Upon hearing this, his companions immediately rushed to their respective posts, activating the ship's weapon systems and standing ready to face the impending fierce attack. Those unidentified objects quickly surrounded the ship, circling like greedy predators, seemingly searching for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, one of the metallic beetle-like objects launched the first attack, shooting a green energy beam from its mouth that shot straight toward the ship like an angry venomous snake. Neza reacted swiftly, maneuvering the ship to evade while commanding his companions to counterattack. The ship's weapon systems unleashed dazzling beams of light that intertwined and collided with the attacks of the unidentified objects, creating deep, resonant sounds. During the fierce exchange of fire, Neza keenly observed that the attack patterns and movements of these unidentified objects were highly peculiar. It seemed as though they could cleverly utilize the spatial distortion, changing direction at the moment of attack, making it difficult to discern their true intentions and attack paths. "Everyone, pay attention to their movement patterns, they are using the spatial distortion to confuse us," Neza shouted, alerting his companions to remain vigilant. Following Neza's reminder, his companions quickly adjusted their attack strategies, attempting to predict the movement trajectories of the unidentified objects through their perception and analysis of the spatial distortions. During this grueling battle, they gradually discovered that there appeared to be a mysterious connection among these unidentified objects. Their attacks and movements were not random but rather exhibited a level of organization and coordination, as if they were executing a unified command, like a dark legion assembling. After an intense struggle, they managed to drive back a portion of the unidentified objects, but more continued to surge from the surrounding space. The ship's energy shield began to show significant fluctuations under the constant onslaught, with energy levels continuously declining, and the situation grew increasingly critical, as if a disaster was about to erupt before their eyes. "This won't do, we must find the source of these unidentified objects and sever their connections to resolve the issue completely," Neza declared while wielding his fire spear, channeling his divine power to attack, simultaneously formulating a strategy in his mind. In the heat of the battle, Neza, with his keen observational skills and combat instincts, discovered that all the unidentified objects seemed to be moving around a specific direction. He speculated that this direction might be where their control center was located. If they could locate and destroy this control center, perhaps they could disrupt the command structure of this Dark Legion and plunge them into chaos. "We will charge toward that direction with all our might. We may find the key to solving the problem," Neza said, pointing toward a specific direction with conviction. His companions showed no hesitation or retreat. They worked together, concentrating their strength to launch a fierce attack toward the direction Neza indicated, attempting to carve a path through the encirclement of the unidentified objects. Under the powerful barrage, a small gap finally appeared in the encirclement, and Neza piloted the ship swiftly through it, with his companions following closely behind. After flying in that direction for a while, they finally arrived in front of a massive energy structure. This structure resembled a gigantic castle woven from countless energy lines, emanating a strong dark aura, as if it were an evil lair. Surrounding the castle were many energy conduits that connected with the surrounding space, from which the unidentified objects continuously emerged, like monsters crawling out of a dark abyss. "This should be their lair. We must proceed with caution," Neza whispered, his eyes filled with vigilance, as if they could encounter unexpected dangers at any moment. They carefully approached the energy castle, seeking a way to enter. On the surface of the castle, they found several massive energy whirlpools that seemed to serve as entrances, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. "Are we supposed to enter through these whirlpools? They look full of danger," one companion expressed worry, his voice tinged with unease. Neza nodded slightly, his expression serious. "This may be our only way into the castle. Everyone must stay vigilant, maintain close contact with each other, and immediately support one another if any danger arises. We cannot let our guard down." With that, Neza took the lead in piloting the ship into one of the energy whirlpools. The moment they entered the whirlpool, the ship seemed to be pulled into a massive energy vortex, powerful energy impacts slicing against the ship's hull like countless blades, causing the entire vessel to tremble violently as if it could be torn apart at any moment. Yet Neza, with his unwavering will and exceptional piloting skills, firmly controlled the ship, struggling to maintain balance in the vortex, and ultimately succeeded in traversing through the energy whirlpool. The companions also gathered their courage and followed closely behind Neza, entering the interior of the castle one after another. Inside the castle, the space was even more bizarre, with walls flowing with various colored energy liquids that seemed to have a life of their own, slowly streaming down the walls and emitting a mysterious and eerie glow. The energy fluctuations here were extremely complex, akin to a chaotic energy whirlpool, making them feel dizzy, as if they had entered a surreal world. They cautiously explored within the castle, trying to locate the core device controlling the unidentified objects. Along the way, they encountered various defensive mechanisms, net-like traps composed of energy rays, ready to ensnare them at any moment, and energy spikes suddenly rising from the ground, like sharp spears aimed directly at their feet. But Neza and his companions, thanks to their mutual understanding and coordination, repeatedly turned peril into safety, successfully evading these lethal attacks. Finally, in the center of the castle, they discovered a massive energy core. This core was a black spherical shape, surrounded by countless runes and energy lines, the runes flickering with eerie light, emanating a powerful sense of oppression, as if an evil soul was staring at them. "This core should be the key to controlling those unidentified objects. We must find a way to destroy it," Neza said seriously, his eyes revealing unwavering determination. However, as they prepared to destroy the core, it suddenly emitted a powerful mental shock. This mental shock surged toward their consciousness like a massive wave, instantly plunging them into a terrifying illusion. Before Neza appeared shocking images, depicting a dark and horrifying plan. It turned out that this energy core was the work of an ancient dark force, which sought to utilize the special properties of this space to create a powerful dark legion, then invade various universes through spatial rifts, devouring all light and life, plunging the entire universe into endless darkness and despair. In the illusion, Neza witnessed countless universes falling under the relentless attacks of the Dark Legion, stars extinguishing as if devoured by demons, lives vanishing like they were reaped by death, and the entire universe falling into eerie silence, as if the apocalypse had arrived. These images filled him with rage and fear, but he also understood that this was merely a tactic of the core to interfere with them. They could not be deceived by these illusions. He focused his mind, trying to break free from the effects of the illusion. At the same time, he quickly contemplated how to destroy the core. He discovered that although this core wielded immense power, it seemed to rely on the surrounding energy lines to maintain its stable operation. If they could sever these energy lines, they might weaken the core's power and find a way to destroy it. Neza swiftly conveyed his thoughts to his companions, who immediately sprang into action. They divided into several groups, launching fierce attacks on different energy lines. During the assault, they faced fierce resistance from the core, which released waves of dark energy, trying to thwart their actions, like a mad beast desperately defending its territory. But Neza and his companions showed no signs of retreat or fear. Relying on their tenacious will and coordinated efforts, they continuously attacked the energy lines, gradually severing some key connections. As the number of energy lines diminished, the core's power began to weaken noticeably, and the illusions it created gradually faded, like a bubble that had been pierced. However, just as they were on the verge of success, the core suddenly unleashed one final powerful attack. A massive surge of dark energy erupted from the core, sweeping toward Neza and his companions like a black dragon. This energy was far more potent than any previous attack, as if it were the last desperate struggle of the dark forces, filled with despair and madness. Neza felt immense pressure. He knew that if they couldn't withstand this powerful dark energy, they would not only lose everything but might even pay with their lives. He quickly amplified the power of the heart of the universe to its utmost. The energy burned within him like golden flames. He shouted, "Everyone together, let's block it with our strength." His companions responded in unison, gathering their divine powers and merging them with the energy of the heart of the universe, forming a massive wall of light that radiated sacred brilliance, like an insurmountable defense line. The light wall collided with the dark energy, producing a violent explosion as light and darkness fiercely intertwined within the castle, causing the entire space to tremble violently, as if the end of the world was approaching. In this critical moment of life and death, Neza and his companions gritted their teeth, using their tenacious will and unwavering faith to hold the light wall steady. Their strength was gradually drained in the confrontation with the dark energy, but their gazes remained resolute, their hearts filled with the sacred mission of protecting the universe. Finally, through their relentless efforts, the dark energy was gradually pushed back, and the core became extremely weak under this powerful attack, its light dimming, the frequency of the flickering runes slowing to a crawl, as if it were a flame about to extinguish. "Now's our chance, let's destroy it together," Neza shouted, raising his fire spear and channeling all remaining power into it. The spear seemed to be endowed with new life, burning with intense flames as it stabbed toward the core. At the same time, his companions launched their final attacks, their spells and weapon lights converging into a dazzling galaxy that struck the core fiercely. With a thunderous roar, the core exploded under the powerful attack. The energy waves from the explosion swept through the entire castle like a tsunami, instantly obliterating everything within. Neza and his companions were flung away by the force of the energy wave, their bodies tumbling through the castle before crashing heavily against the hard walls, blood spilling from their mouths. After a long time, as the energy waves gradually dissipated, silence returned to the castle. Neza struggled to rise from the ground, his body battered and bleeding, but a grateful smile illuminated his face. "We did it," he whispered, his voice filled with fatigue and joy. His companions also gradually got up, their hearts brimming with the joy of victory as they looked at the destroyed core. With the core's destruction, the unidentified objects seemed to lose control, dissipating into the surrounding space as if they had never existed. As they began to prepare to leave the destroyed energy castle, Neza suddenly noticed new changes occurring in the castle after the core was destroyed. The once flowing energy liquids began to gather toward a specific direction, and new passages and doors appeared on the castle walls, emanating a mysterious glow as if guiding them toward an unknown place. "What is happening? Could there be secrets we are unaware of?" Neza pondered, his eyes revealing a hint of unease. They cautiously approached one of the passages, through which a mysterious aura drifted. This aura was completely different from the dark atmosphere within the castle. It felt more like an ancient and mystical power calling to them, as if a hidden secret in the depths of the universe was opening its doors to them. After walking down the passage for a distance, they arrived in a vast hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a crystal ball radiating seven-colored light. The crystal ball seemed like the eye of the universe, emitting a mysterious and profound glow that illuminated the entire hall. "What is this crystal ball? Why is it here?" one companion asked in astonishment, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. Neza stepped forward slowly, his hand trembling as he reached toward the crystal ball, attempting to touch it. The moment his hand made contact, a powerful flow of information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. He witnessed the origin of this space and its close and mysterious connection with the entire universe. It turned out that this space was a special dimension left over from the dawn of the universe, containing the original energies and information of the universe. It was a part of the universe yet independent of it. The crystal ball was the core of this space, recording the entire history of the universe's birth and development while also holding the control of this space, being the very soul of this special dimension. However, the dark forces had discovered the secret of this space, attempting to exploit its energy to fulfill their evil ambitions. They created the energy core, trying to distort this space and turn it into their dark stronghold to better execute their invasion plans. We cannot let this crystal ball fall into the hands of the dark forces, it is too important, crucial to the safety of the entire universe, Neza said seriously, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Just as they were preparing to discuss how to protect the crystal ball, it suddenly emitted a strong light that enveloped them all. Within the bright light, they saw new images. The images displayed, in another corner of the universe, dark forces frantically planning a larger-scale invasion operation. They had found several similar special spaces and were using the energies from these spaces to create more powerful weapons and dark legions, preparing to launch an even fiercer attack on the universe. We must stop them, this is a battle concerning the fate of the universe, and we cannot back down. Neza's eyes were filled with resolute belief, his voice brimming with strength. But just then, the bright light suddenly vanished, and a thin crack appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. From the crack emanated a mysterious power that seemed like a vortex, instantly sucking them in. They felt as if they were being pulled by an invisible force, racing toward an unknown direction.
What is happening?
Where are we being taken?
The companions shouted in panic, their faces filled with fear and unease.
Neza struggled to stabilize their emotions, saying loudly, "Everyone, don't panic. It seems the crystal ball has its own plans. Let's prepare ourselves to face new challenges, no matter how difficult it may be ahead, we must not give up." As soon as he finished speaking, they were enveloped by this mysterious power and vanished from the hall in an instant, their fate once again shrouded in the unknown mist, waiting for them to unveil the secrets hidden in the depths of the universe. Under the powerful influence of the mysterious crystal ball, Neza and his companions felt as if they had broken free from the constraints of gravity, soaring through a dazzling, dreamlike light. The brilliance enveloped them, softly brushing past like silk threads, each ray seemingly containing the oldest and deepest secrets of the universe's birth, whispers of cosmic memory unfolding before them. They felt as if they were immersed in an endless river of time and space, swimming upstream, their consciousness occasionally sharp, as if they could glimpse the mysteries of the universe, and at other times vague, sinking into an infinite chaos, as if being tightly pulled by a mysterious force beyond their comprehension. They did not know how long this state lasted, but gradually, the radiant light began to fade, and they were astonished to find themselves at the edge of a completely unfamiliar galaxy. The stars here sparkled brilliantly and were densely woven together, colorful like the most luxurious jewelry box in the universe that had just been overturned. Each star emitted a unique and captivating glow. Some twinkled with a soft, tranquil blue light, resembling mysterious eyes in the deep sea, profound and filled with endless secrets, while others burned with a passionate red light, like roaring flames joyfully dancing in the endless darkness, radiating a fiery and spirited aura. "Where on earth are we?" one companion asked, gazing at the enchanting, otherworldly scene around them, his eyes filled with awe and confusion, sparkling with curiosity and reverence for the unknown. Neza slowly scanned the surroundings, his brow slightly furrowing as a strong sense of vigilance washed over him. "No matter where this is, we must remain alert. The energy fluctuations here are extremely complex, and we have no idea why this crystal ball brought us here or what secrets lie hidden within," he said, gripping his fire spear tightly, the divine power within him flowing like a rushing river, ready to respond to any sudden danger that might arise. They cautiously piloted the ship, moving deeper into the galaxy. Along the way, they were amazed to discover many bizarre and extraordinary celestial phenomena within this galaxy. Gigantic energy storms roared like dragons across the stars, swallowing the once brilliant light of the stars, leaving them dim and lifeless. Mysterious energy bridges, seemingly composed entirely of energy, spanned between the stars, shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, like a magical and mysterious web that the universe had intricately woven, connecting different celestial bodies and tightly binding the entire galaxy together. As they traversed a tumultuous area filled with energy storms, the ship suddenly encountered violent jolts. The lightning within the energy storm lashed out like countless massive whips, striking the ship's shield with deafening sounds. The shield rippled under the powerful impacts, and the energy indicator lights flickered wildly, indicating that the shield was nearing its limit and could be completely destroyed by the raging storm at any moment.
Everyone, hold steady. Quickly adjust the shield's energy output, we must break through.
Neza shouted, gripping the control stick tightly, fully focused on piloting the ship, skillfully maneuvering like a small boat navigating through the storm's gaps. His companions sprang into action, some operating the energy systems with all their might, while others cast powerful spells to reinforce the shield. Through their tense and urgent cooperation, the ship finally managed to pass through the terrifying energy storm zone after enduring countless hardships. However, before they could catch their breath, a massive and terrifying celestial phenomenon suddenly appeared before them, a star that was gradually collapsing. This star, once the most brilliant jewel of the galaxy, radiating endless light and vitality like a cosmic treasure, now resembled a dying elder, exuding a haunting beauty of destruction in its final moments. The star's immense mass was continuously collapsing inward under the force of gravity, forming an incredibly deep gravitational vortex, mercilessly swallowing the surrounding light, as if it were an entrance to hell.
We must steer clear of it.
That gravitational vortex is far too dangerous. One misstep, and we could be swallowed whole, one companion said anxiously, his eyes filled with worry and fear. Neza nodded slightly. Just as he was about to adjust the ship's course, they suddenly detected some unusual energy signals near the collapsing star. These energy signals bore some resemblance to those they had detected in the Dark Force's energy fortress, but were more obscure and complex, as if they were secret signals from the Dark Forces hiding in the depths of the universe.
Could the Dark Forces be active here as well? Neza's heart tightened suddenly, an ominous premonition clouding his mind.
He decided to approach cautiously to observe and see if he could uncover more clues to unravel this mystery. They carefully approached the direction of the anomalous energy signals, maintaining a safe distance from the collapsing star, as if edging toward a volcano that could erupt at any moment, ready to be consumed by its molten lava. As they drew closer to their target, they finally spotted a massive and menacing dark warship. This ship resembled a gigantic and grotesque black beetle, its shell covered in sharp spikes and mysterious runes, exuding a strong and evil dark aura, as if it were a demon ship sailing from the depths of hell. Surrounding the warship were several small flying vessels, moving like phantoms in the darkness, vigilantly observing everything around them, as if they were the guardians of the dark warship, ready to attack any approaching targets. Indeed, it is the Dark Forces. It seems they have some nefarious purpose here. We must thwart their plot, Neza said quietly, a flicker of anger and determination in his eyes, as if a blazing fire burned within him. They quietly hid behind a small asteroid, carefully observing the movements of the dark warship. After a period of covert observation, they discovered that the dark warship seemed to be extracting a special energy from the collapsing star. This energy was collected by a special device and then transmitted through complex energy conduits into the interior of the ship, as if the Dark Forces were using this dying star to inject powerful energy into their warship to carry out their evil plans. They are collecting the energy of this collapsing star for their invasion plan. We cannot allow them to succeed, Neza declared, his fists clenched, filled with unwavering resolve, his gaze sparkling with steely determination. His companions nodded in agreement, and they began to secretly devise a battle plan. Given the dark warship's enormous size and formidable defenses, a direct frontal assault was clearly unwise, as it could lead to their annihilation. They decided to first secretly disable the small flying vessels surrounding the warship to weaken its outer defenses, then seek an opportunity to attack the energy collection device, cutting off its energy source and leaving this evil warship powerless and paralyzed. Their actions began quietly, with Neza piloting the ship like a nimble cheetah toward the small flying vessels surrounding the dark warship. Utilizing his exceptional piloting skills and keen observational abilities, he used the asteroid belt as cover to approach his target stealthily. When he got close enough, he suddenly surged out from behind an asteroid, and his fire spear unleashed a powerful stream of flame energy, striking one of the small flying vessels directly like a blazing dragon. That vessel exploded instantly under the fierce attack, bursting into a dazzling firework display, remarkably eye-catching in the dark universe. His companions launched their attacks as well, casting various magical spells and weapons in perfect coordination with Neza. In an instant, the small flying vessels around the dark warship fell into chaos, fleeing in all directions like scared mice. Neza and his companions gave them no opportunity, swiftly destroying them one after another, severely crippling the dark warship's outer defenses. Having successfully dealt with the small flying vessels surrounding the dark warship, they began to direct their attacks toward the warship's energy collection device. However, the Dark Warship's defense systems were extraordinarily strong. As they approached, its weapon systems activated, launching beams of dark energy toward them like arrows of fury, attempting to turn them into pincushions. Neza and his companions dodged the attacks from the dark energy beams while searching for weak points in the warship's defenses. In the heat of the battle, Neza suddenly noticed a relatively weak area in the energy shield near the energy collection device. It seemed that due to the energy transmission requirements, the shield's strength had decreased, creating a vulnerability in the warship's defenses.
Everyone, concentrate fire on that area. This is our chance.
Neza shouted, piloting the ship like an arrow loosed from a bow toward the target area, simultaneously unleashing powerful divine energy to enhance the ship's attack strength. His companions also gathered their powers, launching a fierce assault on the warship's weak point like a surging tide.
Through their combined efforts, the Dark Warship's energy collection device was finally completely destroyed in a violent explosion.
The warship sustained heavy damage and began to shake violently. Its once stable dark aura became chaotic, as if a wounded beast was struggling in agony.
Now's the time. Let's keep attacking, we can't let it recover.
Neza shouted without hesitation, continuing to pilot the ship to launch fierce attacks against the Dark Warship. His companions followed suit, seizing this rare opportunity to unleash an even fiercer onslaught against the Dark Warship, like a group of enraged warriors charging toward their enemy in a final assault. The dark forces aboard the warship began to panic, attempting to activate backup systems for defense, but Neza and his companions' attacks were too swift. They could not organize an effective resistance in time. Under the relentless assault, the Dark Warship's hull began to crack, dark energy leaking from the fissures, as if the ship were groaning in pain, crying out to the universe about its defeat and despair. However, just as they thought victory was within reach, the Dark Warship suddenly emitted a powerful and terrifying energy pulse. The force of this pulse was unimaginable, instantly throwing Neza and his companion's ship away, as if they were hurled into the depths of the universe by a tremendous force. The ship sustained severe damage from the force of the energy pulse, several critical systems malfunctioned, and the propulsion power dramatically decreased, as if a wounded warrior was struggling on the battlefield.
Is everyone okay? Neza anxiously inquired after stabilizing the ship.
His companions responded, indicating they had sustained minor injuries but were fine. However, the extent of the ship's damage exceeded their expectations. If they did not repair it quickly, they would fall into dire straits, unable to continue their mission. Just as they prepared to make repairs, the Dark Warship seemed to sense their predicament, like a beast that had detected the weakness of its prey, starting to adjust its posture in preparation for a final, deadly attack. The cannon of the Dark Warship glowed ominously once again, the aura of death enveloping Neza and his companions like dark clouds, as if the Grim Reaper was beckoning them, waiting to drag them into the abyss of hell.
What do we do?
We can't avoid this. How can we respond to this final crisis? A companion said nervously, fear and despair evident in his eyes, as if lost in darkness. Neza stared intently at the Dark Warship's cannon, which was gradually charging, a glint of determination and resolve flashing in his eyes, like a beacon burning in the dark.
We cannot sit idly by. Even if it costs us our lives, we cannot let them succeed. We must find a way to break through this crisis. He infused the power of the heart of the universe into his fire spear once more. The spear seemed to be endowed with boundless strength in an instant, the tip glowing with brilliant light, as if illuminating the dark universe completely. Just as the Dark Warship was about to unleash its final attack, a mysterious and dazzling beam of light suddenly shot in from the depths of the galaxy, like lightning. This light pierced the Dark Warship's solid defenses in an instant, directly striking its core. The Dark Warship erupted in a tremendous explosion under the impact of this mysterious light, the explosion illuminating the entire galaxy like the most magnificent fireworks, as if the universe were cheering for justice and applauding the brave warriors. Neza and his companions were astonished by this sudden turn of events, filled with confusion and shock, unsure of what had just happened. After the light faded, they saw a massive ship radiating 7 colored lights slowly approaching them like an angel. This ship had a beautiful and mysterious shape, resembling the most perfect artwork in the universe, its hull adorned with ancient and mystical runes and patterns, each rune seemingly containing infinite mysterious power, as if it were a messenger from the depths of the universe. As the massive ship drew closer, a gentle and warm light enveloped Neza and his companion's ship, like a mother's embrace comforting their wounded souls. Under the influence of this light, their ship began to self-repair, the damaged systems swiftly returned to normal, and energy levels were replenished, as if they had been reborn. What is happening?
Is this ship a friend or foe? One companion asked, puzzled, his eyes filled with caution and unease, as if facing an unknown monster. Neza gazed at the massive ship, filled with curiosity and vigilance, as if confronting a great mystery. No matter whether it is friend or foe, we should observe its intentions before making any decisions, he said slowly, his eyes sparkling with wisdom, as if contemplating a significant decision. The massive ship gradually came to a stop before them, and a beam of light extended from the ship, connecting to Neza and his companion's ship. A mysterious and authoritative voice resonated in their minds, "Brave warriors, welcome to the Illumination Galaxy. We are the Guardians of Light, who have been waiting for your arrival. We sensed your courage and determination, and we wish to assist you in fulfilling your mission to protect the peace and tranquility of the universe." Neza and his companions exchanged glances, surprise and gratitude flickering in their eyes, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. "Regardless of whether you are friend or foe, we appreciate your help. We are engaged in a fierce battle with the dark forces, and we need your strength and support," Neza declared, his eyes shining with determination as if pledging his resolve to the Guardians of Light. The Guardians of Light responded with a voice as beautiful as divine music. "We have existed since the dawn of the universe, and our mission is to protect the balance and order of the cosmos. We know you are fighting for the peace of the universe, and your courage and determination have deeply moved us. We will offer you assistance. The ship will accompany you to complete your mission. It possesses powerful abilities and advanced technology to help you gain an advantage in battle. But remember, the fate of the universe rests in your hands. You are the last hope, and you must face all challenges bravely and never retreat." Neza and his companions felt the weight of responsibility upon them, yet there was no hint of retreat in their hearts. They were filled with a desire for peace and a deep-seated hatred for the dark forces. They boarded the vibrant ship radiating 7 colors, resolutely heading towards the first dark stronghold marked on the cosmic map. They knew an even fiercer battle awaited them in the depths of the universe, and they had to be prepared to face all challenges, fighting for the peace of the universe until the very end. In the heart of the Dark Fortress, Neza and his companions confronted the Dark King, a vivid embodiment of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. The dark energy unleashed by the Dark King surged toward them like a roaring black tsunami, overwhelming in its might, as if threatening to drag the entire vast universe into an endless abyss of darkness, sending chills down their spines. Holding the blazing fire-point spear, the flames at its tip burned fiercely in the dark environment, resembling a red lotus standing proudly against the night. Even in darkness, it defiantly radiated its own light. His gaze was as resolute as forged steel as he let out a thunderous roar, "Do not be so arrogant. We are the brave warriors guarding the universe, and we will never allow your evil schemes to succeed." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, charging headlong into the oncoming torrent of dark energy. His companions quickly followed suit, each unleashing their unique powers in pursuit of Neza. In an instant, brilliant light erupted in the dark space, akin to beams of hope colliding violently with the dark energy. Amidst the flashes of light, the explosive sounds boomed like thunder, as light and darkness intertwined and tore at each other, resembling a brutal and breathtaking struggle between two extreme forces in the universe. The powerful impact caused the dark fortress to tremble violently, with stones from the walls falling like snowflakes, filling the entire space with this devastating force, as if it could collapse at any moment. Seeing this, the Dark King let out a maniacal laugh, a laugh that echoed like a demon's roar from hell, painfully ringing in their ears. "You insignificant beings, akin to ants, dare confront me? It's utterly foolish, a path to self-destruction." With that, he intensified the output of dark energy, the black mist billowing from his body like a rolling cloud of smoke, growing thicker and more intense, resembling a gigantic black monster clawing its way toward Neza and his companions, as if to swallow them whole. Neza felt the overwhelming pressure like towering mountains weighing down on him, nearly suffocating him, yet his gaze remained unwavering, still as firm as steel. He gripped the fire-point spear tightly, channeling the heart of the universe's tremendous power into it continuously. Each swing of the spear created a brilliant arc of fire that seemed alive, dancing in the darkness. As the spear tip made contact with the dark energy, the flames and darkness devoured one another, producing crackling sounds, and the sparks flew up like brilliant meteors lighting up the dark space for an instant. His companions also utilized their abilities, some summon enormous light shields, their runes glowing with mysterious light, like protective symbols shining brightly. They attempted to use these shields to block the fierce impact of the dark energy. The shield trembled slightly under the dark encroachment, yet it steadfastly held the line, like a lighthouse in the darkness, radiating a strong and unyielding light to fend off the encroaching darkness. Others cast powerful spells, beams of light shooting like sharp swords toward the Dark King, slicing through the darkness with righteous fury, as if intent on slaying the Dark King entirely. Some relied on their agile movements, weaving effortlessly through the gaps in the dark energy, like nimble fish searching for opportunities in turbulent currents, aiming to strike at the Dark King's vital spots with lethal precision. However, the Dark King's power was overwhelmingly formidable, and each of his counterattacks crashed into them like massive waves pounding against rocky shores, gradually wearing down Neza and his companions. The dark energy acted like venomous fangs, continuously eroding their strength, causing their attacks to slow down, as if they were mired in a thick swamp, unable to extricate themselves. Their defenses began to show cracks, fissures appeared on the light shields, and the brilliance of their spells dimmed, as if they could extinguish at any moment. Everyone, hold on.
We are the last hope of the universe, and we cannot give up like this.
Neza shouted hoarsely, trying to rally his companions' spirits and keep them from being defeated by the dire situation before them. But he knew in his heart that if things continued like this, they would undoubtedly be defeated. They had to find the Dark King's weakness to seek a glimmer of hope in this desperate situation. In the heat of battle, Neza's gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, closely watching the Dark King's every move. He keenly noticed that whenever the Dark King prepared to unleash a more powerful attack, the black mist surrounding his body would momentarily thin out, especially around his chest, resembling a ray of light in the darkness.
Though weak, it offered them their only chance. Pay attention to his movements.
When he prepares to launch a powerful attack, the mist will thin. That could be his weakness.
Neza quickly communicated this crucial information to his companions.
Upon hearing this, the spirits of his companions were lifted, and the fire of hope reignited in their eyes. They focused intently on the Dark King, waiting for that critical moment. Sure enough, it wasn't long before the Dark King raised his hands high, preparing to unleash a massive dark shockwave. The black mist around him rapidly converged toward his hands, while the mist at his chest thinned, revealing a faint outline, as if a crack in the darkness allowed them to glimpse a ray of hope.
Now's the time.
Neza seized the moment, gathering all his strength and transforming into a streak of light as he charged toward the Dark King's chest. His form was like a burning meteor, slicing through the dark expanse with unstoppable momentum. His companions also launched their attacks simultaneously, a torrential downpour of light and energy cascading toward the Dark King.
For a moment, the entire space was filled with this brilliant and powerful assault, resembling the most dazzling fireworks in the universe.
The Dark King sensed their intentions, but it was already too late.
Neza's fire point spear struck first at the weak point in his chest, and the immense divine power and the strength of the heart of the universe surged into the Dark King's body like a volcanic eruption. Following that, the attacks from his companions came like a tidal wave, striking heavily against the Dark King, eliciting a pained roar from him. His body trembled violently under the onslaught, the black mist becoming chaotic, swirling like storm clouds ravaged by the wind, dancing madly on this cosmic stage. This was the first time they had inflicted such significant damage on the Dark King, and for Neza and his companions, the dawn of victory seemed to break through the dark sky. However, the Dark King was one of the most evil and powerful entities in the universe. He quickly recovered from the pain, his eyes glowing with intensified red light, a fire of anger and murderous intent that seemed poised to scorch the entire universe. How dare you hurt me? I will make you pay dearly.
The Dark King roared, his body undergoing a remarkable transformation. The black mist around him began to swell like a vortex, completely enveloping his form, gradually morphing into a gigantic sphere of darkness. The energy within that dark sphere surged violently, as if it harbored the power to destroy the entire universe, its fluctuations causing the surrounding space to twist and contort, as if the very order of the universe was beginning to collapse under this force. Neza and his companions watched the massive dark sphere warily, fully aware that an even more terrifying attack was about to come.
Everyone be careful. Prepare to defend.
Neza shouted, simultaneously expanding the power of the heart of the universe to form a resilient yet gentle protective membrane around them. This membrane glimmered like a transparent eggshell, emitting a soft and sturdy light, as if it were the strongest barrier in the universe, resisting the oppressive force emanating from the dark sphere. Suddenly, the dark sphere unleashed an ultra-powerful dark shockwave, which swept through the area like a gigantic black scythe, devouring everything in its path. It was as if all existence became fragile before this shockwave, like straw cut down by the scythe. The shockwave swept across the dark fortress, reducing the walls to rubble as if they were mere paper, with debris flying like cannonballs, filling the entire space with this devastating force, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Neza and his companion's protective membrane shook violently under the impact of the dark shockwave, like a lone boat struggling in turbulent winds and waves, on the verge of being swallowed by the surging tide. They clenched their teeth, doing their utmost to maintain the stability of the protective membrane while bearing immense pressure. The force of the shockwave felt like countless sharp blades relentlessly assailing their bodies and spirits, making them dizzy and experiencing excruciating pain, as if their very souls were being torn apart by the dark power, and they felt that they could be utterly destroyed at any moment.
We cannot be defeated.
Neza roared, merging his will with the power of the heart of the universe, igniting a beacon of light in the darkness as he fought against the shockwave's onslaught. Inspired by his determination, his companions held the last line of defense, their eyes filled with unyielding resolve, like the most steadfast stars in the universe, shining their light in the darkness.
After a long and arduous struggle, the power of the dark shockwave finally began to wane.
Neza and his companions breathed a sigh of relief, as if they had just clawed their way back from the brink of death, but they understood that this battle was far from over. The Dark King remained an insurmountable threat before them, and they had to stay vigilant, ready to face new challenges at any moment. After releasing the powerful dark shockwave, the dark sphere reformed into the shape of the Dark King. He appeared unscathed from the earlier attack, and instead seemed even more ferocious and violent, with the dark aura around him emanating a suffocating presence, as if a demon from the depths of darkness had returned to the mortal realm.
Your resistance is futile. Now, accept your death. The Dark King proclaimed, launching another attack.
He extended his hands, gathering dark energy in his palms to form two massive black vortices.
The vortices emitted terrifying suction forces, resembling two black holes in the universe, intent on sucking everything into them, casting the entire universe into endless darkness.
Neza and his companions attempted to evade the pull of the black vortices, but they were horrified to find that no matter how they moved, the black vortices followed them, as if an invisible hand had gripped them tightly.
No matter how they struggled, they could not break free.
Moreover, as time went on, the suction grew stronger, pulling their bodies closer to the black vortices, as if they were trapped in an inescapable nightmare, with the shadow of death approaching step by step.
Everyone, don't let yourselves be sucked in.
Neza shouted, striving to steady himself while thrusting the fire-point spear toward the black vortex in an attempt to break its pull. However, the power of the spear vanished without a trace before the vortex, devoured completely as if facing an unbeatable foe. His companions also tried various methods to resist the suction, but with little success. Their bodies were gradually drawn closer to the black vortex, danger closing in step by step, and the shadow of death loomed over them, as if they had reached the end of their lives.
At this critical moment, Neza suddenly recalled the information about cosmic energy he had seen aboard the illusory light spaceship. An idea sparked in his mind. He realized that darkness and light were two opposing forces in the universe. If they could find a way to balance them, they might just be able to counter the suction of the black vortex. Listen to me.
Let's try to merge the powers of light and darkness together, to find a balance to counter the suction. Neza shouted, his voice ringing like a trumpet of hope in the dark space, bringing a glimmer of light to his companions. Though the companions were somewhat puzzled, they placed their trust in Neza. They began to attempt, as Neza suggested, to merge their light powers with the surrounding dark energy. This was an extremely dangerous process, as the powers of light and darkness clashed like oil and water. A slight misstep could result in an explosive release of energy that would obliterate them. But they did not give up. They carefully adjusted the balance of their powers, like dancers walking on a tightrope, each step fraught with peril and risk.
After many attempts and explorations, they finally found a subtle balance.
When they released this balanced power, they discovered that the suction of the black vortex weakened significantly, as if it encountered an insurmountable barrier, unable to pull them in further.
We did it! Let's keep going! Neza exclaimed excitedly, his eyes sparkling with the light of victory.
Utilizing this balanced power, they gradually broke free from the black vortex's pull, like birds escaping from shackles, regaining their freedom to soar through the dark universe. The Dark King, witnessing this scene, displayed a look of surprise. He clearly did not expect Neza and his companions to discover a way to counter the black vortex.
Do you think you can escape from my grasp like this?
The Dark King snorted coldly, altering his strategy to merge the two black vortices into one, creating an even larger vortex with an even stronger pull. At the same time, he surrounded the vortex with a layer of dark energy shield, which acted like a solid wall, preventing Neza and the others from breaking the suction again. Neza and his companions felt a new crisis. The suction of this super black vortex was several times stronger than before, and the balanced power they had just found seemed insignificant before it, like an ant trying to shake a tree, entirely inadequate to resist it. We must find a way to break that shield, and then destroy the black vortex. Neza said with determination, his gaze unwavering, filled with the resolve to conquer the darkness, like the most steadfast star in the universe shining defiantly in the dark. They began to search for flaws around the black vortex and the shield. In a tense observation, Neza noticed that although the shield was powerful, the energy fluctuations at the point where it connected to the vortex were somewhat unstable, perhaps due to the imperfect fusion of the two powers, resembling a seemingly solid dam with cracks, indicating a possible breach. Let's concentrate our attacks on the connection between the shield and the vortex, that's likely the breakthrough point. Neza relayed his discovery to his companions. His companions sprang into action, gathering their strength once more to launch a fierce assault on the target area. Various beams of light and energy shot toward the connection between the shield and the vortex like a rain of arrows. Under the powerful attacks, a crack appeared at the connection, a glimmer of hope shining like dawn in the darkness. "Keep attacking," Neza urged, and they seized the opportunity to relentlessly strike at the crack. With their continued assaults, the crack widened, resembling a broken spider's web, gradually extending across the darkness. Ultimately, the shield shattered in an explosion of energy, with fragments flying like meteors, reminiscent of fireworks bursting in the universe. "Now, destroy that black vortex," Neza cried, pursuing the victory, as he heightened the flames of the firepoint spear to their pinnacle, the flames at the tip shining as brilliantly as the sun. With unstoppable momentum, he charged toward the black vortex, his form like a burning lightning bolt cutting through the dark expanse. His companions followed suit, pouring all their strength into attacking the black vortex, their eyes filled with determination, as if they aimed to eradicate the darkness entirely. Under their united assault, the black vortex began to waver. The dark energy within the vortex became chaotic, its orderly rotation turning disordered, and the suction gradually weakened, as if it were a machine losing control, its power diminishing. "Push harder," Neza shouted, releasing all the power of the heart of the universe, merging it with the strength of the firepoint spear. The spear transformed into a blinding beam of light, plunging straight into the center of the black vortex. Wherever the light beam struck, the dark energy dissipated without a trace, as if light had penetrated the darkness, allowing a hint of brightness to emerge within the dark space. Simultaneously, his companions unleashed their strongest attacks, various beams of light and energy converging into a powerful force, crashing against the black vortex like a surging tide. Through their collective efforts, the black vortex finally could not withstand the assault. With a tremendous explosion, it erupted. The dark energy spread like a tidal wave, triggering a series of chain reactions, and the entire dark fortress crumbled into ruins under the shock of the explosion. Massive stones shattered, dust filled the air, creating a scene reminiscent of the apocalypse, evoking shock and despair. The Dark King was also severely wounded by the explosion of the black vortex. His body was battered by the powerful energy, the black mist around him growing thin and chaotic, flickering like a candle in the wind, as if the evil power was gradually dissipating. You wretched fools!" The Dark King roared in anger, but his voice lacked the previous authority, revealing a hint of weakness, as if he were a giant about to fall, struggling in his last moments. Though Neza and his companions were also injured in the explosion, seeing the Dark King wounded ignited their fighting spirit. Flames of victory burned in their eyes, as if they saw the hope of finally vanquishing the darkness, shining like the most brilliant stars in the universe, radiating their indomitable light in the dark. "We will now completely eradicate you," Neza shouted, charging toward the wounded Dark King with his companions, their figures resembling messengers of justice, launching their final assault on the source of evil, as if they aimed to expel the darkness from the universe entirely. However, just as they approached the Dark King, he suddenly revealed a sinister smile. He opened his mouth and spat out a black orb. The orb exuded a dense aura of darkness, as if it contained the dark power of the entire universe, its energy fluctuations causing the surrounding space to tremble, as if a black hole was devouring everything around it. "Since you wish for my death, then let us perish together," the Dark King cackled, pouring all his strength into the black orb. The orb rapidly swelled, distorting the surrounding space with its dark energy, bending light around it as if it were trapped in a massive black hole, evoking feelings of despair and fear. "This is bad. He's going to self-destruct," Neza realized with a shock, understanding that the Dark King intended to use his final power to take them down with him. If this black orb exploded, the resulting destructive energy would affect the entire star system, possibly having immeasurable consequences for the universe, leading to a cosmic disaster. They attempted to escape the blast radius of the black orb, but in horror, they found that the surrounding space had been sealed off by dark power, making escape impossible. They felt like prey trapped in a cage, waiting for death. The surging dark energy storm rampaged through the vast expanse of the cosmos, resembling gigantic black pythons twisting and coiling through the boundless universe. This storm contained incredibly powerful dark forces, as if invisible giant hands were distorting the surrounding space, causing even straight lines of light to twist and blur. Wherever the dark energy storm passed, the once resilient atmospheres of planets were ruthlessly torn apart, and satellites were swept away like fragile toys, instantly reduced to dust under the ferocious power. Neza and his companions piloted their advanced spacecraft, navigating through this chaotic and perilous star system with great difficulty. Their craft shook violently under the intense impacts of dark energy, resembling a leaf tossed about in a storm. However, through their indomitable will and exceptional piloting skills, they did everything they could to maintain the balance of their vessel, refusing to be swallowed by the raging storm.
Everyone, be careful. These dark energy storms seem to follow some elusive pattern. We mustn't be easily drawn into them.
Neza urgently reminded his companions through the communicator. His keen gaze, sharp as a sword, closely monitored the storm's movements, attempting to find a safe path through the chaos to lead everyone successfully through this dangerous area. While evading the dark energy storms, they stumbled upon the wreckage of space stations severely eroded by dark power.
These stations, once significant in the star system, now lay in ruins, with twisted metal frames and flickering dark energy nodes, resembling cursed remains exuding a chilling aura.
Let's check it out. Perhaps we can find some clues about the dark forces from these wrecks, Neza suggested, furrowing his brow, a determined light flickering in his eyes as he piloted the craft closer to a larger wreckage. As they approached the debris, the spacecraft's detection system suddenly blared with sharp alarms, indicating powerful energy fluctuations in some unidentified objects surrounding the wreck. Neza and his companions' hearts raced as they heightened their vigilance, fully preparing for combat. Suddenly, a swarm of dark creatures surged from the wreckage like a tide. These dark beings varied in form. Some resembled demons with black wings, exuding a pungent sulfuric odor, as if they had crawled out of hell. Others were giant black spiders, their bodies covered in sharp spikes and eyes glimmering with an eerie light, akin to monsters from a realm of darkness. They lunged at Neza and his companion's spacecraft, shrieking piercingly as if declaring death upon them.
Prepare for battle.
Neza shouted, skillfully controlling the spacecraft's weapon systems.
Powerful beams of laser shot forth like lightning, reducing the approaching dark creatures to ashes.
Concurrently, the fire-point spear in his hand erupted in flames, roasting those dark beings attempting to close in on them. His companions also unleashed their unique abilities. Some cast powerful magical shields to fend off the dark creatures' attacks, while others used telekinesis to hurl the dark beings away. Still, others invoked mysterious attack spells, engaging in fierce combat with the dark creatures. In an instant, the area around the spacecraft was filled with flickering lights, explosions, and cries of battle, creating a chaotic and intense battlefield. The dark creatures were numerous, relentlessly assaulting the spacecraft's defenses, attempting to breach the line and infiltrate the interior. Neza and his companions faced immense pressure, but they remained steadfast, fighting desperately against the dark beings.
During the battle, Neza noticed that the dark creatures seemed to be controlled by the dark energy nodes within the wreckage.
Each time they attacked the dark beings, the glow of those energy nodes intensified, and the dark creatures became more frenzied and ferocious, as if infused with newfound strength.
We need to find a way to destroy those dark energy nodes.
Only then can we fully break free from the control of these dark beings,
Neza declared with a determined glint in his eyes.
They began to adjust their tactics, with part of the group continuing to fend off the dark creatures while the others sought opportunities to attack the dark energy nodes. Neza seized the moment, piloting the spacecraft toward a larger dark energy node.
He infused the power of the heart of the universe into the weapon system of the craft and launched a powerful attack. As a dazzling light flashed, the dark energy node exploded, releasing a wave of powerful energy. The surrounding dark creatures were thrown into chaos, their movements slowing as if stunned by the overwhelming force of the energy shockwave. Effective. Everyone, keep attacking the other nodes,
Neza shouted excitedly, his eyes shining with the light of victory. They pressed the advantage, destroying the dark energy nodes one by one within the wreckage.
As the last node was destroyed, the dark creatures seemed to lose their control, scattering in all directions and vanishing into the dark universe. We succeeded, but we must not let our guard down.
There may be other dangers lurking within this wreckage, Neza said with a serious expression, fully aware that this victory was only temporary and that more challenges and unknowns awaited them. They continued their exploration of the wreckage and discovered several encrypted data storage devices and ancient rune records. These devices and records seemed to hide secrets about the dark forces that had ravaged this star system, like a window into the past that allowed them to glimpse some truths about that dark era. One of their companions, skilled in cracking codes, began to decipher the data and runes. After a strenuous effort, they learned that this star system was once a peaceful and prosperous place with a highly developed civilization and advanced technology. However, at some unknown point, dark forces had quietly infiltrated, gradually taking control of key facilities and energy sources in the system, ultimately leading to the entire star system being consumed by dark power, plunging it into endless darkness. It seems the Dark King's plot has been in the works for a long time. We must find a way to stop it quickly, Neza said, his brow furrowed, revealing a hint of worry. They continued deeper into the wreckage and discovered a passage leading into the planet's interior. A thick aura of darkness wafted from the passage, accompanied by low rumbling growls, as if the dark forces were issuing their final challenge to them. This may be the source of the dark power. Let's go down and take a look, Neza said, taking a deep breath, a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he led the way into the passage. The walls of the passage were coated in black slime and strange symbols, radiating an evil energy that sent chills down their spines. They moved cautiously, each step filled with vigilance, fearful of triggering any hidden traps. As they ventured deeper, the low growls grew louder, and the darkness thickened, resembling a bottomless abyss waiting for their descent. At the end of the passage, they finally arrived at a vast underground cavern. In the cavern stood an ancient and mysterious ruin, pulsating with intense dark energy, as if it were the core of the dark forces. The dark energy swirled like fog in the cavern, creating an indescribable sense of oppression and fear.
What is this ruin? Why does it emit such strong dark energy?
One companion asked in surprise, his voice trembling with confusion and fear.
Neza approached the ruin slowly, attempting to sense its energy structure and the secrets contained within.
He noticed a powerful shield surrounding the ruin, the energy fluctuations on the shield different from the dark energy they had encountered before, appearing older and more complex, as if it were a force beyond their comprehension. We need to find a way to break through this shield to enter the ruin for investigation, Neza said, furrowing his brow, a thoughtful light flickering in his eyes. They began to study ways to breach the shield. During their research, they discovered that the shield's energy seemed to resonate with certain energy nodes within the cavern. If they could destroy these energy nodes simultaneously, they might break the shield's defenses and gain access to the ruin. Everyone, split up and find those energy nodes to destroy them, Neza commanded decisively. His companions sprang into action, carefully searching for the hidden energy nodes lurking in the darkness of the cavern. These nodes were concealed in shadowy corners and crevices, difficult to spot, and the cavern also contained traps and small dark creatures that attacked, making their task significantly more challenging. After a tough search and battle, they finally located all the energy nodes. Under Neza's command, they launched simultaneous attacks, taking down the energy nodes one by one. As the energy nodes were destroyed, the shield surrounding the ruin began to flicker uncertainly, resembling a shell on the verge of breaking. Finally, with a powerful surge of energy, the shield vanished without a trace, revealing the mysterious interior of the ruin.
Neza and his companions cautiously stepped into the ruin. The interior was vast, with walls adorned with ancient murals and inscriptions.
The murals depicted an ancient civilization and a mysterious ritual. From the images, it became apparent that this civilization had once attempted to harness a special energy for immortality and immense power, but they inadvertently opened the door to darkness, unleashing terrifying dark forces that ultimately led to their demise. It seems that the greed and ignorance of this civilization caused their downfall, bringing endless disaster to the entire star system. Neza sighed deeply, a hint of regret and reflection in his eyes. At the center of the ruin stood a massive stone platform, upon which rested a black crystal coffin emanating a ghostly light. Surrounding the coffin were complex energy circuits and runes, which flickered as if maintaining a delicate balance.
What's inside this coffin? Why is there such powerful energy?
One companion asked curiously, a mix of anticipation and uncertainty in his eyes. Neza stepped closer, trying to examine the coffin's condition.
As he approached, the runes on the coffin suddenly brightened, and a powerful force surged like a wave, knocking him back.
Everyone be careful, this coffin has strong defenses. We must find a way to break through. Neza steadied himself, a serious look crossing his face.
Just then, a tremendous rumbling echoed through the ruin, as if the entire structure were trembling.
They noticed new passageways opening in the walls, from which poured forth a torrent of dark creatures and dark energy.
This is bad. We've triggered the ruin's defense mechanism.
Neza shouted, a sense of foreboding washing over him. They immediately took up defensive positions, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark creatures and dark energy. These enemies were fiercer and stronger than before, with the dark creatures possessing greater power and the dark energy being more difficult to withstand. They found themselves in unprecedented peril, yet they did not falter, continuing to fight valiantly against the adversaries, seeking opportunities to break through. During the battle, Neza noticed that the dark energy seemed to be converging towards the crystal coffin, seemingly providing energy to enhance its defenses. He speculated that the coffin might be the key to the dark forces within the entire ruin, and if they could break the crystal coffin, they might weaken the dark powers and find a way out of their dilemma.
Everyone, concentrate your efforts on attacking the crystal coffin. We must break it!
Neza shouted, determination shining in his eyes. They fought off the enemies while launching fierce attacks toward the crystal coffin. However, the coffin's defenses were incredibly strong, and their assaults had little effect, instead drawing more dark creatures and dark energy towards them. Just as they found themselves in a hopeless situation, Neza suddenly noticed that the runes on the coffin were fluctuating under the impact of the dark energy. The light of the runes dimmed at certain moments, revealing what seemed to be weak points in the defenses.
Watch for the changes in the runes on the coffin. Attack when they dim.
Neza shouted, a glimmer of realization lighting up his eyes. Following his lead, the companions closely monitored the runes on the coffin. When the runes dimmed again, they concentrated their power and unleashed a powerful assault. This time, their attack managed to inflict some damage on the crystal coffin, resulting in a crack appearing on its surface. As the crack formed, the dark energy surrounding the coffin began to spiral chaotically, causing the dark creatures to momentarily lose their coordination.
Keep attacking!
Neza shouted, seizing the opportunity to continue their assault on the crystal coffin. Through their relentless efforts, the crack in the coffin grew larger. Ultimately, with a loud explosion, the coffin shattered, releasing a torrent of dark energy, but also revealing a soft glow. The dark energy and the gentle light intermingled, creating a peculiar phenomenon. Within the light, they glimpsed the spectral image of an ancient civilization. The figure appeared to be conveying something to them, but the voice was muffled, as if calling out from another world. It seems like he is trying to communicate something important. Let's try to decipher it, Neza said solemnly, realizing this could be key to unraveling the secrets of the star system. They focused their minds, attempting to understand the message conveyed by the spectral image. After much effort, they finally grasped the gist of the message. The ancient civilization, after being consumed by dark forces, had been desperately seeking a way to amend their mistakes and seal away the terrifying dark power. The crystal coffin contained their last hope, a special energy capable of sealing the dark forces. However, due to the overwhelming strength of the dark power, they were unable to complete the sealing, leaving their hopes in the hands of future worthy individuals.
We are the worthy ones they spoke of.
We must utilize this special energy to seal the dark forces within the ruin and save this star system, Neza declared, determination shining in his eyes, filled with a sense of mission. Yet, just as they were preparing to act, the dark powers within the ruin suddenly converged, forming a massive dark demon. This demon towered over them, with enormous horns and blood-red eyes, opening its gaping maw to unleash a deafening roar, as if it intended to swallow them whole.
You foolish beings, how dare you disrupt my plans? I will annihilate you all. The dark demon roared, emanating a terrifying aura that instilled fear.
Neza and his companions faced this sudden, formidable foe without fear or hesitation. They understood that this was the final battle, and they had to defeat this dark demon to save the star system and seal away the dark power.
Come on! We're not afraid of you!
Neza shouted, brandishing the fire-point spear as he charged toward the dark demon.
His companions followed suit, engaging in a desperate struggle against the dark demon.
Neza's fire-point spear lunged at the dark demon, but its body was as hard as iron, leaving only shallow marks on its skin. The dark demon swiped its massive claws at Neza. He dodged skillfully while searching for the demon's weakness. His companions also unleashed their abilities, some casting powerful spells aimed at the demon's eyes in hopes of blinding it, while others attempted to sever its horns to weaken its strength. However, the dark demon was immensely powerful, and their attacks inflicted minimal damage. During the battle, Neza noticed that every time the dark demon attacked, there was a brief energy fluctuation in its abdomen, the apparent focal point of its power.
Everyone, attack its abdomen. That's its weak point. Neza shouted, a gleam of insight in his eyes.
They adjusted their tactics, focusing their strength on the dark demon's abdomen. Under their continuous assault, the abdomen showed signs of damage, and dark energy began to leak from the wound.
"Humph, do you think you can defeat me like this? You're so naive." The dark demon roared angrily, intensifying its attacks.
Dark energy surged from its body, forming arcs of black lightning aimed at Neza and his companions. Neza and his companions dodged the black lightning strikes, but some of them were still injured. Their situation grew more dire, yet they did not give up, continuing to fight fiercely against the dark demon. During one attack, Neza seized the opportunity to channel all the power of the heart of the universe into the fire point spear, piercing toward the dark demon's abdomen. This strike gathered all his strength, the flames at the spear tip shining brightly like the sun.
"Die!" Neza shouted, the spear striking true against the dark demon's abdomen.
The dark demon let out a pained wail as the fire point spear pierced through its abdomen, causing a torrent of dark energy to burst forth from the wound. His companions seized the chance to unleash their attacks, their strikes raining down upon the demon's wound. Under their assault, the dark demon began to sway, its body becoming increasingly ethereal.
Yet it still struggled, attempting to retaliate. "We can't let it recover. Keep attacking,"
Neza shouted, determination gleaming in his eyes. They continued to assault the dark demon, and as time passed, the demon's body shrank, and its dark energy weakened. Eventually, the dark demon completely vanished in a burst of light, as if it had been vanquished by their combined efforts.
With the dark demon's disappearance, the dark powers within the ruin began to dissipate rapidly.
The previously controlled passageways and traps returned to normal, as if a nightmare had finally come to an end.
"We did it!" Neza and his companions cheered, filled with exhilaration and pride at their victory. However, just as they celebrated their triumph, a mysterious portal suddenly appeared within the ruin. The portal radiated vibrant colors, seemingly harboring endless secrets and the unknown.
"What is this?" one companion asked in astonishment, his eyes filled with confusion and curiosity. Neza gazed at the portal, a mixture of unease and curiosity swelling in his heart.
"I don't know, but I feel this portal is not simple. We need to be cautious and not step in recklessly."
They approached the portal carefully, but as they drew near, a powerful suction pulled them toward it.
"Ah!"
Neza and his companions exclaimed, struggling against the force, but it was too strong, and they were unwittingly drawn into the portal.
As they passed through the portal, they found themselves in a completely unfamiliar place.
They were in a vast starry sky, but the colors of the sky were unlike anything they knew. It shimmered with mysterious shades of purple and gold, with stars taking on fantastical shapes, some resembling enormous flowers, others like soaring birds, seemingly a whole new cosmic world. In this mystical starry expanse, they spotted a massive ancient ship. Its shape resembled a sleeping dragon, covered in ancient runes and patterns that emitted mysterious energy fluctuations, as if it were an ancient legend come to life.
"What is this ship? Why is it here?" Neza wondered, curiosity gleaming in his eyes. Just as they prepared to approach the ship for investigation, defensive mechanisms suddenly activated around it. Beams of energy shot from the ship, targeting them. "Be careful!"
Neza shouted, immediately directing his companions to evade the energy beam's attacks. They realized that to board this ancient ship, they first had to breach its defenses.
But these defensive mechanisms appeared incredibly formidable. How would they overcome them? Moreover, what secrets did this ancient ship hide?
All these questions lingered in the mysterious starry sky, waiting for their discovery. Firespear, his senses heightened as a chill ran down his spine. The atmosphere in the chamber felt heavy and oppressive, as if it were filled with a lingering malevolence.
As they stepped further into the room, the mist thickened, swirling around them like a living entity.
Shadows danced within the fog, and the indistinct shapes seemed to pulse with a sinister energy, giving the impression that they were being watched by unseen eyes.
"Stay close, and keep your guards up," Neza instructed, his voice steady despite the tension saturating the air. His companions nodded, tightening their formation as they advanced cautiously.
Suddenly, a guttural growl echoed through the chamber, reverberating off the walls and sending a wave of unease through the group.
The shadows coalesced, and from the depths of the mist emerged grotesque figures that seemed to embody the very essence of darkness.
They had jagged, claw-like appendages and eyes that glowed like embers in the night, filling the air with an overwhelming aura of dread.
"Prepare for battle,"
Neza commanded, raising his fire spear, flames igniting in a brilliant blaze that cut through the gloom.
His companions swiftly followed suit, readying their weapons and spells, their faces set with determination.
The dark creatures lunged forward, their movements swift and deadly. Neza met the first one with a powerful thrust of his spear, the flames consuming the creature in an instant. The others, undeterred, surged forward, their claws slashing through the air with lethal intent.
Focus on their movements. We need to work as a team.
Neza shouted, dodging a swipe aimed at him and countering with a sweeping arc of fire that engulfed another creature. His companions sprang into action, coordinating their attacks with increasing precision. One companion, adept in elemental magic, summoned a barrier of wind that pushed back a group of creatures, while another unleashed a torrent of water that doused the flames of the creatures, causing steam to rise and obscuring their vision even further.
Despite their efforts, the dark creatures continued to swarm them, their numbers seemingly endless.
Neza could feel the weight of desperation creeping in, but he shook it off, focusing instead on his resolve to protect his friends and defeat this looming darkness.
Look for the source of their power, Neza urged. If we can disrupt whatever is fueling them, we might turn the tide. He scanned the chamber, desperately seeking a clue amid the chaos.
His eyes fell upon a pulsating dark orb at the far end of the chamber, nestled among the shadows. It radiated a malevolent energy, drawing the dark creatures to it like moths to a flame.
There! That must be it! Neza exclaimed, pointing toward the orb. If we destroy it, we can weaken their forces.
His companions nodded, rallying around him as they made their way toward the orb, fighting through the throng of dark creatures. With every step, the air grew denser, and the creatures fought harder, but Neza's determination fueled their advance.
Now! Focus all your power on that orb, Neza commanded, raising his spear high. On my mark.
As they neared the orb, the creatures lunged with renewed ferocity, but they pressed on, forming a protective circle around Neza.
3, 2, 1. Now!
He shouted, and they unleashed their collective might. A torrent of energy surged forth, fire, water, wind, and pure willpower converging into a blinding beam aimed at the orb. The impact was explosive, sending shockwaves through the chamber as the orb shattered into 1,000 shards, releasing a wave of dark energy that rippled through the room. The dark creatures shrieked in agony as the energy dissipated, their forms flickering and losing cohesion. Neza and his companions pressed their advantage, striking down the remaining creatures as they dissolved into shadows. As silence fell, the oppressive atmosphere lifted, and the mist began to clear.
Neza looked around, chest heaving with exertion but heart soaring with triumph. We did it! We broke their hold.
But their victory was short-lived. The ground beneath them trembled, and cracks began to form in the walls of the chamber.
We need to get out of here, now,
Neza urged, leading the way back through the now waning mist. They raced back through the passages, the echoes of their footsteps mingling with the distant rumble of the collapsing structure. Just as they reached the entrance, a final tremor shook the chamber, and debris began to fall.
Run!
Neza shouted, sprinting ahead, his companions close behind. They burst through the exit, tumbling into the open air as the chamber behind them erupted into chaos. Gasping for breath, they looked back at the remnants of the dark chamber, now a cacophony of destruction.
What was that place? A companion asked, wide-eyed.
A stronghold of the dark forces, but we've dealt them a significant blow, Neza replied, determination etched on his face.
But we need to keep moving.
The Dark King's schemes are far from over, and we have to uncover the truths hidden within this starship.
With that, they pressed onward, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead in their quest to thwart the dark powers threatening the universe.
In that vast and boundless expanse of space, the dark vortex loomed like an aggressive primordial beast, exuding a chilling aura of darkness that struck fear into the hearts of all. Dark creatures swarmed around it, crashing toward Neza and his companions like a raging tide, wave after wave of them attacking recklessly. Each creature seemed like a demon crawling out from the depths of a terrifying nightmare, their roars deafening, resonating with a force that felt capable of shattering the very fabric of this immense space. Neza and his friends found themselves like a lone boat struggling in the stormy seas, perilously close to being consumed by the endless darkness, their situation extremely dire. Neza gritted his teeth, gripping his gleaming artifact sword tightly, which shone like a steadfast lighthouse in the dark, radiating a reassuring light.
His gaze was as unyielding as an indestructible rock, filled with unwavering courage that defied despair. We are the last line of defense for the universe, we cannot allow this darkness to consume everything.
His voice resonated like a powerful bell, echoing throughout the death-filled space, akin to an inspiring war drum that ignited the fighting spirit within each of his companions. Beside him, his companions displayed their unique characters.
One named Lingfang, agile and decisive, was like a cheetah on the grasslands, full of vitality.
Armed with dual tridents, he darted through the swarm of dark creatures with lightning speed, each swing of his weapons creating a whirlwind of carnage.
Come on, you ugly beasts, taste my power. Lingfeng roared, his tridents transforming into two streaks of cold light, weaving a terrifying net of death in the darkness. There was also a female celestial named Yaoguang, who was gentle and kind, like a clear spring in the mountains. Yet in battle, she exhibited extraordinary resilience. Her ribbon artifact danced like a lively serpent in the air, glowing with a soft yet mysterious light. Though it appeared weak, it contained immense power. Every time the ribbon touched a dark creature, a dazzling flash of light erupted, sending the monsters tumbling back. "We must protect the universe and guard our home," Yaoguang declared, her eyes shining with determination, her voice soft yet filled with boundless strength that seemed to pierce through the darkness. As the fierce battle raged on, Neza fought off the frenzied dark creatures while keeping a close watch on each of his companions. He noticed a young ally named Xiaoyu, whose face showed signs of panic when faced with a massive dark creature. The artifact in Xiaoyu's hands flickered uncertainly, revealing deep fear in his eyes as if the dark creature might devour him at any moment. Neza dashed over, swinging his sword like a flash of lightning, driving the dark creature back. "Xiaoyu, don't be afraid. We fight together," Neza encouraged him. Looking into Neza's eyes, Xiaoyu's fear dissipated, reigniting his fighting spirit. "Okay, I won't back down anymore." In this brutal battle, Xiaoyu gradually overcame his inner fear, his gaze growing steadier, his combat skills improving as he evolved into a brave warrior. However, the power of the dark vortex continued to grow stronger, dark energy wrapping around them like constricting black snakes, attempting to bind them tightly and render them immobile. Neza and his companions felt their bodies growing heavier, their movements slowing as if suppressed by the endless dark power. "This isn't sustainable, we must find a way to break through this predicament," Neza shouted, his hawk-like gaze fixed on the dark vortex, searching for a flaw amid the endless darkness. Suddenly, he keenly observed that the center of the dark vortex displayed a momentary decrease in energy fluctuations when releasing dark energy, akin to a brief calm before a storm. "Everyone, pay attention. There's a weakness at the center of the dark vortex. Let's concentrate all our strength and attack there," Neza yelled. His companions, upon hearing him, wasted no time and unleashed a fierce assault towards the center of the dark vortex. In an instant, the various beams of light emitted from their artifacts converged like a brilliant sun, striding to pierce through the endless darkness toward the vortex's core. The dark vortex roared angrily in response to their attack, as if incensed, and the surrounding dark creatures became even more frenzied, charging at Neza and his companions with reckless abandon, willing to sacrifice themselves to thwart their assault. In that critical moment of their attack on the vortex's center, Lingfeng found himself surrounded by a horde of dark creatures. He wielded his tridents with ferocity, forming a solid defensive barrier, but the sheer number of dark beings began to overwhelm him, pushing him into a corner. "Lingfeng!" Neza shouted, his heart racing with urgency as he wanted to rush to help him, but he knew he couldn't break their attack. If they did, all their previous efforts would be in vain, and they would face an even graver situation. Just as Lingfeng was about to be engulfed by the dark creatures, Yaoguang rushed in, her ribbon weaving through the mass like a dazzling rainbow, pushing back the dark beings surrounding Lingfeng. "Go now!" Yaoguang called out, her eyes filled with concern and determination. Grateful, Lingfeng shared a look with her, and they quickly rejoined the group, continuing their assault on the dark vortex's center. With their combined efforts, a crack finally appeared at the center of the dark vortex. This crack was like a glimmer of hope in the darkness, igniting a flicker of victory in their hearts. But the dark vortex retaliated furiously, releasing a powerful pulling force as if it were a massive black hole trying to consume Neza and his friends, threatening to erase them from existence. "Everyone, steady yourselves," Neza shouted, channeling the power of the heart of the universe to resist the overwhelming pull. His companions also employed their unique abilities, desperately stabilizing themselves against the force. Yet the pull grew stronger, and some of the weaker allies began to be drawn toward the dark vortex as though they were about to be consumed by the endless darkness. "No!" Neza watched helplessly as one companion was sucked into the dark vortex, disappearing into the depths of darkness, filled with rage and sorrow. But he knew he could not let emotions cloud his judgment, he had to remain calm and continue fighting. "We will avenge him. We must destroy this dark vortex," Neza roared, raising his sword once more, gathering all his strength into the blade, and thrusting it toward the crack in the dark vortex. His companions also channeled their full power into the attack, beams of light flaring once more as they aimed to obliterate the dark vortex. With a resounding explosion, the crack widened under their relentless assault, and ultimately, the dark vortex exploded in a dazzling burst of light.
The dark energy scattered like vibrant fireworks, and the force sent Neza and his companions flying backward, their bodies swirling like leaves in the wind before crashing heavily to the ground. After a long moment, the dust began to settle. Neza struggled to rise, his body battered and bruised, yet he gazed resolutely at the spot where the dark vortex had once been. The intense dark aura had dissipated considerably, leaving behind a chaotic scene, as if the aftermath of a fierce battle had just occurred.
Did we succeed?
Xiaoyu asked weakly, his voice filled with exhaustion and uncertainty.
Neza shook his head, a weight in his heart.
Not yet, we've only temporarily weakened its power.
We still have a long way to go to completely eliminate this dark force.
At that moment, they spotted a mysterious crystal sphere emerging from the center of the dark vortex's explosion. The sphere floated in the air, emanating a mysterious light, within which countless images seemed to swirl, containing the secrets of the universe.
What is this? Lingfeng approached curiously, his eyes shimmering with intrigue.
As his hand neared the crystal sphere, a torrent of powerful information flooded into his mind.
He envisioned the origins of the universe, the initial intertwining of light and dark, and the dark force's roots and its countless attempts to consume the cosmos.
This crystal ball is key. It may know how to completely eradicate this dark force, Lingfeng said, excitement and anticipation glowing in his eyes. Neza and the others gathered around, attempting to extract more information from the crystal sphere. Suddenly, the sphere emitted a beam of light that enveloped them all. Within the light, they saw strange images, revealing mysterious locations that seemed to hide the key methods for eradicating the dark force. These places are our hope, we must seek them out, Neza declared, his eyes shining with determination. Just as they prepared to depart, the crystal sphere triggered an alarm. The images displayed that the dark forces had discovered their attack on the dark vortex and were dispatching stronger forces to encircle them.
We must hurry, we can't be caught here,
Yao Guang said anxiously, her eyes revealing her unease. They quickly made their way toward the exit of the ship. Along the way, they encountered some lingering dark creatures and various traps, but leveraging their previous battle experience and the growing synergy among them, they successfully avoided these dangers time and again. Upon reaching the exit, they found it sealed by a powerful barrier of dark energy. The barrier flickered with black lightning, appearing impenetrable, as if it were an insurmountable chasm.
What do? We can't get out,
Xiaoyu said, panic rising in his eyes. Nezet examined the dark energy barrier, contemplating for a moment before stating, let's try using the power of our artifacts, perhaps we can break through it. They once again gathered all their strength and launched a fierce attack against the dark energy barrier. The various lights emitted from their artifacts collided with the barrier, creating a series of thunderous roars, reminiscent of a fierce battle between heaven and earth. The barrier wavered slightly under their assault, but it still remained unbroken, as if it were an unmoving mountain. Just as despair began to set in, the crystal sphere suddenly flew in front of them, releasing a gentle light that merged with their attacks. With this miraculous synergy, the dark energy barrier finally began to crack, eventually shattering completely. They swiftly escaped the ship and returned to their own vessel. However, just as they exited, the ship erupted into a violent explosion. The Dark Forces pursuit squad had arrived, believing Neza and his group were still inside, thus launching their attack.
That was close.
If we had been a moment later, we would have been finished, Lingfeng said, a hint of relief on his face. They piloted their vessel toward the mysterious location indicated by the crystal sphere.
During their flight, they noticed the dark energy in the universe seemed denser than before. Many once beautiful star systems were now shrouded in darkness, as if the entire cosmos was gradually succumbing to endless night.
We must accelerate, we can't let this darkness spread faster, Neza said solemnly, urgency flashing in his eyes. After a long journey, they finally arrived near a mysterious nebula. This nebula displayed a strange array of colors, like countless rainbows woven together, beautiful yet enigmatic, resembling a dreamlike world. Yet they knew that immense danger lurked here, for the crystal sphere had indicated that the key clues to eradicating the dark force lay within this nebula. As they entered the nebula, their vessel's instruments began to malfunction, various signals suffering from intense interference, and the navigation system failed, as if they had entered a mysterious unknown realm. We'll have to rely on ourselves, everyone, be cautious, Neza said, his voice tinged with concern. They navigated carefully within the nebula when suddenly, the surrounding nebula material began to coalesce, forming gigantic humanoid beings. These beings, composed of nebula matter, radiated colorful light, appearing beautiful and mysterious, yet their eyes were filled with hostility, as if they were guardians protecting the secrets of the nebula.
What are these things?
Yao Guang exclaimed, fear evident in her eyes. The humanoid beings launched an attack, employing unique and mysterious methods. Some released beams of colored energy, like rainbows shimmering through the universe, others charged with their massive bodies, akin to moving mountains. Neza and his companions immediately engaged in fierce combat, battling against these enigmatic creatures. During the fray, Neza noticed that the humanoid beings reacted peculiarly to a specific frequency of energy.
Remembering the information from the crystal sphere, he attempted to release that specific energy frequency using his artifact. To his surprise, the humanoid beings slowed in their movements, as if under a spell. Everyone, attack them with this energy frequency! Neza shouted, his eyes gleaming with insight. Following Neza's instructions, the companions adjusted their artifacts to emit the specific energy frequency and launched their attacks against the humanoid beings. Under their combined efforts, the creatures gradually disintegrated, turning into nebula matter and dispersing into the mysterious nebula as if they had never existed. Continuing deeper into the nebula, they finally uncovered a massive energy structure. This structure resembled a colossal sphere woven from light, its surface adorned with complex patterns and symbols that echoed some of the information from the crystal sphere, as if it were a gateway to an unknown world. This must be the place we're looking for, it surely holds the methods to eliminate the dark forces, Neza said excitedly, his eyes shining with anticipation. As they approached the energy structure, they sought to find a way to enter. On the surface, they discovered several energy entry points, but these were protected by a special energy seal, as if it were an insurmountable barrier. We need to break these seals to get inside, Lingfeng stated, determination etched on his face. They began investigating the method to unlock the seals. During their research, they realized that the seal's energy had a subtle connection to the surrounding nebula's energy, as if they were two parts of a whole. By utilizing the energy fluctuations of the nebula, they might discover the key to breaking the seals. After much effort, they finally discerned the method to unlock the seals. They adjusted their energy output in accordance with the nebula's energy wave patterns, successfully unlocking one of the entry points. Upon entering the energy structure, they were stunned by the sight before them. Inside was a massive space filled with various energy crystals and light. These crystals flickered in different colors, each seemingly containing a special power, as if it were a treasure trove of cosmic energy. At the center of the space stood a large platform, upon which lay an ancient book radiating mysterious light. The pages of the book appeared to turn on their own, each turn emitting a powerful energy wave, as if resonating with the heartbeat of the universe. What is that book? Could it hold the key to eliminating the dark forces? Xiaoyu asked, curiosity lighting up his eyes. Cautiously, they approached the platform. When Neza reached out to grasp the book, suddenly, the entire energy structure began to shake violently, as if a volcano were about to erupt. Alarms blared, red lights flashing throughout the space, signaling an impending disaster. We triggered some mechanism. Yao Guang said nervously, fear evident in her eyes. The surrounding energy crystals began to unleash powerful energy attacks, bolts of energy shooting toward them like cosmic thunder. They quickly put up their defenses while searching for a solution. As they dodged the energy attacks, Neza observed that these attacks seemed to follow a specific pattern. Examining closely, he discovered that these patterns bore similarities to some symbols on the pages of the ancient book. Everyone, pay attention to the patterns of the energy attacks, they may relate to that book. We need to evade the attacks according to the sequence of the symbols in the book, perhaps we can find the method to shut down the mechanism, Neza yelled, his eyes sparkling with determination. Following Neza's guidance, the companions focused on the energy attack patterns while evading the fierce onslaught. Amid the tense dodging, they gradually grasped the rhythm of the energy attacks, successfully avoiding most of the assaults. As they mastered the patterns, they identified weak points within the energy attacks. These weak points presented a special rhythm, similar to beats in music. Attack those weak points! Neza shouted, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. They retaliated against the weak points of the energy attacks, and under their combined efforts, the energy structure's assaults began to wane. Eventually, the structure ceased its attacks, and the alarms faded away, as if a nightmare had come to an end. Neza let out a sigh of relief and approached the ancient book once more. Upon picking it up, a powerful stream of information surged into his mind. The book contained records of an ancient ritual, capable of harnessing the light power of the universe to eliminate the dark forces, serving as a beacon of hope against the dark. We found it! This is the method we need! Neza exclaimed, his eyes shining with victory. However, just as they prepared to study how to perform this ancient ritual,
the entrance to the energy structure was suddenly sealed by a powerful dark force.
A familiar voice echoed through the space, "Did you think you could stop me? You're too naive, all of this is part of my plan."
The Dark King's figure appeared at the entrance, his eyes filled with mockery and triumph, as if he were a victorious demon.
"What you found is merely a trap. Now, you will all become my sacrifices, fueling my dark empire." Neza and his companions felt a tightness in their chests, knowing that a more intense battle was about to ensue. Could they defeat this powerful Dark King and complete the ancient ritual to save the entire universe?
Everything was uncertain, and their fate was now pushed toward a new climax, like a lone boat amidst a storm, waiting for the final judgment of destiny. The creatures, resembling enormous metallic insects, descended like a torrential rain, their wing beats echoing like a dense drumroll, signaling the death knell in this enigmatic space. The scraping of their mandibles produced a chilling creak, as if they were passing judgment on Neza and his companions. The metallic sheen on their bodies, reflecting the surrounding energy, glimmered like cold, flowing light, like moving machines of death. Neza's brow furrowed, his expression grave but resolute. He gripped his artifact sword tightly, its brilliance matching the fierce determination in his eyes, standing like an eternal beacon of hope in the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. "No matter how formidable these creatures may be, we cannot allow them to impede our progress," he declared, his voice steady and powerful, each word resonating like a firm oath from his heart. Lingfeng stood beside him, his dual tridents at the ready, his eyes burning with the fire of anger. His impatient spirit craved to charge into the swarm and wreak havoc. These guys looked tough, but were not to be trifled with. He gritted his teeth, speaking rapidly, his muscles twitching with tension like a hunter poised to pounce on its prey. Yaoguang gently caressed the damaged ribbon artifact in her hand, worry etched across her face, yet she remained calm. "Everyone must be cautious, the number of these creatures is overwhelming.
We must maintain a tight formation and watch each other's backs."
Her gentle words carried a soothing power, like a safe harbor amid the storm, instilling a sense of security in them. Xiaoyu clutched the ancient book tightly, fear flickering in his eyes, but he fought to control his emotions. After the earlier fierce battle, he was no longer the easily frightened boy, he had learned to seek hope amidst adversity. "We can definitely defeat them, just like before," he encouraged himself, his voice still youthful but now imbued with a newfound conviction. The swarm surged toward them like a relentless tide, quickly enveloping them.
A metallic insect launched the first attack, darting toward Neza with lightning speed, its sharp mandibles resembling a deadly blade aimed at Neza's throat.
With a swift movement, Neza evaded the lethal strike and countered with a powerful swing of his sword. The artifact sword clashed violently against the insect's metallic shell, sending a spray of brilliant sparks flying, the sound ringing like an intense battle symphony. "These creatures have extremely tough shells. Aim for their joints," Neza shouted, his voice cutting through the cacophony of the swarm. Hearing this, Lingfeng immediately dashed toward a nearby insect like an arrow released from a bow. His tridents pierced toward the insect's leg joints with lightning speed, creating a deep crack under the strain. Without mercy, he swung again, successfully severing one of the insect's legs. The creature lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground, yet it struggled to attack again. Yaoguang cleverly utilized the surrounding energy crystals, weaving energy ropes that slithered through the air like agile snakes.
The ropes accurately wrapped around the wings and legs of several insects, immobilizing them. "Everyone, attack those bound insects!"
Yaoguang shouted, her voice filled with the passion of battle.
Xiaoyu, witnessing his companions fiercely fighting, realized he could no longer hide in the back.
He set down the ancient book, picked up his artifact, and unleashed a powerful energy wave at a restrained insect. The wave struck, leaving a charred mark on its shell, as if branding it with a deep imprint.
The swarm's attacks intensified, sensing Neza and his companions' tactics and altering their approach.
Some insects gathered together to form a massive sphere, rolling toward them. As the sphere rolled, more insects detached from its surface, launching fierce attacks that caught them off guard.
"Everyone, be careful!"
Neza shouted, swinging his sword to slice through the rolling insect sphere. However, the sphere's force was tremendous, his attacks only left shallow marks on the surface, failing to inflict substantial damage.
Seeing Neza in trouble, Lingfeng dashed to his side without hesitation, joining the fight against the insect sphere.
They coordinated their attacks. Lingfeng struck at the base of the sphere to disrupt its rolling balance while Neza aimed for its front, attempting to cleave it apart. Through their combined efforts, the insect sphere began to show signs of weakening.
Some insects fell from the sphere, and its rolling speed slowed.
Seizing the moment, Yaoguang and Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful energy impact toward the sphere, merging their strengths. Under the energy surge, the insect sphere shattered, scattering the insects like leaves in a tempest. However, before they could catch their breath, the swarm launched a new round of attacks. This time, the insects exuded a strange black mist. The mist rapidly enveloped them, blocking their vision and releasing a noxious odor that made breathing difficult, as if it intended to consume their very lives.
This mist is problematic, everyone, hold your breath. Neza warned, urgency in his voice.
He closed his eyes, relying on his keen senses to feel the surroundings and strategize. Lingfeng coughed a few times, tears streaming from his eyes due to the mist's irritation, but he pressed on, filled with rage. These guys are relentless, always pulling out new tricks, he grumbled, frustration evident in his tone. Yao Guang attempted to disperse the black mist with her wind spells, but the mist resisted fiercely, surging toward them instead, as if it aimed to drown them in darkness. Suddenly, Xiaoyu recalled a method of purifying energy mentioned in the ancient book. He focused his energy, transforming it into purifying light and releasing it. The purifying energy spread like a soft glow, gradually dissipating the black mist as if it were being consumed by the light. Once the mist cleared, they noticed the swarm showed no signs of ceasing their attacks. On the contrary, they appeared to be more frenzied, their assault intensity and speed significantly increasing, as if the black mist had aroused their ferocity. In the heat of battle, Neza discerned that the insects seemed to be under the command of a leader hidden within the swarm. He noticed that whenever a larger insect with a slightly different coloration emitted a special signal, the swarm's attacks became even more fierce and targeted.
Everyone, watch that special insect. It's likely the leader. If we defeat it, the swarm may stop attacking.
Neza shouted, his eyes glinting with determination. They began to search for the leader insect within the swarm. In the midst of the chaotic battle, this was no easy task, as the swarm continually obstructed them to protect their leader. Lingfeng was injured by one insect's claw, blood flowing from his arm, yet he paid it no mind, persistently searching for the leader's whereabouts. His gaze was filled with resolve, like an unyielding hunter, vowing not to relent until he found the wretched leader to make it pay for their suffering. I will find the damned leader and make it pay, he muttered, filled with hatred.
Yao Guang grew concerned seeing Lingfeng injured, but knew this was not the time for personal worry.
While fending off the swarm's attacks, she kept a watchful eye for the leader insect, hoping to spot it soon. Xiaoyu, agile and nimble, maneuvered effortlessly between the insects. His heart raced, excitement and tension intertwining as he faced an unprecedented adventure. He understood that the key to this battle lay in locating the leader insect. Only by defeating it could they truly escape this crisis.
Finally, Neza spotted the leader insect at the edge of the swarm.
It was larger than the others, its metallic sheen more dazzling, with a unique horn structure on its head that glimmered with a mysterious light, as if displaying its authority and power to them.
There it is!
Neza yelled, charging toward the leader insect, his sword gleaming with deadly brilliance. His companions, hearing Neza's call, rallied toward the leader insect. The swarm sensed their intent and began to obstruct them frantically, attempting to shield their leader. Yet Neza and the others pressed forward, shattering the defenses of the swarm as they aimed for the leader insect. Neza was the first to reach the leader insect, raising his artifact sword as if it were a flash of lightning aimed at the insect's head. The leader reacted swiftly, flapping its massive wings to create a gust of wind, attempting to blow Neza away. At the same time, it lunged forward with its sharp mandibles, which glinted ominously, as if to rend Neza in two. Neza steadied himself, skillfully avoiding the leader's attack with his advanced swordsmanship and agility, then swung his sword again. This time, the blade struck true, piercing the leader's wing and leaving a deep wound that caused dark blood to flow.
Lingfeng, Yao Guang, and Xiaoyu soon arrived.
Lingfeng's trident struck like thunder at the leader's leg joints, while Yao Guang's ribbon coiled around the leader's mandibles, and Xiaoyu released a powerful energy wave at the horn structure. Under their combined assault, the leader insect was severely injured. It emitted a sharp cry, a sound that seemed to plead for mercy yet was filled with rage and defiance. The swarm, hearing the cry, fell into disarray, losing their leader's command and scattering in all directions.
Keep attacking! Don't let it recover!
Neza shouted, determination burning in his eyes.
They seized the opportunity and continued their relentless assault on the leader insect.
With one final surge of power, the leader insect fell, crashing heavily to the ground, its massive body resembling a fallen mountain, exuding the scent of death. The swarm ceased its attacks, seemingly stunned by the sudden turn of events, vanishing into the vastness of the insect sea.
Neza and his companions exhaled a collective sigh of relief, though they were all utterly exhausted. Each bore wounds, their clothes torn and smeared with dust and blood, resembling weary warriors returning from battle.
We finally won, Xiaoyu said weakly, a faint smile crossing his face, though tiredness lingered in his eyes. Yes, but we cannot linger, we must continue searching for the method to defeat the Dark King, Neza declared, looking toward the ancient book, which still emitted a soft glow, as if urging them to press on and uncover the mysteries of the universe. Just as they prepared to leave the bloody battlefield, the space around them shifted once more. The corpses of the defeated metallic insects began to glow, their light converging to form a massive portal. Strange images flickered within the portal, projecting the essence of a mysterious place in the universe, filled with endless allure and danger.
What is this? Lingfeng asked curiously, stepping closer to the portal. Be careful. Yao Guang warned loudly, but it was too late.
The moment Lingfeng's hand touched the portal, a powerful force pulled him inside, as if he were swallowed by a mysterious power.
Lingfeng! Neza shouted, a wave of strong unease washing over him.
Without hesitation, he raced toward the portal, with Yao Guang and Xiaoyu following closely behind. They were swept into the light of the portal, disappearing into the mysterious space, embarking on a new adventure. As they passed through the portal, they found themselves in a completely new world. This was a vast cosmic ocean, with numerous planets and nebulae floating within it, each differing in color and shape, some resembling brilliant gems, others blooming flowers, creating a dreamlike realm. Yet hidden within this beautiful spectacle was a sense of ominous danger, as if waiting for their arrival, ready to present them with unexpected challenges.
Drifting in this cosmic ocean, they suddenly heard a melodious song.
The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the universe, ethereal and mysterious, calling out to them, compelling them to move toward its source.
Do you hear that song?
Xiaoyu asked, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. That song is strange, we need to be cautious, Yao Guang advised, concern flickering in her gaze.
Neza furrowed his brow, sensing that there might be secrets hidden behind the song, an indescribable danger.
Let's follow the song, but everyone must stay alert and be ready for potential danger, he said, his tone serious. They navigated toward the song's source, noticing that the surrounding planets and nebulae seemed to swirl around a central point, from which the melody flowed. As they neared the central point, they beheld a massive crystal palace. The palace was composed of countless crystal pillars, intricately etched with mysterious runes and patterns, resembling a dream castle built of crystal. The grand entrance stood closed, and the enchanting song emanated from within, as if sharing an ancient tale.
What is this palace? Why does it produce such a song? Lingfeng wondered, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and a desire to explore.
His inquisitiveness was piqued, eager to step into that mysterious palace and uncover its secrets. Just as they prepared to approach the palace doors, the surrounding crystal pillars began to emit a brilliant light. The light coalesced into several towering crystal guardians. These guardians, transparent yet sturdy, appeared to be sculpted from crystal, wielding crystal spears, their expressions cold and imposing, seemingly protecting the palace, forbidding any from drawing near. It looks like we're in for another fight, Neza said, gripping his sword tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that to enter the crystal palace and unveil the secret behind the song, they would need to defeat these crystal guardians and breach their defenses.
Would they succeed? What dangers awaited them in this mysterious realm?
The mysteries of the universe seemed to beckon from within this crystal palace, and their fates continued to unfold on this unknown journey, filled with uncertainty and anticipation. The crystal guardians stood like towering icebergs, emanating a chilling light that formed an unyielding barrier between the adventurers and the crystal palace. Their crystal spears refracted light like cold, cruel eyes, scrutinizing every intruder with an ominous gaze. While their bodies appeared transparent, they were as strong as the most indestructible substance in the universe, each crystal seeming to embody the laws of nature, brimming with awe-inspiring power. Neza's eyes sparkled with determination as he fixed his gaze on the crystal guardians, the artifact sword in his hand trembling slightly, resonating with the formidable energy emanating from the enemies. These creatures are indeed formidable, but we have no choice but to advance with courage, he declared, his voice steady and resolute, each word striking like a hammer against the hearts of his companions, igniting their fighting spirit.
Lingfeng could hardly contain his impatience, his dual tridents whirling through the air with a whistling sound.
Whatever these things are, let's give them a taste of our power. He roared, charging toward the nearest crystal guardian like an enraged bull, his speed astonishing as he streaked across the cosmos under the starlight, resembling a bolt of black lightning.
Yao Guang observed Lingfeng's impulsive move with a furrowed brow, but she understood this was not the time for caution.
The ribbon artifact in her hand danced gracefully, as if alive and ready to respond to the impending crisis. "Everyone, be cautious and work closely together," she advised, her voice like a flowing stream, bringing a rare calmness to the tense atmosphere. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, firmly gripping his artifact. Though fear flickered in his eyes, it was overshadowed by bravery and determination. "We can win this, just like before." His youthful voice, though still somewhat childish, resonated with a conviction that belied his age. Lingfeng was the first to engage the Crystal Guardian. He lunged forward, thrusting his tridents toward the Guardian's legs, hoping to cripple its mobility and halt its attacks. However, upon striking the Guardian's crystal body, his tridents merely rang out with a sharp sound, like hitting the hardest diamond, throwing up sparks but leaving no mark on the Guardian. The Crystal Guardian retaliated, sweeping its spear toward Lingfeng with astonishing speed, the rush of air reminiscent of a roaring gale, threatening to bisect him. Lingfeng's heart raced, yet he showed no fear, only a stubborn determination. He leaped back just in time to avoid the lethal strike. I didn't expect this thing to be so tough." He spat, vowing to find its weakness and bring it down. Neza seized the moment, darting like a wraith to the side of the Guardian. He leaped high, his artifact sword shimmering with brilliant light, resembling a falling star as it aimed for the Guardian's neck. However, upon contact, the blade felt as though it had plunged into thick tar, a significant backlash nearly causing Neza to lose his grip on the sword. Yao Guang and Xiaoyu were not idle, they attacked the Crystal Guardian from different angles. Yao Guang's ribbon flew like a snake, skillfully wrapping around the Guardian's arm, attempting to restrain its movements. Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful energy wave at the Guardian's back, aiming to exploit any vulnerability. But the Crystal Guardian seemed well prepared for their assaults, sending a powerful shockwave from its body that easily dispelled Yao Guang's ribbon and neutralized Xiaoyu's energy wave. "These creatures are too powerful, and it seems they can anticipate our attacks," Yao Guang said, her brow furrowing as beads of sweat formed on her forehead, a sign of the mounting pressure. "We can't attack blindly, we must find their weaknesses," Neza insisted, carefully observing the movements of the Crystal Guardians. In the heat of battle, Neza suddenly noticed that whenever the Guardians attacked, the energy within their bodies would concentrate and flow at specific key points. During these moments, subtle changes in light would appear, like mysterious veins hidden within the crystal. "Everyone, pay attention to the energy flow within their bodies, that is likely their weak point," Neza shouted, his voice cutting through the tension of battle. His companions focused intently on the energy patterns of the Crystal Guardians. Lingfeng spotted an opening during one Guardian's attack and thrust his tridents toward the most obvious point of energy concentration on its shoulder. This time, the tridents successfully pierced into the joint, causing brilliant sparks to fly and making the Guardian falter slightly. "Effective!" Lingfeng exclaimed excitedly, twisting his tridents to widen the wound and inflict greater damage. Seeing this, the other companions also directed their attacks toward the energy flow points of the Guardians. The battle began to shift subtly, the once invulnerable Crystal Guardians started to show cracks in their defenses. However, the Guardians quickly adjusted to their strategy, synchronizing their movements and forming an impenetrable defensive formation. Their spears created a dense barrier of interlocking strikes, trapping Neza and his companions within, while their interconnected energy dramatically increased their defensive capabilities. "This won't do, we must find a way to break their formation," Neza muttered, his brow furrowed as he brainstormed a solution. Suddenly, Xiaoyu had a flash of inspiration, recalling a method of energy resonance mentioned in the ancient book. If they could identify the frequency of energy connecting the Crystal Guardians and then disrupt it with an opposing frequency, perhaps they could shatter their formation. "I have a plan," Xiaoyu declared excitedly, closing his eyes to focus on sensing the energy frequencies of the Guardians. Amid the chaos of battle, he calmed his mind, attempting to feel the subtle energy waves, as if conversing with the mysterious forces of the universe. After much effort, Xiaoyu finally pinpointed the frequency connecting the Crystal Guardians. He quickly relayed the information to his companions and instructed them to adjust their energy frequencies for interference. Neza, Lingfeng, and Yao Guang followed Xiaoyu's guidance, launching their attacks with the new frequencies. This time, their assaults contained the power of disruption, and upon contact with the Guardians' formation, they achieved the desired effect. The energy connections among the Guardians became chaotic, causing their formation to weaken. "Now's our chance, charge!" Neza shouted, leading the charge toward the vulnerabilities in the Guardian formation, his unwavering figure resembling a sharp sword aimed to pierce through their solid defenses. The companions followed closely, leveraging their coordinated attacks and adjusted powers to break through the Crystal Guardians' defenses, racing toward the entrance of the Crystal Palace. The Guardians attempted to pursue them, but their movements slowed due to the disarray in their energy connections, allowing Neza and his team to approach the entrance unimpeded. Upon reaching the palace doors, the enchanting song grew clearer, whispering secrets of the universe in their ears. The doors were adorned with exquisite patterns that seemed to tell an ancient story of the birth of the universe, the evolution of stars, and the mysterious figures of long-lost creatures. "This door must be hiding a mechanism. We need to open it carefully," Neza said, extending his hand to gently touch the patterns, searching for a way to unlock the secrets within. Just then, the song abruptly ceased, replaced by a low, menacing growl. The patterns on the palace doors began to flicker with eerie light, coalescing into a massive vortex. Out of the vortex emerged a colossal phantom creature, its body seemingly composed of nebulae, with eyes burning like suns, exuding a terrifying aura of oppression. "You intruders dare to desecrate this sacred place? Prepare to face punishment." The phantom creature roared, its voice echoing like thunder, as it opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of scorching energy toward Neza and his companions. They swiftly scattered to evade the onslaught, as the energy struck the ground with explosive force, causing the planets and nebulae in the cosmic ocean to tremble under the impact. Another formidable foe, Lingfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with the fervor of battle. The phantom creature attacked once more, extending its massive claws toward them. As it swung, the space around it seemed to tear apart, creating black rifts that threatened to engulf them whole. Neza swung his artifact sword, meeting the phantom creature's claws head-on. His figure appeared small before the vastness of the creature, yet his eyes shone with unwavering resolve, as if ready to engage this powerful enemy in a final showdown. The sword clashed against the phantom's claws, emitting a dazzling light, but the overwhelming force sent Neza flying back. Lingfeng, Yaoguang, and Xiaoyu quickly rushed forward to catch Neza. Their faces were serious, fully aware of the daunting strength of the foe they faced, knowing they must unite to overcome it. "This phantom creature is too powerful. We need a new strategy," Yaoguang suggested, anxiety shimmering in her gaze. Xiaoyu observed the phantom creature, noting that every time it attacked, the nebula energy within its form briefly scattered and reorganized. He speculated this could be a weakness of the phantom creature. "I found its weakness. We need to strike when its energy is scattered," Xiaoyu exclaimed, determination shining in his eyes. They resumed their fierce battle against the phantom creature, this time closely monitoring its energy fluctuations. When the creature launched an attack, they seized the opportunity to strike its exposed energy dispersal points. Their combined assaults forced the phantom creature to emit painful roars, its form beginning to show signs of instability, as if suffering from immense agony. Yet it remained powerful, continuing to unleash relentless assaults in an attempt to defeat them. During the battle, the phantom creature unleashed a powerful mental shockwave. This mental assault surged towards them like a tidal wave, seeking to disrupt their thoughts and plunge them into chaos. Neza and his companions felt their heads splitting, as if countless needles were stabbing into their minds. Their movements slowed, and confusion clouded their eyes. "Everyone, stay strong. Don't let it control you," Neza shouted through the pain, using the strength of the heart of the universe to resist the overwhelming mental assault, striving to maintain clarity. Lingfeng, Yaoguang, and Xiaoyu also battled against the mental shockwave, encouraging each other, relying on their strong willpower to gradually regain their focus. "We can't let it win, keep attacking," Neza urged, swinging his artifact sword fiercely at the phantom creature. His companions followed suit, intensifying their assaults, knowing that defeating this phantom creature was crucial to unlocking the palace doors and continuing their quest to eliminate the Dark King and save the universe from peril. Through their relentless efforts, the phantom creature was finally defeated under their combined attacks. It dissolved into countless fragments of nebula, scattering into the cosmic ocean, as if it had never existed. With the phantom's demise, the doors of the Crystal Palace slowly opened, the enchanting song ringing out once more, welcoming them. Inside was a brilliant light, hiding countless secrets, as if it were a mysterious passage to the depths of the universe. As they entered the palace, they were awestruck by the sight before them. The interior was a vast space adorned with countless crystals that emitted soft light, resembling twinkling stars illuminating the entire area. At the center of the space stood a massive crystal sphere, within which a swirling nebula contained blurry figures that appeared to be trapped souls. "What is this place? Who are these souls?" Lingfeng asked, curiosity brimming in his eyes. Just as they approached the crystal sphere, images suddenly appeared on the surrounding crystal walls. These images depicted an ancient civilization, once thriving and advanced, mastering technology and mysterious powers, coexisting harmoniously with the universe's energies as if they were the rulers of the cosmos. However, their reckless pursuit of power unintentionally opened the gateway to darkness, releasing the Dark King, plunging their civilization into endless darkness and disaster. So the emergence of the Dark King is closely related to this civilization, Neza said, frowning deeply, filled with reflection. The images continue to shift, revealing how the survivors of this civilization, striving to atone for their mistakes, attempted to seal the Dark King using their soul power. Yet the Dark King was too powerful, and they ultimately failed, only managing to seal part of its power within this crystal palace, while their own souls became trapped here, becoming guardians of the palace. They sacrificed themselves for the universe, Yao Guang said, moved, tears brimming in her eyes. Xiaoyu gazed at the images, determination shining in his eyes. We must fulfill their wishes and completely eliminate the Dark King, restoring peace and tranquility to the universe, he asserted firmly. At that moment, the nebula within the crystal sphere began to spin violently, and the blurred figures emitted cries of anguish. A powerful dark force surged from the sphere, rushing toward them. This is bad, the Dark King's power is about to break free from its seal. Neza shouted, a strong sense of urgency gripping him. Would they be able to thwart the eruption of dark power? How could they harness the ancient civilization's soul power to completely eliminate the Dark King? In this crystal palace filled with mystery and danger, their fate hung in the balance, while the universe's hope teetered on the edge of despair. Would they be able to shoulder this heavy mission and save the universe from catastrophe? The dark power surged forth like a primordial beast that had broken free from heavy chains, roaring out of the crystal sphere with thunderous force. Its pitch-black essence spread through the grand palace, akin to the most corrosive poison in the universe, instantly enveloping the entire structure. The bone-chilling cold and aura of destruction it carried felt like the whispers of death, resolute in its intent to devour all light completely. This force raged like a furious torrent, crashing against the once sparkling crystal walls, which flickered violently under the relentless onslaught of darkness, resembling flickering candles in a storm, at risk of extinguishing at any moment. The fade light seemed to narrate the brutal conflict between light and dark, while the cries of the trapped souls within the crystal sphere grew ever more haunting, piercing the hearts of Neza and his companions like countless needles, reminding them of the severity and cruelty of this battle. Neza furrowed his brow tightly, his eyes ignited with an unyielding flame, reflecting the determination within. He held his artifact sword horizontally in front of him, its radiant glow unwavering under the shroud of darkness, standing like the only solitary star in a darkened sky, proclaiming their resistance against the encroaching shadows. We cannot allow this dark power to rampage unchecked, otherwise, the entire universe will plunge into an abyss of despair. His voice was steady and resolute, a calming anchor amidst the encroaching storm, instilling a rare courage in his companions, allowing them to glimpse a flicker of hope in the overwhelming darkness. Lingfeng clenched his jaw, gripping his dual tridents tightly, the muscles in his arms tensing like coiled snakes ready to strike. His gaze burned with fury, the impatience in his spirit igniting a desire to charge straight into the swarm of insects. Whatever these things are, let's take them down first. He bellowed, resembling an enraged bull as he charged toward the nearest crystal guardian, his speed astonishing as he tore through the cosmic space like a streak of black lightning. Yao Guang observed Lingfeng's impulsive action, her brow furrowing slightly, yet she knew this was not the time for restraint. The ribbon artifact in her hand swayed gently, as if alive and poised to respond to the imminent crisis. Everyone, be careful and coordinate closely, she urged, her voice flowing like a gentle stream amidst the tension, offering a rare calmness to the group. Xiaoyu took a deep breath, gripping his artifact tightly. Despite a flicker of fear in his eyes, it was overshadowed by bravery and determination. We can definitely defeat them, just like before, he reassured himself, his youthful voice filled with a conviction that belied his age. As the swarm surged toward them like an unrelenting tide, they quickly became encircled. A metallic insect initiated the attack, darting toward Neza with incredible speed, its sharp mandibles resembling a deadly blade aimed straight for his throat. Neza swiftly sidestepped, evading the lethal strike, then countered with a powerful slash of his sword. The blade clashed violently against the insect's metallic shell, sending a shower of brilliant sparks flying, the sound ringing like a fierce battle anthem. These creatures have incredibly tough shells. Aim for their joints. Neza shouted, his voice clear even amidst the chaos of the swarm. Hearing this, Lingfeng immediately dashed toward a nearby insect, his tridents thrusting toward its leg joints with lightning speed, creating a deep crack under the impact. With ruthless intent, he swung again, successfully severing the insect's leg. The creature lost its balance and fell heavily, yet it struggled to fight back. Yao Guang skillfully utilized the surrounding energy crystals, weaving glowing energy ropes that danced through the air like agile serpents.
She ensnared several insects' wings and legs, rendering them immobile. Everyone, attack those bound insects!
She called out, her voice filled with the fervor of battle. Xiaoyu, seeing his friends fighting fiercely, knew he could no longer stay in the back. He set down the ancient book, seized his artifact, and unleashed a powerful energy wave at a restrained insect. The wave struck, scorching its shell and leaving a charred mark, as if branding it. The swarm's attacks intensified, sensing Neza and his companions' tactics and adapting their approach. Some insects gathered to form a massive sphere that rolled toward them. As it rolled, more insects detached, launching fierce attacks that caught them off guard. Everyone, watch out! Neza shouted, swinging his sword to intercept the rolling insect sphere. However, the sphere's force was immense, his attacks only left shallow marks, unable to inflict real damage.
Seeing Neza in trouble, Lingfeng rushed to his side without hesitation, joining the fight against the insect sphere.
They coordinated their attacks. Lingfeng aimed for the base of the sphere to disrupt its balance, while Neza targeted the front, trying to split it apart. Through their combined efforts, the insect sphere began to falter. Some insects fell away, and the sphere's speed decreased. Seizing the chance, Yao Guang and Xiaoyu summoned a powerful energy impact toward the sphere, merging their strengths. Under their assault, the insect sphere shattered, scattering the insects like leaves in a tempest. But before they could catch their breath, the swarm launched another round of attacks. This time, the insects released a strange black mist that quickly enveloped them, obscuring their vision and emitting a noxious odor that made breathing difficult, as if it sought to devour their very essence.
This mist is dangerous, everyone, hold your breath. Neza warned, urgency in his voice. He closed his eyes, relying on his sharp senses to gauge the situation and strategize.
Lingfeng coughed, tears streaming from his eyes due to the mist's irritation, yet he pushed through, filled with anger. These pests are relentless, always coming up with new tricks, he grumbled, frustration evident. Yao Guang attempted to clear the black mist with her wind spells, but the mist fought back fiercely, surging toward them as if intent on drowning them in darkness. Suddenly, Xiaoyu recalled a method of purification mentioned in the ancient book.
He focused, transforming his energy into a purifying light and releasing it.
The purifying energy spread like a soft glow, gradually dissipating the black mist, as if it were being consumed by the light. Once the mist cleared, they noticed the swarm showed no signs of stopping. Instead, they seemed even more frenzied, their assault speed and intensity dramatically increasing, as if the black mist had awakened their ferocity.
Amid the battle, Neza discerned that the insects responded to a larger leader hidden within the swarm.
He observed that whenever a larger insect, slightly different in color, emitted a special signal, the swarm's attacks intensified.
Everyone, focus on that special insect. It's likely the leader. If we defeat it, the swarm may stop attacking. Neza commanded, his eyes gleaming with resolve. They began searching for the leader insect amid the chaos.
This task was far from easy, as the swarm continuously obstructed their path to protect their leader. Lingfeng was injured by an insect's claw, blood flowing from his arm, but he pressed on, determined to find the leader. His gaze was fierce, a relentless hunter unwilling to relent. "I will find the damned leader and make it pay for our suffering," he muttered with hatred.
Yao Guang, noticing Lingfeng's injury, felt a pang of worry but knew this was not the time for personal concern.
While fending off the swarm, she kept a watchful eye for the leader insect, hoping to spot it soon. Xiaoyu, agile and quick, navigated through the swarm with ease. His heart raced, excitement and tension intertwining as he faced an unprecedented challenge. He understood that the key to this battle lay in locating the leader insect. Only by defeating it could they truly escape this crisis.
Finally, Neza spotted the leader insect at the edge of the swarm.
It was larger, its metallic sheen more dazzling, and it bore a unique horn structure on its head, radiating a mysterious light, showcasing its authority and power.
"There it is!"
Neza shouted, charging toward the leader insect, his sword glinting with deadly intent. His companions, hearing Neza's call, rallied toward the leader insect. The swarm sensed their intent and began to obstruct them furiously, but Neza and his allies pressed forward, breaking through the defenses of the swarm as they aimed for the leader insect. Neza reached the leader insect first, raising his artifact sword to strike at its head. The leader reacted swiftly, flapping its massive wings to create a gust of wind, attempting to blow Neza away. Simultaneously, it lunged with its sharp mandibles, gleaming ominously as if to tear Neza in half. Neza steadied himself, skillfully avoiding the leader's attack with his agile swordsmanship, then swung his sword again.
This time, the blade struck true, piercing the leader's wing and leaving a deep wound that caused dark blood to flow. Lingfeng, Yaoguang, and Xiaoyu soon arrived.
Lingfeng's trident struck like thunder at the leader's leg joints, while Yaoguang's ribbon entwined the leader's mandibles, and Xiaoyu unleashed a powerful energy wave at the horn structure. Under their combined assault, the leader insect was severely injured. It emitted a piercing cry, a sound that seemed to plead for mercy, yet was filled with rage and defiance. The swarm, hearing the cry, fell into disarray, losing their leader's command and scattering in all directions.
"Keep attacking! Don't let it recover!"
Neza shouted, determination burning in his eyes.
They seized the opportunity and continued their relentless assault on the leader insect.
With one final surge of power, the leader insect fell, crashing heavily to the ground, its massive body resembling a fallen mountain, exuding the scent of death. The swarm ceased its attacks, seemingly stunned by the sudden turn of events, vanishing into the vastness of the insect sea.
Neza and his companions exhaled a collective sigh of relief, though they were all utterly exhausted. Each bore wounds, their clothes torn and smeared with dust and blood, resembling weary warriors returning from battle.
"We finally won," Xiaoyu said weakly, a faint smile crossing his face, though tiredness lingered in his eyes. "Yes, but we cannot linger, we must continue searching for the method to defeat the Dark King," Neza declared, looking toward the ancient book, which still emitted a soft glow, as if urging them to press on and uncover the mysteries of the universe. Just as they prepared to leave the bloody battlefield, the space around them shifted once more. The corpses of the defeated metallic insects began to glow, their light converging to form a massive portal. Strange images flickered within the portal, projecting the essence of a mysterious place in the universe, filled with endless allure and danger.
"What is this?" Lingfeng asked curiously, stepping closer to the portal. "Be careful!" Yaoguang warned loudly, but it was too late.
The moment Lingfeng's hand touched the portal, a powerful force pulled him inside, as if he were swallowed by a mysterious power.
"Lingfeng!" Neza shouted, a wave of strong unease washing over him.
Without hesitation, he raced toward the portal, with Yaoguang and Xiaoyu following closely behind. They were swept into the light of the portal, disappearing into the mysterious space, embarking on a new adventure. As they passed through the portal, they found themselves in a completely new world. This was a vast cosmic ocean, with numerous planets and nebulae floating within it, each differing in color and shape, some resembling brilliant gems, others blooming flowers, creating a dreamlike realm. Yet hidden within this beautiful spectacle was a sense of ominous danger, as if waiting for their arrival, ready to present them with unexpected challenges.
Drifting in this cosmic ocean, they suddenly heard a melodious song.
The sound seemed to emanate from the depths of the universe, ethereal and mysterious, calling out to them, compelling them to move toward its source.
"Do you hear that song?"
Xiaoyu asked, his eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. "That song is strange, we need to be cautious," Yaoguang advised, concern flickering in her gaze.
Neza furrowed his brow, sensing that there might be secrets hidden behind the song, an indescribable danger.
"Let's follow the song, but everyone must stay alert and be ready for potential danger," he said, his tone serious. They navigated toward the song's source, noticing that the surrounding planets and nebulae seemed to swirl around a central point, from which the melody flowed. As they neared the central point, they beheld a massive crystal palace. The palace was composed of countless crystal pillars, intricately etched with mysterious runes and patterns, resembling a dream castle built of crystal. The grand entrance stood closed, and the enchanting song emanated from within, as if sharing an ancient tale.
"What is this palace? Why does it produce such a song?" Lingfeng wondered, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and a desire to explore.
His inquisitiveness was piqued, eager to step into that mysterious palace and uncover its secrets.
Just as they prepared to approach the palace doors, the surrounding crystal pillars began to emit a brilliant light.
The light coalesced into several towering crystal guardians. These guardians, transparent yet sturdy, appeared to be sculpted from crystal, wielding crystal spears, their expressions cold and imposing, seemingly protecting the palace, forbidding any from drawing near. "It looks like we're in for another fight," Neza said, gripping his sword tightly, determination flashing in his eyes. He understood that to enter the crystal palace and unveil the secret behind the song, they would need to defeat these crystal guardians and breach their defenses.
Would they succeed? What dangers awaited them in this mysterious realm?
The mysteries of the universe seemed to beckon from within this crystal palace, and their fates continued to unfold on this unknown journey, filled with uncertainty and anticipation.
The dark power surged forth like a raging black tsunami, carrying an insatiable force that seemed intent on consuming the entire universe.
It rushed toward the crystal and water lily and the companions, roaring like a monstrous beast, echoing the doom of the cosmos. The sound reverberated through the crystal palace, shaking it violently, as if it were on the brink of being obliterated by this terrifying force. In the darkness, countless clawed shadows could be faintly seen, emerging like demons from an endless abyss. Their twisted forms, empowered by the dark force, reached out with wicked claws, eager to tear apart Neza and his friends. Neza stood firm at the forefront, his eyes blazing with an unyielding fire that illuminated the abyss around him, projecting an indomitable light that could penetrate the darkness and illuminate the path ahead. The artifact sword in his hand buzzed ominously, as if sensing the gravity of this life-and-death moment, eagerly awaiting its master's command to engage in a fierce battle against the dark forces. "Friends, this is our final battle. We cannot show even the slightest retreat." His voice resonated like a mighty bell, echoing through the oppressive darkness, igniting the flames of courage deep within each of them, filling their eyes with resolute determination. Lingfeng gritted his teeth, clutching his dual tridents tightly, the veins on his arms bulging like coiled snakes. His gaze was sharp as lightning, fixed on the encroaching dark power, his anger nearly transforming into tangible flames, as if he aimed to shred the darkness to pieces. "Damn it, we must stop it. We cannot let it continue to wreak havoc on the universe," he roared, his fervent voice echoing through the cavernous palace, reflecting his overwhelming spirit that burned with a desire to charge headfirst into the dark abyss and obliterate the malevolent force. Yao Guang bit her lip, her face slightly pale yet resolute. She wielded her ribbon artifact with increasing speed, the flowing ribbon glimmering like a silvery serpent, radiating a gentle yet unwavering light that symbolized her steadfast will. Her eyes remained firm amidst the darkness, silently praying for her companions while preparing to give her all to protect the universe. Her voice, though soft, contained a powerful essence that could pierce through the shadows, spreading reassurance throughout the group. "Everyone, be careful, this dark power is stronger and fiercer than we imagined. We must work together to contend with it." Xiaoyu held tightly to the ancient book, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, reflecting the minimal light in the darkness. Yet, there was no hint of retreat in his eyes, instead, they burned with the spirit of a courageous warrior. "We can succeed, for the sake of those sacrificed souls and the light of the universe." His voice, though still youthful, was filled with unwavering determination, shining like a beacon of hope amidst the shadows. The dark force surged toward them like a massive tidal wave, cracking the once solid crystal floor beneath them, as though the earth were being ruthlessly torn apart. Neza stepped forward, wielding his artifact sword, each swing producing brilliant arcs of light that sliced through the darkness. But the dark force behaved like a thick, viscous swamp, swallowing the sword's brilliance, leaving only fleeting shadows in the darkness, recounting the brief clash between light and dark. Seeing this, Lingfeng charged into the dark power like a furious lion, his dual trident swirling in the dark, creating a whirlwind of sound that echoed like a battle cry. He struck at the densest part of the dark force, determined to break through. However, the dark power seemed to possess a life of its own, extending countless black tendrils that entwined around Lingfeng's tridents, attempting to drag him into the void. Struggling fiercely, Lingfeng's muscles strained, his resolve unyielding. "You won't trap me. I will never submit to this darkness," he shouted defiantly. Yao Guang and Xiaoyu sprang into action. Yao Guang unleashed an ancient and mysterious spell, channeling the power of her ribbon artifact to weave a massive net of light, attempting to impede the dark force's advance. The shimmering net glimmered in the darkness like a dreamlike veil under moonlight, exuding a soft glow. It seemed to be the most powerful defense weapon in the universe. Each time the dark power collided with the net, it emitted a sizzling sound, as if the darkness were crying out in pain, revealing its fear of the encroaching light. Yet, the dark force relentlessly pressed on, finding cracks in the net, which began to show signs of wear. Yao Guang's face paled further, but she focused intently, determined to maintain the integrity of the net as if her will were its foundation. Xiaoyu observed the situation anxiously, knowing he could no longer remain a mere spectator. He opened the ancient book, rapidly flipping through its pages, searching for a method to enhance their strength. Suddenly, a light sparked in his eyes as he discovered a record of an ancient formation that could merge their powers, creating a force far greater than their individual strengths, akin to a divine sword capable of severing darkness. "Everyone, listen. We can use this formation," Xiaoyu shouted, his voice brimming with excitement and hope, illuminating their spirits like a beacon in the dark. His companions quickly gathered around him, following his instructions to position themselves appropriately and channel their powers into the formation. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from beneath their feet, illuminating the dark palace like a newborn sun, radiating the most potent energy they had ever felt.
The combined light from the formation surged forward, striking against the dark power with overwhelming might. The attack tore through the darkness, creating a massive rift, sending shockwaves through the air, as the shadows shrieked in agony, revealing their vulnerability. Now!
Neza shouted, his voice filled with renewed vigor. As the dark force recoiled, the companions pressed the advantage, launching a coordinated assault against the dark power, their attacks synchronized with the energy of the formation. The dark force, feeling the combined strength, began to falter, its relentless advance slowed as it recoiled from the blinding light. Yet, just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the dark force suddenly erupted with a powerful backlash. This force, like a rampaging beast, sent them and their combined energy flying back, causing the crystal lotus to tremble violently, as if it were enduring immense pain.
We can't let it destroy the lotus. It holds the key to our victory.
Neza shouted, struggling to stand, determined to protect their only hope. They fought against the dark force while trying to protect the crystal lotus, but it sensed their intentions and relentlessly obstructed their path, attempting to separate them from their hope. Lingfeng was struck by a powerful wave of dark energy, sending him crashing to the ground, his body thudding heavily as he fought to rise.
Lingfeng!
His companions cried out, worry etched on their faces, filled with concern for their fallen comrade.
Neza wanted to rush to help Lingfeng, but he was entangled by the dark force, trapped in an endless struggle.
Meanwhile, Yao Guang and Xiaoyu pressed forward, knowing they had to protect the lotus to have any chance of defeating the Dark King and saving the universe. As Xiaoyu approached the crystal lotus, he suddenly noticed a pattern in the dark force's behavior. Each time it attacked, there was a brief moment of energy pause, similar to the calm before a wave crashes.
Yao Guang, we need to attack during the dark force's pauses.
Xiaoyu exclaimed, his eyes glowing with insight. Yao Guang nodded, and they watched the dark force closely. When it launched another attack, they seized the moment, dashing toward the crystal lotus as if offering their lives to protect the universe's hope. They succeeded in reaching the crystal lotus, shielding it from harm. Under their protection, the lotus's light stabilized, and the mysterious crystals began to glow brilliantly once more, rekindling hope in the universe. At that moment, Neza finally broke free from the dark force's grasp and rushed toward Lingfeng.
Lingfeng lay on the ground, pale but resolute, reassuring Neza with his unwavering spirit.
I'm fine, let's keep fighting, he urged, his voice filled with a quiet strength. Neza helped Lingfeng up, and they moved back toward the crystal lotus. As they approached, the trapped souls within the crystal sphere burst forth with brilliant light.
Their strength, nourished by the mysterious crystals, began to restore as they joined Neza and his companions in the battle against the dark force, transforming into a beacon of justice against evil.
The souls manifested as brilliant beams of light, swirling around the crystal lotus. These rays extended toward the dark power, and with each contact, the dark force was weakened, as if the souls were engaging in a battle against the darkness.
This is the power of the souls. Let's use it to attack the dark force.
Neza shouted, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, rallying their collective strength against the encroaching evil. They unleashed another wave of attacks, this time integrating the power of the souls with their own. The light from the united formation entered